Chapter 101. Inside the Kalos League, the champion trainers looked at the images coming from the monitor in shock. Is that Mewtwo? The league president's eyes were fixed on the imposing Pokemon on the screen. At this moment he finally understood what the world's most powerful Pokemon was. No wonder Team Rocket was willing to e-houst all its material and financial resources to catch him back. Leaving this kind of Pokemon with free thoughts and strong e-dream consciousness out there will definitely cause a big mess. On the battlefield, when Mewtwo entered the battlefield, all the tiny trainers present understood why he was called the strongest Pokemon in the world. That kind of innate strong temperament seemed to have been engraved in his genes when he was born. Everyone could feel that the atmosphere on the battlefield was very different from before. I really want to escape. A trainer in the corner silently hugged the Magikarp in his arms. We can't beat such a powerful Pokemon. But just when the trainers present were thinking this, Shin Mew took a few steps forward with his dragon. Shin Mew looked at Mewtwo in front of him coldly. If this guy hadn't intervened in that battle, Serena wouldn't have been petrified by Yveltal's copy, and this time he must catch Mewtwo. End this dispute forever. The copies of the three legendary beasts were still fighting with the three dragons of the male protagonist, but when they saw Mewtwo coming to the battlefield they immediately abandoned their opponents and used teleportation to appear in front of Mewtwo. Master Mewtwo, why are you here? Mewtwo glanced at the three beasts and did not directly answer their questions. In the blink of an eye, three energy balls of different shapes appeared in his hands. Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza. Mewtwo, what is this? Groudon and Kyogre looked at the two energy balls in Mewtwo's hand in confusion. This is a weapon that can help you deal with those guys. As he said this, Mewtwo injected two energy balls, one red and one blue, into Groudon and Kyogre's bodies respectively. Instantly the lines on Groudon and Kyogre's bodies turned golden and they were filled with endless power. What is this? Groudon and Kyogre looked at their bodies in shock. This is the original power hidden in the land and ocean of Feng Yuan Bite B, which originally belonged to you. Now go and completely destroy the humans who stand in your way and prevent you from clearing the Kalos region. As you command. Origin form. Shin Mew looked at the two strengthened beasts. His eyes became solemn. Mewtwo had just come and had caused him a new problem. However, Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon could still deal with this level. Kyogre waved his fins. A drizzle began to fall from the originally gloomy sky. The origin power on Kyogre continued to increase with the increase of the drizzle. It was rainy. Kyogre changed the weather on the scene. In the case of rainy days, the water attributes of all Pokemon will be enhanced and the fire attribute moves will be weakened accordingly. Although his Pokemon actually came from the dragons of this world are not affected by the rules of the Pokemon world, but Kyogre itself is a water attributed beast that is unique to this world. In a rainy environment, the power of each of Kyogre's moves will be greatly enhanced. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. However, Groudon on the side was soaked through and his origin power was relatively weakened. He howled in dissatisfaction at Kyogre flying high in the sky, but Kyogre not only ignored him but also glanced at him and flew to a higher altitude alone. These beasts are bullying him because he can't fly, right? Groudon stood on the ground and stomped his feet in anger. As he moved, huge earth mounds appeared one after another on the ground of Kalos. After the mounds appeared, they pondered for a while and soon they continued to spray hot and boiling magma into the sky. The lava flying in the sky collided with the rain formed by Kyogre. The collision between the lava and the rain turned the lava in the sky into hard and sharp black keys. In the sky a burst of hot obsidian rain fell. Everyone be careful and get out of the way. When the trainers around saw the abnormal weather, they all dodged. War Greymon took the initiative to stand behind Shin Mew, stretched out his metal-wrapped arm and placed it on his head as a protective umbrella. For the Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, whose bodies were covered with phosphorus armor and metal, this obsidian rain had no effect. The two dragons even scratched their neck leisurely. At this time the sky of Kalos also showed an extreme state that was rare in 1,000 years. In the ground occupied by Groudon, one chaotic and active volcano after another continued to emerge from the surface. The boiling lava also kept spreading from the cracks in the ground. In the sky the hot sunlight that rarely appears in 1,000 years shines on Groudon, baking his halo even brighter. In the other half of the sky occupied by Kyogre, endless rain sprinkled on the ground wantonly, forming one ripple after another. And in the sky and has been occupied by continuous rain, it can actually strengthen its own strength at the same time. Shin Mew frowned and looked at everything in front of him. Generally speaking, the weather will inevitably cover one of Groudon and Kyogre, but now they can east at the same time. I'm afraid this is the real effect of the two energy bodies brought by Mewtwo and Groudon and Kyogre. Although the two beasts are still incompatible, but facing Shin Mew the two beasts surprisingly and rarely reached a unity. Kill him! The two beasts roared loudly at the same time and the roar choked all the trainers present and they couldn't help but cover their ears. In the league, even the trainers who were watching the scene with surveillance cameras were not much better better. The pain brought by the roar directly hit the soul. Let everyone tremble. Everyone present had a question in their heart. Facing such two powerful enemies, Qin Mu, can he really win? I believe in Master's strength. He will have no problem defeating these two beasts. Mary, who was brought to the alliance by Emperor Dan, had tears in her eyes and clenched her fist to cheer Qin Mu on. Master, Serena is still waiting for you on the hospital bed inside the alliance. You must return triumphantly. Chapter 102. Don't worry, if it's the gym leader he will be fine. Dandy stood behind Mary and patted her shoulder silently. On the battlefield, facing Kyogre and Groudon with the power of origin, Qin Mu did not retreat. However, the trainers around him who wanted to help him were greatly affected. Qin Mu glanced at the trainers around him who were affected and sighed silently. Deathwing, you are responsible for controlling the scope of the lava. Battle Greymon, go get those people to a safe place and try not to let them get close to here. Yes sir. After receiving Qin Mu's order, the two dragons could only help the weak trainers escape. After dealing with the trainers, Qin Mu looked at Mewtwo floating in the air. After such a long time, although he personally took the field, he had no intention of using any trick. He and Rayquaza were even floating in the sky far away looking at the two of them. The way he looked at him with disdain, holding his chest, was like said, these two are enough to deal with you. Qin Mu looked at the aggressive Groudon and Kyogre in front of him. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and the True Red Eyes Black Dragon, who had been waiting for a long time, had also been looking forward to such a strong enemy. Get ready, there will be a fierce battle. Net. The two dragons spread their wings and the scales on their bodies became shiny as if a switch was triggered. The showdown between the dragon and the mythical beast was about to begin. In the Kalos Pokemon League in front of the screen, Marie and many elite trainers were nervously watching this legendary showdown. That silver one over there looks easy to deal with, leave it to me, and you just deal with the black one. Groudon negotiated with Kyogre in the sky about how to deal with the two dragons, but Kyogre didn't even look at him, just nodded slightly and fired a fierce water cannon from his mouth. The dark dragon looked like it had fire attribute. With just a small water cannon, I'm afraid this guy would fall down. The Red Eyes Black Dragon looked at the high pressure water cannon, shot at it, spread its wings and flapped them, and the whole dragon flew directly into the sky, dodging Kyogre's attack in an instant. Seeing that he missed the first shot, Kyogre opened his mouth and fired the second water cannon. When the Red Eyes Black Dragon saw that Kyogre would only fire water cannons at him continuously and looked at Groudon, whose moving speed was abnormally slow, he had an idea in his mind. When dodging, the Red Eyes Black Dragon deliberately chose the direction where Groudon was to dodge. Bang! A scalding water cannon just hit Groudon's back. This water cannon burned Groudon's hard scales and changed their shape. The innocent Groudon, who was about to attack the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, was stunned and turned around and looked angrily at Kyogre in the air. Hey, you blind idiot, look carefully. Groudon swung its tail and a sharp earth spike flew toward Kyogre. Originally Groudon just wanted to teach Kyogre a lesson, but Kyogre saw that since Groudon started to attack him, he didn't need to hold back. He directly threw out a huge water cannon and knocked Groudon to the ground. Groudon got up from the ground in a mess and roared at Kyogre fiercely. Kyogre, what on earth are you going to do? Groudon had just suffered a great loss and there was no way to calm down. He stomped hard on the ground. A huge volcano stretched out directly under Kyogre. Qin Mu touched his chin in confusion. How come the two beasts on the opposite side started fighting each other before they even started fighting? However, this made it convenient for Qin Mu to reap the benefit. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Seeing that the two beasts had not yet united to defeat the enemy, they were about to start an internal conflict. Standing net to the dark-faced Mewtwo, the Rayquaza clone who had been watching the battlefield, sighed deeply. Master, please let me play. Without me, these two guys will probably hurt themselves first. Mewtwo looked at the reliable Rayquaza and nodded. With a wave of his hand, he shot the last ball of dark green energy into Rayquaza's body. Go ahead and leave them both alone. As you command, my master. Rayquaza left Mewtwo and circled up into the sky, then suddenly rushed down and released a powerful thunderbolt towards the two beasts that were fighting. Snap, snap. Dozens of lightning bolts fell directly between Kyogre and Groudon. The two beasts finally calmed down under the shock of thunder. Rayquaza floated above the two and said to them, Groudon, Kyogre, the two of you cooperate with my moves and fight him together with me. For a mythical beast, isn't it too despicable to fight second? Despicable. Liakongzuo looked down at Qin Mu, who was not even as big as his fingernail, and sneered. As long as we can eliminate you humans from this world forever, no matter what method is used, it is not despicable. After saying that, Rayquaza circled in place and flew straight into the sky above Groudon and Kyogre. In an instant, the sky above the two beasts, which was originally incompatible, miraculously merged together. The hot heat of the sun and the cold clouds interacted with each other and actually formed a group of thunder clouds that stretched for thousands of miles in the sky. Now accept this punishment. As he said that, a group of thunder clouds with extremely extremely high voltage came directly towards the Red Eyes Black Dragon and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The two dragons were not afraid at all. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and the Red Eyes Black Dragon kicked their feet and the two dragons used their wings to dodge several dangerous lightning strikes. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, prepare the vacuum burst bomb. Attack Groudon first. Groudon was just hit by Kyogre's water cannon. As a ground type he was suppressed by water type skills. Now he probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. The chest of the Blue Eyes White Dragon glowed and then he opened his mouth and a ball of light filled with lightning power shot directly at Groudon. Groudon stomped his feet and a wall of earth suddenly appeared on the ground blocking the lightning ball of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. However, the lightning ball did not dissipate after hitting the wall. Instead it turned into 2 or 3 smaller lightning balls and hit the surrounding. Sizzle. Unfortunately, Kyogre, who was NET to Groudon, was hit by the scattered lightning balls. In an instant a charred wound appeared on Kyogre's pectoral fin. Chapter 103. But just as he was about to fire another water cannon at Groudon to enact revenge on him, Rayquaza in midair directly dispelled his thoughts with a thunderbolt. Don't play tricks on me. The only enemy in front of us now is Chin Mew. Kyogre saw that his revenge failed, so he could only glare at Groudon with resentment on his face. If Rayquaza wasn't here he would have turned hostile and knocked down this stupid teammate first and then dealt with the damn Chin Mew. Rumble. Several volcanoes of different shapes and sizes appeared one after another on the ground. As soon as these volcanoes emerged from the surface they continuously poured the hot lava from the Earth's core onto their battlefield. However, just as Groudon covered the battlefield with magma, the rain from Kyogre successfully turned the hot magma into hard obsidian. 577 Groudon looked at Kyogre with dissatisfaction. The advantage he had created with great difficulty was wiped out by a shower of rain. Don't be afraid of god-like opponents, just be afraid of teammates who are like pig. And Groudon agreed with this very much. But Kyogre had nothing good to say about Groudon's behavior. The dragons on the opposite side were all flying. He covered the ground with magma and the opponent's feet didn't touch the ground and kept flying in the air. What's the point of covering the ground? Kyogre looked at him speechlessly. Seeing that the two mythical beasts were about to fight again, Rayquaza looked at them both in distress. If there is anything else between you two, wait until you defeat Chin Mew first. Net you two listen to my command. Under the shock and command of Rayquaza, Groudon and Kyogre collided head-on with the Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon respectively. Seeing the two beasts fighting hard with the two dragons, Rayquaza, which was suspended in the air, was not idle either. In just a blink of an eye he used his physical advantage and rushed towards Chin Mew, who was unprotected at high speed. Rayquaza was not as stupid as Groudon and Kyogre's clones, who only knew how to stubbornly deal with the two dragons. As long as the Pokemon trainer died in his hands, the two dragons would naturally become headless flies. At that time the entire Kalos region would be at their mercy. I don't know if this time after the task was completed how would Boss Mewtwo reward them, but before his claws could touch Chin Mew, Wargreymon and Deathwing stood directly in front of Chin Mew and blocked his attack. Deathwing spewed out raging lava from his mouth which directly hit Rayquaza's defenseless body. While Rayquaza was howling, Wargreymon on the side stabbed Rayquaza's throat straight with his claws through the entire dragon statue to the side and used all the usable parts of his body to violently beat Rayquaza. On the other side, Groudon and Kyogre, who were dealing with the Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, were not much better off. The Red Eyes Black Dragon itself is extremely mobile. When facing Kyogre, even with its fire attribute, it is completely at an advantage. Although Kyogre is in the air, he can only be burned by the extremely flexible Red Eyes Black Dragon's flame. Groudon is not much better because he can't fly at all. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the sky directly blew up his whole body with explosive bomb. Even his tail was blown off in half. Roar! Groudon was unwilling to let things turn out like this. He used up all his remaining strength and stomped hard on the ground. A crack several dozen meters long instantly appeared under his feet. Boom boom! Rayquaza, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, had just broken free from Wargreymon's restraints and was about to fly when he suddenly felt a sense of falling. Half of Rayquaza's body fell straight into the crack created by Groudon, but before Rayquaza could pull his body out, the high-spirited Wargreymon used all his strength to nail it to the ground with his claws. Don't even think about running away. On the other side, Groudon saw that the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon had flown to a place he could reach and he stamped his feet impatiently. As soon as he reached the crack, he stabbed out huge and sharp obsidian thorns in succession. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. No, don't come over here. Rayquaza watched heartbrokenly as his body was pierced by sharp obsidian one after another. No, Groudon, stop it. Kyogre couldn't stand Groudon's stupidity anymore, so he fired a water cannon at Groudon. At this time the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's move had already been charged. He opened his mouth and a huge beam of light it appeared out of thin air. Groudon was hit by Kyogre and had no time to dodge, so he was directly covered by the beam of light. After a while, Groudon, who was enveloped by the beam of light, turned into a charred corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Net, it's your turn. As he spoke, Shenmue commanded the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, the Red Eyes Black Dragon, and several of his giant dragons to approach the last remaining Kyogre. Seeing that his two teammates had fallen, Kyogre turned around and wanted to run, but just as he was about to run, the angry Mewtwo suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Kyogre could react, a huge purple circular shield completely enveloped the two of them. "Sir, are you coming to save me?" Before the wounded Kyogre could rest for a while, Mewtwo mercilessly tightened his hands. Before Kyogre could scream, Mewtwo's telekinesis directly turned him into a small ball. Tisk! Mewtwo threw the ball aside. There is no hope for those who rely on these clones to kill all of Carlos. In this case, let him do it himself. Just when Shenmue thought he could take a breath, the figures of the three beasts suddenly appeared in the sky again. 1-4. Damn, could it be that Mewtwo still has a trick up his sleeve? But the group of clones didn't seem to listen to Mewtwo. On the contrary, they were constantly taking back their own energy from the remains of those clones. Then the three beasts turned around and left the battlefield. Just as Mewtwo in the sky was about to recover the energy he had placed on the three clones, he found that all the energy had been absorbed by the three beasts' bodies. Damn it, why do you stand by those hateful humans? Have you already turned to human? Damn it, I will wipe out all the heretics who stand in my way. Several purple halos instantly appeared on Mewtwo's body. Under extreme anger, Mewtwo's body underwent incredible changes. Chapter 104. Mewtwo's original body gradually shrank and deformed until it turned into a ball of light as dazzling as the sun, and then it barely stopped. What is that? Inside the Elf Alliance, everyone looked at the dazzling light in the surveillance video in disbelief. Mewtwo, can it evolve again? When they thought of this possibility, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Is there still hope for the Kalos region? Everyone was suddenly in despair. Why don't we give up the Kalos region and live somewhere else? Other regions can accommodate us. Right, let's surrender to Mewtwo. If we surrender, maybe we can save our lives. Carlos, this is the land we were born and raised on. How can we just give it up like that? The president of the alliance spat fiercely, and the trainer who was about to surrender. It's Mewtwo who should go. Those damn clones he brought, not us. As a Carlist, how can you be so spineless? The master is still working hard for us. What on earth are you thinking about? Mary looked angrily at the man who said he was going to surrender. The master has defeated all three fake bees. He is defending our freedom with his own life. But what have you done? The man lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry. Okay, from today on you are removed from the Carlos Trainer League. Get out. Carlos doesn't welcome you. The president of the league took the man's trainer's certificate and looked at him coldly. Shenmue, come on, you must defeat Mewtwo completely. Mewtwo in midair kept changing its shape, becoming slender at one moment and strong at another. In the end, Mewtwo chose a different form than usual. His arms became thick and metallic, but his body was extremely slender, and his original large tail was discarded in the process of evolution. Dozens of long tentacles appeared on the back of his head, constantly stretching in the air. Shenmue, today is your death day. Mewtwo controlled the 10 long tentacles. With his hands gathered in front of his chest, dozens of shadow balls containing shadow power were fired directly from Mewtwo's body. Red Eyes Black Dragon, prepare to counterattack. Just as Shenmue was fighting Mewtwo, a small green vort suddenly appeared in the air above the park. Then a cute elf with a green body waving its small wings poked its little head out of the green vort. Celebi is an elf that can travel freely through time, therefore it is also extremely rare and precious. Celebi returned to Kalos this time to play, but for some reason it always felt that something was wrong with this place. It clearly remembered that Kalos was always beautiful no matter when it came before, but why has it become so dilapidated now? Celebi curiously flew to his favorite memorial park. No matter when it came before, there were colorful flowers blooming everywhere, but now there is only a sea of flowers covered with red poppies. Celebi looked in the direction of the sea of flowers. The red poppies wrapped around it. It was the statue of Zygarde, the guardian of Kalos. Even though it was a statue, Zygarde stood there silently with worried eyes, quietly looking at the place where Shenmue and Mewtwo were fighting. Celebi rarely stood quietly in front of the statue of Zygarde as if silently mourning for the death of the hero. But the naive elf Celebi didn't like this heavy atmosphere. Not long after he activated his ability again, traveled through time and space and came to his favorite forest. But when he came to the forest, the whole elf was shocked. His favorite forest has now become a rocky beach, and in that forest the only real living thing is the big tree incarnated by Xerneas, the god of life. The big tree ignored the rocks around it and grew lushly, and at the roots of the big tree there were many small saplings which were constantly taking root and spreading. How could this happen? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Before Celebi could figure it out, the trainers around him suddenly exclaimed, Celebi, it's Celebi. Under the tree a disabled disabled trainer looked at it and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Please let our guardian angel come back. The Kalos region needs them. Pokemon needs them. We need them too. Please. After saying that, the trainer kept kowtowing to Celebi. But when Celebi saw his action, he was so scared that he opened the space-time rift and wanted to escape to a longer time and space. But he didn't expect that when he came out of the space-time rift of the past few hours again, the trainer who kowtowing here not only did not leave, but a large number of Kalos people knelt here. They knelt on the ground devoutly begging for Celebi's blessing. Please Celebi, please save Carlos. Looking at the group of people in front of him praying devoutly to him, the sad Prescience, even Celebi was moved by 577. Celebi opened the space-time crack and went in. Inside the space-time crack he summoned more Celebis from different times and places. Two groups of Celebis acted separately, flying fleibly between the statue of Zygarde and the big tree of Xerneas. A crack appeared on Zygarde's statue, then a blinding green light shot out from it. Swish swish. Under the tree of life, the roots that had grown in an orderly manner were constantly twisting and deforming, entangled again and again until the entire root took on the shape of Xerneas. Zygarde looked at his hands in disbelief. He was alive. Xerneas opened his eyes in the lush forest. The forest is back. No, it's not that simple. Xerneas and Zygarde both looked up at the sky almost at the same time. In the distant sky, Qin Mew was leading the Red Eyes Black Dragon and several other dragons to fight the already evolved Mewtwo. What is that? Zygarde looked up at the sky in confusion. Guardian, it's the Guardian. The Kalos people looked at Zygarde, who had awakened with surprise. We are saved. Chapter 105. What happened in the Kalos region after his death? Zygarde and Xerneas looked at the two people fighting in the sky in confusion. It seems that we can find the answer as long as we get there. In the air, Qin Mew stood on the body of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, directing the battle between Red Eyes Black Dragon and Mewtwo. Facing the super evolved Mewtwo, even Red Eyes Black Dragon sometimes can't avoid being hit twice. Mewtwo waved his tentacles in the air, constantly placing shadow balls in the air. It was these shadow balls that plotted at a touch that prevented Red Eyes Black Dragon from getting too close to Mewtwo. Qin Mew looked at Mewtwo carefully. Mewtwo's new form is like a combination of NY forms, but it is different from these two combinations. The slender body provides extremely strong mobility and counterattack. Mewtwo's speed is faster than any of the mythical beasts that Red Eyes Black Dragon has ever dealt with. However, his strength is not like those of the speed-focused beast. His iron-like arms are me-ed with blazing power and are also me-ed with paralyzing poison attack. Moreover, Mewtwo itself possesses intelligence beyond that of human. Combining these three items, Mewtwo can actually fight back and forth with his Red Eyes Black Dragon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. He is worthy of being the strongest artificial elf. Thinking of this, Qin Mew reached for the Ultra Ball in his pocket. This time he must subdue Mewtwo. After evolution, Mewtwo waved its tentacles and easily blocked the attacks from the Red Eyes Black Dragon again and again. This evolved body is even more useful than he imagined. In mid-air, Mewtwo and Qin Mew's several dragons actually reached a miraculous balance of combat power. But soon this balance was broken by a strong beam of light cannon. Boom! The beam of light came from a distance and instantly knocked off most of the hair of the super explosive floating tentacle. Who launched the sneak attack? It's me. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Qin Mew, who was originally concentrating on the battle, opened his eyes in disbelief. Zygarde's huge complete form appeared in front of Qin Mew again. Thank you for protecting Carlos for me during this time. Zygarde looked at Qin Mew gratefully. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have had a chance to live again. Before Qin Mew could digest this unexpected surprise, Xerneas, the ancient god of life in the Kalos region, also ran over from afar. How did he come back to life? Just as Qin Mew was confused, a small green portal opened beside him. A listless Celebi flew out of the green portal, forcing himself to stay energetic, and happily circled around Qin Mew. Thank you, Celebi. Qin Mew carefully held the weak Celebi in his palm. It turned out that it was Celebi's power that brought Xerneas and Zygarde back to the state before their death. Moreover, these two people were also the guardian gods of Carlos. The power of each other complemented each other and reached a more vigorous state than before. Let's fight side by side, Zygarde said as he straightened his broad chest. On his chest a huge laser was brewing. The laser continuously absorbed Zygarde's vitality in exchange for more powerful power. Normally Zygarde would definitely not use it. However, this time Xerneas was also present. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Xerneas raised his front hooves, gathered all the power between his horns, and then injected it into Zygarde's body. All of a sudden the beam emitted by Zygarde became 4 or 5 times thicker than before. Red Eyes Black Dragon used Red Explosive Bullet. The Red Explosive Bullet spit out by Red Eyes Black Dragon hit Mewtwo, who was still in shock, and locked him in place. The cannon beam that Zygarde and Xerneas had prepared together hit Mewtwo hard. Xiao Meng felt a sweet sensation in his throat and spat out a mouthful mouthful of bright red blood. No, that's impossible. Mutuo looked at his burnt tentacles in disbelief. If he continued to fight like this, he would definitely be beaten to death by these three guys. Mutuo opened his own purple portal without thinking, but just as he was about to escape, the little Celebi flew beside him and abruptly closed the purple escape passage. Seeing that he could not escape, Mutuo glared at Celebi in anger and was about to reach out to grab him. When Zygarde saw that Mutuo wanted to hurt Celebi, he turned around and pointed his gun at him. In the blink of an eye, the hand that wanted to grab Celebi was blasted into a piece of charcoal by the light cannon. Celebi took advantage of the fact that Mutuo could not catch him and fled in panic. Mutuo looked at Zygarde in annoyance. Damn it, you all are helping these evil humans. Have you forgotten that we are Pokemon? We haven't forgotten, Mutuo. Zygarde looked at Mutuo with a flare and shook his head with pity. You forgot that since the birth of the world, humans and Pokemon have relied on each other and developed together. No, impossible. Humans only use Pokemon as tools. Xiao Meng shuddered when he thought of those days in the Rocket Team laboratory where life was worse than death. He was forced to do various tests every day just to measure various data. Open your eyes and take a look. Were those Pokemon that died for their trainers coerced? Several fragments of the past flashed through Mutuo's mind. Li Xiao, what if this experimental subject fails? Then we'll use the meat grinder below to grind it into pieces. Extract the genetic samples and remake it. No. Mutuo looked at everything around him in despair. End it all, Mutuo. As soon as Zygarde finished speaking, Qin Mu could not wait to smash Mutuo's heart with the Ultra Ball. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out for a while, so he would slowly enlighten him later. Mutuo couldn't dodge in time and was wrapped in the red light of the poke ball. He entered the ball with great resistance. The poke ball shook violently 3 times. Crack. Successfully captured. As soon as Qin Mu picked up the poke ball on the ground, the system in his mind prompted, congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 reputation points. Oh my god. Qin Mu looked at the poke ball in his hand with surprise. It's worthy of being Mutuo. Chapter 106. Qin Mu was very happy to get the Pokemon Mutuo. The reason why Mutuo is in this state now has a lot to do with himself. He is nothing more than an artificial Pokemon. He has been subjected to various powerful experiments which make him think that humans are using Pokemon. Qin Mu believes that he will slowly let Mutuo know that it is not what he thinks. Qin Mu still remembers the game. 3 days later, the little guy they found in the mine has successfully merged. In order to be able to have a higher degree of compatibility with him, Qin Mu deliberately let him choose for himself, and finally the soul-catching eyes that successfully advanced entered his Pokeball. Mutuo will not be able to fight for a while, although it is not very compatible with him in his Pokeball. Serena said, the time is almost up, let's set off quickly, Dandy is still waiting for us there. Qin Mu and the others set off for the arena. After arriving here, the 3 of them waited quietly there and Zulan walked towards them. How about it, Qin Mu? Is the method I told you useful? Yes, I have succeeded. Congratulations. Thank you, Zulan. Haven't you already thanked me? It's just a small favor, nothing to thank for. 580. Qin Mu said silently in his heart, Mutuo, I want you to know that everything is not what you think. Sooner or later you will know it. Mutuo has been subdued by Qin Mu. In his Pokeball, the 2 people have a sense of each other and he knows what Qin Mu is thinking. The Pokeball that subdued Mutuo did not react at all. There are more and more trainers in the arena. The first to take action are the most basic trainers. Are the Pokemon they use the lowest level Pokemon? Although these Pokemon are low level, the most important thing is to see the tacit understanding between them and the trainers. Zulan said, you can subdue Mutuo, which is something we didn't expect. In the near future you will also become an excellent trainer. Qin Mu said, becoming an excellent trainer is my goal, just like you and Dandy are both champion trainers. The low level trainers in the arena entered the random challenge mode after the competition. They can challenge anyone and stand there waiting for anyone to challenge them. Qin Mu said it should be okay now. They walked into the arena together. Qin Mu's opponent Sakeka, the first Pokemon he released was Elradu. It was another Pokemon with powerful telekinesis. Qin Mu picked up the Pokeball and threw the first Flame Dragon to the front. The opponent frowned. It seemed that the level of the Flame Dragon was not particularly high, but the intensity of the flame displayed by his body was very high. The Flame Dragon spewed a long flame forward. Elradu immediately used his telekinesis to block the guy's flame attack with the object's net to him. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the object blocking, he was chopped forward. The Flame Dragon quickly dodged to the side. Qin Mu said, what a smart Pokemon. The Flame Dragon kept sending long flames towards Elordu. His attacks became more and more fierce and fast. Elordu's telekinetic control combined with his sharp hand knife attack made the Flame Dragon unable to resist. The gap between them was in his telekinetic control and speed. The Flame Dragon's attack was not weak. Qin Mu's dragon spirit was very powerful. People who knew him well knew that his dragon spirit had special energy. There was almost no opponent with the same value. That's all you can do. Qin Mu threw out a Pokeball once again and said loudly, "Go Blue Eyes White Dragon." A streak of white light flew into the sky. To read a very exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Ban Mu watched Qin Mu summon a Pokemon once again, and he took out a Pokeball without hesitation and threw it forward. Lucario appeared in front of them. This guy is a Pokemon with very strong attacks, but his weakness is that he has no defensive ability. Bite B. It evolved from Riolu and their intimacy value is already very high. It is absolutely impossible to advance without reaching a certain intimacy value. The weakness of Riolu before evolution is that he is very slow, but after the evolution he has undergone a great change and his speed has directly increased by 112 points, making his speed no longer his weakness. Lucario has improved his attribute skills and his wave missile attack is quite powerful. Looking at Sakeki's smug look, you can tell that he is very confident in his Pokemon. He thought he would win without a doubt, but he didn't know how powerful Qin Mu's dragon Pokemon was. The speed of close range attack is indeed enough. The two Pokemon he chose have strong attack speed. The two eyes of the Blue Eyes White Dragon emitted a blue-green light, one of which shot Lucario and the other rushed towards Alito. If they were not fast enough, I am afraid there would be no way to avoid this powerful attack. The Blue Eyes White Dragon Pokemon is difficult to recover. Qin Mu was able to get such a high-level Pokemon, which made Ban Mu very envious. The current level is still very low, only level 1. He flew in the air and waved his two long wings. Energy attacks were shot forward again and again. Lucario launched his most powerful attack, the True Energy Bullet, at the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The attack ability of his True Energy is very powerful, but it is a pity that the accuracy is not that high. The Ultimate Storm Bullet went forward. What a powerful attack capability! Lucario did not stop looking at such a powerful opponent. Wave missiles shot out from his body. It looks like Sakeki is going to lose. Some trainers were talking nearby. The power of Blue Eyes White Dragon is really too strong. How could his dragon spirit be so strong? Even if the Blue Eyes White Dragon is at a higher level, it wouldn't have such a high attack at level 1. Sakeki didn't know how Qin Mu did it. Strange, how did you do it? Alito was about to lose the defense. Under Qin Mu's command, the Flame Dragon took the opportunity to attack and knocked down Alito's already shaky body, and the Pokemon's energy disappeared. The other Lucario was defeated by the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Qin Mu said, "I'm sorry, I accidentally won you. As for how I did it, it depends on how you get along with Pokemon. I know this too. Do I need you to tell me?" Although Sakeki was very unconvinced he was indeed defeated and could only walk away dejectedly, Xiao Ia felt that Qin Mu's Pokemon was very powerful. He was the owner of the Hualan Gym in Guanda District. Every gym owner has the ability to fight against the champion trainer, and only with such strength can one become a gym owner. Qin Mu is also a gym owner. Your Pokemon is pretty good, let's give it a try. Chapter 107. Qin Mu has some knowledge of him. Xiao Ia is the gym leader of Hualan City and he is still famous. He is best at using Water Baby and is in charge of the Water Drop batch. So I can't use Fire type Pokemon, or my Pokemon is stronger than his Water type Pokemon. The other party saw Qin Mu's Flame Dragon and he believed that as a Water type Pokemon gym owner she would definitely not choose a Fire type Pokemon. Xiao Ia directly threw out two Pokeballs and summoned two Pokemon. One was the Gem Starfish, which he used most often, and the other was the Horned Goldfish. Show me your Pokemon. Qin Mu took out two Pokeballs and threw them forward. Xiao Ia wanted to know which two Pokemon he would use. The Red Eyes Black Dragon appeared first, followed by the Ultimate Dragon. What a powerful spirit aura! The second level Red Eyes Black Dragon is more powerful than the previous Blue Eyes White Dragon. They look somewhat similar and belong to the same attribute spirit. The two spirits used by Xiao Ia are higher in level than Qin Mu's spirit. No matter how powerful the opponent's spirit is, as long as you do your best to cooperate with your own spirit. The Red Eyes Black Dragon's Black Flame Bomb is ready to go and it has entered the attack mode. The opponent's spirit immediately counter-attack. Dodge the Gem Star. He moved to the left, perfectly avoiding the attack of the Red Eyes Black Dragon. After the transfer, his energy rushed towards the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Pokemon suspended in the air immediately flew to the side. Qin Mu and the Pokemon have a very high tacit understanding. Zulan has not made a move yet. He knows that the gym owner's ability is similar to that of their champion trainers. He is most concerned about Qin Mu. He thinks Qin Mu has great potential. The Pokemon he summoned is much more powerful than the Pokemon of the same kind he has seen at the same level. This situation is not only the cooperation between the Pokemon and the trainer. He can see that the energy of the dragon Pokemon summoned by Qin Mu is very strong. Not bad, let me see how well you cooperate with each other. Qin Mu jumped and the Ultimate Dragon caught Qin Mu. Qin Mu rode on the Ultimate Dragon to fight. In addition to the Ultimate Dragon, Qin Mu can also ride the newly acquired Giant Flame Dragon. Only when a certain certain degree of compatibility is reached can the user ride on the elf. Xiao Ia didn't expect that Qin Mu and his elf have such a high degree of compatibility. The level of the water elf he used is higher than that of Qin Mu's elf, but his elf is evolved from the lowest level elf. Serena, who had just walked up, saw Qin Mu's opponent and said, "Are you kidding me? Xiao Ia is using such a elf, so what if he has a higher level? He will never be able to defeat Qin Mu." Zhu Lan said, "My opinion is the same as yours. Qin Mu is one of the most talented trainers I have ever seen. His Pokemon abilities are really strong. Through his effort he will soon have the same status as us." "Zulan, didn't you go to challenge?" "No hurry, I'm waiting for the real opponent to appear, or this opponent is Qin Mu." Dundee has the same idea as you. He would wait until Qin Mu's spirit was promoted before challenging Qin Mu. This is a real fight. Probably after all, Qin Mu's current elves are not at a very high level and he doesn't have that many businesses. Qin Mu has a blue elf egg which has not yet hatched. This is a reward given by the system. The higher the reputation of the elf, the higher the reward and the greater the possibility of hatching high-level elf. During the battle, Qin Mu not only cherished his own elves but also his opponent's elves. Xiao Ia's goldfish was knocked down. Qin Mu thought to himself that his horned goldfish was really beautiful, but it was a pity that it was too weak in combat and its high level was useless. Another gem starfish was considered to be one of the more powerful water elves. Its horn was knocked off and used. Xiao Ia could only summon another elf, the spiny ammonite. This elf is not bad in combat and he is also considered to be one of the more powerful water elves. Qin Mu said, "You still have some strength left. Isn't it necessary to bring out the most powerful elf at the beginning? I want to know what kind of ability you have. There is no point in suppressing you. In reality, to read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Qin Mu smiled faintly. Perhaps he felt that his elf level was not that powerful. The tacit understanding between Qin Mu and the elves was too high. The coordinated attacks of the two elves were perfect. The multi-thorn ammonite sent out rows of spikes forward. Serena said, "The attack range is so large." Zhu Lan said, "You are worried about the dragon spirits that Qin Mu is using. They all have wings and are aerial spirits. Such attacks are easy for them to dodge." Sure enough, the positions of the two spirits changed. The ultimate dragon flew to the side. The red-eyed black dragon sent energy attack forward with both eyes. All the spikes that swept through were knocked down. The ultimate dragon took this opportunity to attack. Such a battle rhythm was played very well. Qin Mu is so awesome, he can do this. During the battle, the red-eyed black dragon actually upgraded. After the upgrade, his energy changed significantly, which may be related to the fact that Qin Mu had collected many new elves. Qin Mu said, "That's great. Red dot black dragon black flame bomb." The elf's black flame bomb plotted forward. The ammonite immediately counterattacked. Xiao Ia said, "Ammonite, the power of the earth." The power of the earth triggered its resistance to increase and its resistance became stronger. He actually learned the power of the earth. This does not mean that he can dodge the red eyes black dragon. The energy has been upgraded and greatly improved. It has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the power attack just now. When it is hit by energy, the resistance is indeed very strong. The continuous attack makes him a little overwhelmed. The power of the elves is decreasing. Qin Mu thought in his heart that as long as his elf power is 0, it will be fine. Don't hurt her. Red eyes black dragon knows what to do best, and Li Liang took it back when it was almost done. The poke ball reacted and emitted light. The energy on the poke ball began to trigger. This poke ball is the poke ball that contains Mewtwo. Qin Mu smiled at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Mewtwo was recognizing him little by little. In the near future he will be able to fight side by side with him. Qin Mu is of course willing to fight side by side with such a powerful offensive Pokemon. The power of the Pokemon disappeared and the spiny ammonite flew back into the poke ball. Only another gem starfish was left. Facing the strong attacks of Ultra Dragon and Red Eyes Black Dragon, how could an elf withstand it? His other Pokemon are no longer good and they are all low-level Pokemon. Since you are summoning, you must summon Pokemon that can match the opponent. Chapter 108. Xiao Ia had no choice but to lose the game. Qin Mu said, "You are a good opponent, but your elves are too weak. Why don't you try to capture some more advanced elf?" "I am planning to do this. I will come to see you again when the time comes." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Serena said, "Wow, that's awesome. You can upgrade to a higher level elf in battle." If the elf didn't advance, would he be able to defeat Yao Ia so quickly? Zhu Lan said, "Yes, the power of the elf is there. In such a short period of time his Pokemon power has become stronger and stronger. It is really hard to imagine how powerful he will be if his level rises to a certain level. All trainers want to become the top trainers. This is their common goal. There are relatively strong 583 trainers in each region and the strength of the masters is unfathomable." Serena said, "I wonder who will be the NET one to appear." Qin Mu defeated Xiao Ia and became the focus of the audience. There are many capable trainers here. This time there are trainers from all regions in the angle field. battlefield. Qin Mu certainly hopes that a strong opponent will appear. The next one to come on stage is Guzma. Zulan saw this guy and said it's him who specializes in playing bug-type Pokemon. Guzma's handsome face and his popularity show that he is a master trainer. No way, Guzma actually challenged Qin Mu. What the hell is he doing? His own Pokemon has already reported their level. The people watching here were discussing, who knows what this guy wants to do. Serena was a little worried. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, he knew that this guy's spirit must be extraordinary. Zulan looked at his worried Zion and smiled. Don't be so nervous. Just because he is at a higher level doesn't mean he will definitely win. Qin Mu said, how do you want to challenge singles or doubles? It's really cruel. He sent out 2 elves at once. Who doesn't know how high the level of his 2 elves is? But I have a condition. Qin Mu was a little confused. They were competing now. Why did this guy put forward conditions? What's the meaning? If you lose, I want your red-eyed black dragon. This guy is very ambitious. He also wants Qin Mu's elf. Everyone knows that it is difficult to recover the red-eyed black dragon. He is a high-level elf. Dandy walked back to Serena from the battlefield. He heard Guzma's word. Don't be fooled, you'll be in trouble if you agree to him. Serena raised her lips, her eyes filled with anger. Damn despicable guy. His question made everyone at the scene quiet down. They were all waiting quietly to see how Qin Mu would answer. Qin Mu was silent for a while. These people thought that Qin Mu was scared and was standing there in a daze. After all, his red-eyed black dragon was very powerful and it might be his most powerful elf. I don't think he will agree. Whoever agrees is a fool. It's too obvious. Isn't this just giving the elf to someone else? Guzma is really too much. Why is he taking someone else's Pokemon? There is no compatibility. Everyone was pointing and talking to the 2 people on the field. Most of them were saying that the handsome Guzma's request was a bit too much. Qin Mu said, what about you? What will you do if you lose? Well, obviously he didn't consider this question at all. He thought he would definitely win the fight with Qin Mu. I lose. Qin Mu was stunned when he heard what he said. Guzma was too arrogant. Guzma never thought that he would lose. He only considered what would happen if he won and never considered what would happen if he lost. Seeing that everyone around was looking at him, they obviously felt that such a competition was unfair. Serena was a little impulsive and he wanted to go up and stop that guy. Dandy held him back and said, what are you going to do? He will make the decision later. Guzma felt that he could not play himself like this. To be fair, if you can really beat me, I will give you my 2 Pokeballs. How about that? To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Just when everyone thought Qin Mu would not agree, Qin Mu agreed. Okay, I promise you. Guzma was a little too confident, thinking that he would definitely win, but he didn't expect that if he failed, his 2 powerful elves would be lost. Qin Mu agreed to his request with a smug look on his face. He looked quite handsome, but his treacherous Zion was really disgusting. The 2 of them took out their Pokeballs at the same time. Qin Mu took one in each hand and threw it forward instantly. The fire-breathing dragon and the red-eyed black dragon appeared at the same time. The elves that appeared on the other side were Giant Claw Mantis and Armored Warrior. He actually took out his most powerful elf. This is really too much. It's over. I think Qin Mu's red-eye black dragon is going to be lost. Serena said, Danda, why did you stop me just now? Qin Mu shouldn't have agreed to his request. The number of matches is still fair, but the level difference is too big. Do you think Qin Mu would be so stupid as to give him his elf? He is not sure, so he will not agree. Zulan said, I agree with Dandy's opinion. You should just watch the battle here quietly. Serena let out a sigh. Obviously he was still struggling in his heart. Dandy was right. Qin Mu himself didn't care, so why did he care so much? It was really inapplicable. The elves of the 2 people have appeared and the powerful elf power rushed forward. Charizard went into battle again and he already had the prelude to upgrade. Qin Mu looked at the state of Charizard and found out, that's great, it's going to upgrade to 1-4 again. Every time I bring this guy with me, his abilities are gradually improving and his cooperation with Charizard is getting better and better. A powerful Vorte of Flames appeared in front of him and Charizard was upgraded. Serena stared at the front with big eyes. His red-eyed black dragon had just been upgraded and then Charizard was upgraded again. He raised his 2 big claws, which had extremely high defense and improvement ability. Looking at the Vorte of Flames in front of him, he knew that Charizard was upgraded. The power of the elves was suppressed and could not attack for the time being. Guzma frowned. This is impossible. How could this happen? He didn't believe that Charizard would upgrade when fighting him. He was very clear that the power of the elves would double after upgrading, so he had such an Zion. Chapter 109. Guzma was a little uneasy, but he had no other option. He could only watch his Pokemon perform. Guzma had watched the battle before and knew that Red Eye's black dragon had just been promoted successfully. Serena said, it's really incredible. Qin Mu knew it was like this a long time ago, so he agreed. Right. Dante said, well, I'm not sure about that. You can ask him later and you'll know. Qin Mu was overjoyed and said to Charizard, see, Charizard is over there. The Pokemon evolved successfully and Qin Mu's summoning allowed him to use Lava Storm. Guzma had been immersed in the state of Charizard promotion until he came back to his senses. Get out of the way. His spirit dodged immediately and the giant mantis raised its two large claws and smashed them hard on the ground, sending its body flying. The giant armored warrior jumped up and dodged the powerful spirit's power. What a flexible Pokemon. Guzma now wants to speed up the attack and not give Qin Mu any chance to react. He is worried about what will happen if time goes on for a long time. After hearing what Qin Mu said, the Pokemon understood his thought. After the Pokemon are upgraded, their tacit understanding will become higher and higher. Launching attack continuously, Charizard opened his huge mouth again and spewed out a lava storm. The powerful tornado flame exudes a red light like a powerful red tornado. Wherever the flame passes, it is all illuminated red as if it has turned into magma. The strong high temperature caused the opponent's giant claw mantis to retreat quickly. It is a very high-level Pokemon with strong attack energy. Faced with such a strong attack, the giant claw mantis can't resist it at all, which surprised everyone. Weird, why are his elves so powerful when they are of the same level? Yes, I also find it strange. It's not like I haven't seen a Charizard before. It's not that powerful at this level. Serena admired Qin Mu with her eyes. She didn't expect Qin Mu to be so powerful. Serena thought to herself, fortunately I was stopped by Dandy, otherwise I would have really rushed up. Instead of being so reckless, he looked at Dandy and to him with gratitude. Dandy still felt a little puzzled, wondering why Serena looked at him like that. Well, what does that mean? Why are you looking at me like that? Dandy, I was thanking you. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have rushed forward. Now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. The cooperation between Qin Mu and the elf surprised Dandy and Zulan. It's what you think. You can't rush over. After all, he has to make the decision himself. Are we friends? I certainly don't want him to lose his Pokemon. Qin Mu's confident Charizard increased its firepower. Not to mention the red-eyed black dragon, he was targeting another Pokemon armored warrior. Even though he was several levels lower than the giant armored warrior, the powerful Pokemon power unleashed by the Pokemon was immeasurable. For Pokemons of the same level, there is some difference in the energy used by different people, and there has never been such a big difference. Guzma's Pokemon was beaten back step by step, and it was really powerful to see the two dragon-shaped Pokemon burst out. He was worried that he would lose the game like this. Wouldn't it be terrible? Serena shouted, come on, defeat him and those two Pokemon will be yours. Dandy and Zulan were embarrassed. Why did Serena yell so loudly to attract everyone's attention? The mantis seemed to be suppressed too much. His body changed. The powerful light was very dazzling and his size increased several times in an instant. This elf had used the evolution stone. The giant claw mantis in human form was very powerful. The defense value and attack value reached the breaking point. Another elf armored warrior was also ready to use his own trick. Qin Mu looked at the other party's actions and knew what Guzma would do. I want to finish the competition quickly. I won't let him succeed. Red-eyed black dragon, let's fight side by side. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Red-eyed black dragon also knew that if he lost, he would belong to the other party. After receiving Qin Mu's prompt, he launched a swift attack forward. He is so powerful. If he gets stronger, I will have no chance. He had a strange idea in his mind and wanted the elf to use the power of the explosion to blow back Qin Mu's elf. This idea would certainly make the elf feel, this is the last resort, please. If they do this, the two elves will die. He would rather destroy his own elf than let Qin Mu defeat him. He knows that if Qin Mu defeats him, the two elves will still be handed over to him. If he does this, Qin Mu will get nothing. The two elves burst out with powerful elf power as if they want to release all the elf power. Zulan, Dandy, Serena and others all stood up. How could they not see this guy's actions? Is he worthy of being a trainer? This is simply too abominable. His actions surprised everyone. Qin Mu did not expect Guzma to do this. Charizard, red-eyed black dragon ball and the others. The two elves immediately burst out with their most powerful strength and rushed forward. Before the giant claw mantis and the armored warrior's elf power could burst out, 583 repelled them first. Two powerful energies pushed towards the two elves and the gathering of elf energy was interrupted. The two elves fell heavily to the ground. The elf power dropped to zero and there was no need for any battle. Qin Mu looked at him with angry eyes. You are such a shameless person, you can even think of such a way to hurt the elf. Xiao Meng was touched again when he heard Qin Mu say this. Seeing that he had aroused public outrage, everyone was blaming him. The elves are mine, I can do whatever I want with them. Wrong, the moment you make an offer, they are no longer necessarily yours. Guzma, no matter what your purpose is, you shouldn't do this. I defeated you, but I didn't think of taking your two Pokemon. Now I have changed my mind. You are the one who proposed the conditions. If you insist on it, these two Pokemon will belong to me. Fortunately, nothing irreversible has happened. If that had happened, Qin Mu would have used chronobiola to travel through time and space. Qin Mu took back the 2 Pokeballs. As a trainer, I am really ashamed of your behavior. Qin Mu turned around and walked to the stage. Guzma, who stayed where he was, had a look of hatred in his eyes. Chapter 110. He clenched his hands tightly as if he was about to crush his bone. These 2 Pokemon were his most powerful Pokemon. Without them he would have to train again. Serena said, Guzma is abominable. You take these 2 Pokemon away to teach him a lesson. Qin Mu said, I didn't plan to take these 2 Pokemon away after winning the game. Guzma is too mean and wants to destroy them. Don't blame me for being rude. Zulan felt that Qin Mu was a very perceptive person. She could tell from his combat awareness. Today's competition is over, why don't we try our luck? Dandy said, okay, I was planning to do that. They left here and walked towards the sea through the jungle. Maybe they could encounter the Pokemon they wanted to catch. It is said that you may encounter high-level Pokemon in this jungle area. Serena smiled with curved eyes, looking very cute. Qin Mu said, it depends on your luck. Several people walked towards the depths of the jungle. Guzma also came here. His spirits were all taken away by Qin Mu, so of course he had to find a way to capture a more powerful spirit for battle. But he didn't expect to run into Qin Mu and his men. Are his eyes on top of his head? So arrogant. Dan Emperor was obviously very angry at his Zion. Qin Mu said, we don't want to be friends with such a person. Why bother about his Zion? They walked in another direction. Guzma saw their backs as they left and thought to himself, just wait and see, I will definitely teach you a lesson. As a trainer, his attitude toward Pokemon really puzzles me. Is winning or losing really that important? Serena said, I don't want to have someone like him in the trainer's team. They didn't encounter any high-level Pokemon along the way, just some low-level Pokemon. They have all entered the sea and found that the waves ahead are obviously something wrong. Qin Mu said, it Yao Ia, he is catching Pokemon. Isn't that a stinging jellyfish? It's rare to meet a high-level Pokemon. She definitely doesn't want to let it go. The 3 of them watched silently from the side. Serena said, she is in danger. This Pokemon is too strong. It is a more powerful stinging jellyfish among water Pokemon. Qin Mu rushed up without hesitation and threw a Pokeball. The Ultra Dragon appeared in the sky and Qin Mu rode on its back to help Xiao Ia. Be careful, Xiao Ia. At the critical moment, Xiao Ia's Jewel Starfish blocked the attack of the stinging jellyfish for him. Qin Mu said, Ultimate Dragon, Ultimate Light Sword. In a flash, a blue light shot out to the front and hit the stinging jellyfish directly. The angry Pokemon transferred all the attacks to Qin Mu. Serena shouted, be careful, Qin Mu. Dandy, however, was very calm with his hands clasped in front of his chest. He said to Serena, why are you more nervous than Qin Mu every time he makes a move? What nonsense. That's the most powerful water-type Pokemon. Don't forget that Yao Ia is the owner of the gym and so is Qin Mu. They are both very powerful. Can't 2 of them subdue a poisonous jellyfish? Xiao Ia took this opportunity to summon the Ammonite. Qin Mu pressed the Pokemon display and the full-level attack of the poison jellyfish reached 262 points. It is indeed a very strong water-type Pokemon. Water-type Pokemon are at their most powerful in the water. All his tentacles rose to the sky and a powerful poison gas encirclement net covered Qin Mu's direction. At the critical moment, Qin Mu took out another Pokeball and summoned the Flame Dragon. The Pokemon with flames burning on its body flew into the air and rows of flames blew forward, turning all the poison gas encirclement nets into ashes. The Pokemon used venom to attack and he kept spraying venom into the sky. The Ultimate Dragon shot out blue rays again. The 2 Dragon-type Pokemon cooperated to attack in turn. There was also the Pokemon behind to attack from both sides. Dandy said, you can see that the Pokemon's elf power is gradually decreasing. When it reaches 40% you can capture it. The power of the elves was dissipating little by little. Xiao Ia felt that it was almost time to take action. Without Qin Mu's presence she would never be able to deal with the stinging jellyfish. Qin Mu said, Xiao Ia, take action now. Xiao Ia took out a Pokeball without hesitation and threw it forward. The conquered stinging jellyfish instantly turned into a ray of light and flew into the Pokeball. The turbulent sea surface gradually returned to calm. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Xiao Ia had a smile on her face and stepped on his Jewel Starfish. Thank you, Qin Mu. If you don't take action it will be difficult for me to subdue him. You're welcome, we just happened to walk here. After hearing what Qin Mu said, we looked towards the shore and saw Dandy and Serena. You guys are here to try your luck. Yes, it is rare to encounter high-level elves in the Galar region. My thoughts are the same as yours. I have always felt that I lack powerful Pokemon, but I didn't expect to encounter a poisonous jellyfish here. When they were about to go to the shore, the water Pokemon Guyu Bird appeared in the sky. Although he was flying in the sky, he was a water Pokemon. Xiao Ia said, isn't that so lucky? I only have 1 spare Pokeball left, let me give it a try. The Moonbird appeared here to hunt and the fish-type Pokemon in the water are its food. Serena said, Xiao is so lucky she encountered 2 high-level water Pokemon in a row. Do we need help? Before they could make a move, Xiao said, let me do it myself. Thank you, Li Qinhao. Qin Mu knew what he was thinking. Xiao thought that this would make the compatibility between him and the elves higher. Having just subdued the poisonous jellyfish, maybe she had a way. Qin Mu took back his 2 elves and landed on the shore. Serena said, can Xiao really do it alone? I think it's okay. The first time he used the poisonous jellyfish after the elf that had just been captured entered the financial ball, his elf power recovered to 100%. The summoned poisonous jellyfish attacked the ancient moon bird. All its tentacles were entangled in the sky. The ancient moon bird was not to be outdone. It had no problem entering the water. It was a water Pokemon. Qin Mu said the poisonous gas attack power of the poisonous jellyfish is indeed strong. Fang. Yes, he is a relatively powerful Pokemon among water-type Pokemon. As a champion trainer, Dandy knows a lot about the performance of Pokemon. Chapter 111. With the addition of the poisonous jellyfish, Xiao's ability has been greatly improved. With the assistance of her own jewel starfish, Guyu bird is gradually consuming his spirit power. The power of the elves is getting lower and lower. Xiao is about to succeed. Xiao threw the last elf ball and captured the ancient moon bird. Serena said, congratulations Xiao, you have successfully obtained 2 high-level elves. I am so lucky, thank you for your help. The 3 people left the sea and returned to the jungle. They walked and chatted. Xiao said, your elves are very special. The elves of the same level, the energy of the elves you use is higher, which surprised me. The elves she was talking about were Qin Mu's dragon elf. When they left here they did not take the same road they came from but found a cave here. Qin Mu said, look, why is there such a big cave here? Yet it's really strange. The entrance is very big. Do you dare to go in and take a look? Dandis said, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go in and take a look together. Just after entering the cave, a large figure appeared in front of them. The golden body seemed to glow and the inside of the cave could be seen clearly. There were 2 huge wings on the back and a pair of antennae like dragon horn. The 4 of them were all stunned to look at the Pokemon in front of them. Such a huge body did not make people afraid at all, and it looked cute and adorable. Dandis said, what kind of Pokemon is this? Qin Mu turned on the Pokemon Finder and displayed the image of the Pokemon in front of him in the Pokemon Finder. Dragonite is a quasi-god level Pokemon. The evolution of Haurus is already the strongest form and the level can reach level 55. Serena said, quasi-god level Pokemon, so what are you waiting for? This guy has no desire to attack and he looks silly when he meets Qin Mu and the others. The capture value is 100%. Let's see who he is willing to follow. Xiao is not among them. He is the gym leader of water Pokemon and has no Pokeballs. The competition is between the 3 of them. Dandis said, for the sake of fairness, let's throw the Pokeballs together and see who he is willing to follow. Even though his capture value has reached 100%, there is no way to subdue him if he doesn't want to. The 3 people took out the Pokeballs in the same action and threw them into the sky. Dragonite looked at the 3 people in front of him, turned into a beam of light and flew into Qin Mu's Pokeball. This cute guy really knows how to make choices. Our trip was not in vain, we have gained something. After leaving the huge cave they took another road. Guzma, who was also in the jungle, heard a strange sound. The roaring sound was getting louder and louder and it was obviously not far away from him. The further he walked the hotter he felt. There were fewer and fewer trees and grass here. There was almost nothing left and the ones that were there were almost dry. What's going on? There is such a place in the jungle. Guzma couldn't believe his eyes. Qin Mu and his friends were coming from another direction. They also felt the heat and sweat was dripping down their forehead. What's going on? Why is it getting hotter and hotter? Serena said, did we go to the wrong place? Qin Mu looked at the map and said, yes, we can get out of the jungle by passing through here, but this road is different from the way we came. Guzma was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. The ground was like hot magma emitting red light. It was a huge contrast with the place he had passed before. To read the e-citing novels, go to Phila Novel Network. When did the lava land appear in Galar? He looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He felt the wind in the sky, or a hot wind. Looking up he saw a huge figure flying in the sky. How could the ancient fire-breathing dragon appear here? No wonder this place is like a magma zone. Guzma's current strength is not enough to deal with this ancient fire-breathing dragon. He has to find a way to leave here. The fire-breathing dragon flying in the sky seemed very angry, opening its huge mouth and spewing out bursts of flame. Guzma felt a strong rage. How could I be so unlucky to run into this guy? I came here just to find bug-type Pokemon, but how could I run into a fire dragon-type Pokemon? The ancient Charizards, their energy is equivalent to the energy of the current Charizard after evolution, which is extremely powerful. Guzma's high-level Pokemon lost to Qin Mu, and the Pokemon he had now could not deal with this guy at all. Dandy stretched out his tongue and was already extremely ha. He asked Xiao Ia if he could summon your Pokemon to cool it down. Okay, I can't stand the heat anymore. Water spirits can indeed cool down. Qin Mu looked at the scene in front of him and felt something was wrong. They were clearly walking in the jungle, but why was the grass in front of them dry and there were few trees left? Do you think this place is strange? Serena looked up and was shocked by the scene in front of her. Look, is there magma over there? That's not right. How can there be magma here? Let's go and take a look. They approached that place. When they got close to here, they could only use the spirit to fly in the air to check the situation in this area. Isn't that Guzma? What's that on top? It looks like a Charizard. Guzma was running away quickly and Charizard was chasing him. Serena said, this guy is so strange, his power is even stronger than Qin Mu's Charizard. Qin Mu checked his information and found that he was the most powerful ancient Charizard. The elf world at that time was completely different from now. The state of the elves was very different. The elf state was almost an evolved version of the current state. Ha ha ha, Guzma is in such a pity, he is almost burned. Qin Mu said, we must stop it. If it goes on like this jungle will be destroyed by it. Dan De felt that Qin Mu was right and they decided to act together. The four people summoned the elves at the same time and Xiao Ia's powerful water elf decided to extinguish the magma here. Seeing someone appear, Guzma's heart finally relented. Is he going to be saved? When he found out that the people in front of him were Qin Mu and the others, he was so angry. Why did he let them see him in such an embarrassing state again? The four most powerful elves flew in the air, causing this ancient fire-breathing beast to turn its head instantly. Qin Mu found that his Pokeball had a large fluctuation. He checked it carefully again. It was Mewtwo's Pokeball. Is Mewtwo going to leave? Chapter 112. You want to fight? The Pokeball issued powerful Pokemon power. Qin Mu was so happy, it meant that Mewtwo had accepted him as a trainer. The released Mewtwo said, you finally let me out. Seeing your previous performance, I reluctantly accepted you. Mewtwo is an extremely intelligent Pokemon that can speak human language and has super powerful attack. It is indeed a very good Pokemon. The dancing Pokemon sent their special moves forward. The ancient Charizard was knocked heavily to the ground before it could react. Guzma, who was hiding in the distance, had been watching this side. He wished that Qin Mu and the others would suffer. In fact, Qin Mu was best at using Dragon-type Pokemon and he didn't have much use for those two Bug-type Pokemon. Guzma was really too much, so Qin Mu took the two Pokeballs. He could change these two Pokemon. Qin Mu was still willing to return it to him. Guzma was hiding in the distance with a look of laughter on his face, and it was known that this guy would not change easily. The ancient Charizard that was knocked to the ground struggled for a while, jumped up from the ground and rushed straight into the sky, opened its huge mouth and rolled down from left to right like a wave of fire. It is worthy of being an ancient treasure, and Meng's attack power is really too strong. The four champion level trainers, their abilities are very powerful and they quickly dodged this powerful wave of fire. Qin Mu. For more novels 107,235. Join is not a solution. The power of the ancient Charizard's spirit is too strong. Serena knew that they could not hold on for long. What should we do? Xia Misty released two more water-type Pokemon to restrain him. You two can summon two Pokemons at the same time to consume his Pokemon power. There was no better way to deal with him, so they could only do this. Guzma said, that's right, that's it would be better to leave all of them here. Qin Mu's plan began to succeed. The spiritual power of ancient Charizard was constantly shrinking. Mewtwo said, telekinesis control fantasy realm. Mewtwo used his ultimate move. This created enough time for Qin Mu and the others. His telekinesis and fantasy control could prevent Charizard from having such strong and precise attacks. Mewtwo couldn't bear it. Although he was a relatively powerful Pokemon, the one in front of him was ancient Charizard, which consumed a lot of his Pokemon power. Qin Mu said, Mewtwo, are you okay? It's okay, I can still support you guys. Try harder. The four people cooperated very well. This guy's Pokemon power was getting less and less, and it was already less than 50 points. The Pokemon device issued a reminder. Mewtwo was very weak and his Pokemon power was almost exhausted. What are you waiting for? Take him now. Qin Mu came back to his senses. He had no intention of subduing the ancient Charizard. After Mewtwo's reminder, he immediately took out the Pokeball. Charizard was subdued by Qin Mu. Charizard disappeared and the magma in front of him gradually extinguished. Qin Mu found several glowing stones on the ground. He stretched out his hand and the stones floated in his palm. Dan De looked at these stones with an incredible look on his face. Isn't this an evolution stone? A stone that can evolve any Pokemon. This mysterious evolution stone is formed when a super powerful Pokemon gives up their power. Obviously these stones were left by the ancient Charizard. The role of the evolution stone is not only to increase the level of the Pokemon and allow them to trigger mysterious powers. The Pokemon after evolution can stimulate their deepest potential. There are exactly 4 stones and Qin Qin Mu decided to give each Pokemon one. Serena said, "That's great, with this purification stone the Pokemon level can evolve one step further. The now destroyed jungle will be restored to its original state in the near future. The ancient Charizard has been received by Qin Mu in the Pokeball and the magma here has been extinguished." Guzma, who was hiding in the distance, was even more angry. Qin Mu not only subdued the ancient Charizard but several of them also got the evolution stone. His jealousy grew stronger. Xiao Ia said, "This trip to Galar has really been a big gain. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Qin Mu said, "I didn't expect Charizard to enter my Pokeball. If it weren't for Mewtwo's reminder I would never have thought of subduing him. Mewtwo almost exhausted all his Pokemon power in the battle and he can't appear again for a while. He must stay in the Pokeball to recover slowly." Qin Mu thanked Mewtwo in his heart. The reason why Qin Mu could subdue ancient Charizard so easily had a lot to do with the Dragonite he subdued before. The Pokemon power emitted by that level Pokemon made ancient Charizard succumb to Qin Mu's Pokeball. Qin Mu knew that Dragonite and ancient Charizard had the strongest Pokemon power. He had to think about who to toss this purification stone on. Qin Mu tossed and turned in bed at night and couldn't sleep. Maybe he was too excited. He subdued Dragonite and ancient Charizard and Mewtwo also accepted him. He was a little worried about Mewtwo now. He had consumed so much Pokemon power. If I use this purification stone on Mewtwo, will it be able to recover instantly? Qin Mu kept thinking about this idea in his mind. After thinking about it, he decided to do it. Qin Mu jumped up from the bed, took out the purification stone and put it in Mewtwo's Pokeball. The Pokeball emitted a dazzling light like the sun on a sunny day, which made people unable to open their eyes. The evolution was successful and the evolved Mewtwo appeared in front of Qin Mu. His body emitted a faint yellow light. "Hey, you are a smart guy." Qin Mu smiled faintly. "My purification stone is quite useful." Mewtwo's spirit power has been restored to the full level and now he is fully capable of fighting. "It's getting late, you should rest. You still have to go to the arena tomorrow." Mewtwo returned to the Pokeball by himself and Qin Mu fell asleep unknowingly. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door woke up Qin Mu, who was sleeping soundly. Qin Mu yawned and walked out. "What time is it?" "You two have already arrived." Dandy said, "You look like you haven't woken up yet." "I rested a little late yesterday." "Wait for me, I'll be out soon." Qin Mu packed up simply and followed them to the arena. There were more people here today. Zulan saw them coming and said, "Hey, are you interested in competing with me?" Serena said, "Didn't you say that you would challenge Qin Mu after his elf level evolved?" "I changed my mind. I have observed for a long time and the one I want to challenge the most is Qin Mu." Chapter 113. Okay, no problem, it's a good opportunity for me to try out the power of Pokemon. Zulan is the only female champion in the Sinnoh region. Her popularity is very high. Her Pokemon lineup is quite powerful and the various types of Pokemon are enough to prove her strength. Zulan, who has super high popularity, is not arrogant at all and is very easygoing when walking with Qin Mu and the others. In his heart he believes that all trainers are no different from him. Qin Mu threw out his first Pokeball and Mewtwo appeared. Zulan said, "Go and bite Land Shark." When he saw the state of Mewtwo he was a little unbelievable. She had been watching how Qin Mu subdued Mewtwo and it was impossible for them to fight in a short period of time. The others here were also shocked. The Pokemon summoned by Qin Mu was not only Mewtwo but Mewtwo was also promoted. Sir 587 Reina said he chose to promote Mewtwo. Yes, it was his own choice and I was surprised that Mewtwo could accept it. It's really not easy to make an intelligent elf change his mind. Zulan said, "From the looks of it, has he been promoted?" "Yes, I was promoted yesterday." "Well, I was right about you. Two powerful Pokemon are fighting and all the Pokemon trainers here want to know the final result. Master Zulan is so powerful it is impossible for him to lose to Qin Mu. Need I tell you? I know Master Zulan's Pokemon lineup very well, as expected of a champion trainer with super high popularity. Looking at the support of these people at the scene, it is clear how popular Zulan is." Dandy said, "The popularity is still so high. How come you are so calm today? You seemed very nervous when he fought Guzma before." Serena said, "I know Zulan is fighting against Qin Mu and he will definitely not be as despicable as Guzma. Zulan is very clear about Mewtwo's strength, especially his terrifying power of thought and ability to create illusions. He was already very powerful before and Mewtwo became even more powerful after the promotion." Looking at the faint yellow light emitting from his body, he knew that this was the only form of the powerful Mewtwo. Mewtwo has a total of SI forms and each form is extremely powerful. When Garchomp rushed forward, a yellow energy ball appeared on Mewtwo's arm. Ed with golden lightning filled with super powerful elf power, it was thrown forward. The power that erupted after the promotion was really not simple. "Dandy, do you know how powerful Mewtwo's SI forms are?" Serena shook her head. "His normal form is already very powerful. Now he is showing a different color form. In addition to these two forms there are also dark form, super X form, super Y form and armored form. Listening to Dante's narration, Serena's face was full of shock. You know a lot about Mutuo. I think Qin Mu himself didn't know that he had so many forms. I have to admit that Zulan's land shark is indeed powerful enough. Qin Mu said. Mutuo object, control, divert attention. Mutuo decided to accept Qin Mu and there would be a high level of tacit understanding between the two of them. Of course he understood what Qin Mu said and immediately moved forward to control the object and divert land shark's attention. The energy of the evolved heterochromatic Mutuo is very powerful, especially the golden lightning gathered in its palm. Zulan knows Mutuo's special ability and there is only one Pokemon that can't stop him. Go Poxki. He threw out his second Pokemon. The second Pokemon Qin Mu summoned was Red Eyes Black Dragon. He did not release Ancient Charizard and Dragonite but the Red Eyes Black Dragon he often used. Serena said, I really admire him more and more. Why do Dragon Shay Pokemon like to be his Pokemon so much? Maybe it's fate. Pokoski is a Pokemon with a very high initial intimacy value and a very powerful Pokemon. It has two special attack abilities and one special defense ability with a very high special attribute. Looking at Zulan's Pokemon you will know how he won the championship. To read the violent novel go to Philo Novel Network. Come on Master Zulan. Shout continued. The red-eyed black dragon released a black flame bomb forward. Mutuo's wisdom was fully revealed at this time and when it received the opponent's powerful attack it transformed into a super fake form. Qin Mu was so stunned that he completely forgot about the tacit cooperation with the elf. What kind of situation can still change the state? Mutuo is a semi-artificial Pokemon and his ability is unimaginable. Don't make a fuss, pay attention. Qin Mu came back to his senses after hearing their voices. In addition to the different color Mutuo state, now it has become armored Mutuo. This Pokemon is simply too perfect. Zulan already knew his SI forms and his changes were within expectations. A good opponent. In your current state ordinary trainers will definitely not be able to beat you. Well, maybe I am lucky enough to have a Pokemon as powerful as Mutuo. The Pokemon battle between the two was really exciting and the people watching at the scene gave warm applause. This guy is so awesome. His Pokemon is Mutuo or a promoted one, how can it not be powerful? The other summoned one was the red-eyed black dragon, which was also an advanced Pokemon after evolution. Of course it would be very powerful to have such a powerful Pokemon. Qin Mu's operation in the arena won him everyone's recognition. Their competition was just a competition which was very different from the competition. There would be no champion here. Zulan gradually couldn't hold on any longer. He had to replace the Pokemon, otherwise the Pokemon's power would be exhausted. He took back his Pokemon and released another Pokemon Melodic. Then he bit the land shark 4 times and released the ice Pokemon. As expected of Master Takerin, his Pokemon are so strong. Qin Mu took back the Red Eyes Black Dragon and summoned the Ultimate Dragon. Mutuo said, I don't need to. The Pokemon's 80% power is enough for fighting. A Pokemon that can decide whether to go into battle or not definitely saved Qin Mu a lot of trouble. The Ultimate Dragon appeared and immediately released the Ultimate Light Sword and rushed towards the Pokemon in front. The ice power of the ice Pokemon blocked the energy of the Ultimate Dragon. Dandy said, this is a real trainer battle. You don't have the same idea, do you? You know it's a matter of time. No matter what our relationship is, fighting is inevitable. What every trainer thinks in their heart is that they want to challenge a more capable trainer. Chapter 114. It has nothing to do with friends. The competition between trainers is to find an opponent who can match themselves. Without such thoughts you will not become the best trainer. Serena admitted that what Dante said was right. Not to mention him, even she would have such thought. Look like I need to work harder. Serena's Pokemon is definitely no match for Qin Mu. She knows that without a competition, in order to become a high-level trainer she should work hard. The changes in Mutuo after the promotion are simply too strong, or perhaps it has a lot to do with this plan. After all, it is a mysterious evolution stone left by an ancient Pokemon. The two elves summoned by Zulan directed all their attacks at Mutuo. Qin Mu thought Zulan is worthy of being a champion trainer. Her awareness is also very strong. The short-lived ice energy of the ice spirit made Mutuo's telekinesis less powerful. The reason why Zulan summoned the ice spirit is that it is an ultimate type of Pokemon, and through the ultimate evolution 17 fossils this Pokemon has reached its best condition. Champions are champions and their Pokemon are indeed different. Its own characteristics have a certain oppressive force. It has now been strengthened by the ultimate evolution stone, and this ability is even more powerful. Its own defense and attack capabilities are particularly balanced, and such Pokemon are also called God-level Pokemon. Two ultimate Pokemon attacked Mutuo and his Pokemon power was also decreasing. The battle had been going on for a while and 80% of the Pokemon power gradually became 50%. The ice spirit's sense of pressure was too strong and the ultimate light sword burst out by the ultimate dragon could not achieve the previous attack effect. Qin Mu said, "Come back Mutuo. There is no result if we hold on any longer." Mutuo could only nod. He had just evolved and his form was not very stable yet. Qin Mu threw out a pokeball to retrieve Mutuo. The NET pokeball was thrown out and Charizard appeared. Qin Mu did not summon ancient Charizard. Charizard flapped its huge wings and flew into the air. He opened his mouth and roared forward. After the upgrade, Charizard's energy became more powerful. Its flames changed from red to azure blue and sprayed forward. The ice spirit flew quickly into the air. His ice energy could resist the heat energy of Charizard. Dandis said, "What's wrong with Qin Mu? How could he produce a Pokemon that counteract the opponent?" Serena also felt that it was inappropriate for Qin Mu to use Charizard. The powerful ice energy was swallowed up bit by the hot blue flame. From the initial balance to the current higher and higher temperatures, Serena said, "After Charizard evolves, the energy of the flame is so powerful, then wouldn't the ancient Charizard be even stronger? The ancient fire-breathing dragons have completely degraded their ancient power. The energy of the fire-breathing dragon is much greater than that of the ancient fire-breathing dragon." Zulan had a smile on her face and was not surprised at all by the situation in front of her. Ice spirit exploded. The air became solidified. Some ice flowers floated down from the sky and Charizard's flame seemed to be frozen. Qin Mu did not expect the power of the ice spirit to be so strong. Seeing that the powerful freezing force was about to freeze Charizard, Ultra Dragon's Ultra Light Sword kept rushing forward, but it was useless. Melodic's attack also blocked half of Ultra Dragon's attack power. If Qin Mu did not retract Charizard, he would soon be frozen. At the critical moment, a yellow energy flew out of the Pokeball by itself. When everyone looked at this giant Pokemon, Meng's golden and chubby body with a pair of wings on his back was completely disproportionate to him and he looked very cute. This cute big guy shocked everyone. He looked cute on the surface, but he was actually a quasi-god level Pokemon. Qin Mu said, "Dragonite, I didn't ask you to leave the station. Why did you come out by yourself?" Zulan didn't expect that Qin Mu's Pokemon actually had a Pokemon like Dragonite. The ice Pokemon was nothing in front of him. He opened his big chubby mouth and spurted out a column of water forward like a water pump with great pressure. That kind of pressure could not be fully displayed in front of him. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The water column will turn into icicles when it approaches the ice Pokemon. There are more and more icicles on the ground. Dragonite is not worried about the number of icicles. The ice Pokemon will dissipate more and more by doing this. Qin Mu doesn't know much about Dragonite and doesn't know what skills he has. The two of them have to slowly explore when they work together for the first time. Dandis said, "It really deserves to be a quasi-god level Pokemon to fly out to fight on its own. If you don't reach a certain energy level, you will definitely not be able to fly out by yourself." The entire battlefield was filled with a tense atmosphere, including all the onlookers here. Charizard can deal with Ice Spirit, but its level is too weak. The situation changed when Dragonite appeared. This guy actually found Dragonite. How did he capture it? This Pokemon can't be taken away by just anyone. It has its own thoughts and can only be taken away by a trainer it recognizes. The unevolved Dragonite is so powerful. Will it be even more powerful after evolving? As long as 590 evolves, it will immediately become a god-level Pokemon. No one can estimate its most powerful state. After all, no one has been able to make Dragonite the top Pokemon yet. Qin Mu said, "Since you are willing to fight, let's get to know each other." Dragonite's chubby face seemed to show a smile. Ahaha. The battle between Qin Mu and Zulan attracted many trainers, and even people who were watching other training and competitions came to watch. The initial thoughts of these people were overturned now. They all believed that Zulan would definitely defeat Qin Mu. I didn't expect this owner to be so awesome. In addition to high-level Pokemon like Red Eyes Black Dragon, there are also Pokemon like Dragonite, and even Mewtwo was captured by him. This guy will definitely show off his skills at the NET big competition. Now it seems uncertain who will win between Qin Mu and Zulan. Zulan could only withdraw the Pokemon against Dragonite, and the Pokemon summoned the NET Pokemon Roserade. Roserade is just a grass-type Pokemon, but with the evolution of Zulan it has become a very powerful Pokemon. Its most powerful strength is its strong to Icity and super strong Vine. It seems that Zulan can't come up with a better Pokemon. Qin Mu said, "Let's end this battle between Dragonite and Ultra Dragonite." Chapter 115. After hearing Qin Mu's suggestion, the two of them rushed forward instantly. Qin Mu didn't know what skills Dragonite had, but he could command him to attack. Although these elves of Master Zulan were very strong, they still couldn't withstand the attacks of Dragonite and Ultra Dragonite. Serena said, "Is Qin Mu going to win?" He actually defeated the champion Zulan. Zulan's loss was unbelievable to everyone. After these two Pokemon were taken back, Zulan never used her her other Pokemon again. Her Pokemon lineup was very strong. He knew that even if he summoned Pokemon he would not be a match for Dragonite. This guy looked huge and had no energy to cause any damage. In fact, he was a very strong Pokemon. You won. I didn't expect you could even capture a Pokemon like Dragonite. Zulan knew very well that with Qin Mu's current Pokemon power it was unlikely to capture the quasi-god level Pokemon Dragonite through battle. The only possibility was that Dragonite himself had recognized him. Dandy said, "Congratulations, you even defeated Zulan the champion. Maybe I will be the NET one to challenge you." Okay, after all, challenging masters is what every trainer wants to do and I am no exception. The grand tournament will begin in a while and this time it will be held on Akala Island. When the time comes all the capable trainers from each region will be present and that will be a real competition. Qin Mu said, "I am looking forward to it and I hope I can achieve good results this time. With your current strength I think it will be fine." Even opponents like Zulan were defeated by him, so Qin Mu certainly has no problem. At night Qin Mu sat on the roof and looked at the stars in the sky. It was very peaceful at this time and the Pokemon in the distant jungle were resting. Qin Mu felt the strangeness of the Pokemon device which emitted a faint yellow light. The NET second Mewtwo sat NET to him. "Humans really don't understand. Shouldn't we take a rest at this time? What are you doing sitting here?" The Pokemon with super high intelligence can chat with Qin Mu and he fully understands any of Qin Mu's thought. "I am very confused. You used to dislike humans, so why did you change your opinion of me in such a short time? I think you are different from those people. From your heart I can feel that you absolutely regard the elves as your friends. The reason why I feel that your existence is to destroy us is because of my experience." Qin Mu knew how Mewtwo came about. He knew what he had experienced without him telling him. Let the past be the past. They did that to minimize the power of Pokemon. I think humans and Pokemon exist together. They depend on each other. Thank you for using this evolution stone to increase my power. This mysterious evolution stone transformed from ancient energy has brought me great power. Qin Mu leaned back and lay there. "There's nothing to thank me for. I'm also planning for my dream of becoming a trainer. It's selfish after all." Mewtwo's tone clearly didn't blame them. As a trainer, if they didn't have such a plan they wouldn't be a good trainer. When Qin Mu opened his eyes they were gone and the sky gradually brightened. He rested on the roof for the night. When Serena knocked on the door Qin Mu jumped down from it. "How did you get up there? You won't get up so early, will you?" To read exciting novels go to Falu Novel Network. "I accidentally fell asleep on the roof yesterday. Let's go to the arena now." Dandy said, "In order to welcome this competition we really need to be fully prepared, especially to prepare more Pokemon. The Pokemon of more famous trainers are known to everyone, so they want to win by surprise." Qin Mu said, "Your Pokemon lineup seems to be very strong. What kind of Pokemon do you want?" "I decided to go to Akala Island in advance. The Pokemon you encounter there are basically god level. I wonder if I have the fate to catch one." It's not so easy for Qin Mu to catch a god level Pokemon. First of all he must have a powerful elf. Their training in the arena for the past 2 days is also quite good. Some trainers with a little bit of strength will challenge Qin Mu, who defeated Zulan. He sat there and didn't appear and some people came to challenge him. Zulan said, "Stupid guy can't even beat me and he still challenges Qin Mu." Serena thought that these people were like this because of Zulan. Everyone went to challenge Qin Mu and no one dared to challenge Zulan. "Do you really think that Qin Mu's defeat of Zulan is just a coincidence?" Serena said, "Tell me when you are going to make a move." Dandy said, "No need to make a move. Wait until the competition on Akara Island. The number of battles every day is limited and Qin Mu and his friends have plenty of time." They didn't go to the arena that day. The wind was too strong today. You can hear the strong wind outside while hiding in the room. The sound of the wind kept ringing in Qin Mu's ears. Through the window glass you can see that the big tree is shaking violently. "Why is it such a weird weather?" Qin Mu sat in front of the window and looked at the swaying tree trunks in front of him. He was really afraid that he would not be able to hold on and would break in the NET second. Not far away a black tornado was rolling towards this side. This black tornado was so big that all the objects without roots were swept up by it. Some trees were also uprooted. How could such strange weather suddenly appear? If this goes on, the home here Linyo will be destroyed. All the Pokemon in the jungle will be dispatched to fight against the powerful tornado. The low-level Pokemon had already hidden. Qin Mu originally thought that it was just too strong weather, but it seemed that he had to take action. He ran out of the house immediately. Except for Qin Mu, other capable Pokemon trainers all walked over there. Serena saw Qin Mu's figure and moved towards him in such a strong wind. "The black tornado is so strange, we must stop it, otherwise this place will be destroyed." Qin Mu said, "Yes, this black tornado is so strange. Look at the Pokemon in the jungle. They have joined the fight against the black tornado. They summoned powerful energy to stop the tornado. The destructive aura was also released forward and their obstruction was minimal and the tornado still moved forward quickly. Chapter 116. Dragonite's huge body stood there and the wind force was of no use to him. Mewtwo said, "Is it the attack of the sea dragon?" This Pokemon's attack is a group attack which can burst out a powerful tornado. The minimum attack value is 399. After receiving Mewtwo's prompt, Chin Mew rushed to check the detailed information of the Pokemon. Dante said, "If you want to stop the tornado you have to destroy the Pokemon inside. This Pokemon is a dragon-type Pokemon. Its destructive power is very strong and no trainer will catch it." Chin Mew said, "We can only work together to deal with him." The trainers who came here gathered together and summoned the most powerful Pokemon. Powerful dragon-type Pokemon such as Gyarados, Triceratops and Red Eye's Black Dragon were all summoned. Mewtwo flew out and at this moment they gathered their most powerful Pokemon power and rushed towards the tornado. Quasi-God level Pokemon and those evolved Pokemon attacked the Black Shadow in the tornado in front of them at the same time. Bang! A powerful impact sounded. The tornado stopped moving forward but did not disappear. Chin Mew said, "Let's work together to continue." On the other side, the players who were training in the distance moved closer. "We are here to help everyone, come on." The original Pokemon in the jungle now with the same mind as these trainers all want to force back this powerful sea dragon. Some Pokemon were also counter-attacked and the Pokemon whose Pokemon power disappeared would immediately return to the Pokeball. This situation rarely happens and such Pokemon generally do not appear. He suddenly created such a big tornado here. What was the reason? With the efforts of all the trainers again and again the tornado gradually disappeared. The sea dragon looked at these trainers angrily. "You damn trainers, give me back my treasure." Chin Mew said, "I knew there must be a reason. What exactly is going on? Where is my newly born baby? You stole it." These trainers were very surprised. No one took its egg and the one that hatched was a very destructive Pokemon. Most trainers would not choose this kind of Pokemon. Chin Mew said, "Did you make a mistake?" "No, I won't make a mistake." Serena said, "Who did it?" It turned out to be that guy Guzma. He had been looking for Pokemon there and accidentally found the egg. He hid behind knowing that if he didn't hand over the egg today this matter would not end. "I didn't know this was a sea dragon belt. I accidentally found this egg, stayed there alone and took it away." He held the egg and tremblingly presented it to the sea dragon. He was not so angry that his treasure was returned. He carefully held his treasure with both hands, turned around and walked towards the sea. All the trainers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dandy said, "Such a strong wind. I always thought it was bad weather but it turned out to be like this. Maybe Guzma really didn't mean it anyway." The matter was finally resolved. Chin Mew said, "This giant tornado destroyed the jungle like this. This is the home of Pokemon. A big tree was uprooted and there was no mess here." Chin Mew suddenly remembered Shivala. "Come out Shivala, please." Shivala appeared and activated the power of the elf to travel through time and space. The previously messy jungle instantly returned to its original state. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 reputation points. Chin Mew's recent performance has accumulated 50 reputation points for him. Seeing the jungle restored to its original state, all the Pokemon were happy. They entered the jungle under the watchful eyes of these trainers. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When Chin Mew and his friends were about to leave, there was movement on the waves again. The sea dragon completely disappeared on the sea. Chin Mew said, "It looks like today is also a good day. I decided to leave for Akala Island in the NET 2 days. What about you two?" "Okay, bite B, let's go together." A huge ship was carrying some trainers heading to Akala Island. Chin Mew stood on the deck and looked at the boundless sea. There were also many water Pokemon in the sea. Serena walked over here with 3 fruits in her hand. Net, Dandy and Chin Mew each caught one. "This fruit is so sweet." Xiao Ia said, "What a coincidence. Are you also going to Akala Island?" "Yes, we decided to go to Akala Island in advance. I think this competition is what many trainers are looking forward to." "What is that?" They looked in the direction Xiao Ia pointed. There was a floating object in front of them and there was a living thing inside the object. Xiao Ia immediately threw out her spirit Absol. The spirit used its skills to bring the floating object in the distance to the vicinity of the ship. "It's a Pokemon. What a cute little fellow. It looks like it was just hatched not long ago." Chin Mew checked the information. The violent salamander is a flying dragon-type Pokemon. It can not only use fire-type skills but also learn water-type skills. "How come this cute little guy is here?" They fished this Pokemon out and took it out of the transparent object. Xiao Ia really liked it and stroked this cute little guy with her hand. The violent salamander got along well with Xiao Ia and his head kept rubbing in the palm of Xiao Ia's hand. Chin Mew said, "He likes you very much. Maybe you can conquer him." This dragon-type Pokemon is very powerful after evolution and his skills are quite special. Not only does it have powerful fire energy attacks but it can also learn water energy attack. This Pokemon is definitely what Xiao Ia want. When it rises to a certain certain level it can evolve into the ultimate form. For Xiao Ia, having an advanced Pokemon is a great honor. Little guy, are you willing to come into my Pokeball? Dandelion felt very strange. Who do you think put it into this transparent object and threw it into the sea? Qin Mu said, where can I guess? Anyway, it is a lost Pokemon. It has no owner. Isn't it just right for Xiao Ia to take it? The little guy has already crawled into the Pokeball. He likes Xiao Ia very much. It's great he got a Pokemon without fighting. Now the size of the violent salamander is too small. It look only 2 or 3 months old. He has to raise it before he can fight. This kind of Pokemon that he personally raised will have a higher degree of fit with him. Gradually they saw the traces of Akala Island. It seems that it will not take long to arrive. Chapter 117. The ship gradually approached the shore. All the trainers set off towards their destination. All the trainers on this ship were from Galar. They had competed in the arena before and came to Akala Island from Galar. Qin Mu said, it's been a long time since I came here. Serena said, maybe we will get lucky soon. They talked and laughed as they set off. Strange, why is there such thick smoke ahead? There must be something going on. Why don't we go over and take a look? The closer they walked, the stronger the smell of burning became. Definitely the thick smoke caused by the fire. Serena said, isn't someone roasting something up ahead? As they walked forward they found some fleeing Pokemon. These Pokemon's attack capabilities were not strong, so they could only hide when danger occurred. Who would set a fire here? When they got closer they saw that guy Guzma. Hehe, I don't believe that this method can't find a few Pokemon. Serena said, damn it, Guzma is so abominable. How can he catch Pokemon in this way? The Pokemon standing net to him spewed out a large amount of flames in front of him in order to force the Pokemon nearby out. Qin Mu said, he really doesn't deserve to be a trainer. Xiao Ia said, how ridiculous. Wait and see how I deal with him. The water type Pokemon appeared and the powerful water energy extinguished the raging flames here. Guzma was waiting here for a Pokemon he liked to appear. Unexpectedly the flames he released were extinguished just like that. He looked to the side and it turned out to be Xiao Ia. Why are you ruining my good thing? Guzma, you are so abominable. You can even come up with this method. Are you worthy of being a trainer? This is my business. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Ia was speechless. Qin Mu said, of course it has something to do with us. These elves are our friends. If you want to catch them you have to use the right method. Why should you subsidize them by damaging the environment here? Who made this rule? I can't do this. Stop interfering in my business. We will take care of this trivial matter today. If he does this he will destroy this forest sooner or later. This forest destroyed him and it was too easy to find Pokemon. He didn't have to look for them everywhere. He didn't think about where these Pokemon's homes would go after he destroyed them. Guzma knew that he was no match for these people. Looking at the current situation, I certainly can't afford to suffer any loss. Nor, you're lucky I don't have time to play with you. After saying this, Guzma turned around and left. Qin Mu and the others checked carefully and found that there was no fire here and the fire source had been completely extinguished. After they were relieved they continued to move forward. A dragon-type Pokemon with a big head appeared in front of them, blocking the way of Qin Mu and the others. The Pokemon in front was a skull dragon which had a relatively scary appearance among Pokemon but a very docile personality. He saw Qin Mu and the others squatting on the ground and motioned that they could jump on his back and he was willing to take them out of the forest. Serena said, no thank you, we can just walk out. Of course the trainers knew what it meant. Several people had to walk out. Passing by here they might even run into some Pokemon they wanted to capture. Serena said, this is a very spiritual Pokemon. I decided to collect it. He took out the Pokeball. Are you willing to come with me? To read exciting novels go to Falu Novel Network. The docile skull dragon has a 100% capture rate without any fighting. He was captured by Serena the moment the Pokeball was thrown. He could completely understand what Serena said. He felt that these trainers were kind and naturally willing to become his partners. Dante said, Guzma is so hateful. He will do anything to get what he wants. This guy must not become a strong trainer, otherwise there will be endless trouble. Qin Mu said, he will never succeed if he treat Pokemon like this. The pale yellow light appeared again but Mewtwo did not show up. He just said lightly, damn it, if I run into him again I will definitely teach him a lesson. Guzma turned around and left very angry. Every time his good deeds were ruined by them, I will make them pay for their meddling. He kicked forward angrily, trying to kick the stone in front of him away. He didn't know that it was not a stone but an extremely hard shell. Ouch! He picked up one of his feet and jumped back and forth. The stone in front of him disappeared. After being kicked it immediately evacuated from the spot. It turned out to be an elf. Little guy, you dare to bully me, wait and see how I deal with you. He reached into the hole thinking he could pull him out. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he put his hand in, something stabbed him out. Then he saw something rising from the ground and quickly running away. It seemed that the little guy had escaped to avoid his harm. Guzma did not give up the idea of looking for Pokemon. He would continue to look for the Pokemon Pokemon he wanted. Dante said the most common ones here are Dragon-type Pokemon. It is called the hometown of Dragon Pokemon. Chin Mu's Dragon Elf is very special. The Pokemon here is very suitable for you. Let's see what kind of Pokemon we can encounter. Guzma is not so hateful and some people will sympathize with him. His behavior is really disgusting. On the way ahead they did not encounter any Pokemon and arrived safely at the center of the Orange Islands. The street was very lively. Chin Mu said, you see there are evolution stones for sale. Do you want to go in and take a look? Several people walked in together. The shop was not big. On the counter were some evolution stones needed by Pokemon, including professional evolution stones and special evolution stone. Looking at the prices, it was really shocking. The prices of these evolution stones were so high. Evolution stones are difficult to obtain. They are all transformed from the energy of some Pokemon. It is normal for the price to be high. Serena said, I think we should forget it. They just looked around and left. They found a place to stay first. After all, they came here in advance. The competition has not started yet. Dandy came here in advance to find a Pokemon that suits him. Serena said, we have been walking for so long, take a good rest and we will set out together tomorrow to find a Pokemon. Chapter 118. Okay, see you tomorrow. Chin Mu went back to the room and lay down. He hadn't had much rest since the whole journey. Chin Mu woke up very early. When he opened the door, the sunlight shone in directly, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. It's a nice day. Serena ran in from outside accompanied by several Pokemon. Are you two willing to get up? Chin Mu said. Serena, you got up so early. Yes, I want to take my Pokemon to train so as to enhance their abilities. Even if it is a little slow, it will be effective. Dandy said, how about we go to the west of the Orange Islands today? Okay, it's settled. We'll go there after dinner. The west side of the Orange Islands is mostly flat. They chose to try their luck on the west side. 590. On the flat grassland, a huge steel snake was moving forward quickly. This is a Pokemon with extremely strong defensive capabilities. The area he passed through instantly condensed into frost, making a Galawai appear on the green grass. Wherever it passed, those low-level running Pokemon had already dodged. This Pokemon looked a little manic. When Chin Mu and his friends arrived here, they happened to see this scene. He swung his hard big tail angrily, leaving traces on the grass. Special ice flowers formed on each trace. Dandis said, why is the big steel snake so manic? The ice crystal energy it carries is enough to prove the strength of this Pokemon. This kind of Pokemon is divided into hard attribute and ground attribute. Obviously the one they encountered is only hard attribute. I like this guy very much, let me conquer him. Chin Mu said, do you need help? Don't let me do it by myself. Dandy ran forward and threw a poke ball. Go Steely. Steely S attributes a Pokemon with high health and high attack. The HP at level 50 can reach a minimum of 207 point. Attack value is 194 point. Defense value is 156 point. Speed is 85 points and special defense attribute is 70 point. It is a Pokemon with very strong defensive ability. Dante summoned this Pokemon to deal with Steely just right. Steely's body is like a tree stump tied to it, and the 4 vines growing on its body are like its arms, which can be controlled at will. The wooden stake is part of its body. From the moment the Pokeball appeared, it fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Chin Mu and the others could sense a strong vibration like a slight earthquake. Serena said, what a powerful Pokemon. Its power is amazing. The level of Dandy Pokemon is about to reach level 50. He has been carrying this Pokemon since he was the most basic trainer. When King Kong saw such a powerful Pokemon, he launched a powerful attack on him swiftly. The ice fragments formed by ice crystals were blown away. Chin Mu said, why don't we look around to see why he is so manic? Well, Dandy can handle it himself anyway. Chin Mu and Serena looked around to see if they could find any clues. The Pokemon would be in this state, would it sense any danger? The two of them followed the traces of ice crystals on the grass to see if they could find any clues. Look here. Chin Mu pointed at the ice crystals on the ground. Obviously there was more than just one big steel snake here. Are they killing each other and evolving? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. This solution isn't very good. As they moved forward, they did not find another giant steel snake. Maybe the others had already left here, which is why this one is so arrogant. Chin Mu looked at the big steel snake. What did he understand? That's what happened. The other one was defeated by it. Chin Mu could tell at a glance that Steely had a hint of evolution. It was a good thing that Dandy could capture it. Dandy's Pokemon lineup was also quite powerful. In addition to Blastoise, he also had Pokemon like Charizard, Flame Ace, Radon. As a champion trainer, his lineup was very powerful. Blastoise waved its 2 powerful arms wildly, and while the 4 vines on its body wrapped around Steely, it suddenly smashed towards his abdomen. The huge Steely was knocked away. This time the vibration was even greater than the previous one. The huge figure was blown away and fell heavily on the ground. In addition, his body was made of steel, which was particularly heavy. A deep deep ditch was smashed into the ground and the ditch was filled with ice crystal power. The opportunity came and Dandy smiled. He took out a pokeball and threw it into the sky. Steely was successfully captured by him. Qin Mu said, "You are so lucky. It will be promoted soon. How did you figure that out?" The reason for his frenzy is that he wants to fight with his own kind so that he can evolve. He just defeated his own kind and devoured its energy and he will be promoted soon. The Pokemon that was destroyed turned into promotion stone. Dandy said, "This promotion method is really too cruel." "I think so too. We can change the promotion method of Pokemon but we can't change the promotion method of other Pokemon. Fortunately not all Pokemon are like this." Serena said, "We are very lucky. We just got here and encountered Steely, such a high-level Pokemon. Pokemon all come from the original tree where many Pokemon were born. They don't have more powerful energy so they will be in the current situation." Dante knew that Steely was about to evolve and the reason why it didn't evolve completely might have a lot to do with his insufficient wave power. Now it only needs some wave power and it can fully evolve. Qin Mu said, "This kind of power is mostly only available in Pokemon 1-4 and now we can only wait." After arriving here, Guzma finally found the Pokemon he wanted. In order to enable his Pokemon to fight quickly, he did not hesitate to kill other Pokemon and absorb their wave power. "Ha ha ha, with you little guys my Pokemon will be able to reach the evolve date soon." Guzma captured Vulcanus here. Along the way he also gained a lot. He successfully captured Pokemon such as Centipede, Scyther and Butterfree. Bug-type Pokemon is also his best. Qin Mu and his friends walked on the peaceful grassland. Without the figure of Steely it seemed so quiet here. Beautiful butterflies were flying around in front. Serena said, "The scenery of the Orange Islands is pretty good." Chapter 119. Qin Mu said, "I think the environment here is more suitable for a picnic. It's a good idea." They walked deeper but before they got far they felt something was wrong. How could this happen? These Pokemon seemed to be very scared. Qin Mu and the others followed to see what happened to scare these Pokemon like this. It was even scarier than Steely. A Flamiblee was flying in the air, obviously a bug-type Pokemon. It was spraying flames outside, looking completely ferocious without any self-awareness. Qin Mu said, "How could this happen?" It turned black. They were not originally in this state and would never attack other Pokemon. When Qin Mu and the others were thinking, they saw Guzma in the distance. He drove the Flamiblee to kill other elf to obtain the power of the wave. The consequences of doing this are very serious. The three of them knew it very well. Qin Mu said, "Stop Guzma, what are you doing?" "Of course it is to catch Pokemon." "Is it that only you 17 are allowed to do this and others are not allowed to do so?" "Damn it, you are talking nonsense. This is clearly asking them to kill each other." Serena looked at him angrily. "I want to tear this guy to pieces. You guys always ruin my good deeds as if what I do has nothing to do with you. You like to meddle in other people's business too much." Qin Mu said, "We don't call this meddling. Pokemon are our friends. Why would you do this? To achieve your goal, do whatever it takes. What are you waiting for?" Firefly, which has completely obeyed Guzma's control, launched a fire attack towards Qin Mu and his team. Qin Mu released Charizard without hesitation. Dandy said, "Firefly has no independent consciousness. The speed of absorbing wave energy is too fast. He can't bear it at all." "Which Pokemon can evolve continuously? Is there any way to restore it to its original state?" "There is no other way but to transform it into a light stone." Transforming a light stone refers to the transformation of its wave guide energy, which will itself vanish into nothingness. The light stone is an energy stone with evolutionary capabilities. It can help some Pokemon evolve. Since he couldn't keep it, Qin Mu had no choice but to say to the Pokemon in front of him, "I'm sorry." Charizard is obviously more powerful than him and his evolution is stable. Guzma didn't want Qin Mu and the others to ruin his good deed. If he kept dealing with Qin Mu here, his Pokemon would not be able to evolve successfully. He left here quietly and gave up on Vulcan. Guzma ran away. This damn guy. Under the powerful attack of Charizard, the Fire Mantis could not hold on and it eventually turned into ashes and a stone of light fell to the ground. Qin Mu looked at the stone and felt a little sad. In order to prevent him from continuing to suffer, destroying him was the best way. Such a person can also become a trainer. I will inform everyone. Qin Mu said, "I think Guzma will never stop easily. We must find him and stop him from doing this." Qin Mu and his team solved the problem here and continued to move forward, hoping to find Guzma and persuade him not to do this. Along the way they did not find any life form, all because of Guzma's actions. These little guys had already hidden. Qin Mu said, "I'll give this stone of light to you. The wave power here is enough for Steely to evolve this. Don't be embarrassed, take it." Dandy put the stone into his bag without hesitation. Now he felt that Qin Mu was not only a capable and potential trainer but also a very good friend. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Along the way he remembered all of Qin Mu's actions. It's not bad to have a partner like this and fight side by side. They stayed here with Hit until it was dark and there was no trace face of Guzma. Qin Mu said Guzma is deliberately hiding from us now. He must have guessed our net move. If this continues it will be difficult to find him. It's best to pray that you don't run into other trainers. Things like this will not only be stopped by Qin Mu and his friends but other trainers will also stop them. There are many trainers coming to Orange Island to participate in the competition. It won't be easy for Guzma to do bad things quietly. He walked forward in embarrassment. This will cause public outrage. We need to think of a better way. Where can I find evolution stones and where can I find so much wave power? After walking for a day he was a little tired because it was dark. Qin Mu and his friends had returned to rest but Guzma stayed here. In order to quickly improve his elf he stayed here to rest. Guzma got a pile of dry firewood and an elf sprayed a flame into the firewood and it burned instantly. When I become stronger I will make sure you guys are in trouble. Qin Mu released the ancient Charizard wanting to see the ancient Charizard condition. Its body looks stronger than Charizard's, especially the pair of wings at the back which can show the main difference between the ancient Charizard and the current Charizard. Qin Mu touched his wings and sensed the powerful wave force in his body. It is worthy of being the ancient Charizard. Do you think you can fight side by side with me? The Charizard roared. So you agree? Charizard and Qin Mu reached a consensus and this Pokemon can go into battle. Qin Mu showed a proud smile on his face. The evolved ancient Charizard can communicate with him simply. Now Qin Mu has no way to make him evolve. This kind of ancient Charizard needs more powerful wave power. Congratulations to the host and ancient Charizard for reaching a consensus and gaining 50 points of reputation. Wow, there are reputation points like this. These reputation points can be changed in the system for the wave power that Qin Mu wants. That's great. It won't be long before I can figure out how to evolve ancient Charizard. Guzma's idea didn't work. Just like Qin Mu and the others said, there were many trainers here. He didn't want everyone to know what he was doing, so he had to give up his current move. If I had known I would have come later. I will change the place tomorrow. The Orange Islands are so big I don't believe I can run into these guys anywhere. They changed to another place the NET day. Anyway, it was still early before the start of the competition. On the one hand they wanted to stop Guzma's trick and on the other hand they were looking for Pokemon that suited them. Chapter 120. In the jungle ahead they heard a humming sound. Before Qin Mu and his friends could go in, an ice blue figure rushed out from inside. Looking at the trainer in front of them, he instantly shot out ice energy in front of them. The blue energy attacked in front of them. Qin Mu and his three friends were not prepared at all. This ice blue bird had a long beak. The ice crystal power he released was very powerful. Qin Mu reacted even faster. He took out the Pokeball and released the ancient Charizard. The characteristics of the two of them were completely counteracted. One was ice and the other was fire. It depended on whose wave power was stronger. Serena hadn't come back to her senses yet. Looking at her stunned look, she obviously didn't expect the big bird in front of her to fly out and attack them. Dandy said, "Can you cooperate with the ancient Charizard?" Serena came back to her senses. If Qin Mu hadn't reacted quickly enough, the three of them would have become ice sculptures. Guzma had a plan at this time. He couldn't do anything, so he could find some people to help him catch the Pokemon with wave power. Thinking of this, his face looked like he had succeeded in making the medicine. I am such a genius. Qin Mu worked with ancient Charizard to fight the toucan in front of him. He also looked up the detailed information of this Pokemon. This bird with a blue feather tail and a fini-like appearance is an Articuno. He is a large bird Pokemon. Serena and Dante were talking and white snowflakes were falling from the sky. This is, Qin Mu said. Yes, this is the characteristic of Articuno. It has a cold breath. The ancient Charizards have super strong ancient wave power which can definitely suppress the ice energy of this guy. The flames emitted by the ancient Charizard are more red than the current Charizard. After evolution it will become a blue flame. Qin Mu does not have such a strong power to evolve the ancient Charizard. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply and Serena was shivering with cold. Dandy summoned Charizard to melt the cold breath around them. Some of the little guys nearby have become numb. They were like being nailed to the spot and motionless. Qin Mu said, "What a powerful ice energy, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply." Woo woo. Dandy's fire-breathing dragon continued to spray blazing flames forward. After a short pause the temperature immediately dropped. This is not a solution. We must get rid of it as soon as possible. Qin Mu said, "I believe that ancient Charizard can do it." The trainers who appeared here also felt the cold air. They didn't know that there was an Articuno here. Qin Mu had enough Pokemon in his Pokeball for him to fight. He didn't plan to continue catching them. The Pokeball with a pale yellow glow contained Mewtwo. "Receive it." It's the voice of Chow Meng. "Articuno is so powerful, is it really possible to tame him?" "Of course." Chow Meng's affirmative answer gave Qin Mu more confidence. "Super Fire Wall, this skill is owned by Charizard." Qin Mu shouted it out. After receiving Qin Mu's prompt, ancient Charizard immediately sent out a super strong fire. All the white snowflake disappeared. The temperature in the air gradually rose. Right now come in Articuno. Fighting against the ancient Charizard, his Pokemon power has been consumed a lot. Without physical strength he could not hold on for long and he was conquered by the trainer in front of him. When Chin Mew got the Pokeball, the cold air emanating from it almost made him lose his grip. He shuddered all over and quickly put it away. A powerful light emanated from his backpack. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Chin Mew said, it's the light of evolution. Obviously one of his Pokemon evolved. Mewtwo's voice came again. This is why I asked you to take him in. His ice energy is so powerful, which has a lot to do with his evolution. How difficult it is to find a high-level Pokemon. Chin Mew always encounters the Pokemon that makes him happy. Soon the competition meeting is about to begin and all the trainers who came to the Orange Islands set off for the competition venue. Those who arrive here early will move around and it takes time to return to the competition venue. We are finally out of here and we will reach the competition venue after crossing this mountain. Chin Mew said, why do we have to cross another mountain? Yes, the venue is in this place. He pointed to the location on the map. It's really a troublesome thing. Just after climbing up the mountain and entering the jungle, it was already dark and they could only choose to rest on the mountain. Chin Mew collected some dry firewood and the fire-breathing dragon was net to him, spewing out a ball of flame. There is no other way. In order to hurry on, I can only rest here. You already knew the venue was here. Why didn't you leave earlier? There is no need, we just need to get there. Chin Mew and his companions sat around the fire poking the fire with a small wooden stick. Chin Mew said, where are we going? It is one of the small islands in the Orange Islands. It is called Napuru Island. After climbing this mountain we took a boat and arrived soon. Do you know, the Orange Island south of the Kanto region are the habitat of the mythical beast. I also think the Pokemon here are different. In addition to the Steely you collected, there is also the Articuno I collected. They are both in their evolved dates after being captured. No one has ever encountered a legendary Pokemon. I think it takes a very strong trainer to do that. Serena had already fallen asleep beside the fire. After all, she had to travel tomorrow. Linio's Charizard's eyes were a little hard to open and he lay down beside him. Sometimes these elves would walk with Chin Mew and the others and two of them would appear at a time. Chin Mew leaned over and lay on Charizard's plump waist. Have a good rest, we still have to travel tomorrow. Dandy said, yes, I hope nothing happens tonight. After all, they were in the wilderness and all three of them were resting, more or less worried. Dandy also summoned an elf before going to bed so that if there was any danger approaching he would find it immediately. These elves that they successfully subdued have very strong wave guide sensing ability, which can be said to be a superpower. With them you can sleep more peacefully. The charcoal in the middle gradually extinguished until a ray of sunlight appeared. Looking at the fire again, there was still a trace of heat, but it had already cooled down. Chapter 121. Chin Mew stretched his body lazily. Thank you, Charizard. Woo woo. The three of them packed up and continued on their way. They would definitely be able to climb over the mountain today. Serena said, if I had known this would happen I would have gone directly to Napuru Island. Serena did not gain anything. Only Dandy recovered Steely and Chin Mew recovered E-Sight Bird. Chin Mew said, when we have some free time I will definitely help you get the Pokemon you want. Really? That's great. Dandy looked at Serena's excitement and couldn't help but smile. If we encounter the right one we will definitely not stand idly by. They walked down the mountain smoothly. The journey was very peaceful. Apart from some low-level Pokemon they did not find anything. Think about it, how could those legendary Pokemon appear in front of them so easily? Look, we take a boat through here and the other side is Napuru Island. Chin Mew and his friends boarded the boat directly. The waterway was smooth without any waves. They sat on the deck to rest. My legs are a little sore after climbing over this mountain. I don't exercise enough. I need to get up earlier to improve my and Pokemon's physical fitness. Chin Mew looked at Serena's serious look and suddenly found it funny. Hehe, you know I'm not laughing at your thoughts, I'm laughing at the way you are now. Do I look so funny? Dan Emperor nodded, confirming Chin Mew's point of view. Meow meow. They all three turned their heads when they heard the sound of a meow. Dandy said, it's a meow. Meet you here again. We are all going to the venue, so of course we will meet. Musashi came over from the other side. He and Meow Meow were in the same group. This time the competition was an individual competition, so it was useless for them to be in the same group. They had to compete separately. That's right, but why are you also here at this time? We came to the Orange Islands in advance and wanted to see the habitat of the mythical bee, so we walked around a lot. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder you guys are leaving at this time. Most of the trainers have already arrived at the Orange venue. Chin Mew and his group are the last to arrive. Let me introduce my friend to you. He is Chin Mew. I don't need to introduce Serena Bite Bee. Meow Meow. Does Chin Mew have a special aura? Meow Meow is like Mewtwo. He can speak the same language as Chin Mew and his high IQ, which is why he became a member of Musashi's team. He is your friend, he must be quite strong. You will know when the competition begins. All the trainers who come here will participate in the competition and those who fail will watch from the side. The boat gradually approached the dock. Qin Mu and the others walked down. This place looked different from other islands. Yes, the construction here is more concentrated, so the venue is here. I don't know which way to go, I just need to follow the footsteps of these people without leading. Serena said there are really a lot of trainers. Xiao Ia said, hi, I was wondering why I haven't seen you for a long time. It turns out you just got here. Xiao Ia had already captured the Pokemon she wanted at sea before coming. After entering the Orange Islands with Qin Mu and others, they arrive here not long after staying. Qin Mu said, Xiao Ia, you have been here a long time ago. Yes, I even challenged the gym to read the e-citing novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. There are really many gyms here and each of them has different strength. This is the venue, you know it without me telling you. The venue is really big. It can accommodate a lot of people and multiple trainers can compete at the same time. Qin Mu said, challenge the gym. You look so happy, you must have succeeded in the challenge. I want to thank you for your help. Last time you helped me catch the stinging jellyfish. I just happened to have enough evolution stones in my hand to help him enter the evolution state. The trainers on the field were almost full. Welcome to the Orange Islands Orange Competition. The venue can accommodate 8 groups of trainers for skill competition. According to the rules of the competition, if the elves have no ability to defend, they lose. They can change their elves until they are completely unable to compete with the opponent and your elves will lose. The competition officially began and some trainers could no longer hold back, so they arrived at the venue in advance. Qin Mu said, the scene is really spectacular. Zulan and you both stood out from this kind of competition. Yes, it's just in different region. The talking Meow Meow said net to Qin Mu and the others. Musashi said, I don't know why he likes you guys so much. Whatever, there's no one here anyway. Qin Mu said, how has Meow Meow's competitive ability evolved? He has mastered 100,000 volt. It is indescribable now. We will know it when it appears. The competition in the arena was so exciting that it attracted several people who were chatting. Their eyes were fixed on the front. Serena said, this elf is a unicorn beetle. Judging from its current appearance, it has evolved into an iron-shelled kun. The difference between a unicorn beetle and an iron-shelled kun is that one can fly in the air and the other can only evolve on the ground, and its ability will be even stronger afterward. Qin Mu said, is the unicorn beetle very powerful? A bug-type elf with extremely strong combat power. The energy of elves cannot be judged by their size. One must judge how powerful an elf is by their wave power. Qin Mu said, you are right. This little guy is not simple at all. He is small but has great abilities. His opponent has been switching spirit. It is obvious that he cannot win this competition. Dandis said, I will go up when you go up. No way, you really want to challenge me? If I don't fight here, I will definitely go to your martial arts hall when I return. It's the same no matter where I am. Well, whatever you choose, it's fine here or at the Budokan. I can't escape anyway. Look, isn't that Guzma? Qin Mu said, I've seen that guy a long time ago. Does he have the ability to attack again? We kept looking for him and except for that one time, Guzma never did that again. How can an elf without energy participate in the competition? You're not here just to watch the game, are you? Chapter 122. A man dressed as a samurai won a great victory in the competition and was in high spirit. The samurai sword on his waist was obviously just a fake sword. The NET contestant stood opposite him and he quickly pulled out his own sword and pointed it at the opponent's nose. Look at how strong my spirit power is. Don't challenge me with anything. I don't want to waste my time. His arrogance is annoying. Without further ado, go Cranioceratops, let him know what the power of elves is. The trainer dressed as a warrior took back his fake sword. Serena said, he looks so funny. Qin Mu said, his dress is just a personal preference. Meow Meow, what a cocky guy. Meow Meow was a little displeased with him, hoping that the opponent could defeat him. The boy in shorts was very serious. The first elf skull dragon he summoned was not bad. Qin Mu said, the level has reached 28. Above level 30 it can evolve once from Craniosaurus to Devilsaur. The only attribute is rock power, a Pokemon with strong defense. The most powerful part is its skull. Qin Mu looked at his detailed information. Craniosaurus came from 100 million years ago. The protruding skull on his head is very hard and can knock down a thick tree. Dandis said, it won't take long for a Pokemon to evolve after it is promoted to level 28. This boy doesn't look simple, does he? The guy dressed as a warrior summoned his own grass-type elf. Dandis said, this warrior is too weird, not to mention that the outfit is fake. The elf he summoned is also so weird. Qin Mu didn't think so. A warrior would never be that stupid. The trainers watching on the field had the same idea as Dandi, thinking that the warrior in front of them was definitely a fool. A grass-type Pokemon that looked like a mushroom stood there. Would a skull dragon that could knock down a big tree be afraid of a small mushroom? He pulled out the samurai sword from his waist again and swung it forward vigorously to command his Pokemon to attack. It was really funny, Serena said. It seems that this guy's IQ is not online. The onlookers on the scene also burst into laughter. The young man snorted coldly. He also felt that he would win without a doubt. It all depended on who his NET Pokemon would be. The Skull Dragon used its two powerful hind legs to kick hard and rushed forward. The sharp bones on its head were dazzling. The good show Pokemon had no intention of dodging and stood there like a fool. The guy dressed as a samurai also stood still and took an offensive move. The mushroom head suddenly became bigger. When the Skull Dragon hit it, it was like hitting Emperor Tang. Swish bang! Qin Mu knew that things would never be that simple. The result was very surprising. Those guys who laughed at him shut their mouth instantly. Dan rubbed his eyes and said, I didn't see it wrong. The grass-type Pokemon mushroom spores have a strong rebound force. The largest single attribute is to copy the skills of the opponent's Pokemon. The scope of copying must be Pokemon of the same level as itself. It is impossible to copy the skills of fire-type Pokemon. It seems that the level of the warrior's grass-type Pokemon is also around episode 28 and it has not evolved yet. Qin Mu said it looks like a relatively low-level Pokemon and its single attribute characteristics are still difficult to predict. The same haunted eyes that Qin Mu used in the initial battle with Mewtwo. Haunted eyes were not only low-level Pokemon but also Pokemon that had not undergone any level upgrade. Its attributes alone blocked Mewtwo's telekinetic control. Sometimes one really can't underestimate some low-level Pokemon or some Pokemon that seem to have no offensive power. The opponent used physical force attacks which could not be copied. The Craniosaurus that was knocked flying was obviously no match for the mushroom. The boy immediately took out another Pokeball. The warrior took 2 steps back and opened his mouth to take back his mushroom. I will never give you any chance to defeat me. Guzma, who was watching from the sidelines, had been staring at this guy silently. Who knows what was going on in his head? He looked very funny but the expression on his face was very serious. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It's not certain who the real clown will be. NET. The boy summoned Absol. The opponent summoned a fire Pokemon. No one laughed at the warrior anymore. They all watched carefully. It was really hard to say who would win or lose in the competition between the two. Qin Mu said, what do you think of their Pokemon power? The Dan Emperor's expression was very serious without the mocking smile from before. People who look silly on the surface are not necessarily incompetent. Both of them have good spirit power. I never knew mushrooms could be so powerful. Meow Meow is a very strong grass-type Pokemon that targets those that use brute force. This time the two Pokemon are equally strong. Qin Mu said it looks like it will be hard to tell the winner. Since there is no way to tell the winner between these two Pokemon, he can only summon 2 more for a 2-on-2 skill PK. The boy threw out the Pokeball and finally another Pokemon appeared. He was all brown. The 2 big claws were like crab claws. It is the great armor of Pokemon that is not weak at the initial level. Looking at everyone's appearance, he is the evolve Pokemon. The evolve power is very strong and only Pokemon with evolved bloodline can evolve. It is called the Pokemon with the most potential. Also a bug-type Pokemon. The warrior summoned a poisonous centipede. The boy frowned and whispered, I underestimated you, didn't I tell you? If you are not my opponent, don't show up. It's a waste of time. The 2 huge pincers attacked forward. The centipede was not to be outdone. After all, he possessed powerful gathering energy. It could anesthetize the opponent's elf. Guzma, who was sitting on the sidelines, subdued such a centipede. When he saw this elf, a smile appeared on his face. The boy was obviously no match for the warrior. After a few rounds, the elf's power was exhausted. He could only go down in disgrace due to economic failure. The victorious warrior walked down from the stage and he waited for the NET winner to compete with him. Elves also need to rest. They can't always be in a state of fighting. Qin Mu made a move and he walked towards the arena. Wu Zhang brought Meow Meow to compete with him directly. It goes without saying that the first one to appear must be Meow Meow. Meow Meow's combat ability is very strong. Serena said, no wonder she has been following us. It turns out that she was going for Qin Mu. Chapter 123. It's only a matter of time before you stop competing with him. Why are you in such a hurry? Musashi said, Meowth is very interested in you. Let's start the competition. Qin Mu said, it's a gap. It's going to happen sooner or later. He's actually interested in me. Let's start first. Musashi's first Pokemon to appear was Meowth. Qin Mu summoned Charizard. Meow, come on Charizard. Charizard can't speak but it can understand Meow's provocation. A blue flame spurted out forward and it was obvious that this was the power of Charizard after evolution. The difference in size is huge. Charizard is huge and can fly in the air. Meow relies entirely on its own jumping ability. It is also a particularly curious Pokemon. Meow's reaction ability is indeed strong enough. At the moment when the blue flame was about to approach his 593, he pushed the ground hard and somersaulted over grass grabbing the railing net to him with his 2 claws. The huge body flew over there and another blue flame beam hit him. Meow kicked hard and jumped out again. This time he did not pause but continued to approach Charizard. Qin Mu said, "What a powerful Meow. The reaction speed is really fast. Fortunately Charizard can fly. If it fights on the ground with such a huge body it will definitely not be so sensitive." At the beginning Meowth attacked at close range and his sharp claws were his most powerful weapon. Looking at the tall body flying towards him, Meowth was not nervous at all. Musashi gave the order directly. Meowth attack from behind. Charizard attacked Meowth with flame. As long as the speed was fast enough to prepare for the opponent's quick attack it would definitely win. Obviously Charizard was not his opponent. Qin Mu did not hesitate at all and took out another poke ball. Mewtwo is you. Mewtwo looks a bit like a cat. He emits a light yellow light and is extremely powerful. After evolution, changes appeared on his body. The light yellow light gradually disappeared and was replaced by a layer of powerful armor. Musashi frowned. Qin Mu could subdue such a powerful Pokemon like Mewtwo. He was inexplicably impressed. Meowth is a Pokemon with high IQ. He has his own ideas. Since it is Musashi's elf, there will be a great fit between the two. Mewtwo is a Pokemon with a very high IQ. Like Meowth, he can speak human language and has his own independent thinking. He recognizes Qin Mu because Qin Mu has completely different ideas about elves. The two of them have cooperated for a long time and the correct thing will make him ache it immediately. Facing a powerful Pokemon like Mewtwo, Meowth must not be ignored. Shadow Clone. Hearing the voice coming from behind Musashi, Meowth instantly used Shadow Clone. Xiao Meng, who had transformed into the armored state, stood there motionless. He and Qin Mu knew that when faced with the appearance of the clone it was impossible to judge whether it was real or fake, so standing still was the best choice. The fighting style of both people was very friendly and there was no meaningless mistake. Who is that person? He can fight Meowth and has a Pokemon like Mewtwo in his hand. Not sure, it looks like he came with dandy. Such strength is definitely that of a gym owner. The trainers who didn't know Qin Mu well began to discuss. The Mewtwo in his hand was already in its strongest state of evolution and the appearance of the armored Mewtwo was even more eye-opening. There were several Meowth clones in front of him and they were spread out in a scattered manner. It was impossible to tell which one was his real body. Attack, use claw, swish. Several figures flew towards them. The reason why they changed their forms was because their armor was extremely hard. Qin Mu had no idea about the transformed Mewtwo. How to deal with it could only depend on himself, so that's how it is. No wonder he wants to transform into armored state. Qin Mu understood what they were doing. Its armored state has strong defense and can resist Meowth's claws. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The sharp claws have high damage and with super high defense it can resist. This is Meowth's usual tactic. When attacking in this clone state, each clone can launch a strong attack. Qin Mu said Mewtwo uses skills to fight back. What's the use of just blocking the opponent's damage? Of course you have to launch a powerful internal force attack. Some of Meowth's clones disappeared instantly. The attack in the eyes worked and then the opponent's movement was like lightning, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Serena said his clone skills are getting stronger and stronger. After being with Musashi for so long, Meowth has already evolved. Meowth, who entered the fighting mode, basically didn't say a word. The same was true for Mewtwo. They followed the trainer's orders meticulously. Meowth's great interest in Qin Mu had a lot to do with Qin Mu's Pokemon. It was a Pokemon, so of course it could smell the Pokemon in Qin Mu's Pokeballs. The audience at the scene was surprised and the sounds they made were very uniform. Qin Mu said telekinesis protection. A strong sticky force formed on the outside of the armor. When Meowth rushed over here it could not touch Mewtwo's armor. As if it was bounced back, Meowth stretched out its hands very fleibly. In this state it would stand firmly on the ground. Mewtwo crossed his hands and the powerful power of illusion spread forward. Musashi immediately prepared to summon the NETL. Meowth was definitely not Mewtwo's opponent. All the clones dissipated and none of these clones was Meowth's original body. The moment they all dissipated one by one, the energy gathered in the middle and finally merged into a light yellow Meowth. Only 50% of the elf's power was left, so it couldn't fight for long. The Meowth that was taken back was very unwilling and it made a tragic meow cry at the moment it was taken back. Damn Musashi, how could you do this? Stop talking nonsense, you are no match for Mewtwo. Do you think I will make the wrong decision? Qin Mu also threw out the Pokeball and brought back Mewtwo. The NET one to appear was his red-eyed black dragon. The huge red-eyed black dragon appeared and floated in the air. Its huge black wings flapped and its whole body was covered with black armor. Its eyes were the brightest point on its body. Its body was completely black with only its red eyes emitting red light. Ironclad Tyrannosaurus come out. Musashi's spirit landed on the ground and its huge body made the ground tremble. Use the power of protection. Qin Mu's red-eyed black Black Dragon Black Flame Bomb is ready to go. Chapter 124. The red-eyed Black Dragon's Black Flame Bullet rushed forward. The armored Tyrannosaurus crossed his hands and formed a powerful protective shield beside him. This was his protective power. The red-eyed Black Dragon flew half a circle in the air and another red light shot out forward. Boom! The sound of knocking suddenly sounded like beating a drum. It must be said that the protective power of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was indeed strong. His huge tail instantly swung into the air. Qin Mu said, "Get out of the way of the red-eyed Black Dragon." Cross-staggered lightning. One after another red lightning struck the Tyrannosaurus Re. The power of protection once again showed the ultimate move of the steel system. The most powerful is the rock system, which has powerful defensive capabilities. This is the ultimate move of the Tyrannosaurus Re with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Lightning flashed across the powerful shield. Obviously the power of the elves could not hold up. Every attack would make his elf power decrease immediately. The collisions made the Tyrannosaurus Re unable to withstand such a powerful attack. In an instant it formed a protective force of 17 and plodded forward. The powerful impact force stopped the red-eyed Black Dragon in the sky from attacking. Dan Dis said, "It's wonderful. I haven't seen such a competitive match for a long time." Zulan walked towards them. He was sitting there and glanced over here inadvertently only to find that Dandy and the others were sitting here. "Serena, long time no see." "Master Zulan, when did you arrive? How come we didn't see you?" "I was delayed by something, but fortunately my name had already been reported. I just sat down here and I saw you guys." "What's the situation? Why did Musashi and Qin Mu start competing right at the beginning?" "It's not Meow Meow. She keeps pestering Qin Mu and wants to compete with him. It turned out to be Meowth's Pokemon." "Why isn't he in the arena?" Zulan wasn't worried that Qin Mu would lose. He had already competed with Qin Mu and knew his strength. During this time he was improving the power of his Pokemon in order to defeat Qin Mu in the promotion match on Orange Island. In the first round its spirit power could no longer sustain and it was taken back into the spirit ball. So that's how it is. He will definitely not accept it. I know his personality best. He saw that Qin Mu was using the red-eyed Black Dragon and Musashi was using the armored Tyrannosaurus in the arena. These two dragon-type elves were very powerful. The impact gradually dissipated. The armored Tyrannosaurus kept winging and his extremely hard long tail. The steel frame on the tail was enough to prove how strong the explosive power of his tail was. The other two steel claws rushed forward quickly. Just look at the red-eyed Black Dragon flying in the air and its two ruby-like eyes shot out two red rays. The armored Tyrannosaurus quickly dodged the two attacks. The power to break rock. Zulan knew Musashi very well. The single attribute of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Re is rock attribute and it has the strength of steel. Its hard claws can really pull out the armor. It is huge in size but very agile in movement. What exactly did Musashi teach him? Zulan was thinking. You find it strange too, don't you? Dan De looked over there. Yes, he must have taught this Pokemon special skills so that such a huge body can have such a swift attack speed. The tail of the Tyrannosaurus Re missed the red eyes Black Dragon and it fell heavily to the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground and you can imagine how strong his rock power is. The skill attributes plus his own strength, such an explosion is quite powerful. Dragon-type Pokemon all have rock attributes, which means that their defense capabilities are very strong. The red eyes Black Dragon dodged to the side and the two took out the Pokeballs at the same time. They did not intend to take back these two Pokemons and released the other Pokemons again. The Tyrannosaurus Re did not stop his attack. The two iron-like arms rushed upward and emitted a powerful force. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The red eyes Black Dragon has evolved and Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon have different powers. Serena's worried Zion appeared again. He knew very well how strong Musashi's athleticism was. "I'm so worried. Qin Mu won't be here to stop his competition." Zulan had a smile on his face. He thought Serena was really cute. "Why do you think so?" "Don't forget I was defeated by him." Dan Dis said, "Don't always think that your opponent is strong. If you are in this state during competition, the Pokemon will be able to sense it. You are Qin Mu and I am afraid that your state will affect the performance of his Pokemon. The Pokemon can definitely sense the mood of the trainer. They cannot be discouraged at all during the battle. Once the Pokemon senses them, they will lose confidence in the battle." Serena said, "I saw the Tyrannosaurus Re. It is too strong. Red Eyes Black Dragon is not weak either. Don't you see that he is not at any disadvantage?" Red Eyes Black Dragon's special energy burst. This is Qin Mu's true Pokemon power. The energy of his Black Flame Bomb increased several times when fired again. Qin Mu said, "Take action now." Ancient Charizard 617. The Pokemon summoned by Qin Mu was Ancient Charizard. The second Pokemon summoned by the opponent Musashi was AA War Dragon. This was a complete confrontation between Dragon-type Pokemon, which was really pleasing to the eyes. Dragon-type Pokemon are not easy to control and their main energy is super strong defense. defensive ability. Ancient Charizard is similar in shape to Charizard with a large body and stronger ability than the current Charizard. Musashi did not expect that the dragon-type Pokemon summoned by Qin Mew was actually Ancient Charizard. You are so lucky that you can capture such a Pokemon. Qin Mew said it's just a coincidence. Good job Iron Tyrannosaurus. Continue to send strong rock-breaking force to him. How can the AA War Dragon be the opponent of the ancient Pan-Fire Dragon? The flames and heat energy he spewed out are even stronger. Zulan said it's just a matter of time to see whether you can see it or not. The elves of both of them are very powerful. This elf is not a match and can also change its own elf. Well, now I know I shouldn't have this mentality. Even if I'm not a match for you, I still have to have firm confidence. Master Zulan, you haven't shown up for such a long time. Is there some secret? Of course I lost to Qin Mew, so I have to find a way to improve my elf's economic ability. Oh, no wonder I haven't seen you for a while. Chapter 125. I have the same idea as you. Now I want to improve my competitive ability through my own effort. I want to become an excellent trainer. Only Guzma felt very uncomfortable seeing this situation. He lost his two powerful Pokemon last time because he lost to Qin Mew. Qin Mew didn't want his two Pokemon. Guzma's mentality was really hard to understand. Even if he knew that Qin Mew would return the two Pokemon to him if he corrected it, he not only did not correct it but also used special means to improve his Pokemon power. After being discovered, he did not do it himself but asked other people to capture Pokemon and obtain the power of waves. Guzma thought to himself, I lost so badly last time. This time I will definitely defeat you here and let all the trainers in the Orange Tournament know that I Guzma am a powerful trainer. With a disdainful expression on his face, he didn't take the Pokemon power bursting out by Musashi and Qin Mew seriously at all, as if he was the top trainer. Dandy has been paying attention to him. Guzma sat there motionless. He has never walked up from the beginning to now. Do you think he will take action? Zulan asked. Why he asked that? Didn't Guzma come here to compete? I used to think so, but now I don't have such thoughts anymore. Guzma's thoughts are hard to understand. Do you mean that he doesn't have such ability now, or something happened during this period of time? He personally killed those Pokemon to gain the power of the wave and forced his own Pokemon to evolve. What? How is this possible? As a trainer, doesn't he know what the consequences of doing this are? Lord Zulan is real. Did we see it with our own eyes, or did we stop him? This forced evolution, the Pokemon are blackened. They have no independent consciousness at all. What kind of trainer are they? So I wonder what he wants to do. It can't be just because of the last time he lost to Qin Mew, right? This is really too much. It is normal to lose in a competition between trainers. Not to mention him, even a champion level trainer can't guarantee that he will be the champion in every competition. Wait and see if it is true. We must stop him. I think the trainer guild will also ban him from using Pokeballs. The competition between Qin Mew and Musashi became more and more intense. Both of their dragon Pokemon were very powerful. Musashi knew that his Pokemon power would not last long given the current situation. His lineup was almost used up and he had no Pokemon that was more powerful than these two. Meow, I knew you couldn't win without me. Musashi sensed the meow in the Pokeball. You can't possibly be Qin Mew's opponent. Just look at his lineup of elves. What a nasty guy. Shut up. The ancient fire-breathing dragon, his flame ability is too strong, and the red-eyed black dragon also burst out of his strongest state. His spirit power dropped sharply until only 10% of the spirit power was left, and Musashi admitted defeat. It seems that your wave power is not enough, so try harder NET time. Musashi said, you are a strong opponent. I will come to you again if I have a chance. Qin Mew said, okay, you are welcome anytime. The competition between the two ended and Qin Mew walked towards the stage. Zulan said, your ability has improved again, which really surprised me. Haha, when did you appear here? I was delayed by some things and came late. If you defeat Musashi, Meow Meow will definitely come after you. It's a cute Pokemon. Then Guzma walked onto the field. He didn't use his own blackened Pokemon but some ordinary Pokemon. I heard that Guzma was beaten badly. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He once again competed in the competition, demanding that the opponent lose to the elves, but he did not expect that he would lose miserably, and the two most powerful elves lost to the opponent. It's just a competition, why take it so seriously? The most powerful Pokemon are gone, and these Pokemon he summoned dare to come here to compete. Guzma didn't care about the comments of the people around him and still had an expression that didn't take anyone seriously. His opponent knew his current state very well and didn't take Guzma seriously at all. The summoned spirits are also more powerful than the spirits Guzma is currently using. Mewtwo said, I sense danger. Qin Mew could hear what Mewtwo said. What's the meaning? Guzma's Pokemon has a very strong dark power. Qin Mew frowned. Could it be that this guy really did that thing and didn't stop? After failing again and again, Guzma's expression did not change at all. Even in this state afraid he was still so calm. Then he took out a poke ball. There was a black aura coming out of the poke ball. This wave power was the evil aura. Come out, poison centipede. A huge black centipede appeared in front of everyone with its lower body supporting the ground and its upper body in the air. A strong black gas came out of its body. The opponent was startled. This was the first time he had seen such a Pokemon. Although poison centipede was a poison type insect type Pokemon, it didn't look like this. Guzma, what is this? What about insect type Pokemon? I mean the wave power emanating from its body. Hehe, why are you talking so much nonsense? Attack him. The giant centipede sprayed a black liquid Wang Dezhao forward with corrosive liquid. The Pokemon, which had no consciousness of its own, completely obeyed his command. Qin Mu swallowed his saliva while looking at the Pokemon data. The strongest evolution of the poisonous centipede. The strongest evolution shown in the data above is not like this. We have been looking for him and have not seen him harm Pokemon again. Yes, Dandi said to Qin Mu. Serena said, what despicable means did the abominable guy use? Zulan didn't expect that what they described was the real Guzma. Is this guy crazy? Originally he thought that this thing would never happen. The E-Pression on Zhu Yan's face, which had always been smiling, froze. The blackened poison Pokemon instantly destroyed his opponent. In competition, no Pokemon would destroy the opponent's Pokemon. It is obvious that the Pokemon that has been blackened has no independent consciousness. Chapter 126. Qin Mu said, Guzma is too abominable. We can't let him go on like this. A flash of lightning and Meow Meow appeared. I really can't stand it. How can he do this? Destroying those innocent elves is just a competition. It's a competition between the two of them and no one else can interfere. Guzma caused everyone's anger. Why is his elf like this? What is going on? Why is it like this? Isn't this a bit too cruel? There were many discussions. Dandi slammed the table heavily. Looking at the scene in front of him, he really wanted to go up and beat that guy out. The opponent summoned the elves again. Seeing this powerful evil aura, he was a little overwhelmed. How can you be so despicable? Why did you destroy my Pokemon? Guzma said, how dare you say that when you are inferior to me? If you have the ability, defeat me. Obviously his Pokemon could not withstand such evil power. Before he could subdue the Pokemon, the evil Pokemon power destroyed his Pokemon again and the Pokeball plotted. Ha ha ha, useless guy. The trainers net to him were all very angry when they saw him. 620. Meowth wanted to rush forward, but Qin Mu stopped him. You should stay here. Honestly, Qin Mu would not have gone on the field so soon. He had no choice but to get rid of Guzma. He was too despicable. This kind of method was not suitable for a trainer at all. It seems that it is not your turn to play yet. Didn't you just go down? Guzma looked at Qin Mu with evil eyes, not taking him seriously at all. Stop talking nonsense and bring out the Pokemon. The giant centipede instantly appeared in front of Qin Mu. Qin Mu took out two Pokeballs and didn't want to deal with him at all. Go Articuno. Go Dragonite. A big blue bird was flying beautifully in the sky, and below it was the chubby and cute Dragonite. Look, it's Articuno. Articuno's frost power descended instantly and snowflakes flew in the sky. This situation only occurred where Articuno appeared and the surrounding air dropped instantly. Even so, Guzma was not afraid at all. He knew how powerful his current insect-type Pokemon was. I know you are a very strong trainer. I'm waiting for you. Do you think I'll let you take my two elves for nothing? Qin Mu said, it's shameful that there are people like you in the world. It was you who proposed it, but you blame me instead. Serena said, I'm so angry. How could he be like this? It's obvious that he was the one who caused all this, but now he's blaming me for it. Dan Emperor said, I want to teach him a lesson, but Qin Mu got there before me, so let him do it. Zhu Yan's smile disappeared and now he was serious. She knew how powerful this blackened elf was. The elf's dark transformation is so vicious that it will be a big trouble if he continues to grow. Qin Mu was no match for him, so the two of us attacked immediately regardless of any taboos. Dragonite attacks with a water column. Qin Mu commanded his Pokemon to attack the blackened Pokemon in front of him. The black poisonous gas spread towards him and Dragonite used the power of the water column to blast the poisonous gas back. Articuno in the sky immediately released his icy power. The air temperature here dropped as soon as he appeared, and now he used the freezing power to turn the water column sprayed by Dragonite into an ice wall. Qin Mu said, water surround. Dragonite immediately understood what Qin Mu meant. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu wanted him to wrap the poisonous centipede with water and freeze it there. He used the water column to flush the poisonous centipede in front of him, and Articuno immediately used the power of ice. The big bite bee centipede in front of him turned into a big ice sculpture. The cooperation between these two Pokemon is so tacit, and the degree of fit between them and Qin Mu is also quite high. After taming Articuno and letting him fight for the first time, the cooperation is really good. Serena said, this is such a tacit cooperation in the first battle. Zulan said, Articuno is a very rare Pokemon. You are really lucky. We walked around around here a lot to try our luck. No wonder this place is called the habitat of mythical beasts. The Orange Islands are indeed a good place. The frozen poisonous centipede did not react at first, but after a while the ice on its body shattered instantly. The poison power in his body is still very high and Guzma will not take it back into the Pokeball. Qin Mu said, "Don't blame me for being rude. Come out, Charizard." Qin Mu took back Articuno. The power of ice was useless to it and Articuno's appearance here would not have much effect. Fire attack. Charizard opened its huge mouth and a blue wave of air flew forward. The azure flames represented that Charizard was an evolution. The black poison gas really dissipated when it came into contact with the flame. The blackened spirit power had no effect on Qin Mu's spirit. Yes, teach him a lesson. The audience at the scene roared. They didn't like Guzma to hold a competition in this way. Get out. One after another the shouts echoed throughout the entire stadium. Of course Guzma also heard such loud noises that his eardrums were almost deafened. Damn, you don't think you can deal with me like this? He instantly summoned another Pokemon, Ironclad. Ironclad's defense is very strong and its outer iron shell can resist powerful fire attack. The main thing is that it is also a blackened Pokemon. Dante said, "How many Pokemon must he have killed to get so much wave power by doing this?" Serena said, "It's too cruel. Guzma has caused public outrage and everyone here is dissatisfied with him, hoping that Qin Mu can get rid of it." Meow, he also has Pokemon like Dragonite. Musashi said that Qin Mu had not yet exerted his full strength when competing with you. Shut up, it's you who insisted on pestering others. Now you know that you are so insignificant in front of others. I'm just a Pokemon, the main thing is that you are competing. Meow meow, you are just a scoundrel. Serena said, Qin Mu will definitely defeat him and cannot let his plan succeed. Guzma has chosen to do this and he will not stop. Chapter 127. He will continue to search for the wave power in this way, so Qin Mu must defeat him and destroy his spirit. Facing such a strong attack, his blackened spirit does not seem to have much effect. I have to admit that you are a very lucky guy, you have captured so many powerful Pokemon. Qin Mu said, your own aptitude is not bad. Without these weird ideas you might be a very good trainer. The violent vibration caused by Dragonite feet stomping on the ground made the Pokemon in front of it a little unstable. This chubby and cute guy is quite interesting. The defense of the Ironclad he summoned is very strong and he has no ability to defend against this method. The poisonous gas they spread was dissolved by Charizard flame. Serena said, what a pity, the blackened Pokemon will be destroyed. Is there no way to restore them to their original state? Zulan said, so far I don't know of such a method. Dr. Oak's Research Institute has been doing research and has never encountered such a situation. No trainer would choose to do this except for the despicable Guzma. If a Pokemon is sick there might be some hope in the laboratory, or we can study how to evolve them. There is really no way to deal with a Pokemon like this that has been blackened. Qin Mu said, destroy it. I'm sorry, I can't do anything, I have to do this. Qin Mu was apologizing to the two Pokemon. I know Qin Mu was forced to do this, otherwise he would never choose to do this. Yao Mao saw the scene in front of him as soon as he appeared here. It's all your fault. You're always dawdling. I told you to hurry up but we're still late. We must have missed some wonderful moment. Zai stood beside him breathlessly, just quietly. He was shocked when he opened his eyes and saw the scene in the arena. His eyes were wide open and he looked completely stunned. Xiao Mao, who was standing in front of him, was exactly the same as him. What is that? Am I seeing things? How could the insect elf emit such a strong black aura? Yes, I have never seen it before. There is no such Pokemon in Professor Oak's laboratory. Zai immediately contacted Professor Oak and showed him the scene in front of him. How could such an elf appear? Who did this? The one controlling him is Guzma. Doing so will indeed allow his Pokemon to become the #1 Pokemon. But Pokemon has lost his self-awareness and has a very strong evil intention. He will never let go of any elves that fight him. Is there any way to resolve it? I have never done such research before and I don't know what method can be used to resolve it. The only thing I can do is to get rid of them. His opponent is so powerful he can fight against this blackened Pokemon with an ordinary Pokemon. This trainer is good. You two just sit there and prepare for the competition. I think someone will deal with him. The two of them watched Qin Mu's elves deal with the blackened poisonous centipede and beetle. Qin Mu is really amazing. I have never seen him before. Dan Emperor looked at the two of them and said, it's you two. Why did you get here so late? It's not Zai anymore. He's always dilly-dallying. Come sit down now. It doesn't matter if you're late. It's just a competition. The two of them sat net to Dandy and saw Zulan and Serena were also here. Hello. Strina nodded and Zulan just glanced at her. What happened to Master Zulan? This is the first time I see him so serious. I think he looks best when he smiles. Dandy said he is now focusing on this guy's blackened spirit. How can he still smile? Don't worry, Professor Oak said that Qin Mu can definitely defeat him. Is Professor Oak here too? To read the exciting novels, go to Falunovel. novel network. No, the two of us just sent the video back. The scene in front of us is really shocking. Is there any way to solve it? So that's how it is. The trainer's goal is to be the world's #1. This is the dream of every one of them. For this dream he can't let these Pokemon turn black. To turn a Pokemon black he needs to absorb a lot of wave power and he has to kill a lot of Pokemon. Charizard emits the most powerful energy and the blue flames it spews out are like the waves of the sea rushing forward in wave. The poison centipede Pokemon power drops sharply and it is obvious that he can't hold on for long. How could this happen? Chin Mew would not let him have the chance to take back the elf. Dragonite is the fatal blow now. A powerful force spurted out from Dragonite's mouth. Boom! The poisonous centipede plotted instantly and the black energy was burned by Charizard flame. Guzma did not admit defeat. He released the NET Pokemon the Unicorn. A quasi-god level Pokemon like Dragonite is not so easy to deal with. It is huge in size, looks cute but has strong attack power. How many more Pokemons like this are there? Chin Mew really couldn't believe it. His brows were tightly furrowed and he would kill every blackened Pokemon that appeared. Mewtwo felt Chin Mew's pain. The two people's hearts approached again. Before Chin Mew summoned him he flew out of the Pokeball. The blackened Mewtwo appeared. The dark type Mewtwo turned black all over, which scared Chin Mew. How did you become like this? You idiot, this is my dark state. It is different from their dark elf. Look carefully, I don't have that evil aura. I was scared to death. I thought you became like them. Dante said. Mewtwo's third form, Dark Mewtwo. Serena said it's just a mysterious evolution stone. How can Mewtwo have so many transformation states? Ah, it's really strong. Zai also felt the same way. Mewtwo's dark form appeared. This trainer is so awesome. I really want to compete with him. What are you thinking about in your heart? I thought you were thinking about Chin Mew and how to deal with this guy Guzma. Of course we are here to compete. Even if Chin Mew doesn't take action we will deal with Guzma. Yes, now that he has taken action we are just waiting for him to. Chapter 128. It's definitely not a problem to deal with Guzma. Serena was speechless. They are all trainers and their ideas are exactly the same. Sitting there silently, Zulan was thinking that Mewtwo could transform into a dark state. Did all SI of his states appear? Mewtwo's 7 forms are Armored Mewtwo, Colored Mewtwo, Dark Mewtwo, Super Mewtwo Y state and normal form. The Mewtwo that took the initiative to appear scared Guzma. Looking at the black color all over his body he thought it was also a dark Pokemon. Ha ha ha, you're still talking about me, you're not the same. Chin Mew snorted coldly. Look carefully, that's Mewtwo's dark state. Mewtwo unceremoniously gathered powerful telekinesis and the energy he burst out turned into a dark color. The powerful spirit power continued to push forward. Seeing his own elves being destroyed he took out other elf balls without hesitation. He summoned them again and again and they were destroyed again and again. Guzma had no elf balls left. He half knelt on the ground and looked at Mewtwo in the air. He had gone through a lot of trouble to turn these elves into elves. Just like that they were all destroyed. Damn it. Since Mewtwo had consumed too much energy it could no longer hold on. It fell from the sky. Chin Mew threw out the Pokeball and took it back. In order to kill these dark Pokemons he had used up all his Pokemon power and could not fight for a while. Chin Mew smiled with relief. The compatibility between him and Mewtwo was getting higher and higher. Have a good rest. I believe your energy will increase when you leave the station again. Guzma, you no longer have any Pokeballs, so what qualifications do you have to stand here? Yeah, what are you still doing standing there? Get out of here now. The trainers at the scene cursed him and told him to leave. Unable to bear such an insult, Guzma turned around and ran away. This did not make him repent but made him hate him even more. Chin Mew and all of you trainers, wait for me. When I Guzma become the most powerful trainer I will come to find you. He ran faster and faster until his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone withdrew their gaze. Chin Mew said, now that we have dealt with this scum I hope he can reform in the future. Chin Mew walked off the arena. Serena said, you are so handsome. Mewtwo is invincible. I also have to thank Mewtwo but his Pokemon power is exhausted and I don't know how long it will take to recover. It's okay. After the competition is over you can come with us to find Professor Oak. Maybe we can help him recover quickly. Chin Mew looked at the two of them. Dan Dis said, one of them is Zai and the other is Xiaomao. Nice to meet you, I'm Chin Mew. We are the same. You are amazing. The power of the elves makes us feel that you are an excellent trainer. Chin Mew said, no. Are you not welcome? Here we also want to compete with you. Hehe, okay. Guzma left here and the arena returned to calm and the trainers began their competition again. Mewtwo knew that he was in pain to let Chin Mew destroy those Pokemon one by one. In order to be able to drive this guy away directly he burst out all his Pokemon power and maintained the dark state. Now he is very weak but he can still feel Chin Mew's consciousness. Serena said, is it my turn? You guys just watch my performance here. Chin Mew said, come on. Serena stood opposite him and the opponent's trainer seemed very excited. What do you mean? Why are you so excited? excited. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I want to tell you that you are on the wrong side. My opponent is Xiao Ia. Which side are you on? Ah, sorry. True Vision was really too embarrassed. Serena quickly walked over there. Xiao Ia appeared here. Qin Mu said Xiao Ia found a high-level elf and she should have improved a lot in this period of time. Don't worry about his fighting ability, I know it very well. After all, he is also a gym leader. Xiao Ia's opponent is the gym leader of Nibiru who has the same ability as Xiao Ia. To become a gym leader you must reach a certain level. They set a limit, only 2 Pokemon were allowed to be used. Whoever's Pokemon lost the power of the Pokemon would be considered the loser. Such a rule could actually be set in the arena, of course, as long as the opponent agreed. Qin Mu said, is this kind of competition fair? Dan Dis said, as long as the opponent agrees it is fair. The most powerful Pokemon may not be the most powerful. It depends on the skills of the Pokemon. Qin Mu was very clear about this and he had tested it before. Xiao Ia agreed to his request and each of them took out 2 Pokeballs. The Pokemon that the gym owner released was Guidud. The Pokemon that Xiao Ia released was Starfish. Starfish is a huge starfish with a red gem on it. His opponent was a round rock body. It can float in the air and has a pair of hands. If it falls into the rock pile it will definitely not be seen. It is a defensive Pokemon that can compete with Xiao Ia's Starfish. Qin Mu said the 2 people have the same idea. The second Pokemon thrown by the owner was Dragonite. It was a dragon-type Pokemon, blue all over with a hard armor helmet on its head. The second Pokemon summoned by Xiao Ia was the Pokemon whose main attack ability was Fierce Poison. Dante said it was the one we helped him recover last time. The Dragonite is in the 1-4 East area near the Orange Islands, in the same place as Xiao Ia's gym. He recovered this dragon Pokemon there. Qin Mu said all trainers need to go to many places to get the Pokemon that suits them. Your current lineup is already strong enough to support you and you have more than SI Pokemon. I know this, but SI Pokemon are definitely not enough. Pokemon will be consumed during battle. The doctor can restore them. During this period you can leave them with the doctor and use the replacement Pokeball. Yes, having enough lineup does not mean you can always fight. You must always maintain your own elf lineup. Their rule is to use 2 Pokemon. Both Pokemon have been released and the competition begins. Chapter 129. Xiao Ia was not polite and launched the most powerful attack. A red light was released from the opponent's dragon treasure. The dragon elf dodged very quickly. Xiao Ia was not in a hurry at all. His poison net was even more powerful. This was a high-level water elf baby. The boulders in front flew towards this side again and again. The powerful defense ability of the gem starfish played an important role. It would block the attack of the small fist stone and these boulders would be completely blocked by it. Qin Mu said the defense ability of the gem starfish is really high enough. I think Xiao Ia has a good fighting mindset. Qin Mu nodded. Gem starfish attack. Some gravel force flew over here, all of which were broken rock. Poisonous encirclement net. The energy attack distributed in a net-like pattern gathered all the rubble together and turned them into powder in an instant. He is truly the strongest water spirit. Qin Mu said it took a lot of effort to capture him. The poison emanating from his body is very powerful. 17. It seems that Xiao Ia is sure to win. Who made him come up with such a condition that only 2 elves are allowed to appear? Competition is competition. Why should there be any restriction? What does such a restriction mean? Dan Dis said some people put forward such conditions in order to better end the battle, and of course they are also sure of victory. It's simply a fantasy. The powerful gravel attack increased Guidud power. Misty was not to be outdone and called on her Pokemon to release a more powerful to-in attack. The cooperation between the 2 water-type Pokemon Starfish and Pokemon was really wonderful. Serena's battle was also very smooth and Serena's Pokemon lineup was very powerful. Lucario was the first Pokemon he summoned. Dante said along the way Serena's Pokemon power has also been strengthened a lot. His ability can definitely defeat the opponent. Xiao Ia and Serena both had the advantage. Serena's Lucario and his Pokemon showed their prowess in the competition. The super energy that Xiao Quan burst out was indeed strong enough and the poison-type Pokemon and the hard stone collided with each other. Xiao Ia said take this opportunity to attack the dragon-type Pokemon Baby Dragon. Seeing that the situation was not good, the gym owner prepared to take back his weakest Pokemon and release the NET Pokemon to appear. Dragon Dance. The gem starfish was shot down and Xiao Ia summoned another elf. The Pokemon summoned by the gym owner is a ground dragon. Serena won brilliantly, beating her opponent to a pulp not long after entering the game. His competitive victory. Great, I won. Sorry. Serena left here and Xiao Ia's battle was still going on. Qin Mu said your opponent is so weak, you solved him so quickly. I feel like my elf's competitive ability has improved compared to before. Qin Mu and Dan Di both nodded. The 2 bystanders also noticed that the 3 of them had been together for a while. How could they not know what changes had taken place. So you two agree on this to read the exciting novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. Yes, that's great. I will continue to work hard. In order to improve her strength, Serena would take her Pokemon to exercise every day. This was something that both Dandy and Chin Mew knew. By increasing the Pokemon's system, their strength could also be increased. This method was slow to take effect, but it was also a good way to accumulate it over time. Misty has the upper hand, and it seems that this gym leader is no match for him. Zulan said, well, I can see that Misty will definitely win. The difference in strength between the two is not that big, but Misty has a great advantage. Guzma was very disappointed when he left here because all his Pokeballs were gone. Now that everyone knows what he did, it is even more difficult to get Pokeballs. Without Pokeballs, it means that he has no ability to capture those Pokemon. He suddenly remembered something, that he could get Pokeballs from others. As long as I have a way, I will not let you go, Chin Mew. If it weren't for you, how could I become what I am now? He would take action when he had a plan. He decided to disappear for a while, and when he became strong enough, it would not be too late to appear in front of Chin Mew. Guzma decided to leave the Orange Islands and go to other places where Chin Mew could not see him. Chin Mew and his friends were about to leave after the competition today. Zai called him. Wait, Chin Mew, why don't you ask Professor Oak to help you check Mewtwo's status? Chin Mew said, is Professor Oak also in the Orange Islands? Yes, it's not far from here. Dandis said, it's so close and you two can be late. I really don't understand. Chin Mew decided to follow them to see. He didn't want Mewtwo to be unconscious like this. Under Zai's leadership, Chin Mew and his group came to Professor Oak laboratory. Professor Oak, we are back. I have already told you about Mewtwo on the way. Now I have Chin Mew here. Can you help take a look at him? Of course, no problem. Where's the Pokeball? Chin Mew took out Mewtwo's Pokeball 620 and the pale yellow light had disappeared as if there was nothing inside. The doctor frowned as he looked at the Pokeball in front of him, and there was no energy at all. This is a bit troubling. Has he exhausted all his energy? Yes, Chin Mew said. Will there be any problem? Can't you recover by taking a rest for a while? Even so, facing such a powerful elf and exhausting all of his elven power, the time it would take is uncertain, maybe a year or 10 years. How could this happen? Is there a solution? Trust me, just leave him here. Once I find a solution, I will let you know immediately. Chin Mew thought about it and decided to leave Mewtwo's Pokeball with the doctor. Please don't worry, I will take good care of him. Chin Mew didn't expect the problem to be so serious. He thought it was just the exhaustion of the spirit power and it would recover after a while. Serena said, damn it, it's all caused by that guy Guzma. In this way, Chin Mew's Mewtwo could not fight and his spirit lineup lost a more powerful Mewtwo. Chin Mew believed that the doctor would definitely find a way to help Mewtwo recover his original state. Chapter 130. Zai said, since you are here, how about I show you around? Chin Mew said, is that okay? Of course, the doctor is also very hospitable. They left here and walked towards the garden behind. There were flat grasslands over there and there were some Pokemon. These little guys were particularly friendly when they saw Zai coming. Zai often played with them. Why are all these Pokemon here? They are all Pokemon with problems. The doctor is helping them improve. For the time being, they are kept in this garden. So this is you can be absolutely assured that Chow Meng is here. What are your plans, Net? Chin Mew said, plans? What plan? Should we go find a more powerful elf? Mewtwo is very powerful, but it is currently incapable of fighting. As a gym trainer, it's a shame that you don't have such a Pokemon in this competition. It's okay, my Pokemon lineup is still okay. I think I can hold on. Maybe Mewtwo will recover before the competition is over. Pokemon need to recharge after every battle, that's why they can't compete continuously. Mewtwo has exhausted all his Pokemon power to be in his current state and it will take a long time to recover. The doctor looked at the Pokeball and said, what happened that made you exhaust all your Pokemon power? Zai is back. I have to ask him what happened. Chin Mew followed them around and found that the living environment of the doctor was not bad. Has Chin Mew gotten up yet? They came back to rest last night and went back to their own room. Dandy was knocking on Chin Mew's door when Serena came in. Chin Mew hasn't gotten up yet. When Chin Mew's door opened, the two of them saw Chin Mew with two big dark circles under his eyes. Ha ha ha, how did you become like this? I'm still a little worried about Chow Meng. I didn't sleep much last night. Don't worry, what do you have to worry about when you leave it with the doctor? Zai will tell you if there is any situation. I'm worried about leaving the doctor with me. I'm just worried about Mewtwo's condition. It's okay, we should go. Chin Mew stretched and walked out. Are you still able to compete in your current state? It's okay. When they arrived here, the arena was already full of people. Zai and Xiaomao had already arrived here. Oh, you guys are here. I'm telling you that I don't mean he has a way to restore Mewtwo as soon as possible. Really? That's great. I think you will be very excited to hear this good news. Let's have a competition. Chin Mew walked to the arena with him. Go Pikachu. Pikachu appeared in front of Qin Mu with a cute face. Red-eyed black dragon. Hearing the name of the Pokemon summoned by the other party, Pikachu seemed to be still asleep with both eyes closed. What is Pikachu still doing there? Zai was helpless. This guy is always like this. Qin Mu knew that even though he didn't open his eyes, he had already entered the battle state. 2 red rays of light shot forward and the red-eyed black dragon was electrocuted with 100,000 volts of electricity. This elf looks cute and adorable as if it is not powerful at all, but in fact it is not weak at all. Don't let me down at the critical moment. Dandy said, the first thing Zai did today was to challenge Qin Mu, which surprised me a little. Serena said maybe he saw Qin Mu's strength yesterday and wanted to compete with him. The power of the red eyes black dragon is very strong and Pikachu is not willing to be outdone. Obviously Pikachu can never be the opponent of the red eyes black dragon. Come out Flame Monkey to read the exciting novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. A fiery red monkey appeared in front of Qin Mu with a blazing flame on its back. The huge fist swung forward and each punch was filled with flame. This is your true strength. The red-eyed black dragon burst out with its strongest energy. The monkey jumped up with all his strength. Its jumping ability is really strong. In flame flash charge. The moment he rushed forward was a close range attack, but he could not fly in the sky, so he rushed forward and made a rapid turn. Qin Mu knew how to deal with him. He summoned Articuno. Zai expected that Qin Mu would definitely summon Articuno. Snow and ice fell all over the sky. Every time Articuno appeared, the surrounding environment would become what it is now. His ice energy is very strong. Facing the flying type Pokemon, the Inflame summoned by Zai was at a disadvantage. He summoned the fire type Pokemon Charizard again. Charizard is the most common dragon type Pokemon in trainers. The combination of the two Pokemon is just right. Qin Mu said, interesting, this combination is not bad. Zai ignored the ability of Articuno. His freezing power is simply too powerful. Serena said, there is a gap. Qin Mu will definitely win. Inflame's FLE ability is still quite high. Looking at the lightning punch he burst out, you can see how fast his attack speed is. Burn it all. After receiving the trainer's order, the Pokemon immediately issued a burn. Swift Cold Wind. The powerful ice Pokemon's energy explodes instantly. Oops, the power of the elves can't hold on any longer. He had already summoned 3 elves. The power of the elves was exhausted, which meant that he had lost the competition. Qin Mu said, I was lucky to win against you. Your elf lineup is very powerful. I know you are very good, but I still want to give it a try. The competition ended easily. Not much Pokemon power was consumed, so it was enough to compete in a competition. Qin Mu sat there watching other trainers' competition. He fell asleep unknowingly. Serena said, Qin Mu, look at his Pokemon. She found that Qin Mu did not respond, so she turned her head and found that this guy had fallen asleep sitting there. No way he can sleep like this. Dandy said, let him have a good rest. He didn't have a good rest because of Chow Meng. He is just a little tired to sit here and rest. The two sat net to Qin Mu and stopped talking. They just wanted to let him rest quietly. Qin Mu slept for more than 2 hours before waking up. How come I fell asleep and you two didn't wake me up? Qin Mu looked at his watch and it was already 10:30. Never mind, I'll go back first. Chapter 131. Dandy said, let's go back together later. Serena and Dandy followed Qin Mu and left the competition. Seeing your state today, I know you are not interested in staying there. Take a good rest. We will go to Pokemon Academy. Okay, you guys are welcome. I'm really sleepy now. Serena and Dandy went to find the Elf Academy and Qin Mu went back tourist alone. He went there just to ask what skills their elves can learn. Guzma found his own method, but a mysterious person found him. Guzma found a man standing in front of him wearing a black robe and he couldn't see what he looked like at all. You must be very unwilling now. You don't even have a Pokeball. I don't know what you think. It was obvious that the mysterious man standing in front of him knew everything about him. What do you mean? I said if you cooperate with me I can help you. How can I trust you when I don't even know who you are? Will it be worse than now? Guzma looked at his back feeling a little uneasy. Could he have some conspiracy? No, I don't even have a Pokeball now. What conspiracy could he have? 620, just tell me. Come with me. He took Guzma to a very secret place. He looked around and pressed a switch with his finger. The door opened. He strode in. Guzma hesitated for a moment but followed him in. He found that this was actually a laboratory. Don't be nervous, it's just one of my research lab and I researched all these Pokemon. Hearing him say this, Guzma seemed to have an answer in his mind. Let me introduce myself to you first. I am Akroma. As for you, there is nothing to say. I know your situation very well. Your opponent Qin Mu is very strong. If you want to defeat him I will help you. What are the conditions for you to help me? Ha ha ha. Just use the Pokemon I researched and I'll help you with the rest. Is that all? Yes, it's that simple. Don't ask me why I want to find you. I know that only you can accept the Pokemon I researched. Akroma didn't plan plan to take action in this competition. He was researching a special Pokemon. He had spent a long time on it. Once he succeeded, it would be invincible. Now they are in the Kanto region, not in the Orange Islands. Guzma gladly accepted his request. He could get what he wanted. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about the Pokeball. Haha, I'm in great shape today. Serena said, we can see that without you telling us. In the arena, Xiaozai told him that Mutwo would be back in less than 3 days. The doctor finally came up with a solution. He injected wave power into Mutwo's body, making him show signs of waking up. Shin Mu has been on a winning streak and more outstanding trainers are eyeing him. Every trainer is very happy to achieve such a high winning streak, which is something to be proud of. Shin Mu's NET opponent saw that he was on a winning streak, so he challenged him as soon as he spotted him. Serena said, are you kidding me? We just got here. Is that guy so impatient? Can't he just wait a little longer? The two of them sat down helplessly. Yesterday they went to the Pokemon Academy to learn about what skills Pokemon can learn. After arriving there, they went directly to the library to read exciting novels. Go to Follow Novel Network. They carefully searched for the skills that their Pokemon can learn so that they can get to know their elves better. Dandy said, this academy is really a good place. How can we have the time to send them to study? It would be better to find out what skills they can learn. Gym leader Makis can start now. Everyone knows that he is a very powerful gym leader. When some trainers came to challenge him, he injured countless Pokemon. It is normal to injure Pokemon in competition, but no one can kill them with one blow. He has seen Shin Mu's strength and summoned his own Pokemon without showing any weakness. Shin Mu threw out a Pokeball and let Dragonite go first. Like a phantom, a Pokemon appeared in front of Dragonite, the opponent's Pokemon Ghastly. He hid in Dragonite's shadow, which made Dragonite unable to attack. Seeing this, Dandy stood up immediately. He knew how powerful Shin Mu's elf lineup was. The Makis in front of him summoned a Pokemon like Ghastly. Shadow Ball. The purple-brown Pokemon in front of him had a pair of extremely large eyes and 4 small fangs in his mouth. It looked like it had not evolved yet. Dragonite was just about to attack when Ghastly, who was lurking in the dark, changed his position. Ghastly's special ability was that it always used sneak attack. The attacking method was very difficult to dodge, and even the most powerful Pokemon would lose a combat ability. Serena said, isn't even a quasi-god level Pokemon like Dragonite a match for him? Ghastly is really powerful. Zulan said, for a Pokemon that has not evolved, such a burst is really strong. Shin Mu's Dragonite has not evolved either, but it is a quasi-god level Pokemon. Even Ghastly cannot exert its ability against it. Shin Mu looked at this guy and felt a headache. Suddenly he remembered a Pokemon that he had never used in battle. It's Upakshigu. A golden elf appeared like the sun. Gokima's E-Pression changed subtly. This little change also made Shin Mu see the clue. It seems that he was right to summon this elf. The skills of the two of them just happened to counteract each other. Angel's Kiss. Garces released a strange light. Suddenly a particularly strange light rushed towards this side. It collided with the golden light, which was very dazzling. This guy who loved to hide in the shadows had nowhere to hide. Go ahead, Metagross. Gokima knew that his Pokemon was no match for the other party, so he immediately took out another Pokeball and summoned Metagross. A cyan blue Pokemon appeared in front of him. It looked very strong. Shin Mu said, now is the time for Dragonite to attack with a water column. Swish. A thick water column rushed forward and the steel-like Metagross was hit by the water column. He is quite good at dealing with Ghastly. I thought that when Ghastly appeared first, he must have no way to deal with it. Chapter 132. Seeing Shin Mu handle it with ease, Dandy and Serena finally retracted their shocked E-Pression. He chose a Pokemon like Ghastly, which needs to evolve 3 times in a row. The main reason is that Ghastly likes to hide in the dark, especially in the shadow of the sun. The Tejekield summoned by Shin Mu is just enough to deal with it. Quasi-god level Pokemon like Dragonite can't do anything to it, and the little Tejekield subdued it. Ghastly has been suffering damage all the time. There is no way to hide in the dark. Angel's Kiss, Fairy Wind, all skills are targeting him. Metagross has been hit by Dragonite, which can't create its powerful steel power. Facing an opponent who can't let itself use skills, Gocho is even more helpless. Shin Mu thought, fortunately he thought of Tejekield, otherwise this trainer in front of him would be really difficult to deal with. Sandstorm. The vision in front of him became blurred and Dragonite took this opportunity to send out a water column again. Attack. Life drop. Shin Mu shouted loudly. Shua. The steel attribute of the Metagross could not be brought into play. Since leaving the station, the power of the spirit has been declining. Under the powerful attack of Shin Mu and Bao Kameng, it is obvious that his spirit has no way to get close. How did that happen? It's totally different from what I imagined. Serena said, Pakagu is so awesome. Ha. Seeing that the power of the elves was about to be exhausted, the opponent was obviously very unconvinced and a terrifying phantom appeared. It clearly a dying struggle. Ray of destruction. After the competition, the opponent lost miserably. Shin Mu pointed out out that he had used 2 Pokemon, so he no longer had any need to compete. Only Gokima himself knew that his Pokemon was not that powerful. The reason why he released Ghastly first was that he wanted to use this Pokemon to take down Qin Mew's more powerful Pokemon. He had watched Qin Mew's competitions and never found Qin Mew using Pokemon. He completely ignored Qin Mew's Pokemon lineup. "Sorry, I accidentally beat you." She took her 2 Pokeballs and turned away. Qin Mew looked very rude, but he ignored her and walked straight down. Serena said, "How do you know it so thoroughly?" My dad paused. He knew that Serena must be asking about Pokemon. Of course, through him. Qin Mew pointed to the elf device on his wrist. "In order to master more Pokemon, this thing I got from the doctor is quite useful. His Ghastly has not evolved yet. Once it evolves to the strongest level, the result is uncertain." Meowth's opponent is Xiao Ia. Qin Mew just walked down. "Is this really possible? Meowth has electric skills, but Misty is a water Pokemon. Xiao Ia should know it very well, otherwise he wouldn't be standing there. It should be that Meow Meow guy pestering him again. The champion of this time has not yet appeared. So far Qin Mew is the trainer with the most consecutive wins. He originally had his own plan in mind. In order to get closer to his goal after this competition, he will go to various places to challenge gyms. I took a break yesterday. Where did you two go? I went to the Pokemon Academy to learn what skills the Pokemon that lack skills can learn. I didn't expect to gain so much. Meow Meow is Meow Meow. As soon as he came on stage, he said something very challenging. Xiao Ia pouted her lips in anger. Qin Mew said, "Meow Meow is really naughty." Xiao Ia's first appearance was the horned goldfish. The long sharp horns on the horned goldfish were the most prominent. "What? You really don't take me seriously." Xiao Ia, "Your super elf is..." "Shut up." To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The talking Meowth is so annoying. Hazy was obviously very rude after being rejected, and she immediately used the ultimate move of the horned goldfish. "After the competition is over, let's go to Professor Oak's place." "Okay." Qin Mew was still thinking about Mewtwo. He wanted to see what Mewtwo's condition was like now. Before coming here, Zai had already reported Mewtwo's condition to him, but Qin Mew still wanted to go and see it in person. His concern for the Pokemon left in Professor Oak's Pokeball emitting a pale yellow light. It recovered so quickly. Professor Oak looked at the Pokeball in front of him and felt very strange. According to his calculations, it would take at least 2 days for it to emit its energy light. What on earth is going on? It was the kind of concern that Qin Mew had. Meng's reply gave the doctor the answer. "So that's how it is. No wonder you were completely conquered by him. It turns out that this kind of power is also very powerful. I have studied it for so long, how come I only understand it now?" Dr. Oak's favorability toward Qin Mew deepened again. Xiao Ia knew that Team Rocket was not easy to deal with, so he had to use his most powerful water-type manager, the stinging jellyfish. "Don't think that your electric energy can target my water spirit." Poison-type encirclement net. This time Meowth couldn't dodge it. He jumped up and down but couldn't dodge it. This net-like skill. The golden body burst out with electric energy, which he had just learned. This method can be used to defeat water-type Pokemon, but what it didn't expect was that it would get itself burned. Musashi said, "You idiot, who told you to act on your own? Don't stop now, use the powerful poison." He didn't even give Meow Meow a chance to breathe. How could he hold on? The power of the elf dropped instantly. Where was the arrogant Meow Meow just now? Done. Guzma got the Pokeball he was looking for, and Akroma prepared a Pokemon suitable for him. Don't pose yourself during this period. Improve your compatibility with these elves first. As for the evolution, you don't have to worry about it. I will help you with everything. Ha ha ha. Okay. Qin Mew and the other two came to Dr. Oak laboratory. Dr. Oak's eyes were curved and he looked very kind. "When you came, I thought it would take 2 days, but Mewtwo has already recovered." Qin Mew just came to take a look. He didn't expect it to be so fast. He knew it would take 2 days. The pale yellow Pokeball was handed to Qin Mew. He looked at this familiar Pokeball and the feeling in his heart finally disappeared. He felt that his compatibility with Mewtwo had improved again. "That's great. I'm not worried about whether you can recover to your best condition as long as you can recover." Xiao Meng knew that Qin Mew was thinking that it was fine not for him to fight. The doctor told Qin Mew why Xiao Meng recovered so quickly. It turned out to be related to him. Chapter 133. There is a certain telepathy between trainers and Pokemon, and Qin Mew's concern can be sensed by the Pokemon. On an empty grassy field, Ghastly was released. "This is where Maki's got Ghastly. In order to improve your abilities, I brought you back here hoping to find a way to make you evolve. Go find another Ghastly." The Pokemon didn't move, not because it didn't want to look, but because there was no Ghastly here. "What are you still doing there?" Maki's frown. "Isn't there a second Ghastly here? If not, come back." With a swish, a dark purple light entered the Pokeball. It seemed that his guess was correct. Qin Mew and his companions left the doctor and passed by a power plant. It seemed seemed to be abandoned. Qin Mu found the figure of a Pokemon Si-23. Although it only shook for a moment, he was sure that there were Pokemon in this power plant. Serena said, "What's the matter, Qin Mu? Do you still want to visit this abandoned power plant?" "No, I think it's weird inside." Qin Mu walked inside and Dandy and Serena followed him. "Alas, it's just an abandoned power plant. What kind of ghost could there be? I saw a dark figure before. I'm sure it was ghastly. Could it be that I saw it wrong?" "No, I just fought him. I know his aura very well." The three of them searched forward carefully. Qin Mu's eyes were always focused on the dark place. Xiao Meng said, "Stop, it's right here." Qin Mu looked at the dark place. He took out his Pokeball. "It's up to you, Pokshigu Poker." As soon as Pokemon appeared, it rushed towards the dark place. Angel Kiss. A dark purple Pokemon was beaten out. It was obviously the ghastly they had seen before. Serena saw this little guy rolling out from the darkness. She didn't expect that Qin Mu saw him. "You have good eyesight. You can spot this. There is no way Pokemon will let him get away. If he appears here, Ghastly will have no way to hide." Qin Mu said, "Come on, little guy." Ghastly, who had nowhere to hide, flew into the Pokeball. Mewtwo recovered and accidentally got this Pokemon again. "We have caught him. Let's get out of here quickly." When turning around to leave, Articuno's Pokeball emitted a faint blue light. There was a thunder feather nearby. "This thing is the best item for electric attribute babies to improve their abilities." The induction between the Pokemons made Mewtwo tell about the thunder feather. Qin Mu narrated Mewtwo's words to Dandy and Serena. "So this thing is nearby. According to the description of the elves, its shape is similar to feathers. Since it is thunder rain, this feather is definitely not ordinary. Not only can the elves with electric attributes use it, but also the elves who can learn this skill can use it." They decided to look for it nearby. They happened to meet Maki's. "It's you." Makishi met Qin Mu and the other three here. He just nodded lightly and left in a hurry without saying a word. "What? This rude guy?" Qin Mu said. "Didn't he say hello?" To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It's just a little cold. Don't take it too seriously. According to the information sensed by Articuno, they kept walking forward and soon entered a small forest. "It should be nearby. Let's look for it separately." Qin Mu walked to the left. At first he didn't find anything. When he continued to walk forward, he found something unusual in front of him. The closer they got, the stronger the energy became. It was obviously a force of thunder. A feather-like object was lying in the small pit in front. The power of thunder was emanating from the surroundings. Articuno's Pokeball flew out instantly. The feather flew out of the small pit as if it recognized its master. Qin Mu had told Dandy and Serena that this thing was nearby. They walked for a distance and did not find it, so they returned. The two of them walked towards the direction of Qin Mu and saw the scene in front of them. The moving bird was circling in the sky. Its azure body was matched with the flying ice flowers. It was simply beautiful. A feather-shaped object rose up and a powerful force of thunder was emanating from its surroundings. The two looked ahead in amazement. "Is this the thunder feather?" Qin Mu was stunned, his eyes fixed on Articuno. The thunder feather became a part of Articuno's body, growing on his body. It can be seen that there is a feather in the azure body that exudes the power of thunder. The scene in front of him was too spectacular. After recovering the thunder feather, Articuno quickly flew back to the Pokeball. The powerful thunder power could be clearly seen outside the Pokeball. Qin Mu reacted and reached out to catch the Pokeball. "This is simply incredible." Dandy said, "We also saw it. It is really shocking. It turns out that the guidance from the unknown is what he needs." Serena said, "Qin Mu, you are really amazing. Are the elves you recovered special?" "It's not that the Pokemon is special, it's his Pokemon that is special. Although the Pokemon are in the same state of not evolving, Qin Mu's dragon Pokemon are completely different and the energy they burst out is very powerful." During this period of time in the competition, Qin Mu's reputation has been getting higher and higher and he is expected to become the champion trainer this time. Dandy said, "The moment I've been waiting for is really coming. I knew you had this plan. Don't mind it. It doesn't matter in competition. Zulan has competed with Qin Mu twice." Dandy had this idea but never made a move. Seeing that the grand tournament is about to end on 1-4, Dandy can't miss this opportunity. Serena's eyes are full of admiration. With Qin Mu's current strength, he will definitely become the champion trainer of the Orange Islands, the grand tournament area. In the blink of an eye, it is the last day. Today will produce the champion trainer here. Qin Mu is the one with the highest reputation and the other is Dandy. Serena said, "Today is what I am most looking forward to. Who of you two will be stronger?" Serena stared there, afraid of missing any detail. The elves of both of them have very strong lineups. The number of elves they will appear reaches SI to SI. The onlookers below are also talking about it. The elf lineup is so powerful, SI elves can appear at the same time. Who is stronger, Dan Emperor or Qin Mu? Chapter 134. Dante said, "Finally I have a chance to compete with you." Dante is a champion trainer and his appearance caused quite a stir. Serena said, "Zulan, what do you think of these two? They are all very capable trainers. I also want to see what the result will be. AE War Dragon Flash Ace and Super Armor Rhino go to battle. Qin Mu took out 3 Pokeballs. Go Articuno Mutuo Ancient Charizard. The powerful power of the elves suddenly appeared. Lightning attribute attack. The thunder feather that Articuno had just obtained the power of thunder and lightning burst out from its azure body. Heavy snow fell all over the sky and an extremely terrifying spirit emanated. How can Articuno have the attribute of thunder? Everyone at the scene was shocked. Zulan looked at Serena Net to her. She should know how Qin Mu's Articuno changed. What is going on? How can Articuno have the attribute of lightning? It's the thunder feather's work, but I don't know the reason. Zai said this thing should be found near the abandoned power plant 17. Yes, not too far from that location. That's right, there are many Pokemon with lightning attributes there. The reason why it was abandoned is that lightning often occurs there. As a result, the electric field can no longer operate. It has become an abandoned lightning field and many Pokemon with lightning attributes like to stay there. It is the special ability formed there that generated this lightning feather. I heard from Professor Oak that the general situation is like this. This thing can only be used on Pokemon with lightning attributes. How could it be on Articuno? Zulan said, I think I understand. Articuno must have potential abilities and this potential ability of his is related to lightning, so he can use the lightning feather to absorb energy. Is it the feather on the back that shines brightly and emits powerful lightning? Serena nodded. Indeed, that feather is now just like Articuno's own feather. Zai said, you are lucky that you dare to go to that place. There are many self-destructing magnetrons there. The 3 of us were just passing by there and we didn't think too much about it. We were lucky. The formation of thunder feathers is that there are many Pokemon like magnetron that collide with each other. The powerful lightning force forms a certain amount of energy which gathers in place and becomes thunder feathers. Qin Mu and his friends were lucky. They didn't encounter this kind of Pokemon, but Menger encountered the thunder rain generated by their energy. Makis didn't feel anything unusual when he passed by there and he was about to find Ghastly, who was also obtained by Qin Mu. Zai, who stayed with Professor Oak, really knew a lot. Professor Oak told him some details about some elf. Articuno's strength began to evolve and the powerful lightning force spread throughout the area. The powerful horns of the super armor rhino were formed. The huge elf have super protective abilities. It has to be said that his armor is indeed super armor. The only weakness of Pokemon with strong defense and output capabilities is that they don't have a very fast speed. His movement is really slow, which makes people look very uncomfortable. The AE War Dragon is in sharp contrast with him. Qin Mu said, Mutuo telekinesis control. Mutuo immediately used his super telekinesis transformation Super Mutuo. Dan knew that his 3 Pokemons might not be able to resist. Qin Mu's Articuno had already changed and he summoned Ancient Charizard, both of which were relatively powerful Pokemon. The Mutuo he had recovered this time was also stronger. Articuno absorbed the power of thunder and became so powerful. Qin Mu said, I didn't expect the power of thunder feather to be so strong. The power of the earth mat armor and flying stone. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Then the whole ground trembled and then several flying stones attacked the front. Ancient Charizard, Ancient Flame. What a strong Pokemon battle. The powerful magnetic field of thunder feather makes Articuno's attack ability particularly strong. The opponent's Pokemon power has been consumed all the time and this is what Dandy is worried about, that they can't withstand the power of thunder feather. Zai said, you can find this thing, why didn't you find Zapdos? Serena said, Zapdos, is he nearby too? There is a strong electromagnetic field there and there are things like thunder feathers. The lightning bird must be nearby. We collected the thunder feather and left without thinking about anything else. It seems that this power is in harmony with Articuno, the dark attribute, making the thunder feather become a part of his body. Isn't it better? He has exerted all his strength. If it is only used as an energy absorber, it may not absorb all of its energy. It fit perfectly with Articuno and becomes a part of his body, allowing this Pokemon to fully exert the strongest power of thunder feather. Zai's guess is also based on certain judgment. He learned all this knowledge from the professor. It is precisely because there will be dangers in there that few trainers will go to that place. After completely absorbing the energy of thunder feather, Articuno's energy has been greatly improved and his strength has plotted. In the notification, Articuno flew in circles and the heavy snow never stopped. 627 formed a powerful thunder force in the heavy snow, which is rare. The power of thunder is pondaing and Articuno has changed. A crown-like crown has grown on his head. The feathers on his body have also become longer and his whole body has undergone obvious changes. This is an evolutionary trend. Did he evolve because of thunder feather? Qin Mu, who didn't react, was stunned. Dan said, how could this happen after evolution? The evolved Articuno is very strong. The human Pokemon Flash Ace has a hidden burst attribute Super Fire! A wave of flame rushed forward and the ancient Charizard also spewed out a wave of flames forward. The two ancient energies collided. A powerful explosion sounded and the two flames collided with each other. The thunder power of Articuno caused his elf power to drop sharply. The energy of Articuno's whole body began to change and the evolution was complete. He opened his mouth and sprayed forward and a powerful ice wave rushed forward. Flare Ace immediately left the free pioneer Pokemon and its reaction speed was still extremely fast. There was no way to meet his powerful offensive. Zai said it's amazing the possibility of energy being completely absorbed and evolving is very low. Chapter 135. Dandy took out a Pokeball and released the Toad King. Come out Thousand Faces. The last Pokemon Dragonite. His Pokemon power could no longer bear it so he had no choice but to replace the other three Pokemon. Articuno, Mewtwo and Ancient Charizard. The powerful burst force made the Pokemon that appeared fall down without launching any attacks. Articuno, the Pokemon after Mewtwo's evolution. Ancient Charizard is still in its original state. Meow meow. It turns out that Chin Mew is so powerful. It seems that I had a problem with my brain when I challenged him. When Musashi heard what Meow Meow said, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Only then did he realize how badly he was beaten. Not only the two of them but everyone else didn't react. They were simply too strong. The case at the scene was enough to prove it all. The ice power of Jidong Bird became stronger and stronger. The ice and snow in the sky changed and all the snowflake and ice crystals epondate outwards rapidly. Serena said the champion is about to be born. Zulan said this time the Orange Islands competition champion is Chin Mew. This is not bad. He also became a champion trainer and he is closer to his goal. Zai said I think Chin Mew is very special. His dragon type Pokemon has very strong energy. Although Ancient Charizard is powerful, he is just an initial Pokemon. Why is the power he bursts out so strong? We know this too. This is the fact. We don't know why this happens even though we use the same Pokeball. Chin Mew didn't use any special Pokeball. He got them from the lab just like theirs. Before he could react, Kimura was eliminated. Dandis said how come the Pokemon power didn't burst out at all? Was it just used up like that? Charizard can deal with ice Pokemon. His Charizard is not in an evolved state, so a Charizard born in this way can't resist the icy power of Articuno. Chin Mew defeated Dandy and became the last winner here, the winner who had never lost a game and firmly won the championship training of the Orange Islands. Dandis said congratulations, you have also become a champion trainer and from now on you will have more and more challengers to your gym. Thank you. I didn't expect my strength to improve so much during this period of time. Serena couldn't wait to run over. You are really amazing. I didn't expect that Articuno would change so much after absorbing the power of thunder. It's really shocking. Chin Mew said what surprised me most is that the Mewtwo that was restored by the professor also improves. I of course knew the reason. After Chin Mew and the others left, Professor Oak told this matter. You are right. Mewtwo's promotion is not the doctor's credit but your own credit. What is going on? It's your feelings for Pokemon. You care so much about him that he got his Pokemon evolution and increased his wave power. Serena said I want to ask you two a favor. What's the matter? Chin Mew was very surprised. What on earth did Serena want to ask them to do? Zai said that before we got Thunder Feather there was a Zapdos in that place. I want to get that Pokemon, but there is a certain danger. There are a lot of self-destructing Magnetron. You also know that kind of Pokemon has strange abilities. Chin Mew said is the position you are talking about the place where Articuno finishes absorbing energy? Yes, that's right. Okay, I'm fine. Although Dandy failed, he had nothing to be discouraged about. Chin Mew's Pokemon was too powerful. He could only blame his Pokemon for not being strong enough. He could continue to improve his own strength. Okay, let's go with you and see if we can find Zapdos. Zai said we'll go too. They walked towards the abandoned power plant together. At Kanglin's location, Chin Mew found the place where Articuno evolved. This is it. They searched carefully around here. This place is dangerous as there are many Pokemon with electric energy. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. A self-destructing Magneto threw a huge electric ball towards this side. Zai shouted, be careful. They quickly dodged. It was the electric ball attacks of these self-destructing Magneto that allowed their energy burst to form a magnetic field and transform into thunder feathers. A certain number must be reached. Chin Mew said, go Articuno. The lightning bird flew out with a powerful thunder force scaring off Magneto. Following Chin Mew and the others, they slowly searched for Zapdos. Another one came. Dandis said, wait, I'm going to capture it. The Pokemon summoned must be stronger than him. They were waiting on the side. With Dandy's strength it was still possible to capture an initial Pokemon. One by one electric balls flew towards his Pokemon. Radon with its powerful defensive ability blocked his attack with its fist. Pokemon with super defensive and consumption abilities, it was too easy to consume his Pokemon Pokemon's power. Right now, the Pokeball flew over and the little guy was collected by him. This series of actions had just been completed when the sky in front changed and lightning struck one after another. Zai said, "That's right, Zapdos appears and these Magnetos like to stay with him, absorb his lightning power and improve their abilities. Such a powerful lightning power. Does Serena really have the strength to subdue Zapdos?" Although he asked Dan did Chin Mew and the other two could help her. Wong, okay. Obviously Serena's Pokemon lineup is a little bit worse. When they got here they really found a big golden bird. It was flying in the sky and lightning fell down one after another. Serena didn't hesitate at all. Whether it was an opponent or not, she would collect it herself. This is a powerful Pokemon. Ice Pokemon come out. Chin Mew and Dan summoned their Pokemon without hesitation. Zai and Xiaomao each summoned a Pokemon. The lightning bird in front of them was surrounded by the Pokemons of these trainers. Man, Dante said, what a powerful attack. The powerful power of summoning lightning made them unable to withstand such an attack. Except for Articuno, all other Pokemon were defeated. They immediately changed to another Pokemon Serena and brought out Lucario. Zai's 100,000 volt Pikachu. Chapter 136. The expressions on everyone's faces were very determined. Articuno flapped its wings. The power of ice burst out. After evolving with thunder feathers, Articuno's skills are also quite special, especially its ice energy has been greatly improved. Pokemon like Zapdos are known as one of the three legendary birds. His most powerful ability is the summoning of lightning power. The power he can awaken by learning skills such as 100,000 volts is unimaginable. He can awaken ice power, heat, wind power and poisonous power. It is very different from Articuno and it has no restraint on fire energy. Chin Mew said, hold on, if you can't hold on it will be difficult to subdue him. Serena nodded. She didn't expect the three legendary birds to be so powerful. Pikachu has 100,000 volts and the same energy attack has no effect on Zapdos. Makis, who was looking for Ghastly here, saw this scene. They found the lightning bird here. Such a powerful Pokemon. Without the power of these guys there is no way to be comfortable. His Ghastly has not been found yet. Seeing this scene he was very jealous of Chin Mew. He did not have the ability to subdue Zapdos. Not to mention that he did not see it, he could only leave if he saw it. Zapdos really came in handy. 633. Chin Mew said, the power of the Pokemon is already very low, you can take action. Serena took out the Pokeball and threw it over. The golden light instantly disappeared into the Pokeball. Success, great, thank you. Zai said, you have successfully subdued her, but you can't fight for a short time. The power of the elves is too weak. Chin Mew's Articuno has a strong attack. Chin Mew has the highest points for conquering. The points you enter the Pokeball with are not that high and the compatibility is very low. Don't worry, your compatibility will naturally improve after a while. Zapdos can fuse with other Pokemon. After fusion its form will change and it will inherit the abilities of the Pokemon after fusion. Okay, I remember it. If it weren't for Chin Mew's Articuno I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to subdue this guy. His goal has been achieved. There is no need to stay here any longer. There are really a lot of Magnetrons here. Maybe they will gather here again in a while. In fact, without Zapdos here those Magnetrons will not move here. The reason why they move here is to absorb the lightning power in Zapdos to increase their own strength. Makis said, I meet you again. Congratulations Zapdos, these three sacred birds can be subdued by you. Last time he still had a cold expression on his face. This time when he met Chin Mew, although they had no smiles on their faces, they said so many words. Chin Mew said, Makis, why are you always here? Don't you worry about danger. In order to improve my strength I want to find some Ghastly as soon as possible. So that's how it is. Why don't you look inside the abandoned power plant? I saw one there yesterday. Is that true? Certainly. It seems I went in the wrong direction. Thank you. After saying this he turned around and quickened his pace heading towards the abandoned power plant. Serena said, you have such a cold personality, you don't make people feel friendly at all. Everyone has a different personality. Maybe he doesn't mean anything else. Zai said, are you going to leave here? Before Chin Mew could answer her, Serena took the lead and said, no, we are going to challenge the gym. There are many gyms on the Orange Islands and each gym owner has his own power. That's a good idea. We can go together to read the exciting novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. Zai and his friends had originally planned to do this. Chin Mew and his friends decided to challenge the gyms so they could go together. The levels of the gyms are also different so they can challenge what they need. Chin Mew said, why do you want to collect that self-destructing Magneto? Bite B. Zai was also very surprised. Once Magneto evolves, its personality will become very hot and difficult to control. I'm not going to make him my Pokemon. I'm going to fuse him with other Pokemon hoping to inherit his energy. Pikachu jumped onto Zai's shoulder, a very cute Pokemon, and came in. Serena couldn't help teasing him. Pickup truck. It is unimaginable that this little guy can emit it 100,000 rat. You have decided to stay, go back and rest first, it's getting late, we have to go back to help the doctor take care of those Pokemon. Qin Mu and the others left here. After Qin Mu's instruction, Makis came to the abandoned power plant. He believed that Qin Mu had no reason to lie to him. He walked into the empty and abandoned power plant, which looked a bit scary. There was Ghastly here. He had to look carefully to find that guy who liked to hide in the dark. He took out a Pokeball from his bag and released the Ghastly he had captured. Go find your companion. The dark purple Ghastly was searching slowly there. The hissing sound was getting stronger and stronger, indicating that there was another Ghastly nearby. Makis ran over and found another Ghastly in the dark. Can it evolve? Ghastly fusion. His purpose was to complete the evolution, so he came to find Ghastly. After finding this Ghastly, he liked Qin Mu more. Although he was a little cold, he was not as arrogant as he looked. Qin Mu became the champion trainer this time, and his fame soared. Many people knew his name. Qin Mu and his friends prepared some food to feed these Pokemon. This is what Pokemon eat specifically. They all eat different things. Some Pokemon will eat some branches and wild fruits, and some will eat some grass and leaves. The food is easy to get. The three of them sat down to chat, and Qin Mu said, your Lucario is an extremely tough Pokemon. Have you considered fusing his flaws with other Pokemon? I've never thought of this. Now that we are here, we can have a chance to ask the doctor, maybe he knows. Of course the doctor must know more than us. After the fusion, it would be best if the strength is stronger. We have been with Zai recently. When we have time, we will ask the doctor. It is really important to change the strength of Pokemon. Dandy has a deep understanding of this. Qin Mu's Articuno and Mewtwo's changes made him completely lose this competition. The Pokemon he wanted most has not appeared yet. Serena got the Zapdos she wanted. Chapter 137. The current compatibility is not very high, but if you don't rush, you will soon meet the conditions for leaving the station. As for Dante's idea, it is not known whether it will succeed. It would be better if he could get the doctor's affirmation. The self-destruction of Magneto was just his momentary idea. The training with Guzma has greatly improved his ability. Akroma said everything will change. I want to prove that my research is correct. You go challenge those gyms now. This time the power of the elves is definitely not evil. No one will target you. I will continue to research and develop more powerful Pokemon. If anything happens, please contact me immediately. This is my communicator. Guzma took the communicator handed over by Akroma and put it on his wrist. He left with a sinister smile. He went to the martial art gym in the Kanto region. The Orange Islands competition had already ended, and the first martial art gym to arrive was Misty's. The Hualan gym was empty as soon as you entered it, with only two pools in which some water Pokemon were kept. It was obviously a large aquarium. Guzma said, excuse me, is anyone there? A person who looked like a staff member walked towards him. Is your owner Xiao Ia back? He is back, but he just went out. What do you want to talk to him about? He didn't say what it was, but asked how long it would take for him to come back. I'm not sure about this. If you really have something urgent, you can wait here. Alright, I'll wait for him here for a while. Xiao Ia didn't know that the hateful Guzma had come to his Hualan gym. Qin Mu and the others didn't know that Guzma could actually get a Pokeball. In order to prevent everyone from causing trouble for him, Guzma covered his face a little too tightly, leaving only his two eyes posed. The last time he turned the black Pokemon black, he had already caused everyone's dissatisfaction. If he was met by other trainers, he would probably be ridiculed. Now he was like a drowned chicken. He had just gained compatibility with the Pokemon, and there was no way he could challenge more advanced trainers. He would start with some trainers he thought he could beat first in the Kanto region. After all, he was here now and could only challenge from the Hualan gym. The full Pokemon returned to the Pokeball. Qin Mu said, I suddenly thought of someone. Serena looked at Qin Mu's Zion and knew who he was talking about. Are you talking about Guzma? Yes, that damn guy. Will he still get the Pokeball? This is a worrying thing. He is impatient and only wants to participate in the competition. If he doesn't come here and continues to strengthen his elves, you can imagine what the consequences will be. Impossible. I don't think he will get the Pokeball after this incident. Who would be willing to give him the Pokeball? Apart from those Pokeball research centers, other trainers would not do so. I hope he has nothing to do with Pokemon from now on, but I'm worried that he won't give up and will try every possible means to. It's true. We will never let him go if we meet him again. The NET day, Qin Mu and his friends went to find Zai. Zai and Xiaomao were still feeding the Pokemon in the garden behind. Dandy found them directly and told the doctor his idea. Theoretically it is feasible, but it requires some materials to assist. I don't know which Pokemon you want to evolve. It's the Flash Ace. Of course, Flare Ace also has a certain amount of lightning power, so when Magneto merges with him, a big change will happen. What kind of auxiliary materials are needed to achieve this? Vitality fragments and light stone. Qin Mu said these two things are easy to get. There is a certain failure rate. If If the fusion fails, one elf will disappear to read the e-citing novel. Go to Falu Novel Network. Is it the main elf or the fusion elf? Fusion elf self-destruction magnetron. I must give it a try. After all, I haven't encountered a stronger Pokemon yet. I can only improve my current lineup to improve my strength. These two things are easy to get Dandy to decide, so do it now. He crushed the vitality fragment through the light stone into the air and released two elves to fuse. Xiaozai and Xiaomao had already walked out. Seeing this scene, the two of them watched silently from the side, hoping that the fusion would be successful. Qin Mu said, "This is the first time I've seen such a fusion. If it doesn't work, it's fine. Once it succeeds, it will become stronger. It only consumes some materials and a self-destructing magneto." Xiaozai said, "Come on." All eyes looked over there. Sizzle. Flare Ace was originally a human-shape Pokemon. His movements were very agile, so it was right to improve his strength. By gaining the power of lightning, his movement speed would increase his Pokemon power dramatically. The doctor's theory was correct, but he didn't know whether the e-periment would succeed. At this moment he was also watching this scene. Under everyone's expectant gaze, changes occurred in the sky and the two Pokemon seemed to be wrapped in a huge ball of lightning. They couldn't see anything but could see the glowing ball of lightning making a sizzling sound. What a powerful force! The lightning ball of Magneto's self-destruction has become so big. Qin Mu thought it must have succeeded, and it didn't look like a failure. Flash flame broke through the lightning ball in front of it. A humanoid elf appeared filled with lightning power, and the fusion was successful. Qin Mu said, "Success." A smile appeared on the doctor's face, proving that his theory was correct. Flash Flame Ace spoke, "Thank you, Dandy. After evolution he can speak human language. It was originally a rabbit-shaped Pokemon that evolved into Flash Flame Ace. It has powerful fire attributes and fire attacks, inherited lightning attack and merged with fire attributes to become Thunder Flash Flame Ace." Qin Mu said, "Congratulations, not only the fusion was successful but it also allows him to communicate with you. Prove that your choice is correct." The doctor said, "Another successful e-periment. It seems that my theory is correct. I need to make a record." "Doctor, let's go to the gym first." "Go ahead, I don't have anything to do here." "Are these Pokemon full?" "They have all been fed and are in good condition. We have carefully checked them." Qin Mu and his team left and decided to challenge the gym starting from the Orange Islands. Qin Mu said, "This is the habitat of those god-level Pokemon. We will find the divination of these beasts if we have a chance." Chapter 138. Guzma had been sitting there waiting quietly when a familiar voice sounded. Xiao Ia returned to the gym. He saw the familiar figure. "Guzma, what are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to challenge you." "Sorry, please leave immediately. I will never accept your challenge." He still remembered that Guzma used the dark elves in the competition. "My elf is not a dark elf. You don't have to worry. You are such a despicable guy. I will not accept your challenge. I am formally issuing a challenge to you. If the Hualan Gym refuses to accept it, it will be very embarrassing if this matter gets out." Xiao Ia really didn't want to have any contact with this despicable guy. "In this case, let's teach him a lesson." He and the SI-37s walked towards the gym behind Qin Mu and his friends. First stop was the Withered Leaf Gym to challenge the gym owner Mazishi. The Withered Leaf Gym is an electric gym and the gym owner likes to use electric Pokemon. He is a very special guy. There are some E-trems in his gym and people who walk in may not be able to really see Mazishi. Qin Mu said, "Is this the Withered Leaf Gym?" "That's right, this is it. This huge dead leaf represents the name of this gym." They walked in from the main door. There was no one inside. There was only an aromatic and a table, and the walls on three sides were all. "Isn't this the only room?" Qin Mu looked around. This wall was so special. He tapped it with his finger and it moved. "It turns out that this is a mechanism. I thought there couldn't be only one room." Walking into the wall, Qin Mu discovered that the magnetic field here was very strong. An electric Pokemon appeared in front of them. Seeing the arrival of a stranger, he seemed a little irritable and lightning appeared outside his body. It turned out that the magnetic field came from his body. Mazishi walked out and asked loudly, "Who is it?" "Hello, is this the Dead Leaf Gym?" Mazishi looked at Qin Mu, who was speaking. "That's right, this is the Dead Leaf Gym. What are you doing here?" "We are here to compete with you." "Who is it?" Qin Mu said, "It's me." "You should think about it again. You don't look very powerful." Serena didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. "How do you know that you are so sure without a fight?" Mazishi paused. He didn't want to pay attention to them, but it seemed that he had to take action. "I'm an electric attribute gym, you guys know that, right?" "Certainly." "In that case, please follow me." He pulled the wooden stick on the wall and another door opened in an instant. A dojo appeared in front of Qin Mu and the others. It was clean and spacious and the color of the dojo was mainly golden. "Now that we have decided, let's compete here. We are only competing with two elves." Qin Mu said, "Okay." Qin Mu walked towards the dojo. Mazishi stood opposite him. He was a burly man and looked much taller than Qin Mu. "Go Reishu." This is his electric attribute Pokemon. When Xiaozai saw Reishu, he was instantly shocked. Reishu evolved from Pikachu, an electric attribute Pokemon. It is very difficult difficult to evolve into Reishu. The Thunder and Fort attack that can be released to this E-tent must be very strong. The first Pokemon Chin Mew summoned was Articuno. To read the E-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He didn't think Chin Mew had any ability from the beginning. When he saw this Pokemon, he recognized Chin Mew's strength. Your Articuno is very special. Why does it have the power of thunder and lightning? Chin Mew said that's because it absorbed the thunder feather. Masashi looked thoughtful. He knew how rare the thunder feather was. Those treasures with electric properties would greatly enhance their abilities when they touched it. You guys are lucky. Reishu's electric attack thunders. The appearance of Articuno makes the whole gym cold. Serena said Articuno's energy is getting stronger and stronger. I wish me Zapdos could fight with me someday. Dante said, why are you in such a hurry? It's a matter of sooner or later. Articuno strikes back. His opponent already had a general idea. Articuno was originally an extremely powerful triad of birds. After absorbing the thunder rain, the energy increased greatly, especially the lightning energy, which obviously concealed the energy of thunder, attribute which Masashi knew very well. At the same time, Guzma had succeeded and Xiao Ia was fighting him with the horned goldfish. What Guzma said was right. The elves he summoned this time were no longer blackened managers, and he could feel that the power of the elves was very special. It was obviously a semi-artificial elf, and the transformed elf had more powerful energy. Who can help Guzma get the Pokeball? Xiao Ia's face was full of question mark. No matter what, now that she has accepted his challenge, she wants to defeat this hateful guy and concentrate all her energy on the competition. Chin Mew's E-sighted bird is very powerful, and Reishu uses the fort attack. Zai said, too strong. I didn't expect that after Pikachu evolves into Reishu the energy of the volt attack is so strong. What a pity. Chin Mew's Articuno is even more powerful. This is certain it absorbed the energy of the thunder feather. Electric babies like this energy very much, and Maz Hijao is very envious of Chin Mew. The powerful volt attack releases the power of lightning forward. Articuno is not afraid of this power at all. It also has its own reserves of electrical energy. 100,000 volts strengthens the electric energy attack. In addition to 100,000 volts, there was also a scene of thunder and lightning. This place is simply a 1-4 power generation. Serena felt that the Zapdos in her Pokeball had responded. The fact that Zapdos had consciousness meant that the compatibility between them was getting higher and higher. Could it be that it was attracted by the thunder and lightning scene here? A beam of light emerged from the Pokeball and Zapdos flew out above Serena. He flapped his wings and seemed particularly excited. It was obvious that he was attracted by the power of thunder and lightning here. Zai said, why did Zapdos come out? Could it be that the power of thunder and lightning here and the power of thunder rain awakened it? As long as it has this reaction, you can fight alongside it in the future. Maz Hijao summoned Alola, the super powerful electric attribute attack treasure. The electric energy in the dojo became more and more powerful. Chin Mew also saw the electric attribute, the power of the treasure. Come out, Ston Ewing Dragon. Chapter 139. A seemingly inconspicuous guy summoned two powerful Pokemon in succession. In addition to god-level Pokemon like Articuno, the dragon-type Pokemon he summoned are also very powerful. The powerful lightning power generated by the two people's confrontation for a long time was absorbed by Zapdos. What he wants to absorb is not the lightning power here, but the power burst out by Thunder Feather. Masashi said that only two Pokemon are allowed to be used. His Pokemon power is declining sharply, which means that Chin Mew's challenge is about to succeed. In the Hualan Gym, Xiao Ia has summoned her own stinging jellyfish. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Guzma's ability has become so powerful. The Pokemon it uses is really special. This time Guzma did not use any special mean. When the power of the Pokemon was exhausted, he stopped his attack. Is Hualan Gym just like this? Xiao Ia didn't expect that she would lose to him. Who did you get the Pokeball from? Don't worry about this. You've already lost. What is your purpose this time? With a cold snort, Guzma turned around and left. The Cerulean Gym had been defeated by him and he had no interest in Xiao Ia. Guzma must be plotting something. I have to find a way to inform other gyms about this. Xiao Ia couldn't figure out who gave Guzma the Pokeball. Just based on the last time he used a dark Pokemon, he would never get a Pokeball again. Masashi stopped fighting and said, you are Chin Mew, right? Yes, I have introduced it before. Remember, you the power of the sub Pokemon is not bad. And Serena NET, you can even get the mountain god bird like Zapdos. Zapdos flew out by itself and he thought it would take some time for it to resonate with him. Unexpectedly, a battle between electric type treasures awakened Zapdos. Chin Mew's challenge has been successful and he has no intention of challenging other people in the gym. Chin Mew and the others turned around and left here. Masashi said, wait a minute. Several people stopped and turned back together. May I ask you where you got the Thunder Feather? Near abandoned power plant. No wonder I know, thank you. Masashi knew that there were treasures with electric properties there, and it was not particularly easy to get the thunder feather. It seemed that the lightning bird should have been found there. Several people had just walked out of here. The person in black uniform caught Qin Mu's attention in the crowd. They are from Team Rocket. Zai said yes, they are from Team Rocket, the ones who are often with Sakeke. Qin Mu had competed with Sakeke in the arena and Sakeke lost to him. When Sakeke saw Qin Mu, they paused for a moment. This is the location of the Dead Leaf Gem. Could it be that these guys came here to challenge Ma Zishi? We meet again. I have a good connection with you. Qin Mu said yes. I will challenge you myself then. At your service anytime. Qin Mu has his own gym. If Sakeke really wants to challenge him, he will show up at his gym. Team Rocket is quite powerful with many high-level trainers, and they are the team with the best hope of obtaining high-level Pokemon. Qin Mu has only fought against Sakeke and Musashi, and these two are not the strongest trainers in the team. They are now looking for the three legendary bird Pokemon. He was too lazy to talk to Qin Mu and the others, so he turned around and left after saying hello. It seemed like he had something to do. Dandis said Team Rocket is still quite good. I know that not all of them came to the competition this time to read the e-citing novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. Serena said don't pay attention to them. If he wants to challenge, just let him go. Your performance just now was really great. Articuno absorbed the thunder feather and its energy was strengthened so much. Sakeke said wait until I find the three legendary bird Pokemon before I challenge him. Do you have to be so serious? Of course, he is a very capable trainer. If it were you would definitely think the same as me. Xiao Ia has already sent out the message and other gyms have gradually received the message Xiao Ia sent out. Guzman knew that Xiao Ia would do this, so it was a good idea to give them a heads up. He would go to other gyms sooner or later. A red-haired woman found Qin Mu. You are the champion trainer this time. Qin Mu nodded. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, Qin Mu was sure that he and Sakeke were together. What do you find me for? Meow Meow is always talking about you, so I want to test how powerful your elf is. Qin Mu looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. The elf had recovered its strength and was fully capable of accepting his challenge. They found an open area and decided to compete there. Dandis said Athena, one of the four major cotters of Team Rocket. He was very quick in his moves and threw out two Pokeballs directly. Before he even said the conditions, he released his Lava Snail and Scythe Helm. Rock and Fire attribute Pokemon. Extremely strong defense, high level, all of which are Pokemon that have evolved to 637. Facing these two Pokemon, Qin Mu could not use water attribute Pokemon. As Epected, Qin Mu released Mewtwo without hesitation. When he saw the evolved form of the Mewtwo released by Qin Mu, he was shocked. His Mewtwo was more powerful than the Mewtwo of their Team Rocket. A mountain of pressure, Qin Mu launched a preemptive attack. He released another Pokemon, Ancient Charizard. Serena said, are you kidding me? Qin Mu's second Pokemon hasn't even appeared yet, but he's already started attacking. This does not affect the battle. The Lava Snail fell rapidly, exerting its strength to the E-Dream and blasted towards Mewtwo in front of it. Super Dream Telekinesis Control. Super Strong Endurance Control, pushing down the Lava Snail's Titan pressure. It seems to be suspended there as if there is no way to push it down. How could this happen? Her Lava Snail is also an evolved form. Facing the super evolution of Mewtwo, the energy of the Lava Snail can't resist it at all, not to mention that Mewtwo's attack is controlled by telekinesis. Boom! The strong telekinesis overturned his Lava Snail. The Lava Snail that was overturned to the ground almost lost its ability to fight. Xiao Meng is so powerful after the transformation. His current state is heterochromatic. Chapter 140. The Lava Snail, which was about to lose its ability to fight, released a powerful flame. Its flaming body was fully revealed and the huge snail in front of it turned into the color of molten lava. Any opponent that came into contact with it would be burned. His previous state did not hurt Mewtwo at all and he could not even get close to it. He turned his target to the Ancient Charizard on the other side. The powerful flame spread towards this side and the Ancient Charizard restrained its behavior with a wave of flame. As both were fire-type attacking treasures, the Ancient Charizard's unevolved state was also stronger than his state. Seeing that her Lava Snail could not hold on, Athena took out her Pokeball and took him back. Another Pokemon Scythe was fighting and his movements were very agile. The speed of the attack was so close that the Ancient Charizard's long-range attack was somewhat irresistible. Mewtwo approached without hesitation. He was a Pokemon with an extremely high IQ. This close-range fighting method was useless to him and Mewtwo transformed and became armored Mewtwo. Athena did not expect that Mewtwo not only evolved but also could transform. He knew that his Pokemon couldn't hold out, so he immediately released another Pokemon Megalos. Snowflake fell from the sky like snow. Each snowflake had a super strong attack ability. The large-scale attack came too suddenly, but fortunately Mewtwo's transformation gave him a certain degree of defense. Armored Armored Mewtwo has a strong defense ability. Qin Mew took back the ancient Charizard and released Articuno. Ice crystals flew all over the sky and fell. For a moment the scene here became so beautiful. Megalos's attack was indeed smart and Mewtwo's Pokemon power was slowly decreasing. Dante said this Pokemon is not ordinary. The damage he causes is quite powerful. If it weren't for Mewtwo's evolution that made him armored he would have collapsed long ago. Serena said, isn't Articuno his opponent? I'm not sure about this either. It depends on the result of the competition between the two of them even. Dandy was not sure, which proved that the Tyrannosaurus he was using now was very powerful. The range attack energy was indeed good and the energy of Articuno inherited from the Thunder Feather was even more powerful. This state was something Athena had not expected. Originally he had a chance to defeat Qin Mew. The appearance of Articuno brought a powerful thunder and lightning force which just restrained him. How does Articuno have the power of thunder and lightning? What on earth is going on? From what he heard from Meow Meow, Qin Mew didn't seem that powerful. What on earth did Meow Meow miss? Which guy are you going back to settle accounts with? Although the power of the elves decreased, Mewtwo was still able to fight and there was no gap between him and Scythe-Helm's attack. The defensive ability of the armor was still good. When the power of the elves was only 20% left there would be no problem returning to the Pokeball. Mewtwo's super strong attack quickly caused the power of his opponent Scythe-Helm's elf to drop sharply. He had no choice but to be taken back and the only one who could resist was Queen of the Moon. Queen of the Moon was no match for Articuno. Articuno's icy power had an icy effect, slowing down the speed of his range attack. If this continued he would soon lose his ability to fight. A freezing punch like an ice crystal rushed forward, freezing the scene in front. The power of ice. The power is indeed strong enough not to mention the evolved Articuno. A total of 3 Pokemon were released but all of them were restrained by Qin Mew's Pokemon. Electric Pokemon can absorb energy. This time Zapdos did not directly pass through the Pokeball but only absorbed the energy of Thunder Feather in a Pokeball. All that was received was the energy emitted by Articuno, which was enough for him to slowly increase his own energy. This time Serena did not notice anything at all and everyone's eyes were on the Pokemon battle. To read the e-citing novels go to Falu Novel Network. Double Bomb Gas appeared. This is Athena's 4th Pokemon. Qin Mew said the Pokemon lineup is so strong, 4 Pokemon were released in a row and they are all at the evolution level. Qin Mew knew the ability of Double Bomb Gas very well. He also released his other Pokemon Red Eyes Black Dragon without hesitation. The Dragon-type Pokemon came out of Qin Mew's Pokeball and the energy they radiated was extremely powerful. Dante said Team Rocket only has one Athena here and all the people are here. Their Pokemon lineup can be said to be amazing. Zai said the ability of this Ghastly is very special. Qin Mew's Pokemon obviously did not have as many Pokemon as he did. In actual competition the opponent had already lost. It was so embarrassing for Athena to admit defeat directly. It was all Meowth that helped her to challenge Qin Mew. I wanted to let Musashi know that my Pokemon was more powerful but now I can't say it when I go back. The Dragon-type Pokemon energy burst out from the Red Eyes Black Dragon defeated the opponent Ghastly in one move. Athena stopped attacking and took back her Pokemon. You win. Meow Meow described your power to me and it is completely different from what he described. Qin Mew said you are not here because of his description, are you? Yes, it's because of Meow Meow. You are a good trainer. You annoying Meow, wait and see how I deal with you. Before Qin Mew and the others could say the NET word they disappeared in a flash. Meowth is really a Pokemon that always looks for trouble. During the competition Qin Mew felt that Meowth was particularly active. He wanted to challenge anyone he saw but it turned out that his strength was not strong enough. He tricked Athena into challenging him and this time Meowth had a hard time. Zai said, Doctor, what can I do for you? The instrument on Zai's wrist showed the image of the doctor. Yes, I have something to tell you. Guzma, who uses the Dark Elf, challenged the Cerulean Gym. Qin Mew said, doesn't Guzma have no Pokeballs anymore? How could he possibly challenge the gym again? I don't know who gave him the Pokeball but he not only has the Pokeball but the Pokemon's power is also very strong. Xiao Ia has already lost to him. He sent the message to alert all the major gyms to Guzma's. I don't know what other plots he has but I want to tell you about this so that you don't run into him. Got it, doctor? Where did Guzma get the Pokeball from? And who helped him? Qin Mew and the others had no idea. Now this matter still needs to be investigated. Just based on the dark Pokemon he used last time, this guy is definitely not qualified to be a trainer again. Chapter 141. Serena said since he chose to challenge the Cerulean Gym he will definitely go to other gyms. Qin Mew said what kind of Pokemon can have such a high degree of compatibility with him so quickly and beat Xiao Ia? We are not unaware of how high the level of Xiao Ia's stinging jellyfish is. In Qin Mew's opinion he can get the Pokeball and capture Pokemon again, so he will will not have such a high competitive ability unless there is some special means that allows him to directly have a Pokemon with a super evolution and a high degree of compatibility with him. He can challenge a gym leader like Xiao Ia. This matter is really hard to figure out. They all returned to the doctor's yard. The doctor said, since you have decided to stay here for a while, why don't you move here to live so as to save running around every day? Qin Mu and the others didn't have any objections. After hearing Qin Mu and the others' narration, the doctor said this situation is possible, such as a Pokemon that has been studied. Qin Mu understood. Did the doctor mean something like Mewtwo? Mewtwo has a high IQ and he is not something that everyone can subdue, whose research could allow these powerful Pokemon to directly recognize Guzma. So far none of the research institutes I know of will make such a decision, especially for a trainer who has used a dark Pokemon. What is the purpose of this researcher behind the scenes and why does he support Guzma? A series of questions are in Qin Mu's mind. Since the doctor doesn't know who it is, he can be sure that it must be a semi-artificial Pokemon. This is equivalent to destroying these Pokemon. Qin Mu and his team must find a way to find the researcher behind the scenes and stop his research. Let's put aside the gym challenge for now. We will try to find Guzma. It would be best to know who is the person who supports him. Everyone's eyes were firm. They knew the seriousness of the problem. There were many Pokemon imprisoned in Akroma's laboratory. These were his test subjects. All those that failed in the experiment had their wave power E-track. I don't know how many Pokemon his experiment will destroy. It was exactly the same idea as Qin Mu and the others. Guzma didn't care what method he used as long as his strength was strong enough. He didn't stop and had already aimed at the second gym. Still wearing that black robe, no one recognized him on the road. They just knew that this person was very mysterious. At the Sanyeo City gym, a man in a black robe walked in. 3 trainers were feeding their Pokemon inside. He took off the hat on his head, revealing that handsome and evil face. Guzma, yes, it's me. I think you guys knew I was coming here. Please leave here. We will never accept any challenge from you. Absolutely not. What is the reason? Is it just because I used the dark elves? Despicable guys are not worthy of challenging us. Don't worry, the elves we are using to deal with you this time aren't dark elves. The 3 of them didn't want to pay any attention to him, so Guzma took the NET approach. How about you 3 come together? I am not your opponent. Leave immediately and never show up again. The 3 people looked at each other. It was good to teach him a lesson and let him know that not everyone can challenge him casually. Qin Mu and his friends were in the professor's garden with the Pokemon. All the Pokemon were released. Anyway, they were all fed so they could eat together here. Zapdos was NET to Serena. He had completely accepted Serena. His whole body was golden yellow and even the feathers on his body looked a bit like lightning. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Such a cute little guy can actually emit powerful lightning power. Qin Mu said the power of Pokemon is not judged by appearance. Those Pokemon that are huge and look a little scary are not necessarily powerful. Zai said, this Pokemon's leg is injured. He has been raising it here for a long time. When he fully recovers, we can send him back to where he came from. The Pokemon that the doctor has taken in here are all Pokemon that have been injured to some extent, and as long as they recover they will be sent back to their original location. The doctor's laboratory is definitely not like the one in Akroma. He studies the habits and evolution of Pokemon and other research that is beneficial to Pokemon. Akroma's research is to improve the strength of those Pokemon. Once the research fails, the life of the Pokemon is also gone. The elves summoned by Guzma have super strong electric energy, which is very strange. The black electric energy makes people see for the first time that the 3 people he challenged have the abilities of water, fire and grass. Each of the opponents released a Pokemon and Guzma released 3. The challenge in the gym attracted many people to watch. Xiao Mao said, when I went out to buy Pokemon food, I found a lot of people gathered at the gym. Qin Mu and his friends thought it was most likely Guzma, and several people immediately set off there. There were indeed a lot of people gathered here and they squeezed in from the side. When they saw everything in front of them, they realized that the mysterious man who appeared was really Guzma. What a powerful Pokemon. Dandy said, electric Pokemon. Normally he couldn't possibly have such a powerful Pokemon. The doctor's inference was correct. Water, fire and grass elves are no match for him. The 2 Tiantong brothers never thought that the result would be like this. You can't blame me for this, you can only blame your low ability. Guzma's face was full of smugness. Dandy said, how dare a despicable guy show up here. Guzma noticed that it was Qin Mu and his group. He didn't expect to meet them again so soon. He knew that it was not the time to fight them at that time. He would not deal with them here. Guzma's appearance caused public outrage and the onlookers seemed to know who he was. He hurried out from here. He did not hurt the elves of these 3 people but just defeated them and left, which made it impossible for Qin Mu and others to stop him. Qin Mu said, he left in such a hurry, obviously he is hiding from us. They chased him from behind but did not see his figure. In order to prevent Qin Mu and others from following him, he hid aside and saw Qin Mu and others looking for him there. When I become stronger, I will come to you in person. After saying that, he put on his black hat, turned around and left. Chapter 142. Qin Mu said, "Damn it, he got away." Serena said, "The elves that Guzma used just now were not dark type, but those elves look very different. Did you find that the elves he used were very powerful? The important thing is that his attack this time was not so cruel. If that were the case, he would definitely not be allowed to leave." Dandy said, "Perhaps what Dr. Oak said is right. The spirit he used is semi-artificial and has been specially researched. As long as we find Guzma and follow him, we will definitely find out who is researching these Pokemon. It's a pity that the guy got away. He just used Ravenhead and Arbok. The attributes of these two Pokemon are very advantageous. It can be seen that after artificial research, the attributes of the two elves have also changed." Several people were discussing Guzma's matter, and on the way they met Fatty. "Dandy, it's great to meet you here. I have always wanted to compete with you. I wonder if you can accept my challenge. It is impossible to compete here. This is a busy street." Dandy did not refuse his request. The two decided to find a nearby martial arts hall. "Right here. This is Qianmian Martial Arts Hall. The owner is not here." A few people walked in. Except for some people who were here to take care of things, the owner was really not here. They explained their purpose and were taken to the martial arts arena in front. "Is this place okay?" Dandy nodded. As a champion trainer, it was normal for other people to want to challenge him. Qin Mu and the others sat down and et to him. It happened that Dandy wanted to try out his newly fused Pokemon. The first Pokemon released was it. The opponent released Double Gas. It spread a super poison skill to the front. Coupled with his blasting ability combined with the dust, it was impossible to see the situation in front clearly. Qin Mu said, "This is to block the line of sight and at the same time improve defense and evasion capabilities." They all wanted to see how Dandy would deal with it. The flare ace he used was a fusion fused with Magneto and possessed Magneto's electric energy. The electric energy ignores all objects in front, including the thick smoke, so it doesn't matter if you can't see it clearly. The powerful electric energy spreads without having to see clearly. Sizzle. No matter what Vash did, it couldn't avoid this energy attack. Fatty was a little surprised. Dante was clearly using flash, so how could Flame Ace have electric attribute? He took out another Pokeball and threw it forward and Kurla appeared instantly. Fatty's reaction ability was very strong. He summoned another Pokemon of his in time and Flash Flame Ace plotted with fire attribute. Serena said, "It's really different after the fusion." Zai said, "This fusion is a voluntary fusion between Pokemon. With the help of some items, the perfect effect can be achieved, but the possibility is not very high. The kind of elf fusion that Guzma used has artificial parts and so the attributes of the elf have changed and their abilities have also changed. It is a forced fusion. If the fusion fails, the elf will be directly destroyed." Qin Mu said, "The people who conducted the experiment are simply too cruel. The coordination ability of the fire and electricity attributes is indeed strong enough." Fatty was a little unwilling and prepared to take out the third Pokeball. The champion trainer can't be defeated by anyone casually. If that's the case, it won't be so easy to get the title of champion. Now Qin Mu and his team have Articuno and Zapdos in their hands. If they can get Moltres, it will be even more perfect. Everyone is looking for the location of Moltres, but Noon knows where they are. Guzma got away again and no one knows where to find him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I hope they can meet Guzma again on their trip. Originally Qin Mu planned to continue to challenge other martial arts gyms, but now there is really no way to continue in this situation. They have to focus on this matter. The Rockets are looking for the three mythical birds and they all want to get the power of this god-level Pokemon. Qin Mu also decided that they would shift their target to the Twin Islands to find Moltres Cave. In case Guzma becomes stronger, they will have the ability to resist. He had already made up his mind to wait until the duel between Dante and Fatty was over. Serena said, "This little Fatty is not bad. Although he is no match for Dante, it can be seen that his Pokemon is not simple." With the appearance of the third Pokemon, Dante had to summon another Pokemon, Radon. Super strong defense. All the attack power depends on the ace of lightning and flame. All trainers know that Moltres' cave is on the Twin Islands, but no one has ever seen it. Trainers without ability have no way to conquer it. Anyone who wants to find Moltres is a relatively strong trainer. Qin Mu already had a plan in mind. When they go back, they will discuss countermeasures. The powerful power of lightning and fire attribute attacks made Fatty's Pokemon unable to bear it. He quickly withdrew his Pokemon. "We lost. The gap is still big." Dandy said, "Don't be discouraged. Keep going. Your elf has performed very well and the cooperation between you and the elf is also very good. I will work hard and I hope that one day I can become a champion trainer like you." Qin Mu and the others returned to the doctor and told him what they saw today. The doctor probably had some guesses in his mind. mind. From this point of view, Guzma will not let you find her in such a short time. He is increasing his own spirit power. Now you also need to improve your strength. Qin Mu said, we want to go to Gemini Island to find the flame bird. There are many trainers looking for molters, but no one knows where Molters' cave is. God-level Pokemon are hard to get. It is difficult to find their exact location even if you know their approximate location. Qin Mu and his team decided to start the action tomorrow. As long as they find molters, they will have gathered the 3 great birds. The NET day they set off for the Twin Islands. There were many trainers on the ship. As long as they went to the Twin Islands, they were all looking for high-level Pokemon, so it was inevitable that some people would look for molters. Qin Mu and his team heard people talking about, I heard that Team Rocket has been looking for the traces of the 3 sacred birds recently. They have already arrived at the Twin Islands and Team Rocket has more people. Chapter 143. They are acting separately. Some are on the Twin Islands and others are looking for other sacred birds. We must be fast. Whether or not they can be found is one thing, but it's not the first time someone has looked for the traces of the flamingo. The key is that molters is very powerful and it is not something that ordinary trainers can subdue. Legendary Pokemon are very powerful. Once they are subdued, the trainer's strength can be greatly improved. Who doesn't want to get the legendary Pokemon? Dante said, so many people are looking for him, we have to work harder. After arriving at the Twin Islands, they decided to act separately with Xiaozai and Xiaomao in one group. The Twin Islands are very large and the terrain is very peculiar. Molters lives in cave. If they want to find molters, they have to find a place with caves. According to the location shown on the map, there are more caves in 640 of Silver Mountain, so they decided to try their luck there. Athena and Musashi also arrived here before them. In addition to molters, there is also an Articuno deep in the Twin Islands. Team Rocket knows the location of these 2 god-level Pokemon, so they will set out here. At the same time, Akroma in the laboratory notified Guzma, you'd better not challenge me recently. I've decided to ask you to help me find the 3 great sacred birds. If I can get molters and Articuno back and the experiment is really successful, becoming a top trainer won't be a problem. Is it possible with my current strength? Of course it's not enough. I've prepared it for you. Guzma took the Pokeball given to him by Akroma and headed for the Twin Islands. Qin Mu and the others felt that there were caves here in Bayun Mountain, and Xiaozai and the others went to another direction, but there were more than just here. Serena said, wow, this is really a concentration of caves. No matter whether it is a big cave or a small cave, there are many caves that can be clearly seen. They have to walk up from the foot of the mountain. It is not easy to find the real molters cave. It may not be here. Xiaozai said, I hope Qin Mu and the others will not have any problem. There are so many trainers here this time and quite a few of them are capable. There is nothing to worry about. Don't forget that Dandy and Qin Mu are both champion trainers and Serena is also powerful. No one can easily deal with them. You should be concerned about the 2 of us. When we find molters, we will contact Qin Mu and the others immediately. The doctor gave them communicators and everyone wore this communicator on their wrist so they could communicate with each other once they had information. Team Rocket was also looking for molters. Athena said, we are determined to get the 3 sacred birds. Meow, your nose is not sensitive anymore. It's annoying to show off here. I'm going on strike. Musashi said, why don't you go back to the Pokeball? No, I want to be outside. Meowth was long-winded and a little jealous. They were going to find other Pokemon, and as a Pokemon, how could Meowth not be jealous? The secret weapon that Akroma brought to Guzma was the modified Ghastly. Everyone knew the ability of Ghastly. His hypnosis could not only put Pokemon into a sleeping state, but even trainers could not avoid it. The purpose of letting him bring this Pokemon was to worry that he would not be a match for other trainers. With their current strength, it is indeed impossible for them to be the opponents of so many trainers, especially Qin Mu and the masters in Team Rocket. Guzma knew very well how powerful Qin Mu's ability was. Now that he met Qin Mu, he definitely did not want to fight with Qin Mu because Qin Mu's strength could crush him. Qin Mu and the others walked into a cave. It was pitch black inside and it didn't look like the place where molters stayed. Serena said it shouldn't be here. Molters can't go to such a dark place to read the exciting novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. When they walked out, they heard a hissing sound. This sound was not made by a Pokemon. Qin Mu felt that something was wrong. What are you waiting for? Run away. The cave was so dark that they had no idea what they were encountering. Several people quickly fled outside. Before I reached the cave entrance, I could already see a glimmer of light. Only then did I notice that there were many double bomb gases behind me. There were so many double bomb gases. The 5 double bomb gases had powerful explosive abilities in their bodies. Once they exploded, it would be very dangerous. They seemed to be frightened. Self-exposure is a skill of this Pokemon. It will only use this skill when it is frightened or when fighting with the trainer. Boom. One after another they began to detonate. The power was so great that the small rocks at the entrance of the cave were all collapsed. Qin Mu and the others ran out quickly. If they were a little slower they would be shattered. Rocks flew out of the cave. Dan Di took out the pokeball and summoned the super armored rhino, forming a powerful shield to block the flying rock and the power of the explosion. Such a powerful explosion instantly made the dust on the ground fly up. The skills of the 5 double bomb gas plotted and the place was simply in chaos like a sandstorm. In addition to the attack effect brought by the explosive force generated by self-exposure, they can also continuously release poisonous gas to the front. This is not easy to deal with. The release of gas is a kind of poisonous gas. With the powerful defense ability of the super armored rhino, they can't stay in the garden for long. Serena released Kurla instant transfer. Qin Mu and the others instantly changed from their previous position to another position. They would not be threatened within the range of the self-explosion. The most important thing is that the poisonous gas cannot infect them. It's really dangerous here. No wonder many trainers don't dare to approach here. Qin Mu 1-4. Only some powerful trainers dare to come here to look for molters. Dan Di said it's really too thrilling. Athena and the others have been searching for a long time on the other side. When they walked forward they felt the heat. Why is it so hot here? Maybe the flamingo is nearby. It would be great if we could find him. Guzma, who had been near them the whole time, knew very well that as long as he followed Team Rocket he would definitely find Molter's location. He could feel the burning sensation. Qin Mu and his companions left the range of the poisonous gas and walked towards this side. The feeling of heat was very strong and sweat ran down everyone's face. Qin Mu said, why is it so hot all of a sudden? There is still no news from Zai and the others. Chapter 144. It's so hot here, that's where Molters is. The first ones to discover Molters were Team Rocket's Athena and the others, and Meow flew forward. He stopped in front of a cave entrance where the particularly hot Molters was. Musashi said, we found Molters, it's right here. Meowth was very excited and stood at the entrance of the cave ready for battle. Sakeka said, great, let's find a way to capture him and then go look for Articuno. They were preparing for battle and summoned all their Pokemon, which startled Molters. A large golden bird flew out from it, its body burning with flames, and the burning sensation came from it. Molters really lived up to being one of the 3 sacred birds. Its scorching flames made people feel threatened, and the 3 of them summoned their most powerful Pokemon. Guzma was not in a hurry to attack. He was waiting there for the opportunity, letting them fight Molters first. When the power of the elves dropped sharply he would think of a way to deal with them, and then he could easily get Molters. The way he was going to deal with Team Rocket was Ghastly in his hand. 17 Ghastly, which had been specially studied, had a very strong hypnotic ability. Ghastly, hiding in the dark, was quietly waiting for the opportunity there, and the people of Team Rocket didn't notice his existence at all. The 3 of them summoned powerful elf to deal with the Molters in front of them. Athena said, it's too powerful. We can use Thunder Feather to deal with it. Maybe it will be better. Get the Zapdos first to absorb the Thunder Feather, then capture Articuno and Molters. It will be faster. It's a pity that we haven't found any trace of Zapdos around the abandoned power plant. Not even Thunderwing. It's useless to say more now. They can only try their best. Meowth is no match for Molters, and it didn't last long before its Pokemon power was exhausted. Electric attribute Pokemon are popular among trainers. Everyone wants it, let alone Zapdos. Other electric attribute Pokemon are also quite good, like Ash's Pikachu and the Pokemon after Pikachu evolves. No matter how powerful Molters is, it is just an initial Pokemon and has not yet reached its most powerful strength. Guzma felt that the time was almost right. He took out the Pokeball and released Ghastly. Ghastly is very special. He is a Pokemon that can hide in the dark and in the shadows, making it completely impossible for people to detect its existence. Ghastly used his hypnosis. At this moment Qin Mu and the others appeared. The 2 sides who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped fighting, including the Molters flying in the sky, which seemed to be briefly controlled. Obviously something was wrong. Qin Mu said, it's Ghastly. Come out, my Mewtwo. The powerful telekinesis controlled the area and created an illusion preventing Ghastly from using any skills. Guzma saw the traces of Qin Mu and the others, and his plan was going to fail. Athena also had a Pokemon like Ghastly, and she felt that it would take a strong Pokemon power to fight against Molters, so she didn't release her own Ghastly at all. Realizing that things were not going well, in order to avoid being discovered by the other party, Guzma immediately took her Pokemon and left. Athena said, who did it? Qin Mu said, you were hypnotized by Ghastly. Molten's powerful flame force spurted out forward. Qin Mu's Mewtwo quickly launched a skill attack. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Mewtwo is the most powerful Pokemon. It has undergone a super evolution in Qin Mu's place, and all states have appeared. His ability can definitely compete with Flamingo. Molters is just an initial tri-bird Pokemon, and he is not as powerful as Mewtwo after evolution. Their attack attributes are different, and fighting Pokemon requires attribute restraint. Mewtwo's appearance appearance here surprised Team Rocket. They were about to capture Moltres, but a Ghastly came out and interfered with them, causing Qin Mu and the others to rush here. Now it's not certain who can capture Moltres. Qin Mu pointed out that he saw Ghastly but didn't see the person who controlled him at all. At the moment when both sides threw out the Pokeball, Moltres actually flew into Qin Mu's Pokeball, which surprised Athena, Musashi and the others. Sakeka said, "This is unfair. We clearly discovered this Pokemon and we are about to win the battle with it." Serena said, "So what? If we hadn't shown up, this Moltres would have been taken away by someone else. You've already been controlled by Ghastly's hypnosis, so there's no way you can tame this Moltres." Athena knew that it was just as they said. If Qin Mu and the others hadn't shown up, they wouldn't have been able to get this Moltres. But they didn't know who the man behind the scenes was. If they knew, he would definitely not let him off easily. Musashi said, "Anyway, we were the first to discover the Moltres. We can only say thank you for your help. There was no way to continue in this stalemate. No matter who discovered the flamingo first, it was Qin Mu who tamed it. How about this? You two want to get this Moltres, so let's have a fight and whoever wins gets it. That should be fine, right?" The spirit powers of the three members of Team Rocket are very strong. The strongest one, Athena, has fought with Qin Mu and he knows that his spirit power is definitely not a match for Qin Mu. The chances of winning this duel are slim, and this is the only chance to take back Moltres, and they must get their own Moltres back. Sakeki and Musashi were both defeated by Qin Mu, and even Meowth was not so excited when he saw Qin Mu. Both parties agreed to this proposal, which was quite good. It happened that they had 3 trainers and each of them summoned 2 spirits to fight, and the losing party would give up Moltres. Athena summoned Stonewing Dragon Double Bomb Gas and the other party summoned the Flame Bird. Musashi summoned Arbok and Powdery, and he didn't use Meowth this time. Sakeki used Nido and Beedrill. Nido is a very powerful Pokemon. Seeing that all the Pokemon that flew out were in super evolved states, it was obvious that they were determined to get Moltres. Qin Mu summoned Articuno and Mewtwo, who was already outside. Dante summoned Thunderbolt Ace and Radon. Net up were Serena's Pokemon. Zapdos go to battle. Qin Mu's battle allowed Zapdos to absorb a lot of the power of Thunder Feathers. Now that it is fully capable of fighting, Qin Mu summoned Articuno, which would once again unleash the power of Thunder Feathers, which would be just right for Zapdos's attack and would be very powerful. Chapter 145. When he called out the name of Zapdos, Serena was shocked. The Pokemon they had always wanted were all with Qin Mu and his team. In addition to Articuno, the other one was Zapdos, and there was also Moltres, which was being fought over now. The second Pokemon Serena summoned was Ice Spirit. The Pokemon he released had to respond to Dandy and Qin Mu. Qin Mu summoned Articuno, whose ice energy was very strong. Ice Spirit was an ice Pokemon, so it was just right for the battle. Such a powerful lineup of Pokemons was really not easy to deal with. The wings of the moving bird emitted a lightning-like light. The power of the Thunder Wings was fully displayed. As the boss of Team Rocket, Sakeki recognized this powerful force at a glance. This was what they had always wanted. Unexpectedly, all of them were collected by Qin Mu and his team. This gave him another idea. He hoped that Qin Mu and his team would join Team Rocket. The power of the Pokemons began to confront each other. The Thunder Flame Ace absorbed the power of lightning and the Thunder Rain on Qin Mu's Articuno, which just happened to respond to the Zapdos used by Serena. This place has become a world of thunder and lightning. Just look at this area. Thunder and lightning are everywhere. The opponent's SI elves are wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning. The power of the elves is decreasing bit by bit. In addition to this powerful thunder attack, there are other main attributes of the elves' freezing skill. Guzma, who is some distance away from here, sees the scene here. Such a powerful lightning attack, it seems that there is still a long way to go for them. In this case, I will go to the depths of the Twin Islands to look for Articuno. Completely giving up the fight for Moltres, Guzma left here immediately. He hoped that his actions would be one step faster than them and he could find Articuno earlier. The Twin Bomb Gas super evolved and burst out a powerful poisonous gas attack. Such a powerful combination is presented in the Pokemon battle here. Xiaozai and Xiaomao have been looking for a long time but have not found any traces. Where did they hide? I searched for them for a long time but couldn't find any trace of them. There is no news from Qin Mu either. Let's try to find him again. The control of the freezing force is obviously very powerful. The explosive energy of the double bomb gas is strong, and the energy of Mewtwo and Articuno can be dissolved one by one. There is also the defense of the Super Radon, not to mention the extremely powerful Pokemon Flash Ace. He himself is a fire-type Pokemon, and the increase of lightning-type attacks converts his main-type energy. When cooperating with Articuno, an Ice-type Pokemon, he will not use fire-type attacks but lightning-type attack. The three of them cooperated together for the first time, and their competitive abilities were so tacit and they cooperated very well to meet the opponent's attack. The poison gas erupted from the Super super double bomb gas was indeed powerful enough. Mutuo said electricity control. At this moment this area was erupting with powerful wave power. The thunder and power that Articuno was about to emit was absorbed by other electric-type treasures, making their burst attack even more powerful. Sakeka said, I can't hold on, it's too strong. They have already exerted their greatest strength. They can only give up the fight for Moltres. Only 2 Pokemon can be sent out and the other Pokemon cannot fight. There is no way that the competition will be over once the power of the Pokemon is exhausted. Serena said, how about it? It belongs to us. Moltres is in Chin Mu's Pokeball anyway. Whoever has the Pokeball and it will own it. You have already won, so the Flame Bird is yours. When Chin Mu and the others decided to leave, Sakeka stopped him. You 3 are quite capable. Are you interested in joining Team Rocket? Chin Mu said, sorry, I don't have any intention of joining the team for now. Well, Team Rocket welcomes you to join anytime. Chin Mu and his team left with the Flame Bird. Zai, can you see it? To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. It's Chin Mu. What's going on over there? The flamingo has been found. We can reunite. Okay, Xiao Mao and I will meet you there. It's a pity for Athena that the Moltres was just about to be obtained, but it was taken away by someone else. What they want to know most now is who did it. That damn guy, he ran fast. Let me know who he is and I will never let him go. The molten bird I got is gone. Is his Ghastly very powerful? This kind of hypnosis is already better than mine. When Ghastly is at a very low level, it is impossible to hypnotize a high-level Pokemon. It is only possible after evolution. The person in front of him can produce such a capable Ghastly, which shows that his strength is not simple. Who is this person? Team Rocket really wants to know who this person is. He is really a good person. They can also let him join Team Rocket without any grudges. Musashi said, what a pity for Moltres. I hope we can get Articuno. It's already in Chin Mu's possession. There aren't many of these 3 mythical birds. Lao Bai was also very curious. Whose Ghastly was that? From the power it exuded, he could feel that there was definitely more than one. Ghastly was either a simple Pokemon or an evolved Pokemon. They knew best how strong Team Rocket was. Ordinary people could never achieve a state of hypnosis, not to mention that Athena herself had a Ghastly. Chin Mu, we are on this side. You are quite fast. You found the Moltres so quickly. It took a lot of trouble to get this from the rocket. Coincidentally, it almost belonged to the rocket. Someone came out to cause trouble, but I didn't see who that person was. This means that he also wants to get Moltres but doesn't want to face it formally. Anyway, this Pokemon is already in hand. The 3 mythical birds are all in our hands: the Lightning Bird, the Flame Bird and the Freezing Bird used by Chin Mu. It's great that even the most powerful Thunder Feather is here. Now we don't have to worry about him researching out more terrifying Pokemon. Such a powerful force can't deal with him. The most powerful Mutuo is still in Chin Mu's hands. After the Super Ultimate Evolution, it will be an invincible Pokemon. Chin Mu said, the ability of the trainer is not important now. What I am worried about is what other plans they have. It's just a simple gym challenge. There's no other plan. There's no need for us to stop Guzma. We just need to find the researcher behind the scenes and stop his research. The professor told me that Pokemon like him have reached their ultimate state after research. There is absolutely no possibility of promotion unless you merge again, but the possibility of fusion failure is very high. Chapter 146. Guzma walked towards the depth of the Twin Islands. Sakeki and the others also sped up. We can't let Articuno go this time. They have already set off towards Articuno's location. Zai said, not all trainers can enter this road ahead. Is there anything special about it? The other places are all okay, but this one is the champion road. If you want to pass through here, you must be a champion trainer and obtain 8 badges to enter. Trainers without certain abilities cannot pass through here. Dandy and Chin Mu are both champion trainers, but Chin Mu does not have 8 badges yet. Dandy said, I have exactly 8 badges. With these 8 badges they passed the champion road smoothly. Looking from afar, there is an iceberg that has been frozen for thousands of years. Could it be that Articuno is there? Chin Mu already has an Articuno. Since they have found Articuno, they are unwilling to give up. It would be best if they can get it. Serena said, but few people dare to go to that place. It is extremely cold there all year round. There are many ice-type Pokemon there. So Articuno, one of the 3 sacred birds, 143 lives here, which is the deepest heart of the Twin Islands. Guzma, who had no preparation, had already entered the snowy mountain area. He didn't expect it to be so cold here and he was shivering all over. Before he even walked into the depths, he couldn't bear it anymore. He could only choose to withdraw and find some warm clothes. He just returned here and found Sakeki and the other 3. These 3 people were quite smart, wrapped in thick cotton cloth, and had made sufficient preparations before coming. Guzma didn't worry, he just had to follow these guys quietly. The stone pillars formed by the glaciers just happened to be a good cover. I will succeed this time. Athena said, this place is so big, where should we find it? Wearing such heavy clothes makes him look a little clumsy, but it is also to resist the cold weather here. Sakeka said, no matter what I must get Articuno. In this icy snowy mountain the chance of Articuno appearing is very high and they don't know whether it is here or not. Zai said, the air has become somewhat condensed as we go further and the temperature where we are now is obviously not as high as before. They took out heavy clothes from their backpacks and put them on. When they came to the Twin Islands again they saw the snowy mountains in front of them. Since they wanted to enter the snowy mountains they must be prepared for protection. Guzma followed the footsteps of Sakeki and the others. Fortunately the weather here is relatively stable and there is no bad and windy weather. He squatted behind a large block of ice staring at the front. What he didn't expect was that this large block of ice was not an ordinary block of ice, it was the strongest rock Pokemon among the ice Pokemon Glacian. It seemed that something was wrong and the ice seemed to be moving. Guzma, after a careful look, it was indeed a large square block of ice. The net second he realized that this large block of ice was the most powerful of the ice-type Pokemon. How could he run into him? It was so annoying. There was nothing he could do. He could only enter combat mode and summon his own Pokemon. He knew that this Pokemon was difficult to deal with. Its attack power was very strong. It would hit the ground heavily and cause a strong earthquake. He was really worried that it would disturb Sakeki and the others and they would discover themselves. Just like Sakeki who was hurrying ahead, they felt the sudden change in the shaking of the ground and almost lost their balance. What's the situation? Why did such a big shock happen suddenly? Maybe it's a skill from an ice-type Pokemon. Let's continue on our way and ignore it. These Pokemon that didn't follow their trainers also get angry sometimes. Bite B. To read exciting novels go to Falu Novel Network. It's very likely that Guzma disturbed his rest. He was very irritable and kept hitting the ground. 5 foot long was in a fighting state again, which made him even angrier. It was icy and snowy here and it fought like this. Some glaciers in the sky fell down and in the state of vibration they became countless fragments and fell to the bottom. Guzma had to fight quickly for he was afraid of losing Sakeki and the others and not being able to find Articuno. 3 Pokemon appeared at the same time. The artificially strengthened Pokemon, the Dream Fruit, made him powerful and he showed no mercy to the initial Pokemon. He still couldn't withstand the powerful attack. The power of the elves dropped sharply, but he chose to use the Pokeball to collect this guy. Holding the elf that had just been collected in his hand, he left place with a cruel snort on his face. Shin Mew and the others felt a violent vibration just after they stepped in here and it completely disappeared in the net second. Maybe it's normal for such a situation to happen here. They didn't stop moving forward and found a lot of footprints left in front of them. Obviously they didn't come here alone. Serena said, it's really cold, I can't even take my hands out. It is extremely cold here, which is the habitat of ice Pokemon. Zai continued, and all he knew was what Professor Oak told her. The air here is what attracts Articuno to live here. There are so many footprints ahead of us, obviously someone is one step ahead of us. Shin Mew looked at the footprints on the ground. There were probably 3 people walking together while the other person was walking and stopping. There were also traces of fighting ahead. The deep pit in front of them caught Shin Mew's attention. This was caused by the impact of the ice rock monster and the previous vibrations were also caused by it. The Pokemon is no longer here now. Shin Mew and his friends don't know how this deep pit was caused. Looking at the traces left by him, it is obvious that it was formed not long ago. Dandis said, what a strong impact force, what on earth caused it? Shin Mew said, it looks like a Pokemon with extremely strong attack power. They continued to move forward along these footprints. In addition to these footprints there are other footprints which are obviously left by the Pokemon here. Could the footprints of these 3 people be Team Rocket? Sakeki is not a pushover. Although he is not as bad as Guzma, he has great ambition. Sakeki and his team found a huge hole in front of them. When they were about to go in to check, a huge object rushed out from inside. It was so fast that they could not see its appearance clearly. They could roughly see that it had 2 sharp horns in front of it. In fact, those were its 2 huge teeth like tusks, huge in size, and rushed out very quickly, catching the 3 people off guard. Chapter 147. Get out of the way. All 3 men lay on the ground on both sides. This guy rushed out without stopping. A cloud of icy smoke flowed out and disappeared without a trace. What is so fast and powerful? Sakeka looked at the footprints left on the ground and judged that they should be elephant tusk pig. I finally understand why you need to be a champion trainer to enter here, and you also need 8 badges or above. The Pokemon here are really not simple. As far as I know, this area has the top 10 most powerful ice Pokemon. Without Articuno, it is quite good to be able to capture these Pokemon. Continue to walk deeper into the cave. Perhaps because of the ice and snow there was a flickering light inside which was so dazzling in the weak light. Shin Mew and his companions were walking forward. On the distant mountain there was a battle with an Alola with 9 tails. He is one of the 10 most powerful fairy Pokemon and possesses powerful ice, flame and freezing abilities. Look Looking at the steps of these people, he turned around and left. At this moment no one had discovered his instant. The reason why he appeared at the location of Qin Mu and his companions was because he sensed the breath of Articuno. The Articuno in Qin Mu's Pokemon Ball is extremely powerful after evolution, and it also carries the word of thunder. Of course he can sense such a powerful breath. Looking inside, Articuno's rocket team discovered Glacian. It looked like a huge round rock, but the protruding part made them recognize Glacian as one of the 10 ice-type Pokemon. Athena summoned her Pokemon without hesitation. Nobat flew out and he stared at the front. Lucario appeared. They instantly launched powerful Pokemon attacks at the Glacian in front of them. Glacian controlled the moisture around him and turned it into a powerful shield. He was not afraid of the attacks of these Pokemon, otherwise he would not be called one of the 10 strongest Pokemon. His attack power is very strong and he immediately sends ice-type skills forward after defending. The three of them came here to fight, and Goose, who was following behind them, quietly went in on horseback. You guys just stay here and deal with it slowly. The things inside are mine. The fact that one ice demon guard held back Team Rocket was enough to prove how powerful the ice elves are. The important thing is that they are now on an iceberg. This is the most suitable place for ice elves to perform, and they can definitely burst out their strongest strength under this powerful cold air. Sakeka said, we can't let him block our way. Meow, there is a shadow passing by here, you have to speed up. They didn't realize that someone was passing by here. What is going on? Athena said, it can't be the same person from before. Has he been following us? Double bomb gas come out. The powerful gas spread forward, hoping to hold this guy back. Self-destruct skill. With a whoosh, a black sphere bombarded forward. Taking this opportunity, all their Pokemon attacked the Ice Ghost Guard. The power of the elves was obviously unable to hold on. Taking this opportunity, Athena collected it. Holding the Pokeball, he ran quickly forward. The two people behind followed closely. At this time they could not have any hesitation. They had to catch up with the person in front. They didn't see who he was clearly. When Qin Mu and the others arrived here, they only saw countless footprints left at the entrance of the cave. Obviously these people stayed here for a long time, so they trampled it into a mess. Qin Mu said, there are traces of fighting and double bomb gas was used. Let's go in and take a look. There were several forks in the track when they were tracking to the front. Guzma covered his footprints when he was here. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. He used flying Pokemon to take himself in so that they didn't know which route they chose. Ha ha ha, it depends on who has better luck. Team Rocket. He was so happy talking to himself. Being able to pass by these guys without being discovered was what made him most proud. Athena looked at these routes and said, which route should we choose? One thing they knew very well, the Pokemon here were very powerful and it would be very dangerous if they acted separately. It is better to walk together to ensure their safety and to recover some stronger Pokemon. Sakeka said, let's take the middle one first. Several people quickly ran inside. Guzma took the one net to it and they staggered perfectly. Qin Mu and the others also came here and saw these three roads with only footprints in the middle. Qin Mu said, it seems that they took this road, so why don't we take the one net to it? Zai said, we should go together. There is really no way to separate at this time. It is really dangerous here, but Qin Mu and the others have not encountered any ice-type Pokemon. Most of the elves that appear here are among the 10 strongest Pokemon. Guzma walked towards the depth. At this moment he didn't need to fly anymore. He jumped off the Pokemon. Did I take the wrong route? How come there is no discovery for so long? How far is it? Team Rocket has been searching inside but has not found anything so far. Qin Mu said, this ice cave is so deep. They have gone a long way but still have not found anything. Just when they thought this place was empty, the Ice Ape Blizzard King appeared in front of Qin Mu and his team. Dandis stared at this elf in a daze. This is the power he wants. Great, that's him. He summoned his Thunderbolt Flame Ace. Blizzard King is a Pokemon with both grass and ice attribute. Its attacks are swift and its energy is amazing. Every punch it makes is like a blizzard. It has great power and a chilling chill. Flame Ace has fire attribute attack. Flame Ace is fused, and in addition to fire attribute attacks, it also has powerful lightning energy attacks. Serena said, looking at how excited Dandy is, it seems that he likes this elf very much. Do we need help? Qin Mu said, no need, he can handle it himself. Dandy is a champion trainer, how could he not deal with the Pokemon in front of him? The fusion of ice and fire and the powerful electric energy. Soon Dandy gained the upper hand. Looking at the ice and snow ape in front of him squatting on the ground and panting, it seems that the power of the Pokemon can't support it. His combat power will be lower and lower when the wave power is exhausted. Chapter 148. Sakeki and his friends also encountered a powerful ice-type Pokemon, the evil attribute Magilor. This ice-type Pokemon not only possesses powerful ice energy, it is also an evil attribute Pokemon. Athena said, there is no Articuno here. Did we go to the wrong place? Magilor sailor said, haha, you are so ridiculous. There is no Articuno here. I am the only one here. Megura, a humanoid Pokemon, can talk to humans, so it is indeed an evil attribute. His bad appearance matches his attribute. Athena threw out the Pokeball and could only choose to recover, summoning the electric shock monster group and double bomb gas. Others also took action instantly. Damn it, since you came here to find Articuno, why did you attack me? I'll recruit you to join Team Rocket. Let's see if you have the ability. SI-47 Guzma on the other road encountered a thorny shell. The three roots were all engaged in a battle of Pokemon skills, which made the cave a little unable to hold on. With such a powerful Pokemon power bombarding inside, the top of the cave kept shaking. Chin Mew said, something bad is going to go wrong. Dandy, please be faster. Dandy had already gained the upper hand. He threw out a Pokeball and said to the guy in front of him, come in, Ice Ape Man. The guy instantly shrank into a ray of light and entered the Pokeball. Chin Mew said, we have to get out of here quickly. It looks like this place is going to collapse. They quickly ran outside. The cave entrance was shaking more and more violently, and from time to time some white crystals fell from the sky. These were the ice block that formed the cave. How could this happen? Let's not talk so much, let's run out first. Chin Mew dodged left and right, avoiding the ice cube falling from the sky. It seemed that he couldn't get out, so Chin Mew immediately summoned Ancient Charizard, and the others also summoned their own Pokemon to ride on them and quickly rush out of the cave. Ancient Charizard opened its huge mouth and strong flames erupted forward, melting all the falling ice cube. The others followed Chin Mew and rushed out of the cave. Boom! The entire ice cave collapsed. Dandy said, it was too thrilling, we were almost unable to get out. Chin Mew said, except for us who were fighting with Pokemon in there, other people must have been in the same situation, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big shock. I think the people on the other road are Team Rocket. Will they have found Articuno? Not sure. Now the whole cave has collapsed. They may not be able to get out. What should we do? Do you want to help them out? Zai said, don't be ridiculous, it would take a lot of spirit power to get through here, we can't do it at all. Chin Mew felt that there seemed to be a stronger chill behind him. He turned around and saw the Alola Ninetales. It's a fairy Pokemon. The freezing ability and powerful ice flames that this guy spews out are colder than the air here. You have Articuno in you. His mouth didn't move, but he could speak human language. Chin Mew said, did you sense his breath? Yes, it's powerful. Let me see how powerful you are. He had just escaped from the cave and encountered the powerful fairy Pokemon Alola Ninetales. Dante said, this fairy Pokemon is very scary, you have to be careful when competing with it. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Zai said, it came to you on its own initiative, you can take it in. I'm planning to come here. Go Articuno. When Articuno appeared, Alola was shocked. The powerful crest and long tail on its head, the ice blue body and the coming of the blizzard were simply the demeanor of a king. The most important thing is the feather on the tail that can emit lightning. Thunder feathers. Articuno flapped its huge wings in the sky, emitting a strong chill. The cold air was met with powerful lightning. Alola in front of him could not be the opponent of this Articuno. He did not expect this guy to be so powerful that even Articuno was evolved by it. It did not resist, which surprised Chin Mew. He watched him running forward non-stop, dragging the 9 long tails behind him, emitting a strong chill. Chin Mew threw out the Pokeball and he flew directly into it without any hesitation. The other people were stunned. They did not expect that the fairy Pokemon could be captured without fighting. Serena's face is full of admiration. Articuno is so powerful that it actually defeated the fairy Pokemon without a fight. Chin Mew said, you are wrong, he was conquered by this power. He had this plan from the beginning when he appeared beside us. He just wanted to see what kind of powerful power Articuno has. Zai said, Professor Oak did mention this matter. This kind of situation is extremely rare. Several people haven't come to their senses yet, and they heard a few loud bangs. The top of the ice cave at the back plotted, and the 3 members of Team Rocket jumped out of it. They didn't see Chin Mew subdue the Alola Ninetales. Athena said, don't you have an Articuno? Why are you here again? Looking for the strongest Pokemon? There is more than just Articuno here. Have you found him? No. Another black shadow jumped out and ran straight into the distance without even stopping. This figure looked very much like Guzma. Sakeka said, could it be that Articuno was taken away by him? Chase. The 3 of them quickly chased after him, but Chin Mew and the others had no such intention. No matter who the person in front was or what he got inside, it would be difficult to catch up with him at such a speed. Let's leave here by 1-4. It's really freezing cold. Even thick cotton clothes can't hide the chill. Several people moved outside the iceberg. Chin Mew said, if I'm not mistaken, that black shadow must be Guzma. Dandy said, did he really find Articuno? I'm not worried about this, I'm worried that he will use Articuno for artificial experiment. No way, if it fails it will be the loss of a god-level Pokemon. Who knows what their plans are? He's not much better off with Team Rocket pestering him, you know. know Sakaka's personality. Of course I knew that guy. I never considered joining the Rocket. Damn you, stop right there. Guzma saw them catching up, only 3 people from Team Rocket. Chapter 149. He then gradually stopped and asked, why are you chasing me? Is this how the Rocket team got Pokemon? Sakaka thought for a moment and said, Guzma, where did you get Articuno? No, I didn't get Articuno, and I didn't find any trace of Articuno at all. Why are you running so fast? What does it have to do with you? This is my freedom. Of course it is related. It was your obstruction last time that allowed Chin Mew and the others to obtain the Moltres, right? What Flamingo? I have no idea what's going on. Of course he couldn't admit that he did it, otherwise he would get himself into big trouble. Since there is nothing else, I will leave. I have something urgent to do. Sakaka said, wait, it's better not to let us see the frozen bird in your hand. I said no, believe it or not. In order to prevent these guys from pestering him, he quietly released Ghastly and used hypnosis skills. He took advantage of the fact that this guy was not bewitched and ran away, thus opposing him. It was indeed him who did it. Not long after he left with Ghastly, these people woke up. Musashi said, Guzma deceived us and it really has something to do with him. Every time he did it secretly, we must find a way to restrain Ghastly's hypnosis. Sakaka was very angry. They came here and collected some ice elves, but they didn't find Articuno at all. Guzma played them again. They now firmly believed that Articuno must be on him. He can't run away. I don't believe he would hide with these Pokemon. The air here is still cold. Since the other party has left, they also chose to leave here. Chin Mew said, it seems that there is no legendary Articuno here. No one is sure where they will live. Like the one I captured, isn't he in this frozen area? You are right, except for the one in your Pokeball, there is no Articuno in this place. This is the feeling between Chin Mew and Alola. How could Alola not know the situation here? If it says there is no Articuno, then there is no Articuno. Chin Mew and his companions left the Twin Islands and returned the same way. Professor Oak said, did you gain anything after coming back? Chin Mew said, yes, we gained a few ice Pokemon. We saw Guzma there. There is no Articuno except Moltres. According to the Pokemon I captured, there is no Articuno in that place. Articuno's habitat is not necessarily the location of the iceberg. He may appear anywhere and there are not many of them. Guzma must have needed a more powerful Pokemon to appear there. We still need to find out who is behind this and who gave him the L. Then we'll know the answer. Chin Mew said, if he finds us he will flee quickly. If we chase him we will not know the result. Team Rocket has been following him, and with Team Rocket I think we have a good way to deal with him. Team Rocket will never let go of someone who repeatedly interferes with them, and Guzma did just that. If it wasn't for his appearance, the Moltres would definitely be Team Rocket. The 3 people didn't gain nothing, but they planned to keep an eye on Guzma until they succeeded. Sakaka said, it's really abominable. Whoever finds his trace must notify me in time. Athena said, I think Chin Mew should be very interested in him. Besides us, this guy can't get away. Guzma took the Pokemon he received back. So you didn't get Moltres and Articuno? Please, my power is limited. How can I be the opponent of Team Rocket and Chin Mew with these elves' power? Chin Mew also has Serena and Dandy by his side. It is a bit difficult for you, but I will find a way. You just wait, don't go around. Recently those guys won't let you go. He decided to conduct artificial experiments on the powerful ice Pokemon he brought back. Guzma sat there and he was almost entangled by Team Rocket. He left the Twin Islands and got rid of those guys thanks to the Ghastly beside him. He never put it in the Pokeball but always kept it in his shadow. Humph. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Sooner or later I will make you unable to speak in front of me. Chin Mew said, we are now waiting for news from the Rocket. They have so many people that they will know if there is any fluctuation. Pay attention to each gym and see if Guzma will continue to challenge. Serena said, will he come out again in a short time? It will come out sooner or later. If he didn't show up, he wouldn't show up. He didn't lock himself in a room and not move around. He walked around in his black robe. Maybe he could get more information. Team Rocket was indeed looking for him everywhere. Just look for it slowly. When I appear again, what will Team Rocket be? Alola told Chin Mew that the way to evolve is to find the ice element. As long as he has this thing he can evolve. But the ice element stone is not easy to find. Professor Oak said, it is indeed not easy to find the ice element stone. You can only find it slowly. The doctor has another injured Pokemon. Bring him here so I can check him out. Chin Mew and the others followed him. The scars on the Pokemon's body were enough to prove how much damage he had endured. How did he get injured like this? Woo. Pokemon that cannot communicate with humans can only make whining sounds. Chin Mew and his friends have no idea how he got injured. His injuries are very serious. If he hadn't rushed to Professor Oak, he would have died long ago. Chin Mew said, it looked like it broke free of something and escaped. It looked very tired, not just injured. With Professor Oak by his side, he will recover soon. I haven't heard of Guzma's appearance in recent time. If he appeared in the gym challenge, someone would definitely report report it. Team Rocket has also been looking for this guy. Guzma passed by them without recognizing him. This guy wrapped himself up tightly and didn't reveal his appearance at all. What a bunch of stupid guys. My NET target is to challenge Team Rocket. I hope you can be ready. The face under his clothes was very sinister. He turned and left. Shin Mu said, that man wrapped himself up like that, it's very mysterious. Chapter 150. Serena said either he has something shameful to do or something else. Who would wrap themselves up like that in this weather? At this moment they didn't know that this person was Guzma. Guzma didn't notice the people behind him. He only paid attention to Team Rocket. His NET goal was to challenge Team Rocket. The seriously injured Pokemon actually ran out of the laboratory. It was almost unable to get out and it took advantage of Akroma's negligence to get out. Akroma didn't even notice that an injured Pokemon had escaped. Professor Oak decided to study what exactly caused his injury. Although he couldn't communicate with this Pokemon that didn't know human language, he would find a way. Shin Mu and the others came to the Azure City Gym. Has anyone named Guzma been here recently? No. Shin Mu saw so many people gathered in the gym and they walked in. It turned out that ASI was competing with others. ASI's Pokemon Frog had been released. The opponent had a firm look on his face as if he was very confident in challenging ASI. The Pokemon released by the opponent was a bug-type Pokemon. ASI said, we agreed that if you lose the challenge to me, the Pokemon you have to leave behind. I won't lose. ASI is a relatively experienced person in Azure City and his Pokemon strength should not be underestimated. Shin Mu said, why do you have to pay such a high price to challenge him? Why do you have to keep the Pokemon you fight with? You just got here, haven't you heard about it? He who can defeat ASI can give them an ice stone. So in exchange, if you lose you have to leave your elves behind. So this is what it is like. No wonder so many people want to try it. I'm afraid this ice stone is not cheap. Of course the ice stone can allow a stronger ice Pokemon to advance directly. The opponent summoned Charmander and used black smoke directly. A large amount of black smoke was sprayed from Charmander's mouth to block the view of Frog. Just release your spirits, the more the better, there is no limit. The black smoke he spewed out was Ed with a strong high temperature. After all, he was a small dragon. This kid must be sure he can even get such a low-level Pokemon. Doesn't he know who an SI is? Maybe he is just a junior trainer and can't produce high-level Pokemon. Once the news spread, many trainers came here. This is an ice stone. How could ASI be willing to give it up? Dandy said, this is going to be a good show. Maybe we can meet Guzma here. That guy will never come out blatantly. We must observe carefully. The water Pokemon Frog doesn't care about this intensity of temperature. The challenger said to the bug, use Golden Breath. The Golden Breath wrapped around it and it quickly rushed towards the fast-swimming frog. At such a fast speed his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a thick layer of cocoon. The powerful air wave hit the fast-swimming frog and knocked it over. The impact was indeed strong enough, but ASI did not take it seriously. ASI's two small mustaches trembled twice. Looking at the fast-swimming frog in front of him, he turned over and bounced hard, quickly rushing forward and throwing a powerful explosive punch. He turned around and spurted out a column of water from his mouth. It directly rushed out the insect-type Pokemon. The power of the explosive punch was really not small. ASI smiled, with these two moves you don't have much hope. Wait for your Pokemon to be handed over. Seeing that the opponent was so powerful, his Pokemon wave power was also very strong and Charmander instantly spurted out a large ball of spark. The water column of the fast-swimming frog extinguished his heat and Charmander rushed up angrily but was blocked by the air wave in front. Shin Mu said his Pokemon power won't last long. To read exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Serena said, is this stone so important? A mere junior trainer dares to challenge ASI. The powerful wave force had knocked his Charmander away and the power of the Pokemon was exhausted. ASI said, you lose. He left the two Pokeballs and left without looking up. Just when ASI was feeling proud, a total of 7 people from the Rocket team appeared. Ban Mu said, isn't it enough to deal with ASI? Our Rocket team definitely has this ability. Dandy said, they have ice Pokemon in their hands. It will be a great benefit for them to obtain Ice Stone. The first to appear was Meowth, who was still so excited and his temperament had not changed at all. Shin Mu said, we should get this stone as soon as possible. Serena said, I almost forgot, doesn't Alola need this stone very much? ASI's violent monkey appeared. The anger value is very high and the powerful empty-handed chop is the first skill. Meowth Volt Attack. Fatty said Meowth likes to show off his strength the most. It's not certain that he has gotten the upper hand many times. Athena's eyes have been on Shin Mu. He will never let them take the Ice Stone easily here. There are 7 people in their Rocket team this time. If someone wins, ASI must stay here until the final winner can take the stone. This is the rule. No matter who wins, the Pokemon that stays must belong to ASI, otherwise it will not be cost effective for him. The power of Volt's attack is very strong. Zai said, Meowth has mastered 100,000 volt. Qin Mu said the last time we fought with him it had already mastered 100,000 volt. Didn't you notice it? Xiao Mao and I were late and we didn't see his 100,000 volts. Wang Zhao. Qin Mu said, what does I want these elves for? Other people's pokeballs won't work for him if they're in his possession. Not absolutely you over there. Qin Mu walked over there. If he failed and didn't hand over his soul ball, he could hand over other evolution stones, or he could take these things to exchange for the elves they left here. So that's how it is. I was wondering why he wanted to use this weapon stone as an exchange. In this way, even if their Pokemon are lost here, as long as they find the light stone or other evolution stones, they can exchange them for their Pokemon. Pokemon with higher levels require more evolution gem. No wonder these guys would rush up and compete with ASI unscrupulously. Qin Mu said the last winter has attracted a lot of people here. The small martial arts hall is a little breathless. Chapter 151. At first they only noticed the Pokemon competing on the field and didn't pay attention to their back. When they recovered, they found that the back was full of people without any space. Musashi said, Big Tongue, go to battle. Looking at the ice field, all trainers wanted to get it, especially those with ice Pokemon, because this elemental stone was not easy to get. Aussie's idea allowed him to obtain a large number of light stones, which was quite smart. The huge tongue was swinging in front of him, and there was also the 100,000 volts brought by Meowth. Quickcrawler appeared and two such Pokemon appeared in front of the shadow clone. ASI didn't have a strong ice Pokemon, so it was useless to keep this elemental stone, so he came up with such a countermeasure to exchange for the evolution stone he needed. He didn't care whether his opponent was strong or weak. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. He just had to sit here and wait for his harvest quietly without using all his strength to waste his wave power. It takes a certain amount of time to recover after the Pokemon battle and return to the Pokeball, but ASI was fighting alone. How many days would it take? He decisively gave up the duel with Musashi. The elemental stone temporarily belongs to Musashi. Can Team Rocket hold on to it? All trainers know that Team Rocket's strength lies here. There are almost no people who are their opponent. If they rush forward, they will only give up the evolution in their hands. Team Rocket is ready to start their protection mode. As long as they can keep this ice element stone, it will be theirs. Dandy said, let me do it. Musashi watched Dandy come up. A champion trainer does have some strength, and their Team Rocket is not so easy to deal with. Athena said to Sakaki Net to her, do you think Qin Mu will just stand there and not take action? They are well informed. How did they find the Blue City? How could he know that Qin Mu and his companions did not come here to challenge ASI but just wanted to see if Guzma had been here? They had already asked some nearby gyms with the purpose of finding Guzma's trace. Guzma was in a corner and his black robe was always staring ahead. There were so many people here that completely blocked him, and no one noticed that he was in that corner. Serena said, Dandy's ability has improved a lot recently. I think Musashi is definitely not his opponent. Qin Mu knew that in terms of elf power, Dandy's elf power was indeed strong enough, and his elf lineup was much better than Musashi's. Dante's strength has increased. He won't waste time with him, and the more Pokemon appear, the more he can take out. The Azure Gym is quite a large-scale competition. Guzma knew that ASI had this elemental stone and he had secretly gone to find him. Now it has become like this. He can only wait there quietly to see if there is any chance. The first one to appear in Dante was Flare Ace. The powerful power of lightning plotted. This is the Pokemon after fusion. When Musashi saw Flare Ace, he was a little unbelievable. How could he have the power of lightning? His lightning was brought by Magneto. After fusion, Flare Ace became more powerful. You dare to do such a fusion? Aren't you afraid of destroying the Flame Ace? This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Please show your spirit. Poisonous powder butterfly pumpkin monster. Sakaka said, Dante's strength is too strong. You are ready to replace Musashi. Everyone will not be able to hold on for too long, and the Pokemon they carry are limited. ASI thinks that the longer the time the better, and he will get more and more things. When he uses an elemental stone to exchange for so many evolutions, it is certainly a good deal for him. The purpose is not that the Pokemon in the hands of these guys are useless to him, and there will be no strange research. Guzma thinks that Aussie's idea is not bad. If he takes these Pokemon to a chroma for research, wouldn't it be better? These Pokemon are all powerful elf. It's a pity that he doesn't have the things that can attract these trainers. Thinking of this method, he decided to discuss their NET plan with the chroma. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. With a weird smile on his face, he turned and left here, and he didn't intend to take action at all. Qin Mu accidentally saw a black shadow walking out. Why does it feel so familiar? Serena said, what's wrong, Qin Mu? I saw a dark shadow go out and it felt very familiar. There are so many people in the gym. Maybe you are dazzled. It is not surprising to see familiar figures. There are many trainers trainers who have fought with you. Maybe I saw it wrong. You see, Flare Ace has merged with the power of Magneto, and this electric ball attack is simply too shocking. One by one the electric balls rushed forward, more powerful than 105,000 volts. As I said, the skills have really increased after the fusion. Professor Oak has been studying how to make Pikachu's 100,000 volts stronger. Pikachu hasn't even made a breakthrough yet, and it can't even evolve. Zai has more than one Pokemon, and he will definitely fail in the competition if he only uses Pikachu. Pikachu evolves into Raichu and its electric energy will be even stronger, but its skills are quite simple, which is what Zai is worried about. Musashi is really no match for Dante. He saw the look Sakeka gave him and didn't continue. The power of the wave was exhausted, so he stopped his attack and took back the 2 Pokeballs. Dandy won't play with you. Musashi walked down without hesitation. Athena released the double bullet gas. Black smoke rushed in his face. This is a smoke with strong poisonous gas. Dandy didn't hesitate at all, and Charizard appeared immediately. The armored Mad Rhinoceros has super strong defense ability, and Charizard consumed all the gas and poison and gradually faded the smoke. As I said, Dandy's strength has increased again. Athena summoned as many as 5 double bullet gases. The burst of combat power is getting stronger and stronger. The super armored Mad Rhinoceros in combat state rushed forward fiercely. Charizard spewed waves of flames forward. Shin Mew said Athena's Pokeball is special enough to put 5 double bullet gases in at a time. Although the little guy's Pokemon power is not that strong, the poisonous gas he bursts out is shocking. Zai said the 5 are just enhanced bodies, not completely fused. In fact, they are just one Pokemon. In theory this is the case, Dr. Oak once said. So this is Chapter 152. Shin Mew was thinking about solving the problem of Team Rocket. There shouldn't be any big trouble. The ice element stone wouldn't spread so quickly here. If other trainers knew, I'm afraid the competition here would have ended long ago. Serena said, looking at such a fierce competition, I can't help it. There are plenty of opportunities to attack, and you can challenge any martial arts gym. Athena is quite strong, and she is one of the 4 bosses in Team Rocket. Trainers who can hold this position in Team Rocket are all strong. Electric Shock Monster grew. His Pokemon always appears in this form, and there is not just one each time. Athena especially likes this type of Pokemon. The powerful electric energy plotted instantly, retracted Charizard Dante and released the Snow Ape Man. With a loud bang, the ground plotted like ice was crushed. A strong chill came over them. There were so many people crowded together, but they didn't feel the slightest heat. Instead, the cold made them feel a little cold all over. Sakeka looked at the Snow Ape Man and realized that when they went to the twins on the island, Shin Mew and his friends should have gotten this Pokemon. They didn't see who the other person was, but they roughly guessed it was Guzma. It is still uncertain whether he has Articuno. Guzma didn't get Articuno, which means there is no Articuno on the Twin Islands, or they simply haven't found it. Sakeka, this shrewd guy, is very calculating. He also believes that Dante is definitely not a match for Athena. The most difficult one to deal with is Shin Mew. Zai and Xiaomao are still with him. Have they formed an alliance? Blizzard King appears with a strong ice attribute. His attack is also very swift and powerful. In addition to ice energy, grass energy cannot be ignored. Wow, what a powerful ice Pokemon. Blizzard King is now one of the top 10 strongest Pokemon. If it weren't for Dandy, it would be impossible to conquer this Ice Ape Man. Yes, without a certain level of strength, how could a trainer conquer such a powerful ice-type Pokemon? Everyone around knew that Dante was a champion trainer and was very strong. It was within their expectations that he could conquer such a high-level Pokemon. If it were someone else, they might not have this ability. The champion trainer would be the focus wherever he went. Team Rocket is very strong, and Team Dan is also very strong. Who will win? They have so many people and power. Dandy is very powerful. The Rockets have 7 people. How can my lineup possibly hold up? Athena of Team Rocket cannot be ignored. A powerful spiritual charm appeared. Athena changed for Ice Guard. Shin Mew said Ice Guard is also one of the top 10 ice-type Pokemon. Zai said it was probably obtained on the day we went to the Twin Islands. Athena has never used it. I think this Pokemon should be the same. Ice energy confrontation, waves of glaciers crashing and strong cold currents made the entire martial arts hall seem even colder. Some people net to them shivered all over, and even their noses ran. It's too cold. It's worthy of being an ice-type Pokemon. They were too close, and it seemed that they were going to block the gym. Shin Mew and the others were relatively far away. There were some spectator seats above, and the people sitting there were fine. Those who were close would definitely be chilled by the cold. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Some people who couldn't hold on had already walked out. The people in the middle stepped back, and they wouldn't feel it outside the range. In the blink of an eye, the entire gym was covered in white. The 2 ice-type Pokemon were both very powerful, and they were in a stalemate stalemate, neither giving in. The power of the elves dropped sharply. As one of the top 10 military-type Pokemon, their power really couldn't be ignored. Qin Mu said it's not a good idea to keep wasting time like this. The Pokemon that hasn't evolved is so powerful, won't it be even more terrifying once it evolves? Ice-type Pokemon are not that easy to evolve, so why are there so many trainers fighting for an elemental stone here? Elemental stones are the hardest to get, and they can evolve ice-type Pokemon, especially the more powerful ice-type Pokemon, which will be even more powerful after evolution. Sakeka said it's really different. With the evolution of this stone, our rocket team will be even stronger. We must get it at any cost. After leaving here, Guzma went to find Akroma. He had his own ideas and told Akroma about what happened in the martial arts gym. Akroma was a very smart researcher, and he immediately understood what Guzma was planning. Your plan is good, but now is not the time. When our lineup is strong, I will find a way. Ice Stone, you came back because you have no power anymore. My current strength is not enough. I suspect Qin Mu and the others are probably watching me all the time. Maybe they saw something. You know Professor Oak level better than me when you are with Zai. I chose this because I am worried about opposing you. I will not take action again if I don't have a certain level of strength. You are smart. Professor Oak will immediately know that the Pokemon you use is artificial. As long as you can get a higher level Pokemon, I promise to make you stronger. The ice rock monster you brought back will not be wasted. I will make it stronger. Athena summoned the double bomb gas and took this opportunity to attack gas poison. Gradually, this is Magneto. They bombed forward one by one. Qin Mu had observed carefully that in addition to Pokemon that appeared in groups like Double Gas, another type is Magneto. Athena's group of electric monsters also appeared in this form. The elves in these three Pokeballs were not alone. Mewtwo said this form of E-Instance is very special, but it does not have the power of Super Pokemon. There is nothing to worry about. Only Qin Mu could hear Mewtwo's voice. Qin Mu knew that Mewtwo was already a top Pokemon, but his current state was not at its best. It has not yet fully earned its strongest wave power. Perhaps it needs something. He attacked Dandy like this and he really couldn't bear it. Dandy did not change his lineup. He didn't want to leave all the elves here. The two Pokemon he brought out could use the Light Stone as compensation. Dandy was still very rational. Since he was not Athena's opponent, he took back his elf and left the Light Stone to Asibu. Chapter 153. I'm not sure enough, so I gave up. Even Dante couldn't defeat Athena, and Serena was even less likely to be defeated. She didn't want to waste her stone. No one dared to go on stage at this time. Qin Mu said, let me do it. The person Athena was waiting for finally came up. Sakeki was most worried about Qin Mu. No matter how many Pokemon he took out, he didn't have to hand over the Light Stone as long as he won in the end. In the end he lost, and all the Pokemon in front had to stay, or there were enough evolution stones. Zai said it's better not to fall into the hands of Team Rocket. Sakeki doesn't know what to do. This news has not spread yet, and many excellent trainers don't know. If we hadn't come to find Guzma, you wouldn't have known about the elemental stones, right? Guzma has set out for SI50 again. This time he doesn't plan to challenge other gyms and continues to look for god-level Pokemon. It would be best if there were legendary ones, which would be very useful to him. The higher the level, the stronger the ability after strengthening and the more immeasurable after fusion. Athena looked at Qin Mu and summoned Magna without hesitation. Qin Mu said Articuno's lightning strike. There was ice and snow all over the sky again. Articuno is like this every time he appears with a blizzard state. The powerful lightning point power spread rapidly, which is much more powerful than Pikachu's 100,000 volt. The electric ball emitted from Magneto's body did not have such a powerful lightning point power. Articuno used the lightning power of Thunder Feathers, and even Zapdos need such power. Serena then remembered that she had captured Zapdos, didn't she? I almost forgot about it and thought it was still the same as before, and forgot about Zapdos. As I said, in team competition you and Qin Mu can definitely complement each other with lightning, and my Pikachu and Dante's Flare Ace. Yes, should we consider forming a team? We have no problem, but we are a little weak. I don't know if you will dislike us. Dandy said, how could it be possible? If it wasn't for Professor Oak, it would be impossible for him to get the Thunderbolt Flame Ace. Professor Oak is a very good person. Basically, he can solve any problem you ask him. Athena knew how powerful Qin Mu's Articuno was. He couldn't handle it at all. He had already consumed a lot of wave power in the previous competition with Dandy. Qin Mu's Articuno is so powerful. Isn't this the one who won the championship trainer in the Orange Islands last time? Yes, it is him. Articuno is rare in itself, and it has the powerful power of thunder and lightning. Athena will not be his opponent. His wave power has been almost exhausted. How can he still hold on? Ice Demon Guard had already exhausted his wave power before, and he had to rest for a while before he could play again. Now Athena had no way out at all. Sakeka looked at Managi the net to him and decided to replace Athena. A man in grey clothes came up. His speed was very steady and there was no expression on his face. Managi was Sakeki's secretary and his strength should not be ignored. Looking at the Articuno flying in the sky, he was not sure enough. If it was just an Articuno it would be better. The important thing was that he was evolved and had the power of thunder rain. Super strength without a belt. Articuno flapped its wings and a powerful cold current rushed forward. For Chin Mew, the most powerful Pokemon is not this kind of Pokemon but the dragon-type Pokemon. Can this one Pokemon fight against several people from Team Rocket? Everyone began to be shocked. Obviously without the super strength of a belt, the wave force he emitted was no match for Chin Mew. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I was shocked. The strength of this champion trainer was so strong. It seemed that he had a good chance to become the top trainer. He picked up an Articuno to see his strength. He didn't want to be defeated as soon as he went on the core Squid King Hypnosis. The special skill of the Squid King Hypnosis can temporarily control Articuno, allowing his wave power to be released. He underestimated Chin Mew's strength. Come out, Soul Eyes. A very low-level Pokemon appeared. He was the lowest level Pokemon. Soul Eyes had evolved once and his ability was slightly stronger than before, but in battle no one would choose Soul Eyes to fight. Chin Mew's goal was not to let him fight but to let him unlock the hypnotic intelligence. At that time Mewtwo's telekinesis, control and illusion were all solved by this guy. No matter how powerful the Squidward King is, he can't be stronger than Mewtwo's telekinesis. Hypnosis is useless. Could it be just because of this little hooked eye? Makoto was very puzzled. There was no change on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Sakeka said, I have fought with him before and I am no match for him at all. It seems that no one in our rocket team can defeat him. Chin Mew's Pokemon lineup is powerful. They have seen it before. So far there is only one Articuno and one hooked eye and the other Pokemon have not appeared yet. Is the elemental stone that Sakeki is determined to get gone just like that? He was unwilling, but it was useless to be unwilling. None of the current members of the rocket team are Chin Mew's opponents, at least not among the current 7, and the others are not here. If they continue it will only be a waste of their evolution stones. He knows this very well. Athena said, forget it, or is there a better way? Any solution? Can't I just steal it? It's not impossible for you to succeed. How could it be that easy? Maybe he will use it up right after getting it. It's impossible to snatch it away because the people around Chin Mew are very strong and none of them are weak. It was useless for the real bird to summon the Squid King and he had no other choice. Chin Mew said, do we need to fight again? Asi stood up suddenly. Although he admired Chin Mew's ability, he disturbed him from receiving more evolution stone. There was no way. He had to keep his word. If no one dared to continue to challenge, the element stone would belong to Chin Mew. The rocket team's defense failed and the element stone was still obtained by Chin Mew. Asi reluctantly handed the stone to Chin Mew's hand. When it fell into the palm of his hand there was a very cold feeling. That feeling was like the feeling of drilling into the bones, which was completely different from holding a piece of ice in the hand. Chin Mew said, the energy of the element stone is really strong. It feels bone chilling when you hold it in your hand. Chapter 154. Chin Mew put it in his pocket. He didn't find Guzma here, but it was good to get the elemental stone successfully. Professor Oak had recorded the language of the injured Pokemon and he was trying to decipher it. Chin Mew and his friends found a restaurant and sat down. Elemental stones are so rare, it's worth it for Asi to do this. At least he got a lot of evolution stones in return. Dandis said, Team Rocket didn't get this stone. You can see their faces turned green. So many elves have come on the field and each changed a lot of light stone. This is a huge contribution. Hehe. Meow Meow followed secretly. He kept staring at the bag on Chin Mew's waist. The elemental stone was inside. The task assigned to him by Sakeki was to steal the stone. What bad luck, I have to take action every time. Meow Meow was thinking about how to get the stone. Or is there any way to get close? Chin Mew said, after I go back I will find a way to upgrade to Alila Ninetales. I still have to ask Professor Oak how to operate the body and I don't know if I need other things. The food they ordered was served. Meow Meow has been staring at it, drooling with greed, but he didn't show up. Chin Mew and the others were on their way back and Meow Meow found an opportunity to make a move. The 3-star Metapod is up to you. While the Pokemon was making trouble, Meowth was moving closer and closer. The sudden appearance of the 3-star Metapod blocked the way of Chin Mew and his companion. Meowth rushed to Chin Mew's side and took out the elemental stone in the bag when he was not prepared. Chin Mew said the stone was taken away by him. Everyone looked forward and Meowth was running away in a flash. Zai said, leave this guy to me, you guys go chase Meowth. Chin Mew and the other 3 quickly chased after the fleeing Meowth. Zai summoned Pikachu. 100,000 volts attack. Hearing 100,000 volts, the 3-star Metapod was instantly shocked. It couldn't withstand the lightning attack. It was was weak in defense. Before Zai could launch a full-strength attack, the 3-star Metapod slipped away in an instant. Qin Mu knew how powerful Meow Meow was. They couldn't catch up with him like this. Red Eyes Black Dragon come out. Qin Mu jumped onto the back of the Red Eyes Black Dragon and flew forward quickly. Meow Meow thought he had gotten the stone, but he never expected a shadow to appear on it. He looked up and saw Qin Mu's Red Eyes Black Dragon. The dragon attribute Pokemon was very powerful under Qin Mu's control, not to mention that the Red Eyes Black Dragon was an evolved Pokemon. This is bad. Meow Meow's 2 legs kept running forward. Even so, he couldn't catch up with the speed of the Red-Eyed Black Dragon chasing him. Help, Musashi Athena, where are you guys? You promised to pick me up. Qin Mu blocked her way and the Red-Eyed Black Dragon floated in front of Meow Meow. You little guy is actually a thief. Why did you steal my elemental stone? I don't know what kind of stone it is. He pretended to be calm and all the hair on his body stood up. Gyarados attack. He uttered these words tremblingly. Meow Meow actually had a Pokeball on him. A water and flying Gyarados appeared in front of Qin Mu. To read the violent novel, go to Fly Novel Network. How can you be like this? Give me back my stone or I will be rude to you. Zhang Biao decided to slip away from the back but was blocked by Serena and Dandy. Seeing Zai and the others approaching that side, it seemed that he could not leave today. Athena and Musashi were not far away. How did that happen? It looks like Meowth can't get out. If we go out now, we will have to admit that our rocket team stole their things. Musashi said, I hope Meowth has a chance to escape. Surrounded by so many trainers, the chance seems slim. If he can't leave, he can only stay. Although Gyarados is powerful and has dual attribute, he really can't resist Qin Mu, a powerful trainer. A powerful water cannon attack was fired at the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Red Eyes Black Dragon dodged quickly. Qin Mu said, light speed attack. The 2 red eyes emitted 2 red rays of light and shot forward. A powerful water cannon attack gushed out of Gyarados' mouth again. The dual attributes of this Pokemon are really powerful. He is very fast and he dodges light speed attack very quickly. As a Pokemon, it is not simple for Meowth to control the Pokemon in the Pokeball. Qin Mu said, in that case don't blame me for being rude. Mewtwo is counting on you. Meowth was shocked. He knew how powerful Mewtwo was. It looked like he had no chance to escape. Why don't you two stop hiding over there? Come out and help me. Stupid guy, why did you tell us about the 2 of us? Musashi and Athena came out from behind the tree. Qin Mu, even though you are a champion trainer, there is no need to bully Meow Meow. What? We didn't bully him. He stole my thing. I didn't. Do you have any evidence to prove that I stole your thing? Serena said, your family's 650 things are on you. Do you have any evidence? Since he couldn't hide from the 2 of them, he pretended to be a rogue. Meowth didn't admit it so they could make a move with a clear reason and maybe they would have a chance to take away the elemental stone. Serena said, it's just a rogue. I didn't expect Team Rocket to steal something they couldn't get. Athena said, nonsense, there is no evidence that Meowth took your thing. You are just making trouble. At this moment Meowth's frightened look had disappeared, replaced by the same look as before. Musashi whispered in his ear, stupid guy. Meowth sneered. He thought to himself, who told them not to come out? How could it be the opponent of so many trainers? Qin Mu alone is already difficult to deal with and there are masters like Dandy Serena behind him. Gyarados couldn't withstand the attack of Mewtwo. Athena was unceremonious. If you want to get this stone, you have to fight. Why don't you find a way to escape quickly? It doesn't matter if we are not your opponent here, as long as we get the stuff. When we are competing, you can slip away when they are not paying attention. Athena whispered to Meowth that this was the only way to take the stone away. As long as Meowth was not here, they would have no evidence that Team Rocket had taken their elemental stone. Chapter 155. Meow Meow had a smile on his face and he was happy to hear such a suggestion. Double bomb gas was summoned and Musashi's fire dragon. Are the 2 planning to attack together? Serena said, how despicable, how can you do this? Zapdos, let go. Zapdos and Mewtwo fought together. The powerful volt attack spread. Athena and Musashi knew that they were no match for them. Their purpose was to delay time so that Meowth would have time to leave. Let the double bullet gas explode. 5 double bullet gases exploded at the same time. Black poisonous gas spread and the vision in front of them became blurred. Mewtwo began to control with telekinesis and they were concentrating on the collision of the skills of the Pokemon. Mew took this opportunity to run forward. Dandy saw that the light yellow figure disappeared. Where is Meow? He chased forward in an instant. How could he let Meow take away the original stone? This was simply a joke. Serena said, sure enough, all this is their loneliness. Double Ford attack. Sizzle. Charizard, who was accumulating power to move forward, was frozen by Ford's attack before he could unleash his powerful flame. The power of the 3 legendary birds Zapdos is indeed strong and his volt attack is incomparable to that of ordinary electric Pokemon. Ghastly and Charizard were numbed by the electric shock and Mewtwo's powerful telekinetic attack broke out at this time. The 2 people were originally trying going to delay time and could not continue fighting here. Seeing that things were not going well, they immediately threw out the Pokeball. They took back their own Pokemon and prepared to leave. This was the electric shock of Zapdos that triggered the Volt attack. The two people were electrified all over their bodies and soon bursts of black smoke came out. Their entire hairstyle changed and they were in a mess. Qin Mu didn't have time to pay attention to them. He took back Mewtwo and chased forward. Serena said, "What a hateful guy, it's a good deal for you." Holding the Pokeball, he ran forward quickly. Dandy saw Meow Meow and yelled, "Stop right there, you damn Meow Meow." Meow Meow thought that with the two of them delaying time he would be able to get away, but he didn't expect to be discovered. No one could help him this time. Athena and Musashi were already miserable enough. Qin Mu said, "Give me back the elemental stone." Gyarados in combat mode. Is this lying Pokemon really coming out for combat? He has appeared before and he is out again so soon. Qin Mu found a river in front of him. When water Pokemon approach a river, their skills must be at their most powerful. Qin Mu took out a Pokeball and threw it into the sky. Snow fell all over the sky. This scene can only be brought by the Pokemon Articuno. Gyarados is ready to use the river to launch a powerful water skill attack. The power of the water cannon doubled instantly. The power of the scouring became stronger and with a powerful attack force he sprayed Articuno over. Articuno's freezing skill was activated, turning the water column into ice. With the powerful thunder skill of the wings, it directly attacked Gyarados through the ice column. Meow Meow saw the reaction in front and his forward attack broke out. He couldn't do it at all. She just couldn't resist it. Fortunately, she was not afraid of lightning attacks at all. The huge icicle hit the back and knocked away the Gyarados who was using the water cannon. Under the powerful impact, his ability began to weaken. The power of the elves was almost exhausted and the power of the wave could not be earned. Meow Meow looked at everything in front of him and he really had no choice. He took out the elemental stone and threw it towards Qin Mu with force. He took back his Gyarados with the elf ball and quickly fled away. Qin Mu took the elemental stone and did not continue to chase Meow Meow. Meow Meow ran for a long time and stopped a little out of breath. When he turned around, there was no figure behind him and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It slumped on the ground and said, "It's so annoying. Where did Musashi and Athena go?" To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. How come you can't even hold them back? When Musashi and Athena appeared in front of him, their embarrassed appearance almost made him laugh out loud. "You guys, ha 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 ha. What are you laughing? Have you got the stuff? Why don't you take it out now? You didn't hold them back at all. Qin Mu has already caught up with me. My Gyarados has completely lost its fighting power. What can I do but return the stone to them? What a waste of time. The things are returned to them. If not, even Athena, one of the 4 managers of Team Rocket, has no way to deal with it, so what can I do?" Meow Meow looked righteous as if this matter had nothing to do with him from beginning to end. Qin Mu held the stone and said, "In order to avoid more trouble, I have to use it up quickly." They soon returned to Dr. Oak's small yard. Qin Mu said, "Dr. Oak, what are you doing? I want to know how he got hurt and hope to hear what he has to say through this method." "Oh, so that's how it is. The elemental stone, we got it from Aussie's martial art gym. It was almost stolen. I want to evolve Alola Ninetales now. Such an important thing, many trainers want to get it. Well, you can activate the light stone and add the power of the elemental stone to upgrade the Alola Ninetales." A Snow White nine-tailed FO was released and the powerful power of the light stone was suspended in the air and the ice power of the elemental stone was instantly absorbed. The white Alola's body instantly grew larger and its 9 tails also lengthened, especially the hair on its head. It could clearly feel the coldness around it. The evolution was successful, and looking at the changes in the Pokemon in front of Wangli, he knew that it had absorbed a large number of ice skills in the elemental stone. After the successful evolution, Qin Mu had another powerful Pokemon. Professor Oak said, "I know roughly, come and listen." It was in a laboratory. A terrible person captured many Pokemon for experiments and forced them to fuse. Many Pokemon died in his hands. "Where is it?" Qin Mu said, "Where is it?" He only knew the approximate location, not the exact location. He was injured and fled in a panic. Maybe when his injuries healed he would take him with him and he would be able to recognize it when he appeared in that place again. "This damn guy is using Pokemon to conduct experiment. We must stop him." Qin Mu felt that the person who conducted this experiment must have a great relationship with Guzma. "No matter what, we will find him." Chapter 156. Guzma disappeared completely and Qin Mu and his companions never found any trace of him again. This guy stayed as far away from Qin Mu and his companions as possible. He went to look for those special Pokemon, hoping to research more powerful competitive Pokemon. Qin Mu was training with the newly evolved Alola Ninetales. The Ice Flame skill spread forward and the training place happened to be a small river. The river water froze. The Ice type skill enhancement is so powerful. Dandy said, "Do you want to try the effect of competition?" Great. Dandy released the Ice Ape Blizzard King. 2 two powerful ice Pokemon competed here. Waves of ice flames intertwined and the ice ape had great power. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. The powerful force attack of Blizzard King made the whole area vibrate. Alola lost his ice cave skill. It has a certain freezing effect. Facing ice Pokemon, the control is not particularly strong. Only a short freezing effect can burst out the power of ice flame. After the promotion, Alola is indeed powerful and the 9 big tails stand upright. The two people took back the elves at the same time. Dandy said, we will set off tomorrow. We have to be very careful along the way. Take that Pokemon with you. His 650 has almost recovered. When you pass by the gym you can go in and challenge it. Of course they hope to find the researcher quickly. With this little guy, as long as he appears in that area he will definitely remember it. Shin Mew and his friends set out to form Zai Kitten, who will go with them. The 5 of them set out. They walked all the way, which made it easier to find the area. As for the Pokemon they brought back, it has been with them and was not collected in the Pokeball. When resting in the wild, Shin Mew and his friends sat in place and lay on the grass to rest. The other Pokemon were released. They would not stay in the Pokeball all the time. They still had to come out when eating, and they were also outside when training skills. We are about to reach Galar. Shin Mew said. This little guy has no reaction, which means that the laboratory is not nearby. Entering Galar, the streets are very prosperous and the first gym they saw is the grass-type gym leader Yaluo. Serena said, then I will start from here to improve my strength. Shin Mew said, do you want to challenge Yaluo? That's right. Several people walked into the grass-type gym. Welcome to the grass gym. What can I do for you? Serena said, I want to challenge Yaluo. Is he there? He's in the backyard. I'll go call him for you. No, I'll go see it myself. All right, this way please. Shin Mew and his group walked towards the back of the gym. Yaluo was feeding his Pokemon there and Zulan was sitting net to him. Seeing someone coming, the two of them looked over here. It was a familiar figure. Zulan was very familiar with them. It had not been long since they separated. She didn't expect to run into Shin Mew and his group here. Why are you here? Are you going to challenge Yaluo? Shin Mew said, Serena wants to compete with Yaluo. What about you? Zulan was just passing by and came in to chat with her friends. Yaluo accepted Serena's challenge and they went to the dojo in front. Zulan and Shin Mew sat on the side and watched. I haven't seen you for a while. Have your abilities improved? Several new members were added. The Pokemon lineup is getting stronger again. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Yes, Shin Mew told Zulan the purpose of their trip. Zulan didn't expect Guzma to be so hateful and have such a research base. If he found out, he would definitely inform Shin Mew and the others to get rid of the laboratory together. Serena has summoned Lucario. Lucario's combat power is very strong. Yaluo summoned his grass-type elf Sunset Lash. Bite B. Lucario can also communicate with the trainer through language. It can only communicate with its own trainer through telepathy. Such Pokemon are rare. Serena's earliest Pokemon is Lucario. A figure passed through the sunset and then missed. This amazing speed is Lucario. The speed of Sunset Blade is not that fast and such an attack has no way to hit Lucario. The light it emits is for interference, interfering with the opponent's Pokemon's vision, thereby launching a powerful Sunset Blade attack. Serena said, Lucario Wave Missile Attack. Strengthen Leaf Storm Sunset Blade. Shin Mew said, Serena and the elves have a good fit. When he gave the command, the elves had already executed the skills he called out, which was enough to prove the telepathy between the two. Lucario's combat ability is very strong and he has many skills. In addition to skills such as Metal Claws and Wave Missiles, there are also Lightning Flash, Enhance Fist and Double Return. The display of these skills shows that Serena has cultivated it a lot. Lucario burst out with a powerful wave force, reading Sunset Ren's thoughts and knew how he was going to release skills and block skills. Shin Mew said, what a powerful wave force. Doesn't this consume his strength? Zai said, this consumes the wave force and can accurately know how the opponent will attack. This is Lucario's strongest move. Yalu didn't expect that Lucario's strength would increase so much in a short period of time. Tropical Kick lowers the level of attack. The second grass-type Pokemon appears, strengthens defense and attack 2 grass-type Pokemon and force, which will increase their strength. Lightning Flash. The wave missile launched a fierce attack forward, consuming a lot of wave power. Serena summoned the second Pokemon Zapdos. The current Zapdos is not evolved yet and its body is a little small. The golden Zapdos flew in the air and launched a volt attack to the front, helping Lucario. Serena, you actually got the lightning bird. Yes, I got it by accident. The wave missile attack is still useful and Lucario consumes a lot of energy. Lucario has reached level 25 and is a Pokemon with relatively strong attack. When attacking and blocking, it consumes a strong wave force and he can't hold on for long with such consumption. Fortunately, with the assistance of Zapdos, he can hold on for a while. Yaluo knew very well that if Zapdos was in an evolved state he would have failed long ago. Zulan said, Serena is getting stronger and stronger. The strengthening beginning of the elf lineup and his compatibility with the elves will change his strength. You have no direction, are you just searching aimlessly? Chapter 157. Qin Mu said, it's all thanks to this little guy. Looking at the Pokemon in Qin Mu's arms, he couldn't understand what it was saying. Professor Oak has deciphered what he meant. He didn't remember it very clearly, but he knew the general location and he would remember it when he got there. No matter what, this matter must be resolved and cannot be delayed, so we choose to find it in this way. It would be even better if we could find Guzma. I don't know where he has been recently and there has been no trace of him. I will pay attention to it and my friends will pay attention to it. The battle between the two was very fierce and Ye Luo was very powerful. After the elves were replaced alternately, it was almost over now. Serena said, the last blow is to bite the land shark. Li Hejing of the elves, Ye Luo failed. Your challenge was successful. Thank you, Ye Luo. Ye Luo sat with them and chatted for a while and knew the purpose of Qin Mu's trip. What kind of person is Guzma? He also heard about that incident. Dark elves, boring people who can use such elves are not qualified to control these elves at all. The blackened Pokemon loses its autonomous consciousness and will listen to his trend. All elves have their own guard and make judgments when choosing trainers. Only when their autonomous consciousness is willing will they have a high degree of compatibility with the trainer. Guzma got powerful elves through special means. Are these elves so compatible with him? Of course not. They are just artificially synthesized Pokemon. His control will definitely not be that strong. After sending Qin Mu away, Ye Luo was very angry. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. In any case, he would pay attention to this matter. Zulan said, I will also find a way to rule my friends and let them pay attention to the whereabouts of the bone china horse. I will write a letter immediately and send it to Carlos. There is power in numbers. The approximate location has not been determined yet through the map drawn by Qin Mu and his team. According to the map, it should be found soon. This Pokemon only remembers the map, but he can't tell where it is. Team Rocket failed to snatch the elemental stone and the three of them returned to Sakaki in misery. Can't you do such a small thing? They can take back something that they have already obtained. Meow Meow said, are their abilities really too strong? What's more, we have no way to be fair and square. You know how powerful Qin Mu's spirit power is. Even you are no match for him, let alone us. There is no hope this time. They must have used this elemental stone when they returned. He didn't know that Qin Mu and the other five had already left for Galar. We didn't find Articuno last time, so we can't stop and have to keep looking. Qin Mu is so powerful, how can he not have a strong enough Pokemon lineup? Team Rocket continued to set off. They didn't see Guzma and didn't know if he had Articuno. They didn't find it last time, so they continued to look for Articuno this time. Guzma is really in Galar and he doesn't know that Qin Mu and his team have come here to find him. He was searching for more powerful Pokemon in the mountains of Galar and he couldn't avoid fighting with the Pokemon that appeared here. A high-level Pokemon blocked his way. An illusion fell forward, scaring him, and Guzma summoned Pokemon in time. Only then did he see clearly that it was Alito who blocked his way, a Pokemon that reached level 24. This is not the Pokemon he is looking for. Type. A sinister look appeared on his face. Alito seemed to hate the fact that he had used a powerful charged skill. Guzma's current strength cannot be ignored, otherwise he would not have come here alone to look for powerful Pokemon. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Alito was very angry. He could sense the thoughts of the man in front of him and it was definitely not a good thing. It seemed that his purpose was to capture him, so how could he give him this opportunity? He really hated this man. After a series of attacks, mental interference was carried out and a powerful telekinetic attack appeared. The moment Guzma was controlled, he left here in a flash. What a clever fellow. He actually used telekinetic attacks to dominate me. You can't run away. Guzma continued to search forward. He believed that Alito could not leave this area. This is where he grew up. He would not leave this place easily. As the sky gradually darkened, Guzma stayed in the mountain. Qin Mu and the others found a place to rest and decided to rest here at night. Did Guzma think he could rest here peacefully? Alito had been staring at him. He knew that this person had bad intentions. The Pokemon he summoned were different in power. They could feel it. Looking at the terrible man in front of him, he decided to find a hidden place to hide. The NET morning, Serena as usual, he took his Pokemon to train. Qin Mu was checking a map of Galar. They had to find every area. The location shown on this map was obviously not in the town but in the wild. The map of Galar was a panoramic view. It was impossible to narrow it down to this range. They could only search little by little. Qin Mu and his friends did not stay there for too long and set off immediately. They had to travel the entire Galar, which was not a small area. Guzma was looking for Alito here before, but it deliberately avoided Guzma, so how could he find it? He walked farther and farther and had already left the range where Alito was. Where did you run to? How come we haven't seen him for so long? Qin Mu and his team looked in this direction, comparing the location on the map to see if they could find him here. Alito, who was hiding in the bushes, others found someone approaching again. What that? Come out now. Alito rushed out and immediately used a powerful charged skill illusion slash. Fortunately Qin Mu dodged quickly. This guy's attack was too swift. Where did he get such a high hatred value? The Pokemon that appeared in front of them stared at them viciously. Serena said, he seems to hate us coming here. Isn't this our first time here? I can feel his resentment. The Alito in front of him was of a high level and had strong attack power. Qin Mu said, we have no ill intentions and no intention to target you. We are just looking for this place. He handed the blueprint to the front and Alito stepped back. Chapter 158. Alito didn't trust Qin Mu and the others at all. He was particularly afraid of trainers. He used his skills to attack directly. This wouldn't work. Serena released Lucario without hesitation. The moment the Pokemon was released, Alito realized that this Pokemon was normal. Lucario instantly blocked the skills that were rushing towards them. Serena did this not to deal with it but to resist his wave power attack. Don't go too far, little guy. I'll pay you back double. In episode 24, Alito was already very powerful, but Serena actually called it a little guy, which made it a little dissatisfied. The E-Press Zion that had just changed turned into anger again in an instant. Qin Mu said, did it use mental interference? As E-Pected, the higher level Pokemon have a stronger mental interference. 53. The battle between the two Pokemon became more and more exciting with no intention of stopping. The powerful telekinesis control caused a strong wind to blow around. All the grass and trees were blown left and right. Lucario dodged quickly, avoiding the powerful charged attack. Double retaliate attack. The one coming towards him from the front is illusion slash. Lucario is getting stronger and stronger. What a powerful wave force attack. El Redu is very smart. It has been waiting for its opponent Lucario to reveal a flaw. Qin Mu said, what a good little guy. He is hostile to us and we have not done anything to him at all. Why should we attack him? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. With mental interference and telekinesis control, it seems that Lucario's speed has slowed down a bit. This made the E-Press Zion on Alito's face change again. He proved his strength. Now he knows that these trainers are different from the one he met before, so he is not so afraid of them. Alito thought that the battle was about to end, but he didn't. E-Pect Lucario to fight back strongly and double the powerful energy burst. For a moment the powerful force made it not know how to dodge and it actually blocked its face with its hands. Serena smiled. How could he bear to hurt it? He threw out a pokeball and the little guy flew in at the sight of it. I conquered you, right? What is the reason behind the scene? Why are you so afraid of these trainers? Why did she take the initiative to attack? There was no way to get answers to a series of questions. He put the pokeball in the bag and Qin Mu and the others continued to search forward. Qin Mu said, it is obvious that she changed the moment you released the Pokemon. Could it be that her fear of the trainer is related to the Pokemon? I can see that his current state is completely different from before and his timid behavior has disappeared. In addition to Qin Mu, Zulan also notified her friends, hoping to find this place. It is not important to destroy Guzma, but this laboratory is the most important. Serena said, Alito's mental interference and telekinesis control are so powerful and the active attack it sends is also very strong. How did you come up with the idea of taking him in? I think his level is not bad and his attack performance is also good. Wouldn't it be great to have him as a member of my Pokemon lineup? We have almost searched this area and there is nothing like what is drawn on the map. Qin Mu looked at the Pokemon that was rescued. He was very comfortable here without a trace of fear, which meant that this was not the place where he escaped. They continued to move forward but found that they did not find any Pokemon along the way. The Pokemon in the mountains hid and they were all scared by Guzma. Qin Mu found a bug in the crack of a stone. To read the e-citing novel, go to Follow Novel Network. When Qin Mu approached this side, he turned hard into the crack and didn't want to come out at all. No matter where they encountered Pokemon, whether high level or low level, they had never encountered such a situation, so Qin Mu and others felt a little surprised. What exactly happened here? Why is it like this? He reached his hand in, but the insect spit out golden thread, filling the cracks in the stone to prevent Qin Mu from getting angry. The Dawkins spread outward. Was it trying to entangle Qin Mu? Fortunately, Qin Mu quickly took 2 steps back, otherwise he would have been controlled by the little guy's skills. Serena said, why are all the Pokemon here like this? Zai said, according to my inference, the Pokemon must have been frightened. They are very friendly and will never be in this situation. Who on earth could have turned this place into this? Maybe that person is just in front of us. They decided to speed up and find out what the situation was that caused all the Pokemon here to be in this state. They were very cautious along the way, always observing the surroundings, hoping to find some clues. Look, there is a Pokemon injured here. It looks like it is dying. Dandy said, is there any way to save him? Zai squatted down and checked carefully. Who is so cruel? The little guy looked pitiful and the Pokemon they rescued was circling around him. Zai took out his backpack hoping to save him. These things were given to him by the doctor specially for treating Pokemon's injuries. He fed the things to the little guy and his eyes eased a little and began to open slowly. When he saw Chin Mew and others he trembled all over, obviously very scared. Zai gently stroked her and said, "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." The rescued little guy was circling around him and crying at him. Let the very frightened Pokemon gradually recover. Realizing that these trainers behind him were not bad people, it slowly stood up, but it was still a little unstable. Chin Mew said, "Take him to a safe place. We have to speed up our pace." He seemed to understand what Chin Mew and the others were going to do, and he kept moving in one direction. Some of them were walking unsteadily just to show Chin Mew and the others the direction. "It means that we should go from here." Serena picked up the little guy and decided to find a safe place to put him down. They continued to move in the direction he pointed. Lying in Serena's arms, it felt safe and its very depressed mood gradually improved. If he hadn't met Chin Mew and the others, he would have died long ago. Guzma will do whatever it takes to get the Pokemon he wants. Chapter 159. He doesn't want any Pokemon with lower energy. Following their instructions, Chin Mew and the others quickly caught up with Guzma. Guzma was capturing and evolving Butterfree to 3 stars. Chin Mew said, "We found him." The man in front of him was wearing a black robe and had his back to them. Their face couldn't be seen clearly and it was impossible to determine at this moment that he was Guzma. He was concentrating on capturing Butterfree. Serena said it evolved to the 3rd level. How surprising. Looking at the Pokemon used by this person, she immediately determined that the man in the black robe must be Guzma. Chin Mew said, "The synthetic Pokemon is Guzma." Hearing someone calling his name, Guzma couldn't be distracted now. The Pokemon he was dealing with was a 3rd level Pokemon with very strong power. "Damn it, how could we run into them here?" Dandy said, "Should we stop him?" "There is no way to intervene now, let's wait and see." The synthesized Pokemon is indeed powerful and the combat power it bursts out is enough to deal with the 3rd level bug Pokemon. Seeing that he is about to succeed, they must take action now. Chin Mew took out the Pokeball. Alola Ninetales goes to battle. A burst of cold air flew out and a white figure fell to the ground. It was the ice Pokemon Alola Ninetales. Ice Flame attack. The Pokemon that suddenly joined the battle sent a powerful wave force towards Guzma's Pokemon. Guzma saw the ice Pokemon. "Let me show you Charmeleon." After the synthesis, a huge figure was summoned by him. Instantly it erupted with fire attack. How did the wall pass? Fire Pokemon has fire energy and rock energy. In addition to super strong flame attacks, there are also strong rock defenses. The synthesized body is Jolteon. Chin Mew knew how precious Jolteon was. After the evolution, the racial value was as high as more than 500. Charmeleon's racial value was more than 400. After the fusion, their race was strengthened and the skill attack became stronger. After the fusion, it has reached the highest level of evolution, triggering attribute rock attribute with lightning attack and super strong fire attack. Guzma was full of confidence and he looked at Chin Mew with a sinister look. When this synthesized body appeared, Zai and the others were shocked. The skill attribute he burst out were too strong. Dandy said, "What is this?" Possesses powerful fire attacks as well as lightning and rock attack. Synthesis. He knew that it was very difficult to synthesize the 2 Pokemon and he had to consider the degree of fusion of the 2 Pokemon and whether they were willing. The powerful fire type attacks came overwhelmingly and Alola's ice flame was instantly blocked and even the ice cave skill could not be used. Serena saw the powerful wave power in front of her and said, "I haven't seen him for a short time, but he has improved so much. If he continues to develop, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Why are the Pokemon so powerful after synthesis?" This force synthesis has suppressed their evolution. The wave power that erupted was too powerful and could not be controlled at all. One after another, the fiery red flames erupted forward. Obviously Alola Ninetales could not hold on. You have to know that Alola was successfully evolved by Chin Mew using the elemental stone. How could it be in this state? Go Articuno. Snow and ice fell from the sky and Articuno appeared. The powerful ice element just echoes Alola. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The ice element skills are strengthened and the attributes of the 2 Pokemon are compatible. Articuno's lightning power is also quite powerful. Charmeleon fierce fire feature. More fierce flames shot out forward. Ed with the powerful electric energy of Lay and the super strong rock defense. In addition to these, the rock attribute can also control all the nearby gravel. Butterfree didn't expect that the trainer who joined it would actually come to help it. In addition to Chin Mew's 2 ice attributes, Butterfree also began to fight back. Both sides have super powerful lightning attacks. 100,000 volts of powerful electric shock accompanied by ice and fire energy confrontation. The scene is really spectacular. Guzma couldn't hold on any longer. There were 3 Pokemon dealing with him. In addition to Chin Mew's 2 ice attributes, there was another Butterfree that he was dealing with. He knew that after stopping they would definitely trap him. Maybe they would take him to the Pokemon Protection Association, which would be troublesome. Immediately immediately summoned a Pokemon with powerful magic mirror power. The purpose was not to deal with Qin Mu but to escape. The powerful magic mirror really bound everyone here. This was specially prepared for him by Akroma. Once he encountered any problems he could use this Pokemon to escape. When Qin Mu and the others came to their senses there was nothing in front of them. Dandis said, "Where is he? We have been keeping an eye on him. How could he disappear? The illusion he created was his own phantom." Qin Mu said, "We can't just let him get away. We must find him." Qin Mu took back his 2 Pokemon. Butterfree was still flying there. He had consumed a lot of wave power and seemed a little weak and couldn't fight anymore. Qin Mu said, "Find a place to hide. We are going to chase it." It was obvious that he could understand what Qin Mu and the others said. He turned around and flew away. Several people quickened their pace to catch up. Even if they could find his trace it would be good. In this way they could find the laboratory behind him. How could he run so fast? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. This area is so large that it is impossible to determine which direction Guzma went from. There are 5 of them and it is impossible for them to act separately. Guzma is very difficult to deal with now. They just walk forward along this road until they got to the end. They didn't see Guzma in a city. Qin Mu said, "He deliberately avoided us. It is difficult for us to find him. What kind of Pokemon has such a powerful illusion ability? There are too many people who can create illusions." Professor Oak once said that Zoroark is a relatively strong one but he has not reached this level. In addition to this Pokemon there is also Ninetales, which is Qin Mu's Alola. Ghastly also has this ability as well as Snow Demon and Dream Demon. Qin Mu knew that Zai had been with Professor Oak for a long time and he knew more. These Pokemon do not have such a strong illusion ability, which can only prove one thing, that they are Pokemon after fusion. Now Guzma is so powerful and he is still looking for those powerful Pokemon as a fusion. It seems that the longer the time the harder it will be for him to deal with. Chapter 160. Akroma built this laboratory not just for Guzma. He is still trying to attract people who can use his Pokemon. Qin Mu and his friends decided to rest here first and set off tomorrow. At night the sky was full of stars and a dark shadow appeared in front of them. Guzma looked ahead and knew that Qin Mu and his friends were here to find him. "Why do you always bother me?" The Kalos trainer competition in the Pentagon region has begun and there are about 20 days left before the competition. In order to prepare for this competition, Guzma's Pokemon is special and has not been banned. He wants to find a more powerful Pokemon within these 20 days to make his abilities stronger. He will not do special training for Pokemon to upgrade them like other trainers. He will not look for anything to strengthen them. With the help of Akram he doesn't have to worry about anything. As for those strengthening stones, Akram will arrange everything and make preparations before the fusion. As long as the fusion is successful there will be no problem. He watched here for about a minute and turned around and left. Now is not the time to tangle with them. Dante said, "The Kalos competition will start soon and we still have more than 20 days. Zulan's friends are in Carlos and he has asked his friends to look for Guzma. Guzma is now in the Galar continent. There is no trace of him in Carlos at all and there is no news after waiting for so long." Zulan said, "It seems that Guzma has not appeared in Carlos. The competition in Carlos is about to start. Won't he go there? Let's go now and look for it along the way." Yeah, the NET day. Qin Mu and his companions continued their journey and unexpectedly got lost in the jungle. Qin Mu said, "Are we lost? Why do you keep taking this same route?" Dandy and the others didn't notice it at all. After hearing what Qin Mu said they realized that they were indeed lost. "That's not right. We followed the directions on the map and were walking in the right direction. We shouldn't have gotten lost." Zai said, "It's an illusion. We are trapped here by the illusion. The soul-snatching eyes lead the way." The soul-snatching eyes appeared here and everyone followed behind him. Under his leadership there were obviously big trees in front of him but he went straight through them. It was really an illusion. Someone did this on purpose. Could it be that Guzma has always been near us? Serena said, "What is he going to do? Is it to delay us?" Qin Mu said, "It is useless for us to catch Guzma. We must find the laboratory behind him. The Pokemon he is using now are artificially synthesized Pokemon and there is no prohibition on participating in Pokemon competitions." "Yes, but we don't know where he is right now and we have no way to track him." Qin Mu thought that Serena would definitely participate in this competition. If he could meet him there, Ghastly might be able to help. "It's no use looking like this. Why don't we go to Carlos first?" "Yes, Guzma will definitely go there." They set off for Kalos immediately. There is absolutely no problem reaching Kalos in 20 days. Qin Mu is now a champion trainer and the badges he has obtained are far from enough. When they passed by the Ying Yui gym they decided to challenge Defoe. Challenging him can get the Iceberg badge. However, his strength is quite strong and his main Pokemon is an ice Pokemon. There was a chill as soon as I walked into the gym. Defoe's ability is very strong. He even performs various physical exercises on the ice in order to make his resistance to cold stronger. As long long as you defeat him you can get the iceberg badge. To read the exciting novels go to Falu Novel Network. When they came in, the gym owner was doing physical exercises holding two big guys in his hands which were clearly two Pokemon, and his body was also very strong. Seeing someone coming, he stopped what he was doing. Qin Mu said, I want to challenge the gym owner. I am. Defeat me and you will get the iceberg badge. Qin Mu came here just to get this badge. He must get 8 badges of the champion. Only those with more than 8 badges can go to more dangerous places. This person is best at ice-type Pokemon, and the ones he summons must be relatively strong. The first one to Aparis Blizzard King, which has grass and ice attributes like the Ice Ape subdued by Dandy. Qin Mu released the ice attribute Pokemon Ninetales. When this Pokemon appeared, his opponent was still a little surprised. As an ice-type gym leader, how could he not know that Ninetales is a stronger ice-type Pokemon? The Alola Ninetales used by Qin Mu is still an evolved one, and it seems that it has eaten elemental stone. The powerful ice energy plotted in the duct and the whole air suddenly became cold. Serena said, I knew it would be like this, so let's step back. Keep a certain distance, they won't feel so cold. His Blizzard King is even more powerful. The Pokemon summoned by the ice-type gym leader must be evolved. Ice Fist attack. The Blizzard-like fist quickly launched a powerful attack forward, shattering all the ice flames blown out by the nine-tailed FO. Blizzard is coming. The overwhelming Blizzard attack is indeed powerful enough. The Blizzard King has changed a lot after evolution and before evolution. Pieces of large icicles blocked the front. The Blizzard King's frozen fist quickly attacked and shattered all the icicles. The wave power of such a powerful ice Pokemon is really too strong. Flying Leaf Blade. One by one ice blades like flying leaves flew towards Wang Lihao Ninetail. The Pokemon's skills are varied, making his attack more exciting. Ice Flame blocked all the flying leaf blade. It seems that his opponent is quite powerful. Your weapon energy is pretty good. He saw that Qin Mu had a champion trainer badge, but the number of badges was pitifully small. He summoned another ice rock monster. This Pokemon was like an iceberg. It had super strong defensive capabilities. The wave power of the two ice Pokemon was even stronger. Qin Mu released Articuno. Just by looking at the ice and snow in the sky, he knew that Qin Mu's Pokemon was one of the 3 birds. You even got Articuno, and it was a strengthened one. Articuno looked like an evolved form, and it also had a strong lightning power. He looked at the glittering feather and knew it was the Thunder Feather. Chapter 161. For a gym owner, he is a special Pokemon. Qin Mu is very clear about this. His ice lineup must not be as strong as his. Articuno's power can definitely withstand strong attack. He still underestimated the defensive ability of Ice Rock Monster. All the damage was resisted by him. Dandy said it is worthy of being an ice gym owner. The consumption of wave power can't last long. The opponent only summoned 2 ice Pokemon. Ice Rock Monster is like a climbing iceberg blocking the front. His resistance ability is like a copper wall and iron wall. His biting ability is even stronger. All the weapon attacks are torn apart by him. This is not a solution. If you are defeated by him, you will not be able to get the iceberg badge in this episode. In addition to a powerful small ability, Ice Rock Monster also has super attack ability, and its biting is one of the deterioration attribute. The Iron Arm ability is a tempering attribute, and there is also an ordinary rocket headbutt attack. Super strong impact ability. Special attribute Fine Snow and strong freezing wind. The strong impact force that suddenly rushed forward was shocking. Articuno is a flying ice type Pokemon, and this kind of impact in the air has no effect on him. Ninetales is different. Of course it can't withstand such a strong impact. The evolution of Glacian is also different. His high-speed rotation makes the whole ground tremble. The important thing is that it has the ability to recover from the attack. It seems that Qin Mu's ice-type Pokemon can't resist such a strong attack at all. Come out, Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Dragon-type Pokemon appears. This is Qin Mu's most powerful and majestic Pokemon, Dragon-type Gym Leader. So you are the Dragon Gym Leader? Qin Mu said, please give me your guidance. I won't be polite. It's not easy to get the iceberg badge. Ice Rock Monster Avalanche. 2 red rays shot forward, and this powerful attack finally worked. The Ice Rock Monster was not to be outdone, and the powerful Blizzard attack. The Ice-type Gym Leader is really hard to challenge. Qin Mu has already used 3 Pokeballs while the opponent still has 2. His third Pokemon is about to appear. An Ivory Pig appeared here. It is very huge and is also a heavyweight Pokemon. Its defense and attack capabilities are almost the same as those of the Ice Rock Monster. The Ice-type Pokemon used by the Gym Leader are all at a very high level after evolution, especially the Ice Rock Monster, which has reached level 50. Serena said, can Qin Mu hold on? What is he worried about? He is the Dragon Gym Leader. Zai said, it is said that it is not easy to get the Ying Yui Gym badge. Many challengers have failed. In fact, it is not easy to get the badge of each gym. With Qin Mu's Pokemon lineup, I think it will be no problem. problem. Qin Mu has one more chance to summon one more Pokemon. The last Pokemon is Ancient Charizard. The Fire type just restrains the Ice type and the Dragon type Pokemon is invincible to Qin Mu. Ancient Fire-breathing Dragon, how could you have such a spirit? The flame power of the Ancient Charizard that I got by accident is even stronger. A red-eyed black dragon is already very powerful, and with the addition of an Ancient Charizard this consumption has taken effect, causing the wave power of the Ice Pokemon to be gradually consumed. The red flames gushed out and convected with the powerful cold air. Zai said, "Come on Qin Mu, it looks like it's okay." Xiaomao looked at the power that Qin Mu burst out, a little unbelievable. It's strange that even if he is a dragon gym leader there is no need for him to be so powerful. Why do dragon Pokemon have completely different powers in his place? Dandy said, "How can we have different ideas from you?" Yes, we all thought so at the beginning and it doesn't make sense even now. The light speed sword that Red Eyes Black Dragon burst out was simply too powerful. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Defu summoned the last Pokemon. Both of them were trying their best in the competition. He would not let anyone who challenged him take away the iceberg badge easily, which was also responsible for these trainers. A dire bear appeared with an icy breath and attacked. Qin Mu also saw the power of the ice gym leader. The fire energy of the ancient Charizard is quite powerful, much more powerful than the ordinary Charizard. He and the Red Eyes Black Dragon worked together perfectly. Black Flame Bomb attack. The red-eyed Black Dragon opened its mouth and sprayed out black flame bombs one by one. The power was powerful when combined with the fire attack of the ancient Charizard. The ice Pokemon with particularly high defense were also hit hard. The speed at which the wave force decreased was getting faster and faster. All the weapons gathered together to form a powerful cold air flow barrier. These Pokemon have also evolved and they are also known as the top 10 Ice Elf. The strengthened ice energy gathered together and the cold air collided with the black flame bomb and fire attack even more. The two energies collided with each other and Dandis said, "It's too dangerous. Whoever can't hold on with the wave power will fail." Qin Mu said, "The ancient fire-breathing dragon flashes and charges." The power surged instantly, forcing the cold air back. The opponent has been holding on and even so he didn't give up. Defu is really a respectable gym owner. Are you still holding on? Energy accumulating flame attack. Boom. The confrontation ended and his Pokemon's power was used up. The Pokemon was put back into his Pokeball. At this moment Defu did not look angry but was a completely different person. Ha ha ha, what a powerful attack. You are the strongest ice Pokemon I have ever seen among the challengers. You can get Articuno and the power of Thunder Feather is very rare. What surprised me the most was your dragon type Pokemon, which seemed to emit different powers. Qin Mu said, "I don't know what's going on here but the Pokeballs are the same as everyone else's. Maybe you have a stronger connection with Pokemon. Congratulations on your successful challenge. This iceberg badge is yours. It seems that you don't have many badges. Where did you get this champion trainer badge?" Qin Mu said, "The Orange Islands competition. You guys came to Kalos to compete, right?" "Yes, it's just right to get the badge here." When they first came in, Defu looked particularly ferocious and was very serious in the battle without any kindness at all. After the competition he seemed like a different person. He was extremely enthusiastic and invited Qin Mu and others to have dinner here. Chapter 162. Qin Mu said, "No need to eat. Hi, you're welcome. You've come here with great difficulty, so I should let me play the role of host. Competition is competition and communication is communication." Defu was so enthusiastic that Qin Mu and his friends couldn't refuse his kindness, so they had to stay. Serena whispered, "Why is he so different from before? It's a huge change. He is quite serious about the competition and he may be a passionate person in private." Defu warmly entertained Qin Mu and his friends and invited them to stay here for one night. He also took them to visit every corner of the gym. They left here at around 10 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Ia met Qin Mu here and they went up to greet him warmly. "When did you arrive?" "Just got here yesterday." "I just arrived today and you have an iceberg badge on you." Qin Mu said, "Yes, I got this badge by challenging the Defu gym." "You are so amazing. You even succeeded in the ice gym challenge. You should know that this badge is very difficult to obtain." "Well enough. Have you found that guy Guzma?" "I have been tracking him for a long time but couldn't find him. I finally found him here but he ran away again. I didn't even see his face. I was also angry when I saw him." "Guzma might be able to come here for this competition." Dandy said, "We can't do anything if we find Guzma now. We must find the research institute behind him. I will definitely keep an eye on it." Qin Mu has captured a Pokemon like Mewtwo and all the legendary Pokemon in the Pokeball have a strong resonance with him and the infection of the wave power increases instantly. The competition has not started yet and he met someone on the way. "Densi, isn't that Densi? I thought it was just a coincidence to meet him here. He should also be here to participate in the promotion competition." But this person walked towards Qin Mew and the others. You are the Dragon Gym leader. His eyes were fixed on the iceberg emblem on Qin Mew's clothes. Yes, great, you are the one I am looking for. Several people were a little surprised. Why did Diancie look for Qin Mew? Was it just because of the iceberg badge on his chest? I have a general understanding of your situation. I want to compete with you before the competition. If I win, please hand over the dragon badge. So you want to get the badge? Qin Mew said. Okay, no problem. The rule for challenging a Dragon Gym leader is that each person can only use 3 Pokemon. He is completely unable to defeat Densi's strength, but he challenged Qin Mew just to get the badge. He came to challenge a Dragon Gym leader, and the 3 Pokemon Qin Mew used must all be Dragon Pokemon. Pokemon like Articuno and Mewtwo are not allowed to fight. Densi is very capable and everyone knows it. He has more than 8 badges on him. Since they have already agreed to him, they must first find a venue. It is impossible to fight in this downtown area, so they chose the wild. Densi challenged Qin Mew on the street, attracting the attention of many trainers. Dante said transmission level Pokemon are not allowed to appear. Can only Dragon type Pokemon really defeat Densi? Serena had a confident expression on her face. I don't think he has any problem. You know how powerful his Dragon type Pokemon are. Her face was full of admiration. Maybe my worries are unnecessary. They walked toward the wilderness and found an open space with a small river net to it. They were on a flat grassland. Originally they were going to challenge the Dragon Gym leader to his gym. Densi did not find Qin Mew and guessed that he would come to the competition. He had never met him before and only recognized him on the street when he knew that he had just won the iceberg badge. Densi said, I know a little about you, although I have not seen you with my own eyes. I know it from other people. I know the abilities and characteristics of your legendary Pokemon. You can even conquer Mewtwo. You are indeed a good trainer. He didn't know who was better in the competitive contest. Densi thought it should be no problem to just challenge the Dragon type gym leader. Densi was the lakeside gym leader. Defeating him would earn you an electric attribute badge. Qin Mew said, in that case let's each take what we need. Whoever loses will hand over the badge. The two took out Pokeballs, and the first one Qin Mew sent out was the Red Eyes Black Dragon. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. His electric Pokemon is Raichu. Zai also became interested in the evolved Pikachu. Serena said, this is not the first time you've seen Raichu. Why are you so excited? I just want to know how powerful the electrical energy that plods after evolution can be. Volt Attack, Black Flame Bomb and Volt Attack burst out strongly. Qin Mew knew how strong Raichu's electric attack ability was, especially his Volt Attack. For Red Eyes Black Dragon, a flying dragon type Pokemon, his flying speed was very fast and he could dodge Raichu's Volt Attack. Raichu was relatively at a disadvantage. A total of 3 Pokemon could be released and Densi had to seize the opportunity. He knew what Qin Mew's Pokemon lineup was like. In addition to Qin Mew's finger being able to count the dragon type Pokemon, he could only release electric type Pokemon. Raichu attack. Jolteon joins the battle. Shadow Ball attack. Seeing that she had summoned 2 Pokemon, Qin Mew's dragon Pokemon's power was still full. The Black Flame Bomb would launch powerful attacks from different directions, and there was also his light speed sword. The 2 Pokemon simultaneously emitted 100,000 volts. Super strong electric attack. Ancient Charizard appeared. The red flame sprayed towards the ground, aiming at the direction of Jolteon. 2 red lightsabers shot at Raichu. The speed of the attack was very fast. This was the strongest Pokemon he had ever seen among all the dragon Pokemon. Obviously this ancient Charizard was only a primary one and had not yet evolved. How could it burst out such a strong flame? It is said that the Dragon Gym leader is the most difficult to deal with. Now it seems that the rumors are not false at all. Thunder attack. The Red Eyes Black Dragon sword and shield plotted. Both gym leaders were very powerful. With such a fierce battle, more and more people were watching from the sideline. Why are the two of them challenging each other here? The competition is coming soon. What does this have to do with getting a badge and competing in a competition? Didn't you see that you can only use 3 Pokemon? Electric Pokemon are indeed powerful. Facing such a strong dragon Pokemon, his wave power is obviously not enough. Electric Shock Monster Flame Fist Divination. Chapter 163. Qin Mew said, the fire-breathing dragon's flame attack. Ultimate Dragon Battle. Ultimate Lightning Sword. Powerful thunder and lightning interlaced. Lightning 100,000 volts and ultimate critical attack all occurred simultaneously. The electric power of the electric shock monster is also quite powerful. His skills also have 100,000 volt. The 3 elves of the opponent can all burst out 100,000 volt. In addition to electric attacks, the electric shock monster can also use Fire Fist and Ice Cave Fist. The 3 elves have already appeared. This is his last chance. If he wants to get the dragon badge, he can only rely on these 3 Pokemon. Denji has great confidence confidence in himself. The result was unpected to him. Ultimate Dragon Ultimate Light Super Energy Burst. Ancient Charizard Evolve Flame. Dancy can't hold on any longer. Serena said, good, I got another badge. SI57. Dandy remained silent thought for a while and said this is not his strongest strength. The Rentgen cat has not appeared yet. You have also seen the ability of clone. It's not anyone else's fault that only 3 Pokemon can be released. After taking back his Pokeball, Dancy left the electric badge and handed it to Chin Mew, then turned around and left without saying a word. Day said, you didn't use your full strength. I am just testing the power of the Dragon Gym. The competition is coming up, so I need to conserve my strength. As for the Dragon badge, I will get it sooner or later. There is no rush. He is the strongest gym in the Sinnoh region. How could the gym leader be defeated so easily? It turned out that he just wanted to test Chin Mew's strength. In any case, Chin Mew got the badge and it didn't matter what his plan was. Serena said, the electric badge is a more difficult badge to get. I know, but he didn't try his best. The Rockets have come here and they are indispensable for this kind of competition. Athena said, do you know that Chin Mew got the Iceberg badge and the esports badge? Sakeka said, it was widely spread as soon as he entered this area. How could he not know? 10. Time gradually became shorter and Chin Mew and his friends still hadn't seen Guzma in this area. The grand competition ceremony of the competition season still had to be held. Many trainers would choose to challenge here. Sakeki already had a plan in mind and he would not let this competition go so smoothly. At least their rocket team must rush up. Guzma, who had changed his outfit, squeezed in the crowd and no one recognized him. His new Pokemon. The enhanced Pokemon was in his Pokeball. This was a new research success of Acroma. After the synthesis, his abilities were quite special and would enhance the abilities of all Pokemon in the Pokeball. Acroma spent a lot of time to synthesize it successfully. This Pokemon could communicate with him telepathically. It was different from other synthesized Pokemon. Through this Pokemon he could communicate with other Pokemon, making them more compatible in competition. This was what he was proud of. Now standing here and no one could recognize him. His identity. This time he did not wear the black robe that was very gorgeous and he had a special mask on his face to cover his appearance. He changed his name to Ali so that he did not have to report Guzma's name and no one would recognize his identity. It was because of Pokemon that the wave power of his other Pokemon changed and they could not be seen as synthetic Pokemon. This special energy was made by Acroma from the special props of the materials of the origin tree. In order to achieve this effect he spared no e-pens. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The competition has begun and many trainers have entered the competition mode. Chin Mew looked around and didn't find Guzma here. How could he not come? The venue is brightly lit and can accommodate many people here. Sakeka told Meowth Team Rocket is fighting with Chin Mew. If there is any situation, you destroy this for me. If this is destroyed, won't the entire stadium be dark? Nonsense, you still need to tell me that this is my purpose. Then you can take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and defeat his Pokemon to win. Why does it sound so despicable? Just do as I say. You don't have to show up this time. Sakeka turned and left, leaving Meow Meow alone. Meow Meow said, why do I have to do all these bad things? What a nasty guy. Kaameng's voice sounded a voice that only Chin Mew could hear. I sensed the power of the original tree. It was Pokshigu. Guzma must be here. Chin Mew kept looking around. He did not see Guzma. He chose to hide in other ways. The power of the original tree. This is a special material. Pokemon is also here. Could this guy be the Pokemon in Guzma? Zulan came over and saw Chin Mew in a daze. He patted his shoulder. Hey, what are you thinking about so intently? Chin Mew said, I was thinking how could Guzma not show up in such an important competition. My friends have been helping me look for him but no one has seen him. I guess he will come too. As long as he shows up we will definitely find him. The Pokemon in his Pokeball are different. Now we can only wait and see. As soon as Guzma comes out to compete he will definitely show his true colors. Ye took the initiative to challenge Chin Mew. Zulan said, you have to be careful. His strength is not simple. He is one of the top 4 trainers in the Sinnoh region. Chin Mew nodded to express his gratitude and walked directly to the field. What made Zu14 feel strange was why Day came up and took the initiative to challenge Chin Mew. Serena said it's because Chin Mew got the electric badge. I think it attracted him. Did he get the electrical badge? I almost forgot that he didn't bring it today. I didn't know that after we came here we challenged the ice gym and the electric gym at the same time. What didn't see? He came up to me and asked for a dragon badge. You know you can only use Pokemon from your own gym in the badge challenge. So that's how it is. No wonder Day took the initiative to attack. Team Rocket has won consecutive battles against other trainers, which makes Akeka very happy. Look at that trainer named Ari. His Pokemon are so strong. Chapter 164. No one noticed anything wrong at this moment. Chin Mew was ready to compete with Day. The first Pokemon he released was Blaze. Chin Mew's first Pokemon was Ancient Charizard. Blaze is a single attribute Pokemon, so its durability is not that strong and its wave power consumption is relatively simple. Charge Flame Attack. Since his durability is not high enough, he can only choose the right time and seize the best opportunity to consume his energy. The blazing flames of the ancient fire-breathing dragon, two powerful fire energies collided. In addition, its hypnosis and poison attack abilities are quite powerful. In order to make its skills more accurate, it will use hypnosis. Zulan said earth skills and water attributes are his nemesis. Sure enough, its ability is not simple. Ye summoned the second Pokemon Steely without hesitation. Steely has extremely strong defensive capabilities, especially his huge tail, which will whip forward 17 and launch a fierce attack. The second one that appeared in Chin Mew was Dragonite. The water column attack sprayed directly forward, and Flame Horse, which was completely unable to withstand it, consumed all the power of the elf. This is his weakness. Once attacked by water and earth attributes, it will be immediately consumed. The third Pokemon is Windward. This Pokemon is not something that everyone can control. Windward absorbs power as soon as it appears, which is its special attribute. Sakeka said the four of them are here. As long as Chin Mew defeats all four of them and then our rocket team challenges Chin Mew according to my arrangement, there will be absolutely no problem dealing with Chin Mew. Musashi said, have you noticed the man named Ali? I have never seen this trainer before. Where did he come from? There are so many major regions, it's normal that some of them are unknown. Are you still worried that you are no match for him? I always feel that his strength has not been fully unleashed, but he has never lost along the way. We are now focusing on Chin Mew and the other four. What region's four great masters is Sakeki referring to? Got it. The first day had already made a move and he was really worried that Chin Mew would not be able to make it. It was easier to design a plan to deal with one person, but he couldn't design a plan to deal with the other four people, as this would definitely lead to discovery. At this moment, Team Rocket wanted Chin Mew to win more than anyone else. Serena and Dandy, who were not far away, thought these people were weird, but logically they shouldn't behave like this. Zulan said they are always crazy, but I didn't see Meow Meow this time, which made me feel a little strange. Yes, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed that Meow Meow wasn't following them. Follow the Wind Ball is a purely disruptive skill and it looks a bit like making trouble. Chin Mew said Dragonite Water Column Assault. Ultra Dragon Ultra Light Sword. The three Pokemon's wave power is naturally strong and his Flame Horse has been taken back. He didn't believe that he was not Chin Mew's opponent, so he summoned Infernape. Infernape appeared. His movements were very fast and his fire attack was particularly fierce. Ancient Charizard's super fire attack. The Pokemon Chin Mew thought of was fully aware of it, moving left and right, perfectly avoiding Infernape's strong fire attack. Dragonite's water column attack just countered the fire. The two people's spirit power was in a stalemate. Chin Mew would not waste time with him like this. He really deserves to be a Sinnoh master. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Tensei, who was watching nearby, knew that the most powerful legendary Pokemon had not yet appeared. He knew that Chin Mew had Pokemon like Articuno and powerful Pokemon like Mewtwo. It seemed that Day was no match for him. The Dragon-type Pokemon changed. The power of Dragonite and Ultra Dragonite doubled and the wave force that was deadlocked changed. It was obvious that Day was no match for Chin Mew. Day frowned as he watched the changes in front of him. This was absolutely impossible. How could the power suddenly increase? Was there any special means used? No, there is absolutely no such method. The three Pokemon that Chin Mew played were all Dragon-type Pokemon and the powers of the three Pokemon had changed. He couldn't see any clues at all. The flames emitted by Ancient Charizard were stronger than Charizard and he carried the power of Ancient Charizard. The evolved Charizards were no match for Ancient Charizard. Dragonite, this big guy look cute, but it's actually very powerful. Ultra Dragon is also a rare Dragon-type Pokemon, but these are not the point. The point is where the sudden increase in power came from. The power of the three Pokemon was gradually decreasing and the power of the wave was obviously unable to support it. He was one of the four great masters in the Sinnoh region. Did he just lose like that? Tensei said, how is this possible? It really surprised me. When I was taking the badge, he didn't burst out with this kind of power. A really good opponent. So awesome. He is the champion trainer of the Orange Islands. Too powerful. Even Day was defeated by him. The onlookers were talking about it. Chin Mew's ability to defeat Day would naturally attract everyone's attention. Serena said, I really admire him too much. Dandy looked at Serena's infatuated face and coughed twice. Pay attention to your image. How can a girl be so crazy? What? Chin Mew is really powerful. Look, even Day was defeated by him. Dandy was speechless. He really couldn't restrain himself at this time. In fact, his heart was surging. He didn't expect Chin Mew's competitive ability to be so strong. The most important thing was the ability of the Dragon-type Pokemon. They have always been by Chin Mew's side, but they are still a little surprised. By winning the competition the reputation value obtained is not low and the system rewards are not low. The ability of his dragon-type Pokemon will become stronger and stronger. It's still a little better now. It will be harder than climbing to the sky to get the dragon badge in the future. Day took back his Pokemon. He seemed to be hesitant to speak, wanting to say something but was embarrassed to ask. Qin Mu said, Mr. Day, do you have any questions? I just want to know if you used any special means. Why did the energy suddenly increase? Of course not. If there is such a method, I think he is also a good choice. Day Ye knew that it was impossible for anyone to use special means to double his spirit power after the battle. I see, I was overthinking it. Qin Mu's baby can go back to the Pokeball to rest. Chapter 165. Serena watched Qin Mu walk toward her. He went straight to her and his infatuated expression made Dandy speechless. Qin Mu, you are so awesome. Even Mr. Day is no match for you. Is there? His expression made Qin Mu feel a little embarrassed. Zulan said, it's too strange. Qin Mu defeated Day, but Zulan didn't think it was strange. What made him feel strange was that the energy of Pokemon doubled after the battle. He looked at Qin Mu as if he could see through his heart. Qin Mu said, don't look at me like that. I don't know what's going on. I just need to know. I was just wondering what was going on and I didn't question it. Ye said, now I know that your 3 Pokemon are no match for him and it's not that you gave in. Have you tried your best? Otherwise, do you think I would lose on purpose in a competition? Team Rocket was so happy to see Qin Mu defeat Day. Sakeka knew very well that there were still 3 left and those 3 would all be handed over to Qin Mu. If he defeated Day, the other 3 would definitely not let him go. Athena said, don't forget that Dancy just lost to Qin Mu not long ago. He is definitely not Qin Mu's opponent. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten about the batch. Now we would have been confident enough. Dante didn't know what Team Rocket was up to, so he challenged Athena directly. Team Rocket, who was E-sided over there, was challenged by Dante. Athena said, yes Dante, I am confident that I can deal with him. Athena was not a master to Dante. As a champion trainer, she had very powerful abilities. You are such a nasty guy, you disturbed my fun. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Without even thinking, Dante knew that his first Pokemon would be Ghastly. This was the sign of Athena's appearance. She would always release Ghastly first and use the characteristics of Ghastly to launch a sneak attack with other Pokemon. Dante released the Deep Forest Turtle, deliberately targeting Athena's Leaf Blade, and the energy rushed forward. Before the battle started, he knew what Pokemon the opponent was going to use, so he would naturally have a countermeasure. Serena said, it's always like this. Ghastly has become Athena's standard. Qin Mu said, the skill of Double Ball Gas can make his other treasures successfully sneak attack. The characteristics of the Pokemon captured by Athena are very similar to their personalities. They are all Black Demon Pokemon. Dandy said, can't you change your trick? You always use Double Ball Gas. Athena was stunned for a moment and the atmosphere was a little awkward. He would always release Double Ball Gas first. This is too obvious. Isn't it easy to be targeted? He must let Dan Emperor taste the power of Double Bomb Gas so as to prove that his choice is right. Qin Mu said, why do you want to tell others? Emperor Dan wanted to remind him not to let others guess his thought. There is no need to fight with them. The Double Bomb Gas explosion caused black smoke to billow and it was completely impossible to see the front. The characteristics of the forest turtle were different. Its altitude would not be affected by the black fog at all and it could still see the front clearly. I've already told you, if you insist on doing it, don't blame me for being rude. Athena was getting impatient and the double bullet gas continued to attack. Ice Demon Freezing Skill. Dandy had long guessed that he would come back. He was ready for this move and Blizzard King appeared. Ice Demon Guard is also a very powerful ice-type Pokemon. It immediately controlled the small molecules in the air to become shield armor. Prevent the sudden attack of the Freezing Fist. To read the violent novel, just go to Falu Novel Network. Ice Demon Guard's attack value is still very strong. The leaf-like ice blade of the flying leaf blade flew towards this side. Qin Mu said, beautiful counter-attack. Ice Demon Pokemon does have a super strong ice attack and Blizzard King is not bad either. He not only has a super strong attack but also a super strong defense. The most powerful is the ultimate absorption. How could Athena win when her actions were completely known to the opponent? The Pokemon lineup he conquered was really too small and all the Pokemon he used were demon-type monsters. Musashi said, what, Athena, she can't even beat Dandiz. Sakeka said, Dandy is a champion trainer. Do you think he is so easy to deal with? Come out, Murkrow. A big black bird swooped down from the sky. This is one of Athena's more powerful Pokemon. He will not release darkness easily and now he is forced into a corner by Dante. Black mist spread from the sky and it will keep chasing downward. Dante said, this is your true strength. Dark Pokemon have different abilities. The Ace of Lightning and Flame is out. The powerful force of lightning burst out and the Ace of Flame spewed out flames forward. It was unlikely that Athena could hold on. Even Murkrow had already appeared. What else could he he do? Charmeleon uses smoke screen when he appears. How come all of them are blocking the view? Do you have any other new trick? I will let you know how powerful I am. Flames erupted. Magneto bombed. The poisonous gas of the double bomb gas all spread over here and it was pitch black in front of them and they couldn't see anything clearly. Shinmu said it's cruel enough how many Pokemon are appearing at the same time. The lightning attribute of the Flash Ace has a group attack effect and it can also spray flames forward. The most important thing is that the vision of the forest turtle below will not be blocked at all and his skill attacks are all effective, which is an extremely accurate attack. Athena completely ignored this point. He only considered the bombing and completely ignored the forest turtle. Wang Li Zhao, I want to see how you can hold on this time. Dandy said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The referee couldn't see clearly the layers of smoke. How do we judge this? Why are you in such a hurry? You will know in a moment. Whoever takes back his Pokemon first will fail. The attack of the forest turtle was effective and the paralysis powder spread forward. It was a characteristic of the grass-type Pokemon. It paralyzed his Pokemon and Magneto hadn't plotted yet. There were loud bangs and when the smoke dissipated they found that Magneto had plotted on the spot and blew Athena into a mess. Being blown up by his own Pokemon made everyone laugh. After being paralyzed, Magneto had no way to reach the target and fell directly from above, landing at Athena's feet. How could he not be blown up? Chapter 166. Shinmu said, I've neglected it. The ability of grass-type Pokemon cannot be ignored. Dante did it on purpose. It's so funny. Serena laughed until her stomach hurt. Except for her, everyone else couldn't stop laughing. Athena was embarrassed and couldn't stand being laughed at by everyone. Sakeka said, what an idiot, how could you ignore the forest turtle? Athena was very angry. He couldn't see what he looked like and he knew he was bombarded. You two idiots, don't you know who you're going to blow up? The paralyzed Magneto had no ability to move forward, so it fell to the ground. Athena, do you want to continue? Let's see, I will come back and I will definitely defeat you, Dante said helplessly. Now the field was clearly visible and Athena was in a very bad state. His Pokemon were also taken back and Dante won. Athena walked forward while listening to the ridicule of these guys. Am I that embarrassed? He thought for a moment and then ran forward in a flash. If he slowed down he might not be able to bear it. When he saw his appearance he shouted angrily, damn it Dandit, just wait for me. The forest return skill was very strong, allowing Dandit to defeat Athena easily. Although he was very angry he had no choice. Looking at his own embarrassed appearance reflected in the water he became even more furious. She must avenge this. Damn it, you embarrassed me in front of so many people. Athena will never let you go. Sakeka said, it's because our opponents know us too well that they know how to deal with us. We must change the current situation of Rocket. Zai quickly took his Pokemon to challenge his opponent. The opponent played Charizard, which had a hard time against Pikachu. Pikachu's 100,000 volt attack power is very strong. Serena said, Zai's Pikachu is not bad. I don't think the evolved Raichu is much stronger. The opponent was very unconvinced and released Snorkeling Weasel. Snorkeling Weasel is quite strong and fast, and most importantly he has powerful water skills. He is relatively strong among water-type Pokemon and the power he bursts out is amazing. Zai summoned Infernape. The opponent was still very stable in the face of fire and lightning attacks and he lasted about 15 minutes. The trainer in front of him is really good. Facing such a strong wave attack, his name is Buletinluan. He is not sure yet that he can definitely defeat Zai. Obviously Snorkeling Weasel can't withstand the attacks of fire and electricity. Zai's Infernape is quite powerful. Dandy said, come on Zai. The opponent felt that he could not defeat it and summoned the third Pokemon. Blue Toad. Episode 26. The race value is quite high and it also has water skills. The powerful water impact will definitely not be able to withstand the fire. Shinmu said, the energy of the fire system is not enough for the wave power and it can't support the attacks of two powerful Pokemon of the same system. Zai immediately drove Pikachu to attack with 100,000 volts to recall his Infernape. Pikachu, hold on. Snurlaw goes to battle. The addition of Snurlaw turned their competition around. In order to hold on, Pikachu also consumed a lot of wave power. Shinmu said, we won. It was a false alarm. He almost lost to his opponent Yao Gang. The skills between Pokemon are also restrained. They can only be restrained when the evolution level of the Pokemon itself is very strong. The characteristics of fire Pokemon will change according to the weather. The fire energy that erupts on sunny and rainy days is completely different. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The grass type is closest to the energy that erupts in the grass and wood area, and the water type is close to the water area. We can use natural energy to amplify our own energy. In this war zone they have isolated all natural conditions and the goal is a fair duel. It is in a large arena isolated from sunlight, water sources and grass. Here any Pokemon uses their own energy. The ice attribute trainer knew that Shinmu had defeated Defu, so he immediately challenged him. The requirement of the challenge was that he was only allowed to use Ice-type Pokemon. This requirement seemed a bit unfair as she herself was an Ice-type trainer. When he made such a request, everyone on the scene was a little surprised. Of course Qin Mu had to agree to it. His request was a bit unreasonable, so the referee had to get Qin Mu's consent before he could apply his challenge. Qin Mu said, of course you can, but only 2 Pokemon are allowed to appear. If you think it's okay, I'll accept your challenge. Qin Mu only had 2 Ice-type Pokemon, so he couldn't bring out more. The condition was that only 2 Ice-type Pokemon appeared. Serena said, why should you agree to him? This request is unreasonable. Everyone would think it's unfair. He is a Root-type trainer. It's okay, trust me Serena, I can do it. After hearing what Qin Mu said, Serena had nothing to say. Kona said, I agree. Defu had fought with Qin Mu before and he knew how powerful Qin Mu was, but with 2 Ice-type Pokemon Kona might be at a disadvantage. Kona is an E-Pert in Ice attribute Pokemon and has a very high reputation. Since he can only summon 2 Pokemon, the first one he summoned was the Skullop. Articuno also appeared as an Ice attribute Pokemon and he was not surprised at all by the effect of Articuno's appearance. What surprised him was that Qin Mu actually had an Ice attribute Pokemon. Powerful Blizzard. The skill of the thorny shell plotted and it immediately retracted its shell when it was counterattacked. It burst out a powerful laser beam and rushed forward. Qin Mu looked at the energy emitted by the Ice Pokemon in front of him and he was worthy of being an Ice E-Pert. His Articuno is very unusual. It actually has electrical abilities. What is that feather? He stared at the feather closely. The power of lightning came from that feather. It's the Thunder Feather. He had been looking for energy for a long time but he couldn't find it. The person in front of him actually had the Thunder Feather. The evolution of Articuno must be related to the Thunder Feather. No wonder Defu lost. The 50 SITH level Lapras was like a mountain of pressure. Ed with a strong blizzard and a huge sense of pressure. Qin Mu's Alola Ninetales evolved through the elemental stone appeared. The 2 people released 2 elves at the same time. It depends on who can hold on. Qin Mu's knowledge of ice must not be as good as his, after all he is an E-Pert in ice. No one dares to be sure who will win or lose. The competition has limitations and they cannot fully unleash their abilities. Chapter 167. Lapras's Tarzan's strange light water cannon attack blizzard all learned are super ice skills. At the same time Articuno has dual attributes of ice power and lightning power. There are no special requirements for the competition as long as both parties reach an agreement. Both Pokemon have appeared and Kona's wave power has no possibility of completely winning. Defu said, I knew the result would be like this. His request is really a bit extreme, which affects his own performance. The venue is very fair depending on the trainer's own Pokemon. If there are special requirements, their arena can be transferred under the same system. Now looking at Kona, everyone has a firm E-Pression and the powerful wave power is confronting. The triple blizzard is coming and the arena looks white as if it is on a cold snowy mountain. His confident eyes are fading little by little and this look has changed. Kona is too confident. He thinks he will definitely defeat Qin Mu. The Articuno used by Qin Mu is a legendary Pokemon. After evolving, it also merged with the power of Thunder Feather, which he never epected. He only knew that he failed to defeat the Pokemon they were fighting. Dandy said he made this request himself but he didn't epect it to fall into his own hands. Arena said, I know that Kona's ice Pokemon is very strong but it's a pity to have only 2 of them. Qin Mu is also very abnormal. He may not win in a real fight. Are you really that powerful? You can actually resist these 2 Pokemon? Qin Mu said, you proposed the conditions yourself. You will pay the price for your arrogance. The blizzard has become even stronger. The 4 ice Pokemon all have blizzard skills. If the stalemate continues, the Pokemon's wave power will be exhausted sooner or later. Qin Mu has to think of a way to win with one move. The thorny shell attacked with all its strength. The opponent must exert all its strength. Dancy said, if the stalemate continues, the result is uncertain. Dancy's doubled defense is very high. In addition to the strong ice energy, it also has water energy. The freezing beam burst out and under the effect of the skill the air began to condense. This is not on the water surface. There are water molecules in the air. The water molecules began to condense little by little. Once they were frozen, they could not burst out with power. Alola Ninetales ice flame attack. A wave of ice flames directly broke through all the condensed ice. The thorn shell is indeed very powerful. The water gun he used net echoed with the ice Pokemon skills. Once hit, it will be directly frozen. Ninetales quickly dodged the attack. Articuno has the ability to fly, so his dodge will be more sensitive. Counter-attack freeze. The powerful freezing force spreads to the opponent's area. The freezing bird with amazing speed bursts out with powerful lightning power in series 10 million volt attack. Such a powerful lightning force suppressing the power of Thunder Feather, it is indeed not to be underestimated. The water-based skills at this time will definitely be countered counterattacked. Kona's Pokemon moves very fast and cooperates with him quite tacitly. The power of the wave has been consumed by more than half, and now the strength off both sides is evenly matched. Qin Mu discovered that after the spiny tortoise uses the water column attack, his speed will slow down and he can't move quickly when using skills. In this way there may be a chance to use the ice flame attack. Waiting for the opportunity, let him use the water column attack again. Qin Mu thought that Articuno and he have a sense of each other, and if he doesn't use lightning attack then use ice attack. Nine-tailed FO and Articuno must have a certain movement speed. If it is a little slower it will become a sitting duck. The attack power of the clam is very strong and its attack speed is very fast, but when it bursts out with water attacks its movement speed slows down. When Qin Mu sees his weakness he will find a way to fight back so that he can be sure of winning. To read the exciting novel go to Follow Novel Network. The opponent has been reluctant to use water skills to attack, worried about the triggering of Thunder Feather. Kona thought he had an advantage and maybe the result would be the same as he thought. He never thought that Qin Mu did this on purpose with the purpose of luring him to take the initiative. Densi said, "Are you luring him? Why not unleash the most powerful force?" Did Densi seem to have noticed something? What a smart guy. Competition is not just about strength, tactics are also important. Kona felt that now was the time, so he let the thorny shell burst out with a water column attack. Qin Mu saw that the opponent had fallen into the trap and immediately counterattacked. Nine-tailed FO launched a powerful ice flame attack and Articuno attacked with lightning power. The strength of the two sides was evenly matched, but at this time something changed. The counterattack was just right at this time. Kona didn't expect Qin Mu to have discovered the weakness of the thorny shell. "Do you want to use this method to weaken the wave power of the thorny shell? Activate defense mode." Qin Mu asked with a smile in his eyes. "How long can you hold on?" Frozen shock. The continuous attack did not give the opponent any chance to breathe. The power of thunder was simply too strong. The power of thunder seen in the blizzard was very dazzling. The power of the thorn armor wave guide was exhausted. Lapra's strange light attack. The blizzard came again. The wave power of the thorn shell was exhausted and there was another Lapras. The powerful ice Pokemon can indeed withstand two, but his opponents are not simple. One is a legendary Pokemon and the other is one of the top 10 ice-type Pokemon. No matter how strong Lapras is, it can't defeat Articuno, which has the power of thunder. Serena said, "It's amazing how could Qin Mu find the weakness of the thorn shell. With Qin Mu's ability this is nothing strange." Zulan said, "Qin Mu is a careful one. The reason why he successfully subdued Mewtwo is definitely not just his ability." The ice flame collided and Articuno plotted to freeze the air. The two Pokemon attacked Lapras together. The ice shield formed could not hold on and the wave power was exhausted at the moment of shattering. Kona lost, which he did not expect. Kona did not exert his true strength. There were only two ice Pokemon. How could it be his full strength? He looked at Qin Mu in front of him and said, "The result surprised me a little. You are the dragon-type gym leader. I will come to you again. Challenge the gym. I am always waiting for you." He walked down with a cold impression. He just wanted to know how Defo lost. Now he has personally tested it. He knows Qin Mu's strength. Only two ice-type Pokemon are so powerful, and what about the other Pokemon that have not appeared yet? Chapter 168. Defu said, "I have tried it. Now you know what happened. Humph, you are not ashamed. He is very strong." Guzma, who transformed into Ali, has been watching Qin Mu's side. He was not recognized even though he was not far away from him, which made him very happy. Dandy said, "Do you think he is strange? The energy his Pokemon emits is very special, but he can't figure out what it is. Since you are so interested in him, why don't you challenge him directly?" "I'm having this idea. It's just not possible now. Let's wait until the power of the Pokemon is almost recovered." Dandy can't fight now and he can't fight either as they are almost exhausted. Qin Mu's current ability has attracted many trainers' attention. Trainers all want to challenge masters, not to mention that Qin Mu is a dragon gym leader. Day said, "Qin Si 0 Mu is a strong opponent. There is no way to get the badge without defeating him." Densi glanced at him and said, "I've never heard that you have this plan. When did you become interested in badges?" "I didn't have this idea before. When I saw Qin Mu my idea changed. Only by defeating him can I get the badge. My goal is not for the badge but to defeat him." Qin Mu sat in front of the window and the sun was about to set. A green bug on the leaves attracted his attention. When he stretched out his hand, the bug crawled on his body. It was Mighty Bug, a Pokemon with a special ability, which is the ability to spit out golden thread. Qin Mu thought this little guy was very cute and kept him without a second thought. A black shadow passed by here. Qin Mu was sure that he was not dazzled, so he immediately got up and chased after it. Who was that black shadow? He flew to an open area and found that the black shadow had disappeared. Qin Mu looked around and couldn't find the figure blocking him. When he turned around and left, a demon-type Pokemon appeared. Dream Demon. Qin Qin Mu released Dragonite and a stream of water sprayed out forward. The evolved Pokemon Dream Demon has ghost attributes and is a magic Pokemon. He only saw Dream Demon but didn't see who the black shadow was. Through the moonlight he saw a black figure walking out from behind the tree in front. His whole body was covered with a black robe including his face. Qin Mu said, "Who are you?" The other party did not give any answer and Qin Mu guessed that he might be Guzma. "What on earth do you want to do?" The Dream Demon burst out with powerful abilities, not giving Dragonite any chance to fight back. He must have been well prepared to lead Qin Mu here. A terrifying illusion appeared and controlled Dragonite. A fatal blow broke out instantly and by the time Qin Mu reacted it was too late. It was definitely Guzma who made such a vicious move and only he could do such a vicious thing. Seeing Dragonite falling to the ground, Qin Mu was a little angry. When he was about to summon Mewtwo, the guy ran away. He took back his Pokemon as if everything before was an illusion. Qin Mu immediately walked up to check on Dragonite's status. Dragonite had his eyes closed and only one breath left. He was the only one who ran out and Dante and Serena didn't know what happened here. Qin Mu was very sad. What should he do with Dragonite in this state? Hafirst took him back into the Pokeball and returned to his residence. Maybe Xiaozai would have a way. Xiaozai said, "Where have you been? Your room was empty just now." "Just now a shadow appeared. I chased after it. I think that person seems to be Guzma but I can't be sure. The problem is Dragonite." Dragonite was released and his huge body was seen lying on the ground dying. How did that happen? He was dealt a fatal blow by the Dream Demon. It was all my fault for being careless. Maybe Dr. Oak has a solution. Let's contact Dr. Oak now. Dr. Oak received the message from Qin Mu and his team. To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He also understood the general course of events and he had no solution. Maybe there is a Pokemon that can revive Dragonite. According to legend, there is a legendary Pokemon that has the ability to revive. This mysterious power may be able to revive Dragonite. Looking at Dragonite's current state, it is obvious that it will not last long. But this is just a legend. I don't know if it really is or not. If you really want to find it, the specific location should be in the Kalos area. Isn't the Kalos region where Qin Mu and his friends are now? Qin Mu just wanted Professor Oak to think about whether there is any way to revive Dragonite. He didn't expect that there is such a mysterious power of resurrection ability. The wave power in Dragonite body dissipated completely and he was no longer able to take his last breath. It must be that guy Guzma. Who else but him would be so despicable and shameless? Now no matter who it is, the main thing is his purpose and why he did this. Did he deliberately lead Qin Mu out just to do this? In any case, Qin Mu has to give it a try even if he is just a legend. This Pokemon can be found in the database but no one has ever seen an elf with this mysterious power. Professor Oak has sent all the information over. The name of this Pokemon is Fini King. Qin Mu certainly can't bear to part with this cute Dragonite. He will definitely find a way to revive him, so let's try to find this Fini King with mysterious power. Now is the beginning of the competition and there are about 10 days left before the end. As long as Qin Mu gets back within 10 days it doesn't matter. Qin Mu doesn't want to miss the chance to resurrect Dragonite. This mysterious power can indeed revive but it needs to be within a certain period of time. The information sent by Professor Oak shows that finding this Pokemon is the only condition and you must have the rainbow feather. They are all extremely difficult to find. It's really amazing to have the power of resurrection but no one can get it. Qin Mu said, "You stay and continue to participate in the competition. I'll go alone." Emperor Dan looked at him and said, "Are you kidding? Do you think we are like this? It doesn't matter if we miss one more competition." Serena said, "We haven't seen the Fini King yet. Maybe there will be this opportunity." They insisted on following Qin Mu to find it and no one was willing to stay. Guzma knew Qin Mu's understanding of him and he knew that Qin Mu valued the elves very much and even regarded them as his best friends. Dragonite was injured and he would definitely find a way to save it, which delayed his time to come to the arena where he could show his skills. Whether he could come back or not would depend on the situation. Chapter 169. Guzma's plan succeeded. When he came here the NET day, he didn't see those people. He showed a smug smile on his face. Ulan said, "What happened? Why didn't Qin Mu and Dan Di come?" Xiao Ia also felt very strange. Logically they would come. "I'm not sure either. Something must have happened or something has delayed them. They will be here soon." Qin Mu and his companions have already set out. The Fini is in Kalos and they will definitely find a way to find him. Legend has it that he has resurrected Emperor Yan, but this is just what everyone has heard. Does this resurrection energy that no one has seen with their own eyes really exist? Qin Mu doesn't care about that. As long as there is a glimmer of hope he will find a way. Professor Oak gave Qin Mu hope as long as he could resurrect Dragonite. Qin Mu has been holding the Pokeball in his hand and he has never wanted to let go of Dragonite. Dragonite is in the Pokeball. Where can we find the rainbow feather? This is a difficult problem. Apart from knowing these, Qin Mu and his companions mountains have no clues. What should they do? Waiting for Qin. None of the trainers that Mew challenged noticed his presence, which was surprising. It would have been fine if he didn't show up, as neither Dante nor Serena were there. The most proud thing was Guzma. Qin Mew and his team entered the mountains thinking that this legendary Pokemon would definitely appear in places where few people go. In order to be able to participate in the competition in time, they rode their Pokemon in the mountain. When they reached a place where few people go, they landed on the ground and searched slowly. How can they find Rainbow Feather and Ho-Oh? Just when they were uneasy, Professor Oak sent another message. The virtual image showed the appearance of Professor Oak. I looked it up in detail and found that Rainbow Feather will appear in the same place as Fini King. It depends on your fate to see it. Legendary Pokemon usually appear in places where people rarely see them. You can try your luck. Although the message sent by Professor Oak was not very useful, at least it let Qin Mew and the others know that the two things were together. As long as they found one, they could find the other, which saved them a lot of time. Things that are difficult to find are treasures. If they are easily found, they will not have such mysterious power. Qin Mew would rather give up participating in this competition, and he would find a way to save Dragonite. As for what method to use, you will know when you find these two things. It is redundant to think about other things now, after all the things have not been found yet. The powerful legendary Pokemon Entei and Raikou are invisible. They are different from other Pokemon. Pokemon are different. They won't trust humans easily, let alone be conquered by them. Unless the person with the most sincere heart is different, he can only get their help. As for this kind of pure and sincere heart, only these legendary Pokemon can judge. Professor Oak is also very enthusiastic. Every once in a while he will pass the information he finds to Xiaozai. Through Xiaozai, Qin Mew and others will understand a little more. Xiao Ia felt very strange in the competition arena. He wanted to go to where Qin Mew and others lived in person to see what happened. When he arrived there, he found that there was no one here at all. None of them were here. Where did they go? Where would they go if they didn't go to the arena? Xiao Ia felt a little strange. He could only go back when he couldn't find them. Zulan said, how about you finding them? There is no one in the place where they live. Maybe he had to go out to do something. Anyway, the competition is still 10 days away. Yes, as long as they come back within 10 days. I'm just curious about where they went. It should be an emergency, otherwise they wouldn't leave so quickly. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Zulan was thinking, could it be that Guzma appeared and they chased him, or they found the research institute? All this was just her idea, and she could only wait for Qin Mew and the others to come back to find out the situation. In this mountain range it is rare to find people, and there are many dangers here. The more such places there are, the more high-level Pokemon appear, and they may attack proactively because of their distrust of humans. They have been looking carefully ahead, and through the pictures sent by Professor Oak they know the general appearance. By the way, you must remember that it takes the initiative for Ho-Oh to activate his mysterious power. There is no way to force it. If it doesn't work, you can only give up. Legendary Pokemon are already difficult to find, not to mention Pokemon with this kind of mysterious power. You can't search the entire Kalos. Fortunately, there is a certain range of seldom traveled mountains or deserted islands with few people. In any case, their scope has been narrowed. As long as he can be found within a certain period of time, it will be fine. In order to revive Dragonite, Qin Mew has been speeding up his pace. Others also saw his worry. No one said anything and followed Qin Mew closely. Qin Mew's move made all the Pokemon in his Pokeball closer to him. Mewtwo was even more relieved that he had chosen the right person. They had been traveling for most of the day without resting. Dandy said, wait, the most important thing for us to revive Dragonite is to protect ourselves. If we have no physical strength, how can we revive Dragonite? Qin Mew remembered that they had not rested for most of the day. I was too uneasy. Let's take a rest here. The last thing that is lacking here is food. Whether they are using it or Pokemon, they can replenish their energy when they rest in place. Serena said, Qin Mew, don't worry, I believe Dragonite will be fine. That big guy with that cute smile always appeared in front of Qin Mew. I think so. We will definitely find the Queen Bee and the Rainbow Feather. Thank you, I am so proud to have you. Why are you being polite? Aren't we all friends? I believe that no matter you or he is in trouble, we will help each other. What I am worried about now is what the purpose of that black shadow is and what he wants to do. After solving this problem, we will definitely find out who the black shadow is. Now they are suspecting Guzman. No one else would do this. Qin Mew didn't see his appearance clearly because the black robe covered him tightly. Chapter 170. Even the figure was not clear. Although he had some guesses in his mind, he could not be 100% sure. He did not want to wrongly accuse anyone. Qin Mew felt that the existence of information meant that there was a trace of this legend. If even the information could not be found, it might just be a legend. After a short rest, they decided to continue their journey. The information that Professor Oak sent them every once in a while was their motivation. Qin Mew only wanted to revive Dragonite Dragonite and had thrown the competition behind his mind. Mewtwo had never seen a trainer who would pay so much attention to Pokemon. When the shadow approached, it felt a familiar breath. Mewtwo was sure that the person had definitely approached Qin Mew. As long as the shadow appeared again, Mewtwo would be able to sense his breath. Qin Mew said, "Professor Oak seems to be very uneasy, and it seems that he is more uneasy than me." I said, "Professor Oak is particularly serious about the issue of Pokemon. There is no doubt about this." When Professor Oak passed the information, he told them what kind of traces would be there at the location where the Fini King appeared. Qin Mew's system prompt that finding the Fini King can get high reputation points, and these reputation points are quite useful. It can be changed for Pokemon's favor ability and some evolution stone. Especially the favor ability of legendary Pokemon is very difficult to obtain. The higher the favor ability, the stronger their compatibility. For Qin Mew, he and the elves will have more and more tacit understanding. It seems that finding Ho-Oh is quite difficult. Some skills learned by Pokemon can be changed through reputation points, and rare items can also be changed. Qin Mew was going to revive Dragonite to find Ho-Oh, so it's a good time to start the task to change reputation point. Dandis said, "We have been walking for so long and there is no trace of what Professor Oak said." Serena said, "Of course, if it is really that easy to find, we all come to find it. Ho-Oh has the ability to revive. Do you think there is any Pokemon that can do that?" Mewtwo remembered all of Qin Mew's inner thought. It became Qin Mew's Pokemon and had a telepathic resonance with him. It knew very well what Qin Mew was thinking. When Qin Mew and his companions were tired, they sat down to rest. When they had rested enough, they continued on their way. They even rested in the mountains at night. Everyone was determined to help Qin Mew without any complaint. Dandis said, "I didn't expect that you have such deep feelings for Dragonite." Qin Mew said, "It's not that my feelings for him are so deep. It's fate that a Pokemon can have telepathy with me. I will do my best to do what I can. There is really no other way I can do. Now that I know this method can revive him, of course I have to give it a try." Qin Mew said, "You accompany me to give up this competition. I really feel a little guilty." "It doesn't matter. The competition will be held every once in a while anyway. We can participate any time." They walked for a long time, probably a few days. Zulan and Xiao Ia never waited for Qin Mew and the others to show up. What on earth could make them leave so suddenly? Other trainers who wanted to challenge Qin Mew have been waiting for him, especially the masters from the Sinnoh region. They were a little disappointed that such a good opponent just disappeared. These days Xiao Ia has been going to where they live, but she has not found any traces of them coming back. The happiest one is Guzma. His competitive ability is particularly outstanding, which has attracted the attention of many senior trainers, and some people have challenged him. Now everyone calls him Ali, and they don't know that he is Guzma. This guy who has no reputation at all became famous here. He always wears the mask and dares not take it off. Zulan supported her chin with her hand and said, "What kind of face do you guess is under the mask? Will it be handsome or ugly?" Xiao Ia said helplessly, "I think it should be shameful." "Is it really necessary to cover your appearance as you said? He looks good, but it's really hard to understand if you cover his face." Ali stood there. He had won many games in a row. The others were waiting. His spirit also needed to recover. It would be better if these Pokemon didn't need to be restored so as to save time and wait for them to recover. Maybe Pachroma has a better idea. It's a good thing that those guys left here. Under the mask was a sinister Zion. His idea was to win, and he didn't care about the life and death of the Pokemon in his Pokeball. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect Qin Mew to really leave here for a Dragonite. The news he spread was just for Qin Mew to hear. He didn't know that Qin Mew knew about this matter. It was not him who broadcast it, but Professor Oak said it. Guzma also knew about the Fini King. He thought it was just a legend and there was no such Pokemon. He had never seen it, and he hadn't heard some people he knew talk about it. After crossing the mountains, they arrived at Jingguang City. Dandis said, "I didn't expect that we have come this far." They didn't plan to stay here at all. They just ate something and immediately set off again. There was a jungle on the other side of Jingguang City. Serena said, "It's not a good idea for us to wander around like this. Since the Fini King is a sacred instance, will it appear in different places?" "This is possible, but what is different?" "For example, where epic Pokemon appear most often, those legendary Pokemon may be places with mysterious powers." Qin Mew Wang said, "After this jungle, isn't it possible for legendary Pokemon to appear?" Now they haven't found any clues at all. They only have some information provided by Professor Oak. Maybe Serena is right. Legendary Pokemon will not appear in ordinary places. Qin Mew and his friends continued to walk deeper until they reached the place where legendary Pokemon might appear. Several people slowed down their pace. This place really looked very mysterious. In front of them they found a trace of mysterious power. "What is this?" Zai said, "It is the Tree of Origin. There is an inexplicable power here. The scenery here is not only beautiful but this tree also exudes a different energy. This is a place with different energy. Qin Mu decided to look around. He found a colorful feather on the ground. Chapter 171. This feather is so special. Qin Mu picked up the feather and found Zai's eye. He was not sure whether it was the rainbow feather they were looking for, so he had to ask Professor Oak. He immediately contacted Professor Oak. Have you found the tree of beginning? Yes, Professor Oak. Can you see anything different about this feather? Is this feather special? It should be the feather on the Fini King. It seems that this is not a legend. It is not a rainbow feather. No matter what, discovering this feather is equivalent to discovering the Fini King. It is, and you have hope. Qin Mu smiled. There is hope. I know very well that legendary Pokemon basically won't stay in the same place. Just like Articuno, it won't necessarily stay in the ice cave. Didn't they come up empty-handed on the Twin Islands? They didn't find Articuno at all. There was no Zapdos in the abandoned power plant. A divine being like Ho-Oh would definitely not stay in a designate. For more novels 62039. Join place. Qin Mu felt that this feather was his motivation. He picked up the feather and put it in his pocket. If there is a clue, there is a chance to find it. Professor Oak has been studying water sources recently and there are big problems with the water. Through his evolution, the Pokemon 660 in the garden will gradually recover. No water problems were found some time ago and the Pokemon problems are already big. In addition to the Pokemon in the garden, he often finds some weak Pokemon in other places which are completely related to these water sources. How is the water polluted? He has to go upstream to see. Professor Oak can't leave now, so he can only wait a little longer. Dandy said, it is, we will definitely find it. Several people set out on their journey with full confidence and continued to search for the Fini. The biggest pollution problem was caused by Pokemon. The water problem made him capture a lot of Pokemon for experiments, and these weak guys became his experimental subject. He himself used the evolved water source and he didn't care what other places looked like. Dancy said, where did he come from? The power of the elves is very special, not like the energy obtained normally. Yet also felt very strange. His elf's power was obviously synthesized. Such a synthetic power is a bit too strange. Kona said, this person will never show mercy when fighting against the elf and will not hesitate to hurt other people's experience. Bite B. The damage of strength is inevitable. Maybe the gap is too big. Come on, don't be so naive. What do you mean by the gap is too big? He obviously did it on purpose. Who can see the prescience behind that mask? No one knows what he is thinking. Maybe it is inevitable that he will do it once, but you have also seen how many people he has hurt. Zulan said, Xiao Xia, do you think he is very similar to someone? I think he looks a bit like a person, but there is nothing wrong with his spirit. This guy must have some secret. You don't want to challenge him. I want to see what he is capable of. There are too many trainers watching him now. Don't worry, I'm waiting. Qin Mu heard a chirping sound and a gust of wind blew, making it difficult for them to open their eyes. No one knew where the strange wind came from, but it disappeared in a gust. They didn't even see the shadow of a legendary Pokemon. Serena said, is this feather really a feather from the Fini King? Professor Oak said, so it should be. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. They hadn't walked far when another strange wind blew. This happened several times, which made Qin Mu feel very strange, as if someone was playing a prank on them. Qin Mu said, who is it? Please come out. Fini King is a mischievous and naughty Pokemon. He deliberately blew up gusts of strange wind to play with Qin Mu and his friends. It was this feather on Qin Mu's body that made it appear here because it sensed it. He was originally near this area. A colorful big bird appeared in the sky. The color of his feathers was really beautiful and it matched the feathers in Qin Mu's pocket. Qin Mu said, he is the king of Fini. A rainbow appeared in the sky. That's great, we finally found it. He hovered above and his feathers were as dazzling as a rainbow. Qin Mu said, king of Fini, I know you have the ability to revive. Can you help me revive my Pokemon Dragonite? Zai said, we don't have rainbow feathers now. Qin Mu almost forgot about this matter. If you want to revive Dragonite, you still need rainbow feathers. What Qin Mu didn't know was the purpose of rainbow feathers. He was looking for the king of Fini. If you want to revive Dragonite, you don't need rainbow feathers at all. The legend still has a little error. Qin Mu released Dragonite and the big guy lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Just as they were thinking about where to find the rainbow feathers, a colorful wave force was injected into Dragonite body. Everything in front of them was really unbelievable. Such a powerful wave force. Dragonite body changed and it gradually became airborne from lying there at the beginning. After all the power was absorbed, Dragonite slowly fell to the ground. Dragonite was resurrected. Qin Mu said, there is no need for rainbow word. Another gust of strange wind blew by. It was obvious that the previous strange winds were caused by him. He was indeed a naughty Pokemon. He flapped his wings and swung his tail and flew away. Dandy said, what on earth is the rainbow feather? Maybe it's just a legend. It has been resurrected. Dragonite was was taken back into the Pokeball by Qin Mu. There are still 3 days left before the end of the competition. They rode their Pokemon and decided to go back to continue the competition. When Qin Mu and his group showed up, Zulan was a little shocked. They had disappeared for so many days and finally came back. Where did you go? Xiao Ia went to your place many times to look for you. I was in a hurry when I left and didn't say hello to you. I am really sorry for making you worry. They must have left because of something. There were only a few days left before the end of the competition and Qin Mu and Dandy rushed back at this time. Guzma didn't know that Qin Mu and his team had already found the Wind King. He only thought that he had given up the search for Dragonite and could not be resurrected. It was just the right time to come back. The NET person he was going to deal with was Qin Mu. They didn't expect to be able to make it to this competition. They searched for many days but couldn't find any trace of the Fini King. The sudden appearance allowed Qin Mu to return to the competition venue in advance. Chapter 172. Before Guzma could make a move, a man named Aang was the first to challenge. I thought you wouldn't come back. Now that I'm back, please accept my challenge. Come out, Kilolian. The first one Qin Mu released was Dragonite, which shocked Guzma. Wasn't Dragonite injured by him? It shouldn't be alive. Now Dragonite is standing there fine and it doesn't look like it was injured at all. Could it be that they have found a legendary Pokemon? This is impossible. Or maybe Dragonite was just injured and they tried to rescue it in the past few days. He was thinking all this in his mind and no one could see the expression on his face. Mutuo felt that the breath was the same as the black shadow that night. Qin Mu was in the competition now and he didn't say anything because he didn't want to disturb Qin Mu. Dragonite powerful water column attack pushed forward and he flapped his wings hard, flew into the sky and flew toward Kilolian below. Such a water column attack is very powerful. Zulan said what happened. Danda knew that he must be very uneasy, so he narrated the whole story to him. What did you say? Someone was plotting against Qin Mu. Dragonite, what kind of power it is? Zulan knew it very well and he was actually plotted against by the other party and it almost cost him his life. So you found Ho-Oh and resurrected Dragonite? Dandy nodded. No wonder they disappeared for so many days. It turned out that they went to look for Ho-Oh. A legendary Pokemon like Ho-Oh can really be found. Kurla disappeared on the spot and Dragonite water column attack failed. Interrupting Dragonite's skills made him miss. This was the opponent's tactic that Qin Mu knew best. In competition, in addition to the Pokemon's own wave power, tactics are also needed. They have the best cooperation with their masters. Deliberately creating this situation is to make Dragonite react in time so as to take the opportunity to attack. This process is under his control. Qin Mu thinks he is a scheming trainer. Dragonite immediately used Meteor Swarm. No matter which direction he appeared from, he could not escape the fate of being attacked. This made Seeing miscalculated. I really did not make the wrong choice. I have not used my full strength yet. He released the second Pokemon Crossbat and waves of black fog appeared. At this moment Dragonite had returned to its original position. The black fog blocked the line of sight and could not determine the position of the target. Qin Mu took out another Pokeball and smiled. Obviously he did not take the skill of blocking the line of sight seriously. Ghastly appeared, a Pokemon that likes to hide in the shadows. Ghastly's hypnotic ability is quite powerful. With this hypnotic ability, is there any way for the opponent to use it? The opponent did not notice the appearance of Ghastly and it stayed in the shadow as soon as it appeared. Guzma knew that the man in front of him was not Qin Mu's opponent. This way of blocking the line of sight is most conducive to his attack and Qin Mu has a countermeasure. With Ghastly he can determine the position of the opponent's Pokemon. The Pokemon that Qin Mu has telepathy with also have telepathy. Under the guidance of Ghastly, Dragonite naturally knows where the Crossbat is. Move forward quickly with its poison blade and attack Dragonite. Ghastly's hypnotic ability paralyzed him once and the speed of movement became slow. Dragonite instantly released a water column attack. Seeing found a powerful telekinesis that controlled his Pokemon. He was completely unable to react and was knocked out by the powerful water column. At this time he realized that Qin Mu's second Pokemon was Ghastly. In a short period of time he had released 2 Pokemon in succession. It was a bit painful that a large amount of wave power was consumed so quickly. His confidence gradually weakened. Guzma said, what a useless guy. Since he became famous, some other trainers have followed him and they want to form a strong team with him. How can Guzma be sincere? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He is just using these trainers in order to be able to really fight Qin Mu. Guzma spent a lot of time improving his abilities. Seeing felt that he had to give it a try at the last minute. A powerful heat gust spread and the spat burst out with heat and a hot breath came to his face. This is a very wide-ranging skill, almost spreading across the entire arena. An unavoidable hot breath, just like the effect wrought by Articuno. A blizzard came as soon as it appeared. It was not necessary to use Articuno to deal with him and Qin Mu had no such plan. If he wanted to end it quickly, the best way was to make a quick decision in the hot air. There was another powerful water column impact, and the cooperation between Ghastly and Dragonite was simply too beautiful. Under such hot conditions, the power of his two Pokemon was gradually decreasing. There was no flame, but it made this area burn as hot as a raging fire. The powerful impact made Chinmu defeat the crossbat and was taken back. Fortunately, Dragonite has water ability, otherwise it would definitely be burned. As for Ghastly, there is no need to worry, it always hides in the dark. These two Pokemon had no fighting ability, so Chinmu took them back. Chinmu heard Mewtwo's voice. I sensed that the black shadow is nearby. Chinmu immediately looked around. You mean the black shadow that killed Dragonite? Yes, I definitely can't sense that breath wrongly. Can you determine which one it is? It is not certain which one it is yet. As long as that person is here, Chinmu will not let him go. Xiao Meng can sense SE instance, he will definitely find out which one he is. Ah Xing was obviously not convinced, and he released the third Pokemon. Dragon King Scorpion, a very scary Pokemon, appeared, and his appearance was really impressive. Looking at this appearance and the energy formed on his body, you can know that it is a Pokemon with poison and demon attribute. The third Pokemon Chinmu summoned was Ancient Charizard. For a Dragon Gym owner, Dragon Pokemon are very powerful. The power that Chinmu's Dragon Pokemon especially burst out is absolutely unimaginable. It is inevitable to take back the previous two Pokemon, as their wave power has been almost consumed. It will not last long if they fight again. Chinmu released the Protoss Charizard, which is more advantageous in the full state. As soon as it appeared, it brought a strong flame and burned away the poison attribute attack skill. Everyone knows that Ancient Charizard is a rare dragon treasure. His fire energy is much stronger than Charizard. Chapter 173. The sword dance plotted, and each dance carried a dark aura. It is undeniable that the Dragon King Scorpion is very powerful, and its 2IC energy is very strong. The Charizard flew high in the sky, spewing flames down. The battle of the third Pokemon was very fierce. Anyone who had fought with Chinmu knew that he had not yet burst out his true strength. Everyone wants to join in the fun. Is it really that easy to prove your strength? Densei didn't get the badge last time because he had limitations. This time he will burst out all his strength no matter what. He is not limited to using Pokemon. He has great hope. Aang's Dragon King Scorpion suddenly shot with its tail tilted upward. The Ancient Charizard dodged quickly and spurted out a flame. The Dragon King Scorpion could not withstand such a hot attack. Aang felt that the opponent was too cunning, as if he knew his SISI-0 routine completely. Continuous flames spurted out one after another, blocking the Dragon King Scorpion's way. Its poison gas spread from its body, and the cross-poison blade flew forward. Ancient Charizard, it dived down to approach the position below and lashed out with its tail. The opponent obviously couldn't hold out for much longer with such a swift attack. This was already the third Pokemon. Would he continue? Dragonite made another swift attack, completely depriving the opponent of his combat effectiveness. After being reborn, his wave power became stronger. The current Dragonite is already an evolved form. It evolved from Hakrani to become Dragonite. After resurrection, not only did his wave power become stronger, but the induction between him and Chinmu also became stronger. The Dragon King Scorpion, which had completely lost its combat effectiveness, had to be taken back. Chinmu said, "Do you want to continue?" The three Pokemon appeared for a short time before being defeated. How could Ah Xing continue? I lost. Guzma thought he had a chance to fight back by summoning the third Pokemon, but he didn't expect it to be vulnerable. He just didn't say what was in his mind because there were other people around him. Dante said Dragonite has become stronger without any evolution. It's just because Ho-Oh resurrected it and injected wave power into it, which made its ability stronger. Serena thought this was a good thing. It would be good to be able to improve strength. Chinmu thought to himself, can Mewtwo sense that it's still there? Yes, I can feel it. He is here. He should be a trainer. He will take action here. Let's wait and see. Guzma didn't know that Mewtwo could sense his breath. He thought he would not be discovered here without anyone noticing. A seeing lost. He was a little dejected. He never thought that the opponent would be so strong. His time on the field was too short. He was walking forward and found a person in front of him. He looked up at the person in front of him. This was the always proud Ali. Why are you blocking my way? I know you want to defeat Chinmu and improve your strength. Ah Xing just looked at him. He didn't know what the man in front of him wanted to do. Join my alliance and I will promote you. You should know what kind of ability I have. I will make your Pokemon stronger. Is there anything I need to do? No, just follow me. Ah Xing was a little shaken. The man in front of him was really strong. Maybe he could help him improve the ability of Pokemon. Okay, I agree. Guzma chuckled. That's right, these people are all from our alliance. You can discuss with them. I will find a way to help you improve the strength of your Pokemon. Unknowingly he has ponded his power not in the name of Guzma but in the name of Ali. The NET person to come out challenged Serena and he released Alitos. Serena released the Pokemon Lucario. As soon as he came out he gave him a wave missile attack. To read the e-citing novels go to Falu Novel Network. Serena's abilities have also improved a lot recently. She knows that the most important thing to defeat Alitos is to win with speed. Alitos' sonic attack sends out powerful sound waves from his body. Lucario's punch was blocked back. He plugged his ears with both hands and this sonic attack worked. Shin Mu said this kind of attack is still very rare. Lucario couldn't bear it. Serena knew that this situation would give the opponent an opportunity to attack. Sure enough, he quickly used the electric grid attack. The spider web-like electric net spit out towards Lucario. This net will soon approach Lucario. The skill has a strong electric attack ability. When Lucario is hit, its movement speed will be greatly reduced. It has both control weakness and attack. This is the ability of Ariados. Serena shouted loudly, "Lucario, get out of the way quickly." Lucario jumped up hard and dodged the attack of the powerful electric net. Shin Mu said Lucario's speed is really amazing. It should be no problem to avoid the control this time. Serena will never let Lucario take it. When using this sonic bow again, move forward quickly to interrupt its skill burst. Serena has found a way to stop this sonic burst so that he has no way to interfere with Lucario. The sonic attack is very harsh and Lucario can't bear it. At the same time it is harsh and has a certain control which is conducive to its electric net burst. Lucario's counter-attack was successful, which made the opponent a little disappointed. Lucario dodged all the attacks from the electric grid. How can he attack again? If this continues he will have to use his second Pokemon when his wave power runs out. Fire attack. The electric grid attack has no effect. The opponent can completely dodge it and interrupt his sound 1-4 wave attack. The only way now is to use fire attack, which is very fast. Lucario was seen jumping around on it to avoid the fire attack. Lucario, who was constantly dodging, flashed in front of Ariados again and knocked him down with the stick in his hand. This kind of close-range attack is faster, leaving the opponent with no way to react. A lot of wave power had been consumed before and he completely lost his combat ability after being attacked by such a powerful close-range attack. Good job, Lucario. Shin Mu said Lucario is really good at defeating the opponent's strong skills with speed. The opponent's first Pokemon was defeated and he released the second Pokemon, Ghastly. They had all come into contact with Ghastly before. The Ghastly used by Athena of Team Rocket was very powerful. Chapter 174. Serena knew exactly what kind of abilities Gastrum had. The most powerful thing about Pokemon was its E-plosion. The poison gas released was very strong and the Gastrum used by the opponent was obviously more powerful than Athena. It released double the E-plosive ability when it appeared, attacking at an extremely fast speed. The power of the large character blast restrained Lucario. The double E-plosive ability gave it a wide attack range and it was difficult for Lucario to dodge no matter how fast he was. Serena said all defense. He said this in a particularly urgent manner, fearing that Lucario would go to meet the attack, otherwise he would lose. All of Lucario's wave power gathered together to form a powerful defensive barrier. The E-plosive power spread out and the large character blast was indeed powerful. Blocking this attack, Lucario quickly attacked and threw the stick in his hand forward. After the first attack was blocked, he had to attack quickly to prevent his NET skill from bursting out. If he was a little slower he would not be able to block the continuous attack of Gastrum. Shin Mu said Serena is very smart. Dandis said this kind of fighting method is to win by speed and Lucario's speed is just enough. Lucario attacked forward again and the stick in his hand flew out and hit the double bomb gas. The blasting ability of the double bomb gas E-plotted on the spot. Gas attack. The gas spread out and it was obvious that it was about to E-plode again. It would be ejected directly in an instant, fired towards his opponent. Athena said his double bomb gas is more powerful than mine. Damn. Kojiro smiled and said your double bomb gas blasting power is not strong enough. Athena, it seems that you have enough opponent. The voice was also full of sarcasm. Athena was one of the 4 major codders of the Rocket team. He was ridiculed. Xiaojiro, don't be so complacent. I can't beat the others, but can I deal with you? It won't be long before I take your place. Lucario is very smart. Even though Serena couldn't see the clues, he was able to adjust his position. He moved to the left, shortening the distance between him and the double bullet gas and increasing his movement speed. He swung the wooden stick forward again to attract the attention of the double bullet gas and make him go to the wrong position. The wooden stick hit the double bullet gas and it E-plotted and bounced away again. The opponent realized that he seemed to have been tricked. Now is the fatal blow. Lucario launched a series of attacks without any hesitation. The opponent's wave power was consumed in an instant and there was no way to continue fighting, and he didn't even have the ability to self-destruct. Serena thought the battle was over. They didn't know that Gaspard had a special skill, a skill that not all trainers who controlled Gaspard could learn. Sharing the pain, the skill triggered the scoring of the opponent's wave power and Lucario's wave power was divided equally. Serena frowned. She never thought that this opponent looked inconspicuous but had such a skill. This skill can only be used when the wave power is exhausted, otherwise it is useless. Qin Mu said, "What's going on? Why did he suddenly split Lucario's wave force in half?" Zai said, "This is a special skill of gastropod which is difficult to trigger. It can only be used when the wave force is exhausted to split it with the opponent, allowing it to fight again." Athena's gastropod did not have this ability before. When Athena saw this, she had an idea in her mind. She wanted to steal the poke ball of that guy gastropod. It was amazing to be able to trigger this skill. Qin Mu said, "Gastropod is no match for Lucario. Even if his wave force is split in half, he will not win." "You are right, but when he used this skill he had already weakened the opponent's ability. The double bullet gas has the power of wave guidance and it quickly bursts out a double bullet attack. Lucario's wave guidance power was consumed a lot." To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Serena looked at him and said, "Using such a despicable skill, I used normal means." Serena couldn't say anything. After all, this was a Pokemon skill, Lucario's special move. How many times can such a skill be triggered in succession? Reina didn't know. What if it was triggered again? Double bomb gas flew over again and attacked with a close-range comet fist at a very fast speed, gathering a powerful wave force. This power was from Lucario. It formed a defensive barrier to prevent Lucario from counter-attacking, which was fatal for the counter-attack. There was no time to react. The special move had not yet fully erupted and it was interrupted by him. While using the comet fist, the explosive power of double bomb gas spread, blast Lucario away, and the one who had been defeated was defeated by double bomb gas. Serena thought Lucario could not hold on and he was ready to take out the NET Pokeball. Before he could take it back, he found that Lucario stood up again. "Don't insist anymore, come back." "No, let me do it." Serena tried to switch to another Pokemon but failed. Lucario insisted on continuing the fight. The opponent showed no mercy and bombarded this side directly. Lucario blocked with both arms. "Don't insist on it, you won't be able to hold on like this." How could Serena not feel sorry for Lucario? Lucario had no intention of stopping. The opponent looked at Lucario, who stood up again and released the poisonous jellyfish without hesitation. How long can a Pokemon last? It's simply overestimating its own capabilities. Serena clenched her fist and was already very angry. "I can't let you do this anymore, come back and get Lucario. If the battle continues it will be even worse and it will be difficult to deal with the injuries. The poison of the stinger is very strong." Xiao Ia is the leader of the water-type gym and he has a stinger. It is a relatively strong Pokemon among water Pokemon. Lucario was taken back and Serena released another Pokemon. Serena is very famous in the Sinnoh region. At this moment he was extremely angry. "Come out, Garchomp." Serena was obviously a little angry and spoke loudly. Garchomp's ability is very strong. He is a dragon-type Pokemon with ground abilities. As soon as he appeared he rushed forward and burst out with Flame Fang. The double bullet gas was instantly rushed out and the power of the promoted wave was exhausted. It was taken back by the opponent. The person who challenged Serena was sent by Guzma to target his Pokemon. Guzma underestimated Serena's ability. Qin Mu said, "This person's moves are quite fierce." Chapter 175. "I don't want Lucario to fight again." Dante said, "This guy named Drew seems to be on the same team with them." Qin Mu knew he was referring to Ali over there. There were many trainers around Ali and this person was very strange. Mewtwo couldn't be sure who that person was and Qin Mu didn't dare to guess casually. He could only wait and see. He believed that the person who harmed Dragonite would definitely show up. Qin Mu said, "Serena, the masters of the Sinnoh region will be afraid of him. I think this Drew will be in trouble. You can tell from Serena's presence." Garchomp hit his double bullet gas as soon as he appeared, leaving only the stinger to fight it. Garchomp can learn water skills. In addition to water abilities, he has already learned abilities such as Fire Spray and Ultimate Impact. The power of Impact is just an ordinary attack for him. Awakening Power Ultimate Impact. Serena launched a powerful attack on the opponent without hesitation. The stinging jellyfish was very alert and blocked with a barrier. This was the Ultimate Impact. How could a small barrier block resist his attack? "You underestimate my ability." Land Shark. Destruction Beam. The stinging Garchomp was hit hard in succession. Poisonous Attack. All the skills were released one after another without stopping. Garchomp has mastered too many learning skills. Serena, who once won the championship of the Sinnoh region, is not easy to deal with. The power of the stinging Garchomp's wave was exhausted and it fell to the ground with a plop. Such a quick defeat, his hands didn't even react. Serena's Garchomp appeared with continuous attacks to end the battle, standing there steadily seeing the opponent fall to the ground with a plop. Drew didn't react. The fighting power is too terrifying. It really deserves to be a champion trainer. He could only go down in disgrace. The two Pokemon have proved Serena's strength. He can't take out a Pokemon stronger than the stinging Garchomp. Guzma muttered in his heart, "What a useless guy." Qin Qin Mu said, Serena, your land shark ability is so strong. Originally he only had the skills of Flame Fang Impact and Sand. There is a lot of room for learning an Pansion. It has both dragon attributes and ground attribute. In addition to these abilities you can master the water and fire elements, and you can also learn more rock related skills. How could I possibly weigh such a good resource? The opponent is calculating how to take down your Lucario as soon as he appears. It's very hot at first. I have no connection with him. Why would he do this? Dandy said, besides Guzma, who else would do this? It is very difficult to improve the ability of a Pokemon, but it is quite easy to destroy one. Without the support of a powerful Pokemon, no matter how famous the trainer is, he cannot play his powerful state. Qin Mu is very clear about this. Athena has already started to act and he is going to steal the double ball gas Pokeball. He takes Musashi with him. It is easier for two people to take action. Use the demon attributed Pokemon to get the Pokeball back. Athena also has double ball gas and no one will doubt him even if he uses it. After success they still need to cultivate the compatibility between them. Go ahead Meow Meow to get his attention. Good things never happen to me. Meow Meow blocked the guy's way. Hey you idiot, you got beaten up badly, right? Damn, what did you say? Am I wrong? Musashi came out and said, I want to challenge you. Meow Meow took the opportunity to run over as fast as a rocket, took out the Pokeball in his bag and disappeared in an instant. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He ran to Athena panting. The stuff is already in hand. Musashi should be fine. He only saw the Meowth running past him, not noticing that he was missing a Pokeball. Musashi, what do you mean? Let Meow Meow humiliate me. Stop joking. Meow Meow is an individual. No one can control his thoughts. How could I let him humiliate you? You must have offended him. Stop talking nonsense and accept my challenge. Are you kidding me? My spirit power has been e-hosted. Come and challenge me now. I almost forgot. Let's fight again another day. Musashi pretended to leave here, which made this person feel a little puzzled. When he was almost gone, he ran away in a flash so fast that he didn't even realize that one of his Pokeballs was missing. At least someone would choose to steal other people's Pokeballs, and he didn't have a good fit with him. He would never have thought that Meowth took his double ball gas. Athena was so happy to get this double ball gas. Ha ha ha, Meow Meow is so beautiful. Please come to me any time if you have something good to do. Team Rocket. Athena succeeded. He will try to find a way to match him with double bomb gas. With this skill, is he still afraid of not being able to defeat Qin Mu? He has never thought that double bomb gas can't even beat Serena and still wants to defeat Qin Mu. Denji, who has been waiting for a long time, challenges Qin Mu. The last contest was incomplete. This time I want to see how strong you are. Qin Mu's L power has been fully restored and his lineup is enough to deal with Den Ci even without recovery. In addition to electric attribute Pokemon, he also has many types of Pokemon. Qin Mu knew that their last contest was incomplete. Since this is an arena, he certainly accepted the challenge of the other party. Den Ci said, there is no rule. You can use all the Pokemon lineups with equal numbers to be fair. No matter how many Pokemon are brought out, it is fair as long as the number of the two of them is equal. This fair and just competition is about to begin. The first one to appear is Octopus, and he did not choose Raichu. Octopus is not an electric Pokemon. It has the electric move Ling. It is a baby pretending to be an electric Pokemon. It spits out electric balls from its mouth and shoot forward like a sniper. The first Pokemon Qin Mu used was Charizard. Charizard flapped its wings left and right to avoid the attack of the electric ball. Dragon Pokemon are relatively powerful for Qin Mu. Electric Pokemon are his best, but the first one to appear is an elf pretending to be an electric Pokemon. Does he want to thoroughly test Qin Mu's ability and challenge him from a low level? Serena's face is full of question mark. This guy can obviously summon stronger Pokemon, but he chooses not to do so. After this battle, Qin Mu will not be able to fight anyone else. Will he consume all his Pokemon? Chapter 176. Zulan said, looking at the order of Den Ci's appearance, he should have such a plan. Qin Mu didn't have two low-level Pokemon. Soul Catching Eyes was just an attribute. He never used Soul Catching Eyes in battle even if he was evolved. He just used his attribute to remove the opponent's illusion control. The blue flame of the evolved Charizard erupted forward. This kind of electric ball had no harm to him at all, and the flame could completely block it. The difference in strength between the two Pokemon was too big. Day said, Den Ci is crazy. There is no need for such a low-level Pokemon to appear. Is it just to make up the number? Defu said, he is difficult to defeat. Octopus Barrel couldn't hold on at all and he released the second Pokemon, Twin-tailed Strange Hand. The characteristic is that his attack skills are very advantageous. A powerful electric shock wave erupted forward and both tails emitted the light of electric shock wave. The impact of the electric shock wave was very strong and Charizard did not flinch and the blue flame met it. The electric energy is indeed powerful and Dragonite erupted with a water column. Two Dragon-type type Pokemon appeared bursting with powerful power. There is an ability to connect attribute 663. Dragonite and Charizard's skills echo each other and attack continuously. How could Dinsey withstand such an attack? He knew that Chinmu's dragon-type Pokemon was different, so he had no choice but to continue using other Pokemon. Rentgen Cat come out. Lightning Thunder attack. Chinmu said Dragonite counter-attack air slash. His opponent quickly dodged and released an electric shock wave. The elves that came out of the electromagnetic rod became more and more powerful, one more powerful than the other. In order to restrain Chinmu's dragon Pokemon, Rentgen used the Shadow Clone skill and released a Thunder Fang electric shock wave in front. Day said Dinsey is serious, he is not inferior at all. The power rises. The electric field Iron Tail attacks. Rentgen Cat is really powerful. Charizard blue flames erupted forward and Dragonite also switched to flame attack and no longer used water column attack. The electric shock wave hits again. Sizzle. As expected, this kind of telecommunication ability is quite powerful. The two dragon-type Pokemon are already very special. If it were any other Pokemon, they would have been defeated by this powerful lightning force long ago. This is not a competition for Team Rocket. They have been making trouble all the time. Seeing the powerful battle between Chinmu and Denji, Chinmu Athena was very jealous. If only she could have such a powerful Pokemon. He once asked Meowth to steal Denji's Pokemon but failed. Meowth was electrocuted badly. After that, Meowth would never agree to his request again. It is even more difficult to deal with Chinmu. Meowth failed several times. It is harder than climbing to the sky to steal Articuno back. What's more, there are so many masters around Chinmu who are always by his side. The actions of several people from Team Rocket were in vain. The last time they wanted to steal it back, they failed. Kojiro said, don't think about them anymore. These people are not easy to deal with. Don't cause a lot of trouble. Shut up, it's none of your business what I'm planning. Pakagu goes to battle. Chinmu summoned Pakagu and the drops of life spread. Fairy wind attack. Electric power didn't want Chinmu to gain even a little advantage. Electric shock monster joined the battlefield and the two of them brought out Pokemon one after another, dazzling the trainers on the scene. These were all powerful beings. Serena said, why waste time with him, just burst out the most powerful Pokemon directly. Dandis said Diancie was not convinced. He was comparing the elves lineup. What does competition have to do with the elf lineup? Is it the final word who has the stronger Pokemon? Flame Fist attacks Electromon, a real electric Pokemon. Pokemon is different, he has the Fairy Wind attack. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He flaps his wings in the sky which will put the Pokemon in front of him into a bad state. There is no particularly strong attack and this auxiliary skill is also very powerful. Pokemon whose wave power is almost consumed will be taken back into the Pokeball. The skills of the fairy Pokemon are relatively special. He brought Electromon into a bad state, so the energy he burst out is not so strong. The Ultra Dragon appears and the Ultra Light Sword takes the opportunity to attack. They are both so amazing, they both have such a powerful elf lineup. The trainers watching were extremely envious. They were all discussing which of the two powerful trainers was more powerful. Denji was no ordinary person. He was one of the 4 great masters in the Sinnoh region. Denji's ability is very strong and few people who challenge his gym can get the Lighthouse Badge. Chinmu is very powerful. Didn't he also win the title of Orange Island's champion trainer? Didn't you get the badge of the electric gym some time ago, the Lighthouse Badge? These guys were talking about it. They were all guessing who was more powerful. Guzma was thinking that it would be better if both of them were injured and it would be best if the fight was more tragic. Electric Secondary defeated Chinmu. He was not as despicable as Guzma. Click the monster to swing left and right. There is no way to avoid the fairy wind of Pokemon Go. If the state is not good, the power it exerts will not be particularly strong. He was a little angry and immediately launched a crazy volt attack. This was to hit Pokemon Go in the air and make him stop releasing the fairy wind. It was so focused on Pokemon Go that it forgot how powerful the ultimate dragon was. The Aurora Sword flew towards him quickly. Rentgen immediately stepped forward to block it and used the Thunder skill to block the burst of the Ultra Lightning Sword. Denji's Pokemon coordination ability is quite strong, which has a lot to do with his thinking. The trainer's thinking can control the thoughts of Pokemon and have a telepathic connection with them. Pokemon's Fairy Wind is really powerful. In addition to the special attack ability, it also has another ability which is Angel's Kiss. Using Angel's Kiss on Ultra Dragon makes his condition become excellent. Chinmu's Pokemon not only has auxiliary abilities, he has also learned Ultimate Impact. He feels that the time is almost right and starts to counterattack. Pokemon's Destructive Beam. The Destructive Beam and the Ultimate Lightsaber burst forward together. Denji's reaction was very quick. He knew that this attack ability was very powerful. The Electric Shock Beast used the Freezing Fist. The Electric Shock Beast that possessed fire, freezing and electricity abilities was too powerful. Rentgen Cat roared loudly during during the electric shock wave attack. The two people were too strong, and Zulan said, how long can such a wave-guide chilly explosion last? Densi's strength has not been fully utilized. Qin Mu is also. Chapter 177. Serena said, legendary Pokemon haven't appeared yet. I don't think Densi will be a match for Qin Mu. Densi is not bad either, but it will be difficult for him to get the Dragon Badge. Zulan acknowledged Qin Mu's strength. Densi is no match for Qin Mu. Those who know Qin Mu know how powerful his Pokemon are. The legendary Pokemon alone is shocking. Guzma has to find a way to improve the strength of his people. He has already contacted Akroma. You can take these Pokeballs. Everyone who uses them just needs to drop a drop of blood on them and they will be compatible with them. Their ability to fight will definitely be much better than the ones they catch themselves. Guzma showed a smug smile on his face. It seems Thathay has to take time to go back, which won't waste much time for him. Qin Mu couldn't be praised anymore today. There was no need for him to stay. He didn't care about the trainers here. Those who challenged him were waiting for the opportunity, and Guzma's battle today was over. Guzma found Akroma and walked into the laboratory. Why do these Pokemon look so weak? What method did you use to deal with them? It's a water source issue. Don't drink water from outside. The water source has been polluted. After my fusion is successful, I will help them change the current situation. I did it so I have a way to remove the polluted water. The things have been prepared for you. You can take them away. Guzmalin left with the bag of Pokemon. He would give this Pokeball to every trainer who joined his alliance and teach them how to use it. At first the trainers didn't believe it, and some of them were brave enough to drip their own blood on it, and the Pokemon they summoned were indeed amazingly powerful. What's going on? Why is this Pokemon different? Guzma certainly won't tell the truth. It is very difficult to obtain a fused Pokemon. You all know that after a Pokemon is fused, its power will change and its skills will be fused. This method is very difficult to achieve. They all know that such Pokemon are rare and they did not make them by themselves. They can only use this method to have a good fit with them. Guzma, you are so amazing. You can fuse so many Pokemon. Do you have any special method? I won't tell you this method. As long as we are trainers in the alliance, I will let you benefit. Guzma did not lie and gave them powerful Pokemon. He took these people to the base he bought, which was used as a training ground for these trainers. He decided to give this gym a name. As for the name, he wanted everyone to think about it together. Qin Mu and Densi were still in the fierce competition and had no idea about Guzma's little moves. Some trainers left here and their Pokemon power had been exhausted. Mewtwo could not feel the breath of the Black Shadow. With so many people leaving, it was not certain which person brought it. The only thing that was certain was that none of the people on the scene belonged to the Black Shadow. Mewtwo said, Qin Mu's breath of the Black Shadow has disappeared and these people on the scene have nothing to do with the Black Shadow. Qin Mu heard Mewtwo's voice. He was concentrating on dealing with Denji at the moment. The energy of Electabuzz and Rentgen was strong and they were indeed the most powerful among the electric Pokemon. If the stalemate continued, the wave power of both sides would be almost consumed. Denji summoned Jolteon without hesitation and Qin Mu took back the Pokemon. Come out, Mewtwo. He thought it would be Articuno, but it turned out to be Mewtwo. Super Mewtwo state. He appears in this form. Mewtwo is a very powerful Pokemon. The powerful telekinesis control spread and Reiki has no way to use its Volt attack. Is it lost in the illusion? To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Mewtwo's illusion ability and telekinesis control are very powerful. Take this opportunity to attack fiercely. There are many skills that can be learned, such as Ultimate Impact. After controlling the opponent with his own illusion ability, the Ultimate Impact attack charges the skill. Mewtwo's attack is very powerful, not to mention that his current form is still super form. Is there no way for Jolteon to fight back? Unable to escape the powerful illusion and telekinesis control, it can't fight back at all. Mewtwo is known to be powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. In Qin Mu's use, it has already evolved into a super evolution. Rotom electromagnetic wave. Almost all the Pokemon used by Densi have something to do with electric skills. Even the Pokemon that are not electric have lightning attribute attack. Mewtwo is already very powerful and Qin Mu did not summon other Pokemon to play. The promotion interference is too strong. The Pokemon he summoned cannot fully exert their true strength. There is no way to get rid of the mental interference and illusion control. He simply cannot defeat Mewtwo. Densi frowned. He was thinking of a way. His elf lineup has all appeared, leaving only one Reishu. Reishu's attack is just a resistive attack. Reishu had already appeared in the previous fight with Qin Mu and it was not his opponent at all. All his Pokemon are electric attack and there is no way to get rid of this kind of mental interference and illusion control. He neglected to focus only on the training of electric Pokemon. Day widened his eyes. He couldn't believe it. All the electric attribute Pokemon that Densi burst out were no match for Qin Mu at all. How could this be the result? The other masters in the Sinnoh region all looked at this side. Dandis said, "This is terrible. Will these people all target Qin Mu?" Zulan said, "Don't worry, there are regulations in the economic field. Only those who are ranked in a certain position can challenge. As for those who are interested in Qin Mu, they can only go to the Dragon Gym." Yes, I almost forgot that there is a ranking and these people can't just challenge it casually. Qin Mu has already defeated 2 of the Sinnoh region's masters, especially the 4 great masters. The other 2 will never give up. Serena said, "The legendary Pokemon Articuno has not yet appeared. They won't appear when they are not needed. For example, your Zapdos. I'm afraid there are still many people who don't know that you have captured Zapdos. I will only consider letting someone fight if he can make the lightning bird appear." The opponent was competing on the strength of the elf lineup. Obviously his elf lineup was no match for Qin Muma. His attributes are too simple, all electrical, so don't you consider other aspect. Chapter 178. Serena said, "Don't forget that Pokemon's skills are restrained. Denji's Pokemon did not show their strength. It was the illusion and telekinesis that made them lose without a fight. Let Denji realize his shortcoming. He lacks Pokemon with special attribute." Qin Mu said, "Mewtwo sensed the existence of the Black Shadow. He could sense the breath of the Pokemon on him, but he couldn't be sure who it was." Dandy thought for a while and said, "So he is also in this competition. It will be easy to find him. Whether it is Guzma we'll soon know." Guzma is pondering his power. Just like Sakaki, he owns the Rocket Team. He wants to form a special alliance, use the Pokemon he synthesized to bribe them. The hearts of those people are completely different from those of the Rocket Team. The reason why the Rocket Team can come together is that their inner thoughts are almost the same. The problem of water pollution is getting bigger and bigger. The doctor can't help but contact Zai. "It Professor Oak. Zai, is your competition about to end?" "Yes, we still have 2 days to find Rainbow Feather and Ho-Oh. The competition is about to end. Tomorrow is the last day. Come back immediately after the competition." "Did something happen? The water in this area is seriously polluted. I need your help." "Got it, Professor Oak." Qin Mu and the others could hear the conversation between Zai and Professor Oak. How could the water source be polluted? The problem of water source pollution is very serious, especially for those Pokemon who drink polluted water, and no one knows what will happen. Maybe they will lose their lives or their condition will get worse. This is a very serious problem. The problem here has not been solved yet, and there is a problem of water source pollution over there. In fact, these 2 things are connected, but Qin Mu and the others don't know it yet. Qin Mu and the others got off the suspension train and were puzzled to see so many people gathered here. Serena stepped forward and asked, "Why are you all crowded here?" "This gym is recruiting allies and anyone who passes the test can join. Get the synthetic Pokemon he gave you." Qin Mu said, "What synthetic Pokemon?" "Yes, that's right. Everyone knows that it is difficult to synthesize Pokemon. It is difficult to collect those precious materials, not to mention that the chance of synthesis is very low." Dandy thought about the time when he and Shining Ace were synthesized. He was very worried. If he failed, Shining Ace would probably disappear. Mewtwo felt that the breath of the shadow was here. Right here, the aura is very strong. Qin Mu looked at the many people in front of him. Who is it? Xiao Meng can only sense that aura and has no idea who it comes from. Xiao Meng is a little confused. Not only one person has this synthetic Pokemon, but many people have it. "I'm really sorry, I feel this energy in many people. This is a bit embarrassing. With so many people they can't tell which one it is." He gave these synthesized Pokemon to other people, but it made Mewtwo feel the breath of other people. Qin Mu thought about it and said, "I know you are sensing the breath of this special Pokemon, so there is no way to determine which one the Black Shadow is. This is really a troublesome thing. In any case, this matter must be related to this newly opened gym." Ali and the others decided to name the gym Ali Gym. This is just a fake name of his. There is no way he can only use Ali's name now. The rankings are basically out and tomorrow is the final competition. One of them was Guzma. In addition to Qin Mu, there were 2 other masters from the Sinnoh region. One was Lian Wu and the other was Yuju. One of them was a fighting attribute king and the other was a dark attribute king. None of the other Sinnoh masters appeared here. That's why these 2 stood out. Qin Mu had no way of determining who the Black Shadow was and gave up the search. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. They left here and decided to rush back immediately after the competition tomorrow to solve the problem of water pollution first. Dandis said areas with serious water pollution usually have navy troops. What exactly causes the water pollution? Maybe it was man-made. Qin Mu was thinking about the problem of water pollution. How serious is it that made Professor Oak so uneasy? If Suicune really appears, there is no need to worry about water pollution. However, the location of Suicune cannot be determined. He roams the entire Pokemon world and may appear somewhere. Ida is a Pokemon with powerful evolutionary abilities which can completely change the problem of water pollution. The last day of the competition has begun. Qin Mu's competition opponent is the Dark King and Guzma is fighting fighting against the Fighting King. Lingberry released his Pokemon/Commander. A dark Pokemon with armor all over its body with blades appeared. He has high resistance and is immune to poison Pokemon. Poison-type Pokemon have no effect on him. Qin Mew summoned Mewtwo and armored Mewtwo appeared. The final impact. Don't be polite. Mewtwo's armored form is very powerful and has a very high defense. It rushed forward at a very fast speed. Mewtwo quickly dodged. Not being controlled by the poison type does not mean that telekinesis cannot control it. A sneak attack on the vital point. Mewtwo's telekinesis control stopped him from moving forward. His dark Pokemon is not ordinary. All of them are in the state of Mega Evolution. No wonder they can become the Dark King of Sinnoh. I saw Commander Slash waving his arms and all the blades on his body were shaking. Commander Slash has a very high combat ability and is a master of fighting attribute. Qin Mew summoned Super 1-4 to prove how strong the opponent is. Air Slash quickly rotated and slashed forward. Mewtwo also fought back and the resistance of both Pokemon was very high. Dandy said the Dark King of Sinnoh is really extraordinary. He was sure of victory and summoned the Slash Commander as soon as he appeared. Mewtwo is a very powerful instant. Sometimes he can burst out energy in the form of armor. After a series of skill attacks, Mewtwo changed its form. The dark form of Mewtwo appeared and its entire body was shrouded in darkness. Yueja frowned. He had never thought that Qin Mew's Mewtwo had been strengthened to this extent. How many forms does it have? The telekinesis control and illusion control in the dark state are even more powerful. The Slash Commander was trapped in the illusion. It's your turn, Cool Leopard. Chapter 179. This Pokemon doesn't have super high resistance, but it has super high attack ability. The speed of running forward is simply too fast. Red Eyes Black Dragon is out for battle. The light beam shot forward and Cool Leopard dodged left and right. The light attack from Red Eyes Black Dragon was very strong, blocking Cool Leopard's ability to charge forward. Mewtwo and Red Eyes Black Dragon cooperated perfectly and the control of telekinesis allowed the skills of Red Eyes Black Dragon to burst out. Yueja could never have imagined that he was quite famous in the Sinnoh region, so how could he be defeated by him in such a short time? Guzma's Pokemon was very powerful and the King of Fighters was no match for him at all. Lian Wu said, I've never heard of your name. Why does your Pokemon have such a powerful wave power? Are all powerful trainers necessarily very famous? I think you will get to know me after this competition. All the trainers in Ali's gym were cheering for him and their morale was so high. Lian Wu, you are no match for me. He couldn't even beat the unknown trainer, which made him unbelievable. The fighting Pokemon Strike has very strong fighting ability. Guzma uses the ice Pokemon Glacial. As a fusion of Glacial, its own characteristics have increased and its attack ability is very strong. Not to mention its defense. Fighting monsters can't break its defense at all. Lian Wu didn't expect that his fighting attribute and Pokemon would be completely useless and his master Ataki appeared. The veteran builder, the strongest fighting Pokemon among his Pokemon, have already appeared. The old builder held a stone in his hand and hammered the sharp stone forward to attack the big. The ground sent out a powerful earthquake attack. Master Ataki ran forward quickly, kicked his leg quickly and attacked with his palms facing forward. The ice rock monster burst out with rock attributes and blocked with powerful defense. The ice type combat is so powerful and there is such a high defense ability. This is a relatively strong Pokemon among ice attribute Pokemon. Guzma has always had the upper hand and the opponent can't hold on for long. His strongest Pokemon has already taken action. Qin Mew has a dominant evil attribute and the king is not his opponent. He and Guzma became the brightest points of the whole scene. Zulan said, I have never seen this person before. He suddenly appeared and has such a powerful Pokemon. Serena said he can even beat the King of Fighting. This guy is not simple. There should be something wrong. After the victory, Guzma faced the cheering trainers. He was proving his strength and proving that he is extremely powerful. Qin Mew defeated the King of Evil and now there are only two of them. Xiao Meng said, I sensed that it was him. Qin Mew said, you mean Ali is the Black Shadow that day? Yes, I won't be wrong. This person was wearing a mask and his appearance could not be seen clearly. His figure was a little thin and judging from his outline he should be a very handsome person. This Ali was the Black Shadow that day. What was his purpose in attacking him? And why did he kill Dragonite? Qin Mew had to find out all this. Who is the champion of the competition? Everyone is looking forward to it. Even the king level trainers in the Sinnoh region were defeated. Qin Mew was the champion trainer in the Orange Islands competition, but this Ali had no reputation. He was just a trainer who emerged in this competition. He stood opposite Qin Mew with a sharp look in his eyes and Qin Mew felt that this look was particularly familiar. The person in front of him was the Black Shadow and he must find out who his opponent is today. Guzma said, something wrong. I finally have the opportunity to fight you. Obviously he has been looking forward to this competition for a long time. Qin Mew said, who are you? To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Why can't you show your true face. This is my personal privacy. There is no need to tell you we are competing in sports. If Qin Mu wants to know who is under the mask, he can only rely on the Pokemon. Mewtwo's perception is getting stronger and stronger, and this time it will definitely not be wrong. Qin Mu can also feel that kind of perception. Mewtwo has just gone out for a battle, and the first one to appear is definitely not Mewtwo. Qin Mu summoned Articuno and snow fell from the sky. Decided to appear. Team Rocket was very jealous. They had been looking for Articuno for a long time but couldn't find it. Qin Mu's Articuno gained the power of thunder and rain. Athena said, it would be great if you could help me steal this Pokemon. Meowth's furry plotted and he said, don't go too far. For you I have done a lot of things against my own heart. If you want to get Articuno, go find it yourself. I can't afford to mess with that guy. I was just saying it casually. Do you need to be so nervous? Didn't you look miserable enough last time? You damn guy, please don't mention what happened last time. Okay, but please don't ask me to steal Articuno again. Guzma summoned Ston Ewing and the first Pokemon to appear was a dragon-type Pokemon. Articuno's powerful thunder feathers power plotted. Serena said, when will my Zapdos be able to advance? It would be great if it succeed. Dante said, it's not easy to evolve a legendary Pokemon except to find a special energy body. 663. The place where Zapdos likes to live most is the place related to thunder and lightning. As long as there is strong thunder and lightning, there must be a special energy body. When they were looking for Zapdos, they were in an abandoned power plant. The thunder feather was also found there. Maybe it can help Zapdos evolve there. Stonewing Dragon has super rock attributes and strong defense capabilities. When attacked by heavy objects, its whole body is like covered with rocks. The blizzard attack ice cave skill quickly spread forward. The air instantly condensed into ice and the air /E plotted. The legendary Pokemon Articuno is even more powerful after evolution. He also comes with powerful thunder and lightning power and a tens of millions volt attack. Stonewing Dragon obviously can't bear it. Qin Mu is looking for an opportunity, hoping to split the opponent's mask. This is his goal. The energy of this guy's Pokemon after synthesis is indeed not to be underestimated. Zulan said, will Stonewing Dragon be so powerful? His attributes have changed. What's going on? Dandy said, the power after synthesis. Guzma knew how powerful Articuno was, so he immediately summoned Jolteon, a lightning attribute Pokemon, to fight. Jolteon's electric ball attack forward. Qin Mu released the Ninetale to call on the power of Articuno. The Alola Ninetale also has the power of Blizzard. Chapter 180. Fairy-type Pokemon has powerful magic attack. He manipulated all the water molecules in the air to form a powerful ice flame. When charging forward, once the opponent's Pokemon is hit, it will immediately be frozen. A double blizzard came and these two Pokemon couldn't bear it at all. His fairy-type Pokemon appeared and the snow monster could create a powerful illusion. Qin Mu frowned. These Pokemon looked a lot like Guzma's. Mewtwo said, I can go to battle. Release me at the right time and I will take off his mask. Qin Mu nodded and Ston Ewing flew quickly to avoid the ice flame attack. Ice attribute Pokemon all have powerful blizzard attack. Unlike Articuno, he will bring a powerful blizzard as soon as he appears. The dodge ability of the snow demon is very strong. Its ability is to assist in other Pokemon. Aurora Curtain Frozen Wind. The lightning of Thunder Feather erupted again. The range attack impact the volt effect. Guzma has released 3 Pokemon and still hasn't stopped. The 4th Dream Demon appeared again. Dandy said, what is he doing? The speed of releasing the Pokemon is too fast. Qin Mu is very clear about one thing, he is really Guzmarden with Ghastly. Qin Mu quietly released the Haunted Eyes. Ghastly's hypnotic ability is very strong and Haunted Eyes can handle it. Qin Mu certainly won't let him take advantage of it. Ancient Charizard and Dragonite appear. Dragon Pokemon is Qin Mu the most powerful Pokemon. 4 others, Mewtwo and Articuno, are already extremely powerful, and Qin Mu's Pokeball and Dragon Pokemon is the most powerful. In these way, the same wave power will not have the slightest advantage against Guzma. Qin Mu's Pokemon lineup is very strong and he will never lose to Ali. Guzma became a little worried. He wants to win the championship this time. If Qin Mu wins, he will become the 2nd place. How could he know Qin Mu's purpose? It's not to defeat him but to take off the mask on his face. Professor Oak was walking up little by little along the edge of the river. He used a cup to pour a cup of water into the river. The river water was already seriously polluted. Whenever he found some injured Pokemon, he would take them back to his garden. After all, the size of the garden was limited and he couldn't accommodate so many Pokemon. Qin Mu and the others will be back tomorrow, and by then they must investigate the water pollution issues and try to find Suicune. The fierce confrontation on the field stunned all the trainers. Just as Qin Mu thought, the opponent released Ghastly, but it was not easy to be discovered when Ghastly appeared, and he would be in that dark figure. The Haunted Eye can fully notice Ghastly. He really is Guzma. Qin Mu's guess was correct. The man in front of him was the Guzma they were looking looking for. At the critical moment they put Mewtwo in the wrong place and Mewtwo used the fastest dark form to cut off the mask on his face with an air slash. Guzma didn't react at first and his appearance had been revealed, letting everyone know his identity. It was too late to cover it up. All the trainers in the alley gym immediately became restless and they threw out all the Pokeballs given by Guzma. He never thought that his mask would fall off and now it was not a good ending. He was a little angry and his anger affected his ability to control the stat of the Pokemon. You are such a nasty guy. Guzma, you are so despicable. It turns out that the Black Shadow was you. It was you who almost killed Dragonite. Stop talking so much nonsense and defeat me first. I didn't expect him to be Guzma the Dark Elf. Guzma fraud. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Many people started to shout but Guzma didn't care at all. His competition was fine and the elves were within the normal range. They would not be driven out. No matter how much these people shouted, it was useless. The Dark Elves no longer exist. Guzma, who has always used bug-type Pokemon, has such a big change. How did he do it? Sakeki was very curious. He didn't think there was anything shameful about Guzma. If their rocket team could be so powerful, there would be nothing impossible. Kojiro, go find out how he did it. When everyone was not paying attention, Kojiro quietly walked over there, picked up a few Pokeballs stealthily and put them in his pocket. These Pokeballs were thrown by those people. Meowth also followed and the two of them returned with a full load, carrying the 2 bags of Pokeballs towards Sakeki. Everyone was paying attention to the competition between Guzma and Chin Mew and no one would pay attention to the actions of Team Rocket. Defeat him. The cheers before were replaced by these 3 words. Mewtwo's wave power has been fully restored. The ghastly that Guzma secretly released did not play any role. The appearance of the Dream Demon will not work and the Soul Eyes can completely break it. It is a kind of telekinetic control. Obviously Guzma's can't withstand such a powerful attack. The Dragon Pokemon used by Chin Mushu is the most powerful and the other Pokemonare also legendary. The Quasi-God level Dragonite, the legendary Articuno and the powerful Pokemon such as Ancient Charizard. After preparing for so long, are we still going to lose? What is missing? Is it because the synthesized Pokemon is too low level? The fusion of water and ice energy, the powerful telekinesis control is simply unstoppable. Pokemon cannot exert their full strength under telekinesis control and illusion. Final attack. Guzma failed. All the wave power was exhausted and the Pokemon flew back into the Pokeball. Hello Wong Wong. The compatibility of the synthesized Pokeball with him is completely different from that of other trainers. The compatibility between him and the Pokemon that was forcibly synthesized was forced to build. The compatibility between Chin Mew and the Pokemon, it is the induction of the mind. Under the same combat power, a Pokemon without any reaction ability will never win. Chin Mew said, Guzma, you lose. So what? What is your conspiracy? Guzma would not tell anyone about Akroma. I don't know what you are talking about. I just lost the competition. Many people were complaining about him, saying that they couldn't do anything to Guzma. He walked away with a swagger. Dandy walked up and said, so this alley is Guzma. How did you find out? It was Mewtwo. When I was fighting him, Mewtwo immediately sensed his presence. Chapter 181. Guzma wanted to leave here immediately. He knew that Chin Mew and the others would not give up. However, their goal was to find out how their Pokemon were synthesized. As long as they stayed in the gym and did not come out, they would be fine or could just take shelter temporarily. Chin Mew won the competition championship here. He got the title of the second champion trainer. They must leave here now and solve the water pollution problem first. As for the problem of Guzma, Zulan and Xiao Ia will keep an eye on him. Zulan said, I will help you keep an eye on Guzma. We will contact each other if he makes any move. Chin Mew said, let's solve the water pollution problem first and we will talk about it if there is any situation. I'm watching here. If he leaves or goes somewhere else, I will definitely pay attention. Guzma is not in a good situation now. He has offended so many trainers and people will challenge his gym one after another. Guzma will not be at peace for a while. Sakeki said, this is the Pokeball thrown by those people. He picked up one of these Pokeballs at random. What secrets are there? Could it be the same Pokemon used by Guzma, a synthesized Pokemon? He accidentally cut his finger and a drop of blood dripped onto the Pokeball. The Pokeball has a compatibility with him which Sakeki never expected to be like this. A combination of Charizard and Stan Ewing flew out. He has rock ability and fire ability, so that's how it is. These Pokeballs belong to us. This Guzma has some abilities. Kojiro thought for a moment and said, do you still want to recruit him into Team Rocket? Forget it, so many people are watching him. I don't want to cause trouble. I'll think about it again after this matter is over. Our harvest is really not small. With these Pokeballs our abilities have been greatly improved. These Pokemon always lack some instructions and their combat capabilities are just very strong. The train was moving smoothly and at the moment they were all planning the problem of water pollution. What happened during this period of time was enough to make them feel uneasy. Chin Mew had been been thinking about the problem of Guzma. Soon they arrived at the water area and they got off the train. They took a ship to the Kanto region. When they returned to Professor Oak's garden, they found that there were so many more Pokemon in the garden that it could not accommodate them. Professor Oak said, "It's great that you are back. I have investigated the problem of water pollution for a long time and I still haven't found the source. I checked carefully and found that only this river's water was polluted." Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, "I think it must have come from the upper reaches, so the lower reaches are polluted. We can't solve this problem. As long as we find the source of the pollution and then find Suicune, we can solve these pollution problems." Qin Mu and his team decided to set out immediately to investigate the upper reaches of the river to see what caused the water here to be polluted. Suicune is not easy to find. He is the incarnation of wind and he might appear somewhere which is a bit troublesome. Qin Mu and his team walked up along the river. The water pollution problem was very serious. In addition to some Pokemon being affected, the grass and trees on the side were also affected and they began to wither gradually. Or it comes from upstream. We still have to go upstream. As long as we go upstream along this river, we will definitely find an area with serious water pollution. This is the only clue Qin Mu and his team have, and they can only look for it upstream along this river. In order to find the source of the water pollution faster, they rode on the flying ultimate dragon. Looking down from a high altitude, the upstream location is not polluted. The polluted water source is flowing. The water flowing down is polluted, but the water source above is fine. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu said, "What is going on? Could it be that someone put something polluting the water source in it and then the water pollution formed and the polluted water flowed down and there was no problem upstream?" Serena said, "It should be like this. Where did it start from?" They landed in an area close to the pollution source. "It should be in this area. Let's look for it carefully here." Looking at the location of the weeping grass net to him, he roughly determined that there was no such dry grass further up in this section of the river. Qin Mu and his team were carefully selecting. Qin Mu walked along the river and squatted down. He felt that there was something wrong with the water flow here. In addition to flowing downwards, there was also water flowing horizontally. "Come and take a look at the situation here." After careful observation for a long time, they found that there was an outlet here and sewage was discharged. "The problem lies here. That is this entrance. Where did he come from? They must find where the pipe at the entrance leads to, which requires digging out the entire pipe." Qin Mu thought for a while and said, "Are there any Pokemon with Earth attribute? Let them find them." Serena released the ground attribute Pokemon and asked it to follow the pipeline to find the discharge point of the pollution source. Qin Mu and the others followed the Pokemon and looked at the ground. There were bulges and bulges. It was the Pokemon moving under the pipeline. Qin Mu felt very strange. There were no people living here at all. The further inside, the more remote it was. How could it lead here? They stretched inside for a long time before they found a cave in front of them. The Pokemon drilled out from underground. This was the cave. Several people walked forward cautiously. The equipment inside began to appear and some iron doors blocked their way. Qin Mu knocked on the door gently. Pakroma, who was doing research, thought it was Guzma who came back. He opened the door without being on guard. When he saw Qin Mu in front of him, they realized that they had made a mistake. It turns out that this is a laboratory. The Pokemon trapped on the ground are enough to prove what Pakroma is doing here. These pollution sources were also released by him. Serena said he is in the same group as Guzma. Those Pakroma must be related to him. Pakroma had a hard time closing the door. "Don't be so excited. Don't you just want to become the strongest trainer? As long as you listen to me, you will all become the strongest trainers." Qin Mu said, "You are the one who researched all those powerful Pokemon like Guzma. How's that? It's awesome. What's so great about you? You are just despicable and shameless." Pakroma was a little surprised. He immediately summoned the Black Centipede, a black centipede that he had merged with. Chapter 182. Go ahead and turn these guys into your food. The giant black centipede with black poisonous gas coming out of its body. It is not a black elf. What is the result of its fusion with? The five of them were shocked when they saw the Pokemon in front of them. Synthesis. The power becomes so strong. He is a poison type Pokemon and the black gas emanating from his body spread towards this side. Akroma himself studies these Pokemon so naturally he has powerful L. Qin Mu said, "You and Guzma are in the same group. You have seen Guzma's current strength. If you are willing to join my team, I guarantee that your strength will be stronger than his. I have paid attention to you guys. You are quite strong and are champion trainers." Qin Mu asked, "Do these water source problems have anything to do with you? Haven't you already seen it? What benefits will this bring to you? With these polluted water sources I can get some Pokemon I want. Wouldn't it save a lot of effort to get them without any effort?" Serena said, "You are too despicable to achieve your goal." Qin Mu and his team finally found a clue and knew that this was the source of the water pollution. All the polluted water flowed downstream. Shenzhou was not polluted at all because of the flowing water. From the withered grass and trees on both sides of the river it can be seen where the water pollution is more serious. Qin Mu and his team would not listen to Akroma's nonsense. Qin Mu summoned Articuno. Articuno freezes the water source. The powerful energy of the ice cave instantly freezes the river so that the polluted water source cannot be discharged. Zai said, "Damn you, you have harmed so many Pokemon. They were meant to fight." Qin Mu said, "Pokemon coexist with humans. They are good friends of humans. How can you treat them like this?" Humph, idiot. Guzma was in the gym by those guys outside. He really didn't want to listen to these guys nagging at the moment. Things came rather suddenly and Akroma hadn't informed him yet. Sakeki of Team Rocket knew that if he stayed away from Guzma now the Pokeballs they got would never be returned. This place is far away from the city and is in an uninhabited area. He is really smart to do experiments here. No one will find this dark cave. Articuno counterattacked the Black Centipede. Dante was very angry and summoned his Pokemon Blizzard King. Pikachu 100,000 volt. Serena Lucario. Xiaomao summoned Stone Wing Dragon. 5 The Pokemon appeared in front of him. When Akroma saw such a powerful Pokemon lineup he had another plan in mind. If he could deal with these brats, wouldn't these powerful Pokemon in their hands become his? Especially the legendary Articuno. He asked that guy Guzma to find Articuno but he didn't bring it back. Instead an evolved one was delivered to his door. Through his own synthesis ability he will definitely make this Articuno more powerful. None of them thought that under such circumstances Akroma was actually planning on the Pokemon in their hands. In front of the alley gym Zulan and Xiao Ia were standing there. Such a despicable guy dares to open a gym here. Zulan walked forward and the people who were shouting here made way for her. Guzma, I'm here to challenge you. This is Ollie's gym, right? What kind of badge can your Pokemon have? Synthetic badge. This is certified. To read the e-citing novel go to Falu Novel Network. Despicable means are nothing. Let me Zulan teach you a lesson today. Xiao Ia said, Zulan, you have to be careful. This guy's Pokemon energy is not ordinary. He can fight against Qin Mu. His Pokemon power is quite strong but it's a pity that the telepathy between him and me is completely forced. Meowth was watching secretly over there and he didn't expect that Zulan came out to challenge Ali and it was that Guzma. This is a good thing. I have to tell Sakeki about this. Meow Meow slid back in a flash. He had to let Sakeki and the others come to watch this good show. Team Rocket was most willing to sabotage and join in the fun. Akroma was not in a hurry. He took out several other Pokeballs. Darkrai, Zapdos, Ston Ewing, Charizard. What Qin Mu didn't expect was that Akroma actually had Zapdos. His Zapdos was completely different from Serena's Zapdos. He was a forced synthesis of Pikachu and Chocobo. Let you see the power of Pokemon after synthesis. Qin Mu found that all his Pokemon issued a dark aura and were infused with dark energy. The Volt attack released by Zapdos was actually black. The Golden Volt and the Black Volt were entangled together and powerful electric Pokemon plotted. Dante said, what a powerful lineup. What measures has he taken? It's useless to say anything else now. We must find a way to deal with him. Mewtwo has a dark body. If Akroma's laboratory is not eliminated these Pokemon will be worse. Professor Oak was not idle either. He watched the water pollution sources floating down the river become fewer and fewer. It seems that Qin Mu and his team have found the source of pollution. He walked downstream along the river to save the polluted Pokemon. These Pokemon all depend on them. Ice skills and electric skills echo each other and dark Pokemon are controlled by telekinesis. Ghastly appeared. This was released deliberately by Akroma. His Ghastly is more powerful, much more powerful than the one in Guzma's hand. The energy erupted from this Pokemon duel is very powerful. A dazzling light is emitted in the entire area. From a distance the sky here has changed. The whole sky has become dim and there are powerful lightning. Professor Oak looked over here. How could he not know about this terrible Pokemon energy? Professor Oak specializes in studying these Pokemon. In addition to their language he also understands their skills and synthesis method. He knows the personalities of these Pokemon very well. The reason why he wants to study their language is to be able to communicate with them better. There are many things that language cannot understand. Who is this person in the laboratory who can burst out such a strong power? I hope Qin Mu and his team can successfully destroy the laboratory. There are no elves around the cave. Seeing such a strong force all the elves around hid. The busy streets are full of people. Chapter 183. This place is the most lively in the whole city. The reason why Zulan challenged Guzma is because Guzma is a famous person. He is famous not because of the great honor he won in competition but because he is a person who uses dark Pokemon. All trainers are very rude to him, not to mention that he has deceived so many people before. It is useless to surround them here. They can't do anything to Guzma. The Pokeball in Guzma's hand is completely normal and the Pokeball Association can't do anything about it. Akroma thought he could compete with the 5 of them but the dragon Pokemon that Qin Mu plotted and GPT surprised him. Your Pokemon is very special, it couldn't be the result of evolution and synthesis, right? Qin Mu said. Evolution and synthesis are normal, who would be as despicable as you? Articuno burst out with the power of Thunder Rain and Mewtwo's Dark SISI 7 black power spread. The real Zapdos appeared, and the Zapdos that was not forcibly synthesized was the most powerful. The most powerful thing was the power that erupted from the Dragon Pokemon, which shocked Akroma the most. Seeing that the most powerful Pokemon he had left behind could not hold on, how could this happen? He deliberately kept the strongest ones of his research results and was reluctant to give them to Guzma, but they still could not resist the power of Qin Mu and the others' elves. After the power of the wave was exhausted, Articuno stopped fighting and turned into a ray of light and flew back to the Pokeball. Too weak, all of you are useless. Kurla appeared. He took Akroma, teleported and disappeared on the spot. Akroma had thought that this would happen. He had already made preparation. It's a pity for the experimental subject and his equipment in the laboratory. It took a lot of effort to collect so many experimental subject and equipment. Qin Mu said. He slipped away so quickly. We still have a mission to complete. We can't catch up with him for now, so we destroyed his experimental base first. The powerful energy spread and all the equipment in the cave was blown up. All the test subject were brought out and the equipment was destroyed. The inside was in tatters. Even if Guzma returned, these things would be unusable. This pipeline was destroyed by Qin Mu and his team, and there would be no more water sources that polluted the river. It doesn't matter if it looks a bit messy here. After a period of baptism, he will soon be covered with green grass. Zai connected to Professor Oak. We have found the source of the water pollution and destroyed the laboratory. It turns out that all this is the trace of Acro-Rome. I understand. The most important thing for you now is to find Shuahun. He is the hardest one to find. The source of water has been solved, but the polluted water is still flowing downstream. Don't worry, Professor Oak, we are here. We will definitely find Suakun. Akroma had already made plans for himself, and when Qin Mu and the others left, he appeared here again. Just wait, I will be back. After saying that, he left here without hesitation. He had a lot of Pokemon with all kinds of abilities just to use the skills of these Pokemon to achieve his own goal. Qin Mu and the others had already gone to find Suakun, so there was no need to stay there. Looking down from the back of the huge stone-winged dragon, all the withered places were places where the water source was polluted. Continue to fly forward. At this moment there is no need to go along the source of water pollution. They are going to look for Suakun in other places. They flew towards the Libo mountain, the nearest mountain to here. If you want to find Suakun, look for it in places where there are no people. He will not appear in prosperous town. Look at the footprints below. They are so big. What kind of life form is this? Such a big footprint. It looks like it is heading deeper. Qin Mu and his team controlled the stone-winged dragon to follow the footprint to see what it is. It's so strange. Looking at the mark formed below, it should be a large life form. Why does it have 5 fingers? It doesn't look like the footprint of a dragon-type Pokemon. Several people were confused. Anyway, they had to search this area, so they came to see what it was. After flying for a long time, they didn't find any trace of this huge guy. When they got here, they found that it was a Pokemon rock, a Pokemon Radon. It was huge in size and its feet were shaped like human hands. If it weren't for its strange appearance, it would be hard to imagine that this footprint was left by it. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Radon stopped. There were injured Pokemon here. Qin Mu and the others also landed below. He was very angry at first when he saw the trainers approaching. Qin Mu said, "Don't worry, we have no ill intentions." He pointed at the injured Pokemon, obviously wanting to ask Qin Mu and the others for help. Let's see what's going on. These Pokemon were injured. They were injured by some kind of power. Qin Mu and his friends wanted to recover the injuries of these Pokemon. They had to use healing Pokemon. There were so many injured Pokemon here, it was obvious that Qin Mu and his friends couldn't do it. Zai said, "I know what to do. Follow me to collect some medicine for injuries. There are no healing Pokemon. We can only use these healing medicines to recover their health." Several people acted quickly, and although Radon was a little uneasy, he followed carefully. Fortunately, there were many such healing medicines in the environment here. After searching for a while, they brought all these medicines back, crushed them with stones and applied them to these Pokemon. For Pokemon with wave power, they will absorb the medicine quickly. Radon seemed to understand something. It knew that this herb could heal injuries. He also imitated Qin Mu and his friends to help other Pokemon heal. It was done. All Pokemon absorbed the medicine. It won't take long. They can recover as before. But how did these guys get injured? Qin Mu said, "Why are there so many Pokemon here and they are all injured? These Pokemon are from the generation that lived in Libo Mountain. They live in peace here and have never encountered such a situation. It was caused by a strong earthquake. It seems that there should be no problem." Qin Mu and his companions continued on their way. Before leaving, he asked them if they had found any traces of Suakun here. Obviously there were no traces of Suakun here. In order to prevent the spread of polluted water sources, Qin Mu and his companions had to move fast. Sitting on the back of the Stone Yuing again, they flew away. Qin Mu said, "This unexpected earthquake will bring about such consequences." Dan Dis said, "Don't worry, there should be no problem with Radon. I think he has mastered our treatment method." Chapter 184. This earthquake caused many Pokemon to be injured. If it is more serious, they will be in danger. There is no way to change this. The problem of water source is completely man-made and must be blocked. This area is so big, where can we find Suicune? Without knowing his whereabouts, we can only search blindly like this. Suicune was not found. Qin Mu saw an orange-red Pokemon appear below. Isn't this Entei? There were round rings on his limbs, and the orange sideburns on his body were like smoke and clouds, like fiery orange smoke and cloud. He was running forward quickly, and it was the light emanating from his body that made Qin Mu focus on the orange-red color. Qin Mu and the others were not looking for Entei but Suicune. Serena said it would be great if it was Suicune. Qin Mu felt something was wrong. Why was Entei running so fast? Could it be that there will be another earthquake here? They can't stop the earthquake, but they can make the Pokemon here leave the earthquake area immediately. Qin Mu immediately summoned Articuno, and Articuno flew to Radon. After circling for a circle, it returned to the Pokeball. Radon knew what to do. He would take these Pokemon away from here quickly. A really smart guy. This will make things much easier, and we don't have to worry about the situation here. They won't leave here completely, they just go out to avoid the earthquake. Once the earthquake disappears, these Pokemon who have grown up here will soon return. They are just like humans. No one wants to leave the place where they grew up. Qin Mu was worried that they would be reluctant to leave, so he let Articuno pass on the information to them. The stone-winged dragon speeds up. The two huge wings flap vigorously and they flew faster. Zulin and Guzma, their competition is over. Zulin has a smug expression on her face and she doesn't smile at Guzma at all. "That's all. I really doubt how you managed to fight Qin Mu. How could this happen? Your spirit power cannot exceed mine. For synthesis of Pokemon, do you think they are willing to merge with you? Everything is forced. My Pokemon is completely different from yours." Guzma once felt this way and he knew that he was just deceiving himself. Do less things that violate the rules. Zulin took the synthesis badge and left. Sakaki appeared here. "Hey, do you regret your actions? Do you want to consider cooperating with Team Rocket?" He saw Team Rocket appear here and wanted to win them over from the beginning. What on earth did these guys want to do by coming to him on their own initiative? Sakaki explained his purpose. He wanted all the Pokeballs in Guzma's hands. "Are you kidding me? I don't care where you got these things as long as I can have the power. Why don't you cooperate with me? What do you want these Pokeballs for? Forget about cooperation. I don't want to be surrounded by those guys outside. The Rockets are shameless. Compared to you, I am still much better." Kojiro whispered to him that they came to ask for the Pokemons, and if they said so, they would not get the Pokeballs. Apparently Sakaka did not notice and angered Guzma. "What a disgusting Team Rocket. I hope you won't appear in front of me. If you consider cooperating with me, I might agree to your request, but nothing else." To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Guzma couldn't stay here any longer. He didn't want to be kept here by these guys every day. It was really annoying. He had to find a chance to leave here and find Akroma. He was almost the champion of this competition, but Qin Mu blocked his way, which only proved that his Pokemon was not strong enough. At this moment he didn't know that Akroma was no longer there. When Guzma appeared outside the cave, everything in front of him shocked him. How could this place become like this? The outside was in tatters and the pipes buried underground had been pulled out. The inside of the cave was even more unrecognizable, and Akroma was not here. What happened? Where did Akroma go? Why hasn't he contacted him all the time? Did someone find this place? A series of questions were spinning in his mind. If he couldn't see Akroma himself, he would have no idea what happened. He thought Pak Mule would find a way to find him to his. Guzma turned around and left. It was no longer safe here. There was no need for him to stay here. The Rocket team was looking for him just to improve their abilities. They didn't care what methods were used. Qin Mu and his companions had been flying for a long time, but there was still no trace of Suicune. When they were resting, an orange-red Pokemon rushed over here. It was obviously the Entei they had seen before. How come they met him here again? His whole body was wrapped in flames. Such a powerful Pokemon appeared right in front of them and rushed over at such a fast speed. The stone-winged dragon returned to the Pokeball. It was such a powerful wave power. Just when they thought they were going to be in trouble, this guy stopped and stood in front of them. The scorching temperature hit them in the face. The legendary 667 Pokemon is so powerful. Just the scorching flames on his body can feel this powerful wave power. Dan Dis said, "What is he going to do?" Stopped and stood here just staring at Qin Mu and the others, which made them feel very strange. He felt the pure heart of Qin Mu, and the others turned around and left without hurting any of them. Some Pokemon would do anything to get Entei Tay just like Team Rocket. They have been looking for legendary Pokemon but so far they have not found anything. This orange-red Pokemon just left Chinmu and the others. Chinmu said, wait, don't leave yet. Human, what else do you want? We want to know the whereabouts of Suicune in order to solve the problem of water pollution. I don't know where he is. The more polluted the place is, the easier it is to find him. How could Chinmu and the others know where the water sources are polluted? It is impossible for Shuijun to find every place. After resting enough, they continued to set off, hoping to find his location as soon as possible. They kept asking along the way, at least they had to have a general direction to find him faster. Serena said, we are looking at high altitudes. It is easy to find places with water problem. Chapter 185. Legendary Pokemon can sense the pure heart of their trainers. Only pure trainers can easily obtain legendary Pokemon. Chinmu and his team have entered the enchanted forest. The reason why this place is called this is because it is always shrouded in smoke. This makes it unsuitable to fly in the sky, so they can only search on the ground. The further they go inside, the thicker the smoke. I can't see anything clearly here. Everyone stay closer and don't get separated. There are dense woods everywhere and this thick smoke. We can't see anything, so we won't know if Suicune appears near us. Chinmu said, Mewtwo can sense it and it will remind us. How could there be such a haunted place? The Pokemon in this place are also different. They are ghost-like beings emitting a light blue light. This is Night Seeker. It is because of the light blue light emitted from their bodies that Chinmu and his friends can see it clearly. They have a special ability that can paralyze. Once paralyzed by it, there is no way to move. There is not only one here but many such Pokemon are floating here. Chinmu released his soul-snatching eyes to help them break free from the control of the paralysis. Perhaps they suddenly broke in here and couldn't see anything clearly. No one would be willing to appear here. This is the habitat of these Pokemon. Chinmu and his friends are outsiders. In the environment of the foggy deep forest, few people will appear here, let alone disturb them. Chinmu and his friends decided to leave here quickly. How can they get rid of the fog? There is no way to find Suicune in this state. Keep flying upwards to fly out of the range of the fog and leave here quickly. Stonewing Dragon lived up to everyone's expectations and took them out of the fog. Looking down from above, the whole area is like this. They don't know how long they will look for Suicune here. Look at that. It looks weird. Stonewing Dragon flew over there. The water source here was also polluted. Before they got close, they found that the problem of water pollution had been resolved. Chinmu said, it's Suicune. Except for him, other Pokemon could never do it. Stonewing Dragon quickly flew over there, hoping to get there. Stonewing Dragon's speed was a little too fast and it couldn't stop, and they fell to the ground in an instant. Stonewing Dragon lay on the ground and the people on its back all fell down and they were twisted and twisted. Chinmu said, you are really awesome, even you can't stop this speed. A light blue Pokemon appeared net to the water source. He used a light blue light and his forehead had his kingly aura. The wisps of brown hair that looked like water ripples and flowing like water looked so beautiful. Serena said, great, he is Suicune. Suicune didn't feel any dangerous aura but instead thought the embarrassment of these people was funny. Legendary Pokemon have super high IQs and can talk to humans. Human, are you here to see me? Chinmu said, we want you to solve the problem of water pollution. Where? Kanto region. I will solve the pollution problem. Do you have anything else to say? There is nothing else to do as long as the problem of water pollution can be solved. The polluted water sources have been flowing all the time and the areas where they flow have all withered. Some marginal Pokemon will be harmed, so we are very uneasy. He stood beside the river and the way it looked before was completely different from what it is now. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Hearing Chinmu say this, it really disappeared like a gust of wind. Dandis said, it just left like that. Chinmu said, our mission is also completed. He should have gone to the Kanto area now. With his ability, he will soon be able to find the location of the water pollution. What a magical Pokemon. Legendary beings are not easy to come by. If you approach them, any malicious intent will be sent. We didn't come here with this mentality. I'm afraid we will be attacked by him. They will get in touch with Professor Oak as soon as possible. As long as the water problem is solved, Professor Oak will know. Sitting on the back of the stone pterosaur, they passed the white snow-capped mountain. We have destroyed Akroma's laboratory. I wonder if he will think of other ways. What Chinmu and the others are most worried about is that he will create other pollution. This guy is really abominable. He ran away quickly without any intention. Zai said, it's Ulan. He turned on the video communication. Zai, are you all together? Yes. Guzma has left here now. I don't know where he went. I challenged him and beat the guy and he disappeared the net day. The problem on our side has been solved and we are on our way back. Zulan knew that Chinmu and his team went to solve the water pollution problem, which meant that they had found Suicune. He told Chinmu and the others that he was watching here and as long as Guzma returned to the gym he would keep a close eye on him. Without that laboratory and no other damage, there was no point in watching Guzma Guzma, and keeping an eye on him was to prevent him from doing anything else. Qin Mu said, Zulan, you should keep an eye on Akroma. Don't worry, leave it to me. I have already mentioned this matter to the Pokemon Association, and Akroma and his team are investigating. The synthesis of Pokemons was forced through special experiments. This caused dissatisfaction among the Pokemon Association. Guzma is not in the gym now. If he comes back, he will be found by these people. The purpose of finding him is to find out where Akroma is. Suicune soon came to the Kanto region and found the moving polluted water source. Here, the light blue wave power spread forward and injected into the river, purifying the polluted water. Looking for the injured Pokemon on the shore, Professor Oak discovered the change in the water source, and the withered plants and trees instantly revived. A smile appeared on the doctor's face. These injured Pokemon should also be purified. Doctor, have you solved the water problem? It has been solved. The problem has been solved. That's great. The appearance of Suicune was targeted by someone, and he was Akroma. He knew that Qin Mu and his team would definitely solve the problem of water pollution, and no Pokemon except Suicune could do it. Akroma was guarding here just to get Suicune to get this legendary Pokemon. Chapter 186. Suicune is one of the 3 sacred beasts, and his intuition is very strong. He is the embodiment of water and wind with gemstone-like patterns on his body, and he emits a light blue light when standing by the water. Who is there? Come out. Akroma came out from behind a big tree. Suicune, who was standing on the water, turned his head. Who are you? I'm looking for your person. Looking for me? It sensed that this person had no pure heart. Stupid people, stay away from me. I found you, I can't let you go. The light blue light spread outward and the bubble light rushed directly to Akroma. Akroma had been prepared. Such a powerful energy was radiated in front, and Professor Oak could see clearly that he was not far from Suicune's position. What happened to make Suicune so angry? Akroma was well prepared and had already studied the energy ice crystal that trapped Suicune. He threw the energy ice crystal forward directly, and Suicune was trapped inside, unable to move, and his energy could not burst out. What did you do to me? Just stay inside obediently. No matter how he burst out the power of the wave, he couldn't break the ice crystal. This special energy body was successfully researched by Akroma after a long time, and the purpose was to trap Suicune. Not only did he want to trap Suicune, but he also wanted to find Entei and Ho-Oh, which was his ultimate goal. Professor Oak walked over here and saw this scene in front of him. Akroma, what are you doing? Professor Oak, what can I do? I'm catching Pokemon. You need a Pokeball to catch Pokemon. What is this thing of yours? The trap. Suicune was furious. The energy body that looked like an ice crystal was emitting a pale blue light. It's useless for you to struggle like this. You can't get out even if you use up all the wave power in your body. If he could break free easily, he wouldn't have spent so much time finding this energy body. To dissolve the energy body, it needs powerful fire ability to break it from the outside. Akroma would not say this. A huge stone-winged dragon fell from the sky. Dr. Oak's water pollution problem has been solved. It was Qin Mu and the others. They looked at the ice crystal in front of them, which was emitting a light blue light, and Akroma was standing on the river bank. What happened? Suicune was trapped inside by him, and Akroma wanted to capture Suicune. Suicune could feel the pure hearts of Qin Mu and the others, and naturally knew that these trainers were harmless to him. It was not that he was defenseless. It was impossible for him to be trapped in this ice crystal with Akroma on his back. No matter how strong the wave power he used, he could not break through this ice crystal, and the ice crystal seemed to be immune to the wave power. Qin Mu said, Akroma, what do you want? You guys destroyed my experimental base, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Looking at his domineering attitude, he must have some other ideas about getting Suicune. Qin Mu will not let his NET plan succeed. Last time I was careless and let you take advantage of me. This time I won't let you stop my plan. Come out, Snow Fairy. A powerful blizzard descended, and it seemed as if winter had turned here. The nearby Pokemon were disturbed by this energy and retreated instantly. The blizzard he descended upon was accompanied by a powerful icy force. Such a powerful ice wave power was obviously synthesized by it. The last time Guzma brought the Snow Fairy with him, he did not have such a powerful synthetic power. All the places covered by the blizzard turned into ice sculptures, and the river water instantly condensed into ice. The Snow Fairy's eyes turned ice blue. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu released the Ancient Charizard, and Dan D released the Flame A. Serena also released the Blazing Dragon. All of them have fire skills. All objects in this area have turned into ice bodies. Only in the area where Qin Mu and his group were standing could you see Bite Bee green grass. The Snow Demon Girl has no self-awareness at all and is completely controlled by Akroma. How can this be a real Pokemon? This is just a puppet. Ancient Charizard Flame Attack. Ancient Charizard Flame Attack is much stronger than Charizard. The ancient wave power should not be underestimated, not to mention that Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon is very powerful. Akroma, I didn't epicked Qin Mu to have Ancient Charizard. This is a good Pokemon. The power of the flames sprayed out by the tower can be compared with that of the Entei. This also means that the flame Charizard can melt the ice crystals on the lake. Once he gets close to Suicune, Suicune will be released and he will have no way to trap Suicune. In any case, he will not let Qin Mu and the others succeed. As long as Akroma doesn't tell others how to break this ice crystal, I believe Qin Mu and the others don't know. The extreme cold power controlled by the Snow Demon Girl caused thick white snow to accumulate on the ground in this area. The Snow Demon Girl's attack is so strong, even the Flash Flame Ace can't get close. Akroma said, I can mercifully let you go. As long as you leave here and stop interfering with what I do, I will let you go immediately. Qin Mu said, your plan will not succeed. I just wanted you to leave, but you insisted on staying, so don't blame me for being rude. He didn't expect these guys to be so stubborn and insist on stopping him. The Snow Demon Girl had completely lost her mind and just sent out a powerful blizzard. Fire attacks can only last for a while. Dr. Oak said, Qin Mu, let Charizard spray that ice crystal. Qin Mu nodded and Ancient Charizard quickly flew towards the ice crystal. All the fire-type Pokemon in Qin Mu's Pokeball flew out. It could buy time for Ancient Charizard. Akroma released the giant black centipede and other super powerful Pokemon. He wanted to block the way of Ancient Charizard. Professor Oak did not expect that Akroma had so many synthetic Pokemon. All these Pokemon had lost their self-awareness and were completely under the control of Akroma. What would he do if he could master truly powerful Pokemon? Why did he want to subsidize Suicune? Is his purpose to synthesize Suicune? This is the second time he has fought with Akroma. He is indeed a powerful trainer, but it is a pity that his training methods are too special. Qin Mu once thought that he was indeed very powerful, challenging the Pokemon of 5 trainers alone. Unexpectedly, Professor Oak actually knew how to crack the ice crystal, which gave Akroma a headache. He finally caught Suicune, so was he taken away by them? Chapter 187. Ancient Charizard kept flying towards this side and his obstruction seemed useless. Mewtwo took action. Mewtwo faced the most powerful Pokemon. Ancient Charizard was upgraded to Ice Crystal. With the powerful wave power, it spewed out red flames forward, wrapping the ice crystals tightly. His mouth was open, always maintaining the same posture, and flames continued to spew out from his body. The ice crystals began to melt, but blue energy plotted. The angry Suicune launched a foam attack forward. Akroma saw that the trap Suicune had broken free. If he didn't leave now, it would be difficult to leave. Damn it, my plan has been ruined again. He left here in a flash again. His Pokemon has such a strong ability to transfer, it can slip away so quickly every time. The angry Suicune calmed down and the phenomenon of being covered with ice and snow disappeared. A drizzle fell from the sky, which was transformed from the previous ice and snow. Professor Oak looked at Qin Mu and told him to throw out the Pokeball. Qin Mu didn't expect Suicune to be willing to be captured by him. After throwing out the Pokeball, the light blue figure flew into his Pokeball. Professor Oak said it is worthy of being the incarnation of wind and water. Its tail moves like the wind. Qin Mu didn't understand why the 3 sacred beasts that are difficult to capture would choose Qin Mu. Among the 3 legendary Pokemon, there are only 3: Entei, Ho-Oh and Suicune. It was you who let him out, and he can sense your pure heart. Such a powerful Pokemon belonged to Qin Mu. Dandy said, it's good this way so that he won't have any ideas about Suicune again. I am thinking now, since he has this idea, he will not let Entei and Feng Wang go. We must stop him. You guys are doing really well. This place has returned to its original state. The water pollution problem has been completely solved and those Pokemon will gradually recover. Akroma was very angry when he left here. He contacted Guzma. I thought you had disappeared. You didn't contact me for such a long time. When I went to your research base, how come it was destroyed like that? Was it Qin Mu and his group who did it? I was always worried that they would track me down to your research base. I never took the initiative to look for you, so how come they still found you? This matter has nothing to do with you. It was my negligence that allowed them to find me through the polluted water source. Guzma had no idea that the Pokemon that Akroma possessed were much more powerful than his Pokemon. The research base cannot be established in a short time. I need to go out into the world to find more powerful Pokemon. I will let you know what I need. Help me collect some materials, some evolution materials and some special energy stone. Okay, leave it to me. Guzma has been searching for so long and has not found a stronger Pokemon. He also knows how difficult it is to find Pokemon. It would be best if Akroma goes there in person. It will be easier for him to collect materials. Qin Mu and his friends solved the water pollution problem here and decided to travel around the world to challenge Jim. By the way, they can also check the conditions in various places. It would be best if they could stop Akroma's NET move. This time Xiaozai and Xiaomao did not follow. They wanted to stay to help Professor Oak. We will stay here and contact you if you have any questions. questions. Qin Mu, Serena and Dan De set out together. Serena said the research base has been destroyed by us. He will never be able to do it in a short time. Qin Mu said, I am not worried about this matter. I am worried that it will target the other two sacred bees. Entei and Ho-Oh are hard to find. They can sense pure hearts. This guy's evil heart might have been sensed before he even got close to them. Akroma's methods are very special. He plans his net move in advance. Just because the sacred beasts are hard to find doesn't mean he can't succeed. Looking at Suakun trapped in the ice crystals, he guessed Akroma should have a way. Qin Mu said, I forgot to ask Professor Oak if the Pokemon they forced to ride together can regain consciousness. Qin Mu contacted Professor Oak. I am researching this matter and it will be successful soon. Then we can restore those Pokemon. Qin Mu was relieved. With Professor Mu, those Pokemon can be restored. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Zai said, Professor Qin Mu's worry is right. We have to find a way to restore them. We can't let them be controlled by those people like that. Yet I've been thinking about this. These little guys are much healthier now after drinking the restored water. They will be able to leave after a while. Qin Mu and his team's first stop is the Light Red Gym. Several people were sitting on the suspension train. The target location was the city of Crimson in the Kanto region. The gym owner's most powerful Pokemon was the Poison attribute. The gym owner Aju was a master trainer of the Poison attribute. In addition to him, his daughter Aing was also in this gym. His previous identity was one of the codders of the rocket team. The vehicle slowly stopped and Qin Mu and his group had reached their destination. When we got there, it was the Crimson Gym. Qin Mu and the others walked over there. A very cute girl was petting a Pokemon. She was a Seeing's sister Aya, wearing a light red top. She didn't seem to notice that Qin Mu and the others had already walked to the door. He was waiting for the sales truck here and needed some water. Why hasn't the little guy's sales truck come yet? We have been waiting here for more than an hour. Goo. The Pokemon gooed as if answering him. Qin Mu said, hello, is this the Crimson Gym? He looked up when he heard someone talking. Yes, who are you? I am Qin Mu and net to me are my friends Dandy and Serena. It's a challenge, right? The light red badge is not that easy to get. You have to think carefully. We came here specially, of course we have thought it through. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you guys go and buy yourself. I have something else to do. Qin Mu and the others walked towards the door. A man who looked particularly steady stood there with a strong aura flowing through his body. This aura on him was the aura of a benevolent person. With the clothes on his body, this aura was even stronger. Are you Aju? He just nodded lightly. We want to get the light red badge. Please follow me. He walked forward. There was an invisible wall here. If Aju hadn't pushed the door with his hands, he wouldn't have been able to find it. This is really amazing. The wall can also hide. Chapter 188. Go through this door and you will find the gym. It looks like a very simple venue and this is where he competes. His Pokemon is poison type Pokemon. The first one to appear is Ghastly and Qin Mu summoned Ghastly. Takashi's ability is to wander in the darkness. The black mist dissipated and Ghastly had a unique attack attribute, but it had a certain amount of poison. It was similar to Athena's Pokemon. The level 44 Ghastly was indeed very powerful. Dante said he is one of the codders of Team Rocket. I just rarely spend time with Banmu and the others. Why would such a powerful guy hang out with Team Rocket? Aju has strong personal abilities and he possesses the abilities of a ninja. Ghastly is a poison type Pokemon and Tuin is his black mist. In addition to the poison skill, SI-70 Mud Attack and Self-E-Posure are also his more powerful skills. Ghastly did not use his greatest abilities here, and the most important thing is that he needs a dark place to hide himself. It was the first time that Qin Mu let him fight. He let this little guy start the first game, but he was no match for Ghastly. Qin Mu released the red-eyed black dragon and the black flame bomb attack forward. The red-eyed black dragon moves very fast. It can use its own wave power to resist the restraint of Tuicity. When the red-eyed black dragon was released, Aju saw that Qin Mu was the dragon-type gym leader. This is your real battle. Ghastly self-destruct. Gas's hypnosis is to paralyze Ghastly. Qin Mu has used this method before. Before Ghastly could fly out, it self-destruct on the spot. Fortunately, his ninjutsu was quite powerful and he moved his previous position, otherwise he would be blown up like Athena. The opponent released Mormoth, which appeared with a psychic attribute skill. All Pokemon have poison abilities, which is Aju's characteristic. It attacks with a fierce Tuin and it has an illusion technique which can completely create an illusion to escape from Ghastly's hypnosis. Red-eyed black dragon red light rushed here. Mormoth shadow clone. Ghastly cannot hypnotize him. Its shadow clone plus illusion is too powerful. The evolution level of this Pokemon is also very high. In addition to the poison skill attack, the paralysis powder and sleep powder also play a role. The opponent must be a master level trainer. Qin Mu used Articuno without hesitation. The change of the scene made him see Qin Mu's strength. He can even get legendary Pokemon. No wonder he dared to come to his Crimson Gym. A Seeing saw this scene as soon as she came in. What a powerful ice Pokemon. This Articuno has the power of thunder and lightning. It is an evolved Articuno. This guy is so powerful. He walked towards Serena. Hello, I'm Asing. I remember you two are Serena and Dante. Dante said, hello Aang. I want to know why his legendary Pokemon are so strong. What about the lightning force? It is the power of Thunder Feather. The Thunder Feather provided electrical energy and allowed him to evolve. He knew how powerful the Thunder Feather was, and that was a force that could only be generated in an abandoned power plant. To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The appearance of Articuno made the paralysis disappear. With powerful freezing skills and ice flames rushing forward, anyone who was hit by its freezing would be frozen into an ice cube. The Malamoth moved very quickly and dodged the ice holes again and again. Aju knew very well that such a battle would not last long. If the hypnotic powder of the Malamoth could be released successfully, the opponent would be at his mercy, and there was obviously no such opportunity. Articuno's ice liquid ability is too strong, and the dragon-type Pokemon's attack is also very strong. Moru's wings kept lapping left and right to avoid the control of freezing. He also kept releasing hypnotic powder. As long as there is a chance to succeed, the goal will be achieved. Moru had no chance, and the third Pokemon was released, Forkbat. It was black mist again, and this kind of black mist often has a strong poison. The falling snow was covered by this black poisonous gas. Aju has been looking for opportunities, which is one of his tactics. Articuno's lightning power is triggered in this black mist, and the power of Thunder Feathers has a super powerful electric shock ability. The moment Mewtwo appeared, an illusion appeared, and Moru's stop flying fell from the sky and was taken back into the Pokeball. Seeing knew best how his father would fight. This is the first trainer I've seen who can defeat Mormoth so quickly. The plan to block the view failed. For other challengers, such plans were successful every time. It seemed to have no effect on Chin Mew. It seemed that he had to change his tactic. The outline of the crossbat appeared clearly, and the black mist gradually disappeared. A large number of cross poison blade flew forward. Articuno's ice flame directly blocked these flying cross blades and formed a powerful ice barrier. Chin Mew's Pokemon lineup except for Articuno also includes Laura, Ninetales, Suicune and Mewtwo. This is already a very powerful instance, and there is also a Super Dragon-type Pokemon lineup. Aju felt that this was the most powerful person he had ever encountered. The continuous attacks were resolved by Articuno. The wave power was exhausted again, and he could only take back the Pokemon. You are indeed a good opponent, and you deserve the championship this time. Holding a Pokeball in his hand, he threw it forward. Come out, Alitos. Several poisonous thorns flew from the front. He not only has poison attacks but can also spit out biter silk. More importantly, he has the ability of super absorption. He took out another Pokeball, and the fifth Pokemon appeared, Fortos. It moved at high speed and rushed forward. Its most important ability 1-4 is the Big Bang. Chin Mew said, get out of the way. Articuno and Red Eye's Black Dragon quickly got out of the way. They both have the ability to fly and can dodge very quickly. The power of the Big Bang is very strong, and the cooperation with Alitos was designed by Aju. There is his battle plan between Pokemon, and all of this is the design of the gym owner. Fortos moved very quickly, and the high-speed stars rushed forward. Chin Mew took back the Red Eye's Black Dragon, and Dragonite produced a powerful water column to impact the grid, blocking the high-speed stars. It rushed the flying Big Bang away. It's Dragonite. He's worthy of being a Dragon-type gym leader. His Pokemon lineup is really strong. Asing was very surprised. The Pokemon that Chin Mew released were all extremely difficult to obtain. He will definitely get the light red badge today. Chapter 189. Aju can only hold on to keep the light red badge. Chin Mew only got his fourth Pokemon, but he already has his fifth Pokemon. The power of Articuno's thunder wings erupted again. Dragonite attacked with a water column. With such a powerful wave force, the two Pokemon had no ability to fight back. Aju failed. You are very powerful. Chin Mew said Aju is worthy of being a master level trainer. You are a very difficult gym leader to deal with. A faint smile appeared on his face, and Aang handed the light red badge to Chin Mew. The first gym was successfully challenged. This place is a good place to catch Pokemon, so they decided to try their luck. There is a Toon Tree forest in front, so they decided to try their luck here. After walking a distance forward, they found a statue of Celebi. Why would someone fish for a Celebi here? They looked around and found no information. Maybe it was carved here casually by a bored person. After walking for so long, why didn't they encounter a single Pokemon? Take your time, maybe you will get what you want soon. Serena touched the Celebi with her hand. It was so lifelike. It didn't matter that she touched it, the statue changed. A real Celebi flew out from it. Serena was startled. The light of the flying Celebi enveloped the three of them. Then the place returned to its original state, and Chin Mew and the other three disappeared. This is his power of time and space. Where did it take Chin Mew and the others? Chin Mew and the others didn't know that they had disappeared disappeared from the spot they just felt that the light was very dazzling. Qin Mu knew the power of Celebi. When the light disappeared, Celebi was no longer in front of them and under their feet was an endless flat grassland. Dandis said, "What's going on?" Qin Mu looked around. "It should be a time and space transfer. We have entered Celebi's time and space and obviously we have to solve the problem here before we can get out. So far they have not found out what is going on here." When the three turned around they were shocked that so many Pokemon were standing on both sides. Serena opened her mouth wide. This was the most he had ever seen. "It's too scary. Have we gone to the ancient time?" Qin Mu was also a little puzzled. Why would Celebi bring them here? Pokemon like Radon, Nidoking and Articuno are all here as well as ancient Charizard. It seems that they are divided into camps and there are two camps fighting. No wonder the number of Pokemon is getting smaller and smaller. But they cannot change the situation of this time and space, so why did Celebi bring them here? A huge Steely with ancient abilities. Its skills are much stronger than the current Steely. Qin Mu noticed the origin tree in front. Suicune flew out of the Pokeball and Articuno also flew out. And Mewtwo and the other three took the initiative to go to the origin tree. Qin Mu and the others felt very strange and followed them. The three Pokemon here absorbed the power of the origin tree with special affinity. Qin Mu said, "What is going on?" Suicune said, "It is the affinity that made Celebi bring us here." Suicune means that the three of them have a strong affinity with the origin tree and can absorb the power provided by the origin tree. But they have seen the origin tree before. Why didn't they have this kind of energy then? This puzzled Qin Mu. Perhaps this is an ancient power. After absorbing the power of the origin tree, a change occurred. The hair on Suicune's head turned lavender. After the change, the three of them returned to the Pokeball. Qin Mu and the others did not stop the battle between the two camps. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu knew that the past could not be changed. Their figures gradually blurred, disappeared in this time and space and teleported to the front of the statue. Serena said, "The previous period must have been an illusion." Qin Mu said, "It's not an illusion, it's real. I can feel the energy." Dandy said, "This is too magical." Celebi did not appear again, but his voice was heard. "You are the ones who are destined to be with the ancient primordial tree. Now go and rescue Emperor Yan." Rescue Emperor Yan? They were confused and had no idea what was going on. Go find Emperor Yan." Qin Mu said, "Something must have happened to Emperor Yan. We don't know where he is. He won't go around looking for Yande like Suicune, will he?" No matter how Serena touched the statue, there was no trace of Celebi. Qin Mu said, "I know Celebi does not belong to this space. It belongs to the Celebi of the ancient time. It seems that the three of us are really destined to be together. I was still thinking about finding other Pokemon here, but now it seems that they are not so free." Dandis said, "Didn't we meet Entei when we went to look for Suicune last time?" "Where is it?" "Libo Mountain." "That's right, that's it. Maybe he's in that area." Qin Mu and his team immediately set off for Libo Mountain. The stone-winged dragon appeared and the three people sat on the stone-winged dragon's back. The huge wings flapped and they flew into the sky in an instant, heading towards Libo Mountain. The last 670 earthquakes were not naturally formed. Qin Mu and his team didn't know that the earthquakes had never stopped. There was still some distance to the destination. What could go wrong with Yan Emperor? Could it be that Akroma is behind this again? This is very likely. Akroma has been looking for high-level Pokemon. Or maybe it's something else. No matter what, they will find Entei first. Radon took the other Pokemon to avoid the earthquake and never had the chance to return. No matter how uneasy they were, they could only watch from a distance. That was where they grew up and now it has become like this. All the Pokemon looked very unhappy. Qin Mu and the others came here and saw the Pokemon gathered here. It was the last time when the rumbling rock was falling. He knew that Qin Mu had saved them. Dan Emperor said, "Strange, why hasn't the earthquake stopped yet?" Qin Mu understood that it was because of the earthquake that they stayed here and didn't return. "We will investigate the reason." Qin Mu and his team were flying in the sky, checking the secrets of Libo Mountain. The terrain here is very special and it is not easy to see the situation below clearly. The stone-winged dragon must fly lower. The terrain here is special and it is not easy to avoid obstacles if you fly low. Chapter 190. There was no other way. In order to find out the situation below, they could only take this risk. Stone-winged dragon saw an injured Pokemon below. It was obvious that he had no ability to leave here. Qin Mu patted Stone-winged dragon's head and signaled her to go down and save it. Stone-winged dragon quickly flew over there. The injured Pokemon that landed on the ground was almost falling into the crack. Qin Mu and his friends put the Pokemon on Stone-winged dragon's back and asked Stone-winged dragon to take it to Radon. Radon would find a way to save it. As long as they found the orange-red figure, they could find Entei. The further Qin Mu and his friends walked forward, the more they felt the ground shaking. Serena said, "Why is the vibration so strong? It should be nearby. Stone-winged dragon will come to find them in a while." They walked forward and found many caves, some of which had collapsed. The sound of the vibration seemed to come from here. The ground here was shaking more and more strongly. It was this vibration that caused the earthquake. Qin Mu released Ultra Dragon and sat on Ultra Dragon's back, letting him fly into the cave with him. The other two people didn't react. It was very dangerous to go in like this. What if the cave collapsed? Qin Mu found a Radon inside. It turned out to be another Radon. It was him who caused the earthquake by the collision. This was his skill, but why did he keep releasing his skills here? He saw someone approaching him and it was an Ultra Dragon. He seemed to sense the danger. Qin Mu could only let the Ultra Dragon attack him. The ground shaking stopped the two Pokemon's skill burst. Dante and Serena ran in immediately and saw the scene in front of them. Radon was hit hard on the ground by Ultra Dragon's ultralight sword. Qin Mu stopped the attack. We have no ill intentions. Only when it saw the other party stop attacking did it realize that the person in front of it had no ill intentions. Why do you do this? Radon slowly climbed up. The Pokemon from another camp would attack here. In order to stop them from coming to the Labyrinth Mountain, it deliberately released a skill to hit the mountain and caused a new earthquake. Qin Mu said, so that's how it is. Doing this will not benefit you at all. Many Pokemon have been injured because of the earthquake you caused. Qin Mu and his friends originally thought it was a natural earthquake, but they didn't expect it to be caused by a Pokemon skill. I don't think that kind of situation will happen now. The place is so big and there are other Pokemon living here, so there will be no problem. As long as you live in peace, nothing will happen. Qin Mu now realized that Celebai's purpose was to let Qin Mu prevent this incident from happening. That's why he took them to another space and let them see the situation at that time. This kind of thing will not happen again. Even if Pokemon from another camp arrive here, they can live here. Radon will realize that his actions are unnecessary. Maybe the trainer in front of him is right. Qin Mu said, have you seen an orange Pokemon? Obviously he has never seen such a Pokemon. Qin Mu and the others can only look for it somewhere else. Serena said, did he leave here? After the collision stopped, the place returned to peace. The Pokemon at the foot of the mountain gradually returned. Qin Mu and his companions were still looking for Yandy, or perhaps he had asked these Pokemon about Yandy's whereabouts. All the elves were looking for this orange-red Pokemon. Through the communication of Stonewing Dragon, Qin Mu knew that Yandy was not here. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. With these cute little guys helping us, we can go much faster. Let's hurry to the NET place. In the Misty Forest, the place closest to the Libo Mountain. The last time Qin Mu and his team felt the danger here, they only went in for the first time and left. This time when they passed by, they heard the roar of Emperor Yan. Emperor Dan said, it is the voice of Emperor Yan. Here, it's a bit troublesome in the Misty Forest where they can't see everything clearly. Suicune, okay, let me handle it. Qin Mu almost forgot that he still had Suicune. The Stonewing Dragon slowly descended downward. They had to land on the ground. Looking down from above, it was all white mist and they couldn't see clearly at all. In addition to Qin Mu and his friends, Team Rocket appeared here and there were two other people, Bone China, Mark Rome. They all came here to find Yandy. Kojiro said, I really don't understand what Sakeki is thinking. With our current strength we still want to deal with Yandy. It's simply a dream. Gozo said, I can't see anything clearly. How can we find Yandy? Didn't you hear his roar? Move closer to his voice. Are you kidding? Even if it appeared in front of the two of us, we wouldn't be able to deal with it. Just by listening to his name you know that he is a fire attribute Pokemon with a strong sense of oppression and mental power. Entei is one of the three sacred beasts. The color of his body is the flames on his body, and the brown hair on his head is very elegant. The brown hair on his body is orange-red and he contains lava in his body. It is a Pokemon produced by a volcanic eruption. The most powerful ability of Entei is the flame that can burn everything. It is precisely because his fire ability is extremely powerful that many people want to get him. This guy is huge and his limbs are particularly strong. There are also blade-like hairs on his back. The hiegram on its face is the symbol of the king. From a distance he exudes red flames, and from above it is stepping on the flames and descending. The roaring sound is getting closer and closer to Kojiro and the others, and Qin Mu and the others are also looking for it along this sound. This is obviously the anger of Entei. There is a flame of Wang Zhao in front of them. Under the control of Suicune, Qin Mu and the others can see the situation in front of them clearly, but others can't see it. Kojiro said, this sound is so scary. Why is the original place so angry? Who provoked him? The two people trembled and approached the front. They couldn't see clearly what was going on in front of them, so they could only walk forward slowly. A thick tree almost hit them. Fortunately they could see more clearly under their feet and it was not completely blocked. Look here, it's burning. The red flames were vaguely seen in front of him and it was obvious that Yandy was here. A voice came out, it's useless to be angry. I spent a lot of effort to find you. This person was Akroma and the person NET to him was Guzma. In order to find Yandy they put a lot of effort. Akroma had a way to trap Yandig. Chapter 191. As long as you come in obediently, I promise I won't hurt you. Damn you, I won't let you succeed. Musashi said, is Guzma here trying to capture Entei? Let's watch the excitement from the side first, maybe we can take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Athena was still looking in another direction and Yandig reacted quickly and did not give Akroma a chance. Are you still struggling? You can't run away. Serena said, why did the sound stop? Did they succeed? Shin Mu and his companions moved quickly towards the glowing place. With the help of Suakun, everything in front of them became clear. When they arrived here, Entei was fighting with Akroma. Shin Mu knew that Akroma must be fully confident, otherwise he would not choose to do this. If he could control such a powerful Pokemon like Suakun, how could he control Entei? Stop. Akroma, are you crazy? Do you want to destroy the Misty Forest by fighting here? The Misty Forest is very special. The flames of the Yan Emperor can destroy everything. If he is really angry, will the Misty Forest still exist? Shin Mu remembered what Celebi said. His purpose was not to let them rescue Yan Emperor but to help Yan Emperor escape, save the Misty Forest and prevent the previous incident from happening. The appearance of Shin Mu and his people stopped the impact of the Rhodonite, and stopping Akroma's actions could extinguish these fires. Can you guys stop meddling in other people's business? If you defeat Yandig with the method of elf competition, I will consider not interfering. Guzma said, they repeatedly ruin my good deed. If it weren't for them, I would definitely be the champion of this competition. Akroma hated Shin Mu very much. If Shin Mu hadn't appeared, Suakun would have been his. Come out, Murkrow. The Misty Forest was shrouded in white mist. The sun could not be seen from above and it seemed a little dim, which was very suitable for fighting in the dark. The Pokemon Akroma had eyes that could see through everything. It was not clear in front of it and it could not block its sight. The giant centipede also appeared because of Entei's flame. The mist here looked much clearer. Akroma summoned his own Pokemon, which shocked Guzma net to him. His Pokemon was so powerful. Bite B, why didn't he give it to him? Could it be his latest synthesized Pokemon? Didn't he say that he wanted him to become the champion trainer? It should be like this. The giant octopus Ghastly were all released. Entei was here and Shin Mu must not release water Pokemon. Akroma was sure of this. Although Entei's flame was powerful, water Pokemon was its nemesis, especially Suakun. Among the three sacred beasts, Suakun and Ho-Oh could fight side by side. Come out, ancient fire-breathing dragon. Flame Ace goes to war. Go Lucario. Kojiro watched from the side and said, great, let's fight as hard as we can. It would be better if both sides suffer losses, then we can reap the benefit. Who do you think the Entei will help? If I were him, I would definitely turn around and leave. Guzma is in trouble this time. Who is that person net to him? His Pokemon seemed to be exactly the same as his and even more powerful than him. Gastus's ability is hypnosis and Guzma released him just to paralyze him. Shin Mu had been prepared for a long time. The flames of ancient Charizard and Entei could be fully coordinated. Shin Mu believed that Entei would definitely join their battle. Entei could sense the pure hearts of the three people behind and the viciousness of the two people in front. He took the initiative to evolve with ancient Charizard without any invitation. The flames that spewed out were comparable to the magma around the volcano. It was already very hot here at the moment and all the water was emitting water vapor. He roared madly in anger. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. He rushed forward. He opened his huge mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs and erupted flames hotter than magma in his mouth. The ability to spray flames is much stronger than that of Charizard and the heat generated is also very large. The sweat on Kojiro's head kept dripping down. This is simply too horrible. Even if both of us die here, we still won't be able to recapture Emperor Yan. How can we plane to Sakaki if we can't get Entei? How can Dark Duck and Poison Centipede withstand such a strong fire attack? The fused Pokemon simply can't withstand such a strong wave force. Ace lightning plus fire attack. Akroma didn't expect Entei to fight side by side with Shin Mu and the others. Guzma quickly evacuated. Guzma really didn't understand how did Shin Mu and the others know that they were looking for Yandig here. Kojiro and Musashi didn't expect the two men to run so fast. Just a burst of black smoke appeared and the two of them disappeared in an instant, and even the elf disappeared. Yandig gradually calmed down his anger. Why are you here? You are not here to look for me, are you? Shin Mu said, we are here to help you out of trouble at the request of Celebi. Celebi, we didn't plan to appear in the Misty Forest. There is so much mist here that we can't see anything and it's easy to get into danger. If it weren't for the majesty of Emperor Yan, who knows what terrible things might happen. Thank you for helping me drive these two guys away. He also sensed the presence of the other two people who had no pure heart. Whoever is hiding there, come out on your own. When Kojiro and Musashi saw that they were discovered, how could they possibly get out? They turned around and ran very fast. They couldn't see clearly what was ahead. They didn't care about anything else and just ran forward. Bang! Kojiro bumped into a big tree. He immediately stood up and continued continued to run forward, and with another bang he bumped into another tree. The two of them ran to both sides in this situation and didn't even know they were separated. They kept running forward until they were knocked unconscious and then stopped. Kojiro and Musashi fell to the ground with stars on their head and their tongues sticking out, looking miserable. Shinmue said, "There is someone else hiding in the dark. Who could it be? They've already left. They must be the ones who are targeting me. The matter here has been resolved. Yandi can leave here. We still have to be on guard against Akroma in the future. His intentions are not pure. There is a familiar power on you. Is Suakun here with you? Entei's ability to sense is too strong. Suakun can even sense it in his pokeball. Yes, Shui Jun is here with me." He glanced at Shinmue and felt that this person was not simple. Chapter 192. The one who can make Suakun willingly submit to him is definitely not a simple trainer. The three sacred beasts can sense pure heart. If this person does not have a pure heart, Suakun cannot be conquered by him. Kojiro stood up in a daze. It is really difficult to walk out of the misty forest. If they hadn't taken special measures, it would be easy to get lost here. He met Musashi outside. "Fortunately the two of us run fast, otherwise we would not be able to get away." "What's going on with Guzma? Who is that person?" Net to him. "I'm not sure either. Hasn't Athena come out yet?" "There is another Athena in the misty forest." Shinmue said, "How did you get into the misty forest?" "I was led here by these two people. The thing in his hand has a mysterious power. It seems to be able to trap me." Suakun was controlled by him. He attacked Suakun when he wasn't paying attention and trapped him in the ice crystal. "It was us who freed Suakun. We came here specifically to help you out of trouble." "Thank you." Shinmue did not mention any intention of conquering him. Shinmue told Yandi to leave here and stay away from that Pakroma. He, Dan, Disarena and the other three decided to leave the fog here. The forest was really not suitable for them. They stayed there for too long. The extinguished flame on Yandi lit up again and it ran away at a very fast speed until it disappeared without a trace. They all left here and Athena, who was hiding in the dark, came out. In order to avoid Yandi's perception, Athena used Pokemon to cover up his breath. It turns out that Suakun is also with him. What kind of luck does he have? Where did those two idiots Musashi and Kojiro go? They were nowhere to be seen. Sakaki was waiting there. He hoped that this time the three of them could find the trace of Yandi. Kojiro and Musashi came back panting. "Why are you guys so flustered?" "Oops, I almost died in the misty forest." "What happened?" He recounted his encounter with Shinmue and talked about Guzma and the mysterious man. Sakaki fell into deep thought. Even a Pokemon as powerful as the mysterious man could not deal with Entei. Athena rushed in. "Where did you two go? Why haven't I seen you guys?" "We didn't see you either. We couldn't see clearly in the foggy forest, so how could we see you from far away?" "Damn it, it's really too damn bad. I didn't expect that such a powerful Pokemon like Suakun could be conquered by Shinmue." Sakaki was a little unbelievable. Shinmue's current ability to conquer Suakun was simply a dream. His purpose was to let these three people find the whereabouts of Entei, and he didn't ask them to take action. He also knew that the current strength of the three of them could not recover Entei. Listening to the mysterious man they described, he might have the ability. He wanted to find Guzma to see who the mysterious man was. Shinmue and his friends had left Misty Mountain and the NET target was Golden City in Kanto. This is the largest city in the region and the most prosperous city. This time the one to be challenged is Nancy of the Golden Gym. He is the gym leader of the psychic attribute. The transportation in Golden City is very convenient and goes in all directions. The gym leader is a human with superpowers and he is different. Serena said, "Why challenge him? This gym leader is a bit scary. I want to challenge his ability." "Okay, do whatever you want." They found Nancy's gym. The gym owner was a very mysterious person, a woman in dark red clothes. She had long misty blue hair and a cold face. He knew these people and knew without thinking that they were challenging him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. "Who wants to challenge me?" Shinmue said, "I am Shinmue and I want to challenge your psychic Pokemon. Come with me." The dojo is very spacious and the furnishings here are very similar to his personality with some cold colors. "3 Pokemon. I don't like wasting time." "Good." He took out a Pokeball and threw it forward. The first Pokemon to appear was the Magic Wall doll. Shinmue's first appearance was Mewtwo in Psychic Date. Voice performance's power is also somewhat special. His ability is the Light Wall. The ability of this skill has the ability to reflect. He will use the opponent's skills to consume their own wave power. Dandis said he is really not a simple gym owner. He wanted to use the opponent's skills to attack the opponent through reflection. Mewtwo knew the Pokemon in front of him too well and did not use any skills to attack. Telekinesis and illusion control were activated. A Pokemon with a very high IQ knew how to fight. Since there was no way to start a battle, he summoned the second Pokemon, Sun Eevee. The whole body was lavender with a red mark between the forehead and the eyes were light pink, emitting pink light. He ran forward quickly and pounced on Mewtwo. It seemed that telekinesis had no effect on it. Shinmue's second Pokemon, Articuno Articuno appeared. The Pokemon summoned by Qin Mu were all top level. The person in front of him was the one who won the competition championship, the champion of Carlos's competition. That time Nancy did not appear and the champion knew that he had Articuno. You are the champion trainer of the Kalos tournament, Dragon Gym leader. Qin Mu said, yes, it's me. Even if you don't come, I will find you. I know your Pokemon lineup is very strong. Articuno's super powerful lightning power is no less than that of Zapdos. Ice Flame rushed forward and the sun took a step. His speed was very fast and every move left several after images. Pink Eyes shot pink light forward. The two claws swung forward with force and the attack ability was very powerful. The reflection wall blocked in front which was very difficult to deal with. Natsu didn't want to waste time and the third Pokemon was released. Alakazam is going to fight. Alakazam is golden and black, looks a bit like a FO, can stand upright and holds two elf weapons in his hands. This Pokemon can release powerful mental power and telekinesis and has the same ability as Mewtwo. It is the Pokemon with the highest burst. Qin Mu didn't expect him to be so impatient. Ultimate Dragon Battle. Super Brainwave Attack. The Pokemon FO King that Nancy is using now is not the most super evolution. His super evolution requires the super evolution of Stone Divine. Chapter 193. It is already a very powerful instance to be able to evolve to a current state. With the Mega Evolution Stone it can become Mega Alakazam. Psychic Brainwave Attack. Instant movement and mental shock forward. The wave power of psychic level Pokemon is very strong and Qin Mu counter-attacks with the Ultra Lightning Sword. Ultra Dragon bursts out the Ultra Lightning Sword. Mewtwo's telekinesis fights against Alakazam's telekinesis and the super powerful Thunder Feathers fight against his Brainwave attack, completely ignoring the strong reflection. Such a powerful psychic Pokemon did not gain any advantage in fighting against Qin Mu's Pokemon. He saw how powerful the wave power emitted by these three Pokemon was. Serena said, Articuno and Mewtwo are so powerful. Of course they are legendary Pokemon. What surprised me was the Ultimate Dragon's Ultimate Light Sword. The energy released by the Dragon SI-70 Pokemon here is too powerful. Have you noticed that the energy they burst out will change according to the opponent's situation? The Phantom attack did not have any effect and the two sides were in a stalemate. Nancy said, you underestimated me. Destruction of Light. Super Large Light Wall Meditation. Articuno's powerful Ice Flame rushed forward and the power of lightning spread throughout the dojo. One by one the true energy bombs bombarded from the front. Qin Mu did not expect that the skills learned by the super Pokemon were quite special. The Ultimate Dragon's Ultimate Light Sword was transformed into a Super Light Sword. Dandis said Nancy is not Qin Mu's opponent at all. The reason why Dandis said this was that Qin Mu did not try his best. Dandy and Serena knew his Pokemon lineup best. In addition to super instances like Mewtwo, there are also sacred beasts like Suicune. The ability of the Ultimate Dragon has been improved. The wave power they absorbed at the origin tree last time changed their original abilities. Serena said, who are those two guys who escaped last time? It's hard to see clearly in the foggy forest. If it weren't for Emperor Yan sensing us, we wouldn't know there were people there. This matter needs to be investigated slowly. Those two people must have been planning to do this. How did they know that Yandi was here and how did they bring it into the misty forest? All this has to do with the bone china horse steps. I have the same idea as you do. Articuno plods with freezing power, freezing the strong reflection in front of it. Still can't bear it. Nancy was a little confused. The power of the wave is being consumed and the current competition has no effect. Qin Mu said, you lost to Nancy. Nancy waved her hand and the Pokeball floated in her hand. The three Pokemon turned into a beam of light and flew back to the Pokeball. The Dragon Gym leader is really amazing. No wonder there are so many rumors about you. He spread out his palm and a super badge appeared on his palm just like a magic trick. This is the super power he has mastered. Qin Mu took out the super badge. Serena couldn't wait to walk out. Nazi's coldness made him feel that the air here became cold. The museum in Golden City. Serena pointed to the front. Qin Mu said, we can go in and take a look. The three of them walked into the museum. The inhibition in the museum was eye-opening, especially some materials with special abilities. One of the blue crystals attracted Qin Mu's attention. He felt that the ability contained in this crystal must be extraordinary. Net to him was a yellow crystal. The two of them should be together. It can be seen that there is a trace of connection between the two energy stones and the energy penetrates the isolation of the inhibition. Dandis said, what a magical energy. These things in the museum naturally have their magical features. This energy will attract some flying Pokemon to hover over the museum. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Where are we going? Net. There are 8 gyms in Golden City. We can continue to challenge you too. Do you want to challenge the gyms in Golden City as well? Serena said, okay, Zapdos has not been in battle for a long time. I want to know his ability. A strange song floated in the distance. Qin Mu and the others just walked out of the museum door and a flying Pokemon in the upper control fell heavily to the ground. It fell right in front of the three of them, almost crushing them underneath. In the end, what happened? How could he fall down suddenly? He looks so painful. Then another Pokemon fell down and Qin Mu felt that it had a lot to do with the song. Let's go find the source of the sound. I think it must be related to this sound. They feel very painful after listening to such a song. The sound seemed to come from over there. What happened in front of the museum attracted a lot of people's attention. Many people gathered in the museum and pointed and talked. They didn't think of looking for the reason. Only Qin Mu and the other three rushed to the place where the sound came from. Kojiro said the time is almost right. I wonder how many Pokemon that Athena can catch. Musashi said, why do we have to act here? There are so many Pokemon in the jungle. You may not know this, but the Pokemon in the sky above the museum are definitely not ordinary. They are attracted by the energy of the blue and yellow crystals. Being able to change energy. What is Athena's purpose? Athena didn't expect so many people to gather here. He pretended to be a righteous man and walked out. What exactly happened? What happened to these Pokemon? We must find a way to save them. He asked them to get out of the way and he took out his Pokeball and put them in it. He left the place quickly, not caring if there were any Pokemon that would fall. Net. Musashi and Kojiro thought it was enough and 1-4 put away their Pokemon. Don't make it too obvious, this should be enough. When the two of them were about to turn around and leave, Qin Mu stopped them. Stop! Xiaojiro and Musashi were startled, thinking they were discovered. They turned around and saw that it was Qin Mu and Dan Dig. What's going on? Qin Mu said, did you two make that strange song just now? Qin Mu did not mention the Pokemon dropping. We don't know what the song is. They both refused to admit that they were the ones who made the song. Athena was already walking towards them and he didn't know what was going on. What are you still standing there for? It's you guys here. Sorry, we still have things to do. Chapter 194. The three of them turned around and left. Qin Mu did not see how the strange sound was made and he was not sure that it came from them. Dan Di said, do you think the backs of the three of them are strange? They were guilty and their walking postures were different, which looked very awkward. When they felt that the distance was about right, the three of them quickened their pace and ran away in a whoosh. Serena said, it's obvious that they are the ones behind it. Why are they running so fast in a panic? When they returned to the front of the museum, the fallen Pokemon were gone. All the people who were surrounding here dispersed. Qin Mu thought they had recovered. Who knew that they were all taken away by Athena? Kojiro said, fortunately we ran fast, otherwise he would have found us. How did they get here? Were you attracted here by this strange sound? Why didn't the other trainers come? Athena thought about it. Could it be that Qin Mu and the others discovered what happened in front of the museum and tracked them here? The strange sound never appeared again. Dandy said, this is the singing voice of a Pokemon that can make some Pokemon have auditory hallucinations and fall from the sky. Maybe everything is a coincidence. A person who walked out of the museum was Sana. He watched Athena's every move and some of the fallen Pokemon were taken away by him. What can a trainer do by taking away those Pokemon? It's nothing more than wanting them to become his own elves. Sana didn't care too much. You three are all. I want to get the dragon badge. Serena said, don't you know that the dragon badge is difficult to get? How do you know if you don't try? Behind Sauna, the blue city of Lian, she also has this plan. He wants to challenge Qin Mu and we both want to get the dragon badge. Qin Mu said, then let's find a place. If they meet the dragon gym leader here, they don't have to challenge the dragon gym. The strange sound before was the song of destruction. It is indeed a skill of Pokemon and its purpose is to make those Pokemon that can find energy drop and will not take them away with a gust of dust. Qin Mu accepted the challenge of the two of them. I think you two can come together. You summon one elf and I summon two elves. This will be faster. Sana said, to be fair, we will focus on 3 Pokemon. I think you still have a lineup of SI Pokemon. That's it. They left the busy streets and walked towards the suburb. They found a flat place and decided to call here. Lian and Sana released the desert dragonfly and the other Pokemon was Bluebird. This bird has a cut throat. Before Kojiro and his friends used Qing Yang, the first Pokemon Qin Mu released was Dragonite. Since he was challenging a dragon-type Pokemon, he would fight with a dragon-type Pokemon. The second Pokemon was Ultra Dragon. The 2 dragon-type Pokemon flapped their wings and flew in the air. The other 2 Pokemon were also flying Pokemon. It seemed that it was a battle in the sky. The difference in size was too big. The game Pokemon was huge and the desert dragonfly and Bluebird released by the 2 of them were a bit small. Song of Destruction. The Song of Destruction sounded and the Bluebird opened its mouth and made that strange sound. Serena said, isn't this the sound we just heard? Yes, that's the sound. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Dragon Dive. Wave after wave of energy rushed towards Dragonite. The water column sprayed forward and Bluebird immediately moved its position, interrupting his singing. The Ultimate Dragon Ultimate Light Sword was affected by by the light energy and inspired forward. The song of destruction is indeed overbearing. No wonder the Pokemon in the sky fell down. Could it be that the fall of those Pokemon before was due to his bluebird? This kind of sound has a certain effect and Dragonite is somewhat affected. The Ultimate Dragon's ultimate light sword is very fast and the burst of wave force rushed straight to the opponent's desert dragonfly. The ultimate goal is to make it lose its combat effectiveness. Sana immediately released the electric dragon, an electric Pokemon. It appeared with 100,000 volt. Bluebird only had sonic attacks and Qin Mew released the red eyes black dragon. The black flame bomb plodded forward. Under the double-sided attack Bluebird couldn't hold on at all. Lien, who had no more battles, released the armored bird. Dandy said all of them are flying Pokemon. It's quite powerful to use two of them. Lien released the last Pokemon Gardevoir. In this case let's release them all. Sana was not polite and released another Lucario. Qin Mew released ancient Charizard. The ancient flame spread forward and all the dragon-type Pokemon used their wave power to rush forward together. Qin Mew was very clear about Lucario's ability and his attack was to win by speed. The lightning power of the lightning dragon was quite strong and the wave power of both sides was impacting. The weapons in the hands of the Lucario friends flew over here in wave. The flame of the ancient Charizard completely burned his weapon. The ability of the armored bird is to peck and drill and rush forward. The pointed beak has a very strong penetrating ability and his attack power is very strong. The dragon-type Pokemon energy of the dragon-type gym leader is an astonishing 670, which surprised Lien and Sana. No wonder they say that the badge of the dragon-type gym leader is the most difficult to get. Dandy said it seems that they can't last long even if they attack together. Qin Mew only released a dragon-type Pokemon. If other powerful Pokemon of other types appeared, the two of them would have been defeated long ago. There is no doubt about this. The abilities of the super powerful Mewtwo and Articuno are already shocking. Such powerful Pokemon coupled with the top-level evolved dragon-type Pokemon will be even more powerful. Their defense seems to have no effect and their defense has been turned to the strongest level. Red Eyes Black Dragon shot rays of light forward one by one. Armored Bird penetrating ability can't get close at all and his attack is very difficult. Lucario can't beat his speed and can't get close at all. If this goes on, the two of them will lose sooner or later. They originally wanted to use the Blue Bird's Song of Destruction to defeat it, but it didn't work at all. Can they really not get the dragon batch? Sana's electric dragon triggered a powerful volt attack again. Qin Mew could see that the Pokemon between the two of them, who often fight together, still have a certain tacit understanding. There is no need for any planning. The strong wave power can defeat the two of them. Sana's mind has been turning all the time. He is thinking about how to make his Pokemon break through. Chapter 195. Dragonite and Armored Bird were always looking for opportunities. Every time Dragonite volt attack was triggered, Armored Bird would quickly launch his attack forward. Gardevoir moved, absorbed the power of lightning and sprayed it towards the chopstick cage in front. The power of absorption is his unique skill which can absorb the abilities of other Pokemon. He absorbed the lightning power of Dragonite and broke through in this way. Lucario's wave power consumption rate is not so fast. Sana never gave up. He has been commanding Pokemon how to release the wave power. Armored Bird rotates at a very fast speed like an electric drill. Such impact ability is very powerful. Dragonite began to gather all the current in its body. Such continuous attacks hope to break through the barrier. There is no way to just defend blindly. The only choice is to take the initiative to attack. Sana knows very well that once the wave power is exhausted, he and Lien will have no chance. Lucario faced Dragonite's 100,000 volts and set out again. Dante said the ability of this Lucario is very different from yours. The attack of Armored Bird was blocked and the ultimate light sword rushed forward like a heavy rain. In addition to the energy of the ultimate light sword, the red death rays burst out by the Red Eyes Black Dragon also shot towards this side in wave. There is no way to break through the dense energy attack. Rushing forward all the time will only make him suffer greater damage. At this time all his energy is condensed into a barrier to block. This is not something that Sana can control. When the Pokemon itself is threatened, it will condense energy to block. Serena said, how long can you hold on? Is there absolutely no hope for either of them? The Dragon Badge is really the hardest to get right, unless you have a way to defeat Qin Mew's Dragon Pokemon. What about asking for a Pokemon? Is there still a chance? Such requests are probably rare. How do you know which Dragon Pokemon Qin Mew will choose? His Pokemon lineup is so strong and there are quite a few Dragon Pokemon. In order to prevent the power of the wave from being consumed too much, Sana used special energy. After injecting the energy, the ability of the electric dragon was instantly restored to full state. This method is just a waste of time. There is no chance at all. There is no turning point at all. Qin Mew didn't care. As long as the two of them could hold on, no matter how long it took, it would be fine. Lucario rushed forward word again and a big stick appeared in his hand and was thrown forward. Lian felt that the two of them could not hold on for much longer. Kojiro said, "You are quite useful. This throat-cutting thing Athena has gained a lot. I hope I can use them to get the drops of heart. Isn't their sensory ability a museum? How can it be found elsewhere? Are you planning to go to the museum? It's a very strict place. Our NET destination is the Water City, where we will naturally find the heart drop. This thing has powerful energy. I hope it can help Pokemon improve. The heart drop is not what a trainer wants to get, but many trainers want it. The energy in the museum is enough to prove how powerful it is, otherwise it would not attract so many Pokemon to hover in the sky. In the Water City, Odomare is the patron saint of the water drop. It is really not easy to get the heart drop. Isn't Athena's idea to attack him just to improve her own ability?" Sana was trying her best to resist the armored bird. After one attack failed, she started the second attack. It seems that they can't do it. To read the e-citing novel, just go to Falu Novel Network. There is no point in continuing. Sana is helpless. Of course he hopes that a miracle will happen. The power emitted by the dragon-type Pokemon of the dragon-type gym leader is too strong. Sana thought to himself that if he could get the museum, the mysterious power of the water drop might be possible. That energy can enhance the ability of Pokemon and let them evolve into the strongest 8. Obviously it is impossible to get the things in the museum. The Pokemon hovering in the sky is just a spectacular sight of the museum. The power of the wave guide has been gradually exhausted and the Pokemon fell one by one. The stick in Lucario's hand had disappeared. In this situation, how could he have any speed at all? All the Pokemon had lost their ability to fight. The two of them took out the Pokeballs and collected all the Pokemon. The challenge still failed. Qin Mu said, "You can come to the gym to find me if you have the chance. Can I ask you a question?" Sana said, "Of course you can." "Was that strange singing at the museum earlier caused by the bluebird?" "We didn't release the Pokemon. It wasn't him, but no other Pokemon could have released this song except him. So it was another bluebird that did this." Team Rocket Kojiro recently got a bluebird. Qin Mu understood immediately when he heard Kojiro. Didn't they run into Kojiro and Musashi when they chased him out? And Athena came from the museum. Oh, and Athena took all the Pokemon that dropped. It is really unpected to use this method to capture it. Qin Mu was thinking that they must have some purpose. What exactly is the reason that makes them do this? And the energy of the water drop in the museum, can they get that water drop? Can it enhance Suikun's ability? Qin Mu will never go to the museum. He can get water drops by going to Water City. Suikun said the heart drop is not easy to get. The reason why those Pokemon gather their Wangzhaos is that they can sense the existence of this special energy. Qin Mu heard Suikun's words. He knew the purpose of Kojiro and the others, or they also wanted to go to Water City to find the heart drop. Qin Mu said, "Our NET target is Water City." Serena said, "Aren't you going to challenge other gyms? We will set off again after the challenge is over. Have you two chosen a place? There are 8 gyms here." Qin Mu's challenge has ended, but Serena and Dandy have not made a choice yet. The 8 gyms in Golden City have very powerful gym owners, as can be seen from the super gym that Xiao Bai challenged. Serena and Dandy are both champion trainers, and the higher the gym owner's ability, the better. I decided to challenge the water gym. They boarded the maglev train and their NET destination was the fighting gym. Serena wanted to challenge the fighting gym's leader. Chapter 196. Qin Mu said, "Do you know much about the Water City?" Serena said, "Director Gray seems to have mentioned this matter. Legends are difficult to confirm. No one knows the authenticity of this matter, but the water droplet do exist. If there is no Water City, how can there be a heart drop? Where did it appear?" Being able to control so many Pokemon hovering over the museum is enough to prove how powerful his energy is. The fighting gym master Qin Mu had competed with him in the competition. This time Serena was going to challenge him. The hovercraft stopped and they came to the fighting gym. Serena couldn't wait to defeat the Sword and Shield gym master and prove her strength. "It's been a long time since I last saw you," Serena said. "I'm here to challenge you, hoping to get the fighting badge." "Okay, I hope you can succeed too, but I won't show mercy." He took out 2 Pokeballs and threw them forward and Jean Goro appeared. Serena threw out Lucario. Serena's Lucario moved very quickly and the 2 sticks in her hands flew forward in an instant. Then she caught her 2 sticks at a very fast speed. Dandy said, "You should be able to get the fighting badge." Qin Mu said, "I think it possible. Serena's Pokemon lineup is already very strong. Magic power. This fighting type Pokemon has 4 arms and is extremely powerful. It is grey all over and there are 3 crescent-shaped blades on its forehead. The muscles of the whole body are particularly developed and it possesses very strange powers." Serena summoned Zapdos. He has always wanted to try out the power of Zapdos. Fighting type Pokemon also have the elves they control. Lucario is also a fighting type Pokemon and this is why Serena released him first. He has already reached a super evolved state. An ordinary Lucario can never defeat him. The opponent knew how powerful Zapdos Zapdos was, so he released the third Pokemon Alito. Alito not only has a fighting type, it also has a psychic type. The power earned by dual attribute Pokemon is even more powerful, and Alito mainly continues to attack. Magic power is very powerful and Alito has psychic powers. The blades on his arms can attack the enemy forward and can be retracted. Shin Mew said Zapdos is really not simple. It is so powerful in its current state without evolving. Its power after evolution is even more difficult to estimate. After all, it is one of the 3 legendary birds, so of course it is very powerful. Mewtwo is a different instance when it comes to fighting. It can transform into 7 states of fighting attribute Mewtwo, and each state is an attribute. Alito rushed directly towards Lucario. This guy's speed is too fast and he must pay attention to the creation in his hand to stretch forward. Zapdos's Volt attack broke out and Serena's Garchomp appeared. Garchomp has the ability of ground and sand and can blow a tornado-like skill forward. The test of Pokemon Melee is very high. It depends not only on how the trainer's Pokemon cooperates but also on how the trainer reacts. With such a strong attack, it is obvious that the fighting type trainer can't bear it. He didn't give in to Serena at all. He knew that if he wanted to get the fighting type badge, he had to show his true ability, otherwise he would not let it go. Serena said Lucario take advantage of this last impact to take down Alito. In terms of speed, Alito still lost. Although his fighting ability is very strong, his speed is much slower than Lucario. Another monster couldn't stand the Volt attack of Zapdos, and the sand power of Land Shark played an important role. Serena's impact made the opponent lose the ability to fight. Serena, you win. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Are there only 3 Pokemon? There are rules there. I think you will be stronger. It depends on what kind of spirits your opponent releases. If you can't determine the spirits of your opponent, you can't restrain them. This is your real ability. A golden fighting badge was handed to Serena. Shin Mew said, congratulations, you got this badge easily. They left the fighting gym and headed towards the goal to find the Water City. In addition to Shin Mew looking for the Water City, Athena and the others were also planning to do so. Team Rocket knew the energy emitted by the heart drop. As long as they got it, would they worry about not having powerful Pokemon? They knew the approximate location of the Water City, but they didn't know where the heart drop would be and the monster that was guarding it in the legend. The 2 guardian monsters were actually Pokemon. One was Latios and the other was Latias. The 3 of them were sitting on the back of the stone winged dragon. The Water City was still a certain distance away from here. In the Water City, a strange phenomenon appeared above the blue sky. Some people looked over there where there was a huge energy hole. It was a special energy that could feel the fluctuations of this energy as if something was about to come out of it. The trainers looked up into the sky and they didn't know what was going on. Some people began to panic. Your wave power is very unusual. What on earth will rush out from it? Gray looked over there. He was very worried about how to stop this energy from rushing out. Shin Mew and the others didn't know what happened in the Water City and were rushing over here. The 2 legendary Pokemon Latios and Latias appeared and ran straight to the front. The trainers were shocked. They had never seen these 2 Pokemon appear here. It seemed that this was not the legendary Pokemon. Is that Latios and Latias? Why are they heading towards that strange hole? A strong electric current spread outside. The energy inside seemed to be attacking. Gray felt that things must be very different. Even these 2 legendary Pokemon flew out by themselves. One can imagine how terrible this energy is. Team Rocket arrived at the Water City at this time and they also saw the organs on it. Kojiro said, oh my god, what on earth happened? What is that? Such a strange big hole. Athena saw the magic inside and felt that this image was definitely not simple. Even the legendary Pokemon had appeared. Looking at the lightning currents emitted by the 2 Pokemon in the sky, it was really powerful. The entire area was formed with lightning currents like a powerful electric field. Strange, the energy of both of them seems to have been sucked in. Chapter 197. The strange hole is absorbing the energy of Pokemon. If there is no way to stop it, what impact will this strange frost have on the Water City? It is simply unimaginable. Athena said, we can't care about these and we don't have the ability. You go and find the heart drop immediately. We will leave immediately after getting it. Kojiro and Musashi separated from Athena. They acted separately, hoping to sense the location of the heart drop through these Pokemon that can sense energy. Gray wanted to stop the strange movement above, so he released his most powerful Pokemon. The others looked at Gray. He actually let his Pokemon stop it. Even the legendary Latias and Latios couldn't do it. They are both psychic Pokemon. Energy was continuously sucked in. If the strange hole continued like this, their wave power would soon be exhausted and all the Pokemon that joined later would not be able to hold on for long. Without the trainer's Pokeball, they would probably be sucked in. The stone-winged dragon was heading towards the Water City. As they approached, they felt something strange in front of them. What was that huge mass of lightning? Shin Mew said something happened ahead. Let's go and take a look. The stone-winged dragon accelerated its light light and headed towards the water city. Qin Mu and his friends did not consider getting off and walking. They directly let the stone-winged dragon lead them to fly towards the strange lightning. Gray saw that his ability was no match for them. What would happen if this continued? Some frightened people quickly left here and left the water city. Let's go quickly, there must be danger here. Athena released a Pokemon that can sense energy, a flying bird. Under his control it was looking for energy fluctuations. Strangely, the bird he released actually flew towards the strange cave. What the hell were you doing there? Is that energy something you can resist? What I asked you to find is the water drop of the heart. He rode on the back of the big bird, but the big bird showed no intention of stopping. Was it going to take him to his death? I asked you to stop. It seemed as if there was some magical force driving the big bird, which kept flying towards that direction without any intention of stopping. In addition to the big bird released by Athena, the big birds released by Kojiro and Musashi also flew towards that direction. Musashi said, this is bad. Why doesn't he listen to the control? Is there any secret in that strange cave? I think it was the special energy there that attracted them. Should we jump in? We might get sucked in by the strange hole and won't be able to get out. The two Pokemon couldn't hold on for long and were all sucked in. The ball of lightning disappeared instantly, leaving only the strange hole. It can be seen that the hole is constantly rotating, showing a lavender light, and there is a special energy that can be sent. When Qin Mu and his friends arrived at the entrance of the cave, the two Pokemon had already been sucked in. The big bird brought by Athena and Kojiro also flew into the cave, and the three of them jumped down from it. Qin Mu said, it's so powerful and sharp, it's absorbing the wave power of Pokemon. They put away the stone-winged dragon and the three of them fell to the ground. Latios and Latias were both sucked in and the stone-winged dragon couldn't hold on at all. Qin Mu had to put it away. Serena said, what happened here, Gym Master Gray? I don't really know, I just know that this strange movement suddenly appeared in the sky and it had a very strong suction force that even sucked the legendary Pokemon Latias and Latios in. What legendary Pokemon really is? They came out on their own. Yes, the power of the psychic Pokemon wave is so strong that it can't withstand it. What should we do? I don't know what this strange hole is. Qin Mu felt a little troubled. The energy of this strange hole was too strong. They felt it when they approached. If no Pokemon approached, he would just float there. In addition to being able to feel the strong energy, there was really nothing else. Do you have something to do in Water City? Qin Mu said, we want to find the heart drop. Can't we find it in Water City? Legend has it that Latios and Latiris are the guardians of the drop of heart. In fact, no one knows that these two legendary psychic Pokemon have appeared, but here is no drop of heart. Maybe the heart drop has nothing to do with them, it's just a legend. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. This energy is, but no one can be sure how to find it. It appeared in the museum a long time ago. Kojiro felt sore all over. He stood up and finally found this big bird with sensing ability, but now it was sucked into the strange cave. How to find the heart drop now? What should we do? It would be fruitless to release it again. As long as this strange hole is there, don't even think about finding the heart drop. Athena saw Qin Mu here. She could run into them wherever she went. Could it be that they were also planning to do the same? He thought that she must speed up her pace and find it before Qin Mu and the others. She would never let them succeed. It would be very troublesome without the induction of these big birds. Athena was thinking of a way someone would solve the strange hole. Many people gathered here every day wanting to know what the strange hole would bring. The force that rushed out disappeared. There was a strange purple hole in the blue sky. It made people feel that the unusual energy was gradually fading. Gray said, this energy is getting weaker and weaker. Is this strange hole going to disappear? Qin Mu said, hasn't this happened before? Gray shook his head, no, never. The legendary Latias and Latios have never come out on their own initiative. Everyone thinks they don't exist. Qin Mu was thinking about what was in the hole and where the Pokemon that was sucked in went. Maybe he could use Celebi's power. Qin Mu had his own plan, but this plan was a bit risky. Dandy said, what are you thinking about so intently? I'm thinking about the problem of this strange hole. Now we don't have any clues about the heart drop, so it would be nice to be able to solve this strange hole. How do you want to solve it? My idea is a bit adventurous. You don't mean? That's right. How can this work? It will be troublesome if I can't get out. I don't think this method is feasible. I know it's a bit risky. Maybe Celebi can come in handy. Chapter 198. Serena said, there is no need for this. The purple hole is very strange. Nothing happened. It just sucked in some Pokemon. There is no danger as long as you don't get close to the hole. The reason why Qin Mu chose to do this was not because the purple hole was dangerous. He knew that Latios and Latias were the elves guarding the water drop of the heart. What Qin Mu was worried about was that this purple hole was related to the water drop. Athena made a perfect cage and found a casting master. The mechanical cage was not ordinary. It was a mechanical cage with a special energy that could imprison Pokemon with relatively powerful abilities. Ha ha ha. Kojiro said, with this thing, we don't have to worry about not being able to catch those Pokemon. We just need to find a way to lure them in. 673 Yuri trapped in the mechanical cage and you can't escape. It can not only hold Pokemon trapped inside but also prevent anyone from escaping. Athena's plan in her heart is even darker, but she didn't say it out loud. The power of the cage, even legendary Pokemon are trapped and can't break free. I have handed over the things to you, but where are my benefits? I won't treat you unfairly. Kojiro handed him a bag. He waited, turned around and left with a smile on his face. Musashi said, with this, do you still worry about not being able to catch high-level Pokemon? Catch Yandi before getting the heart drop. They had a beautiful idea. Akroma, who left the misty forest, had been tracking Yandi's whereabouts. You idiot, if we leave here to look for Emperor Yan, then Qin Mu and the others will have come here in vain if they get the heart drop. The heart drop is produced only once every many years. If you miss this chance, you will have no chance. They decided to find the heart drop first and then look for Entei. Anyway, Entei is so huge and is an extremely powerful Pokemon. It is not easy to capture him. Everyone thought that this strange purple hole would not be dangerous. It would be fine if those Pokemon with super wave power did not get close. Something unexpected happened to them. Qin Mu's idea was their NET move, but before the action was taken, something strange happened. The strange purple hole began to expand and the strange energy surged again. It was particularly bright in the dark night. The whole night was illuminated by the purple light emitted by the strange purple hole. From a distance it looked like a purple night sky, extremely beautiful. Athena felt that this wave power was so strong. Is something going to rush out? Except for a few of them, everyone who could feel this energy ran out and this night turned into a dazzling purple night. What kind of energy is this? Dan Emperor said, it's so spectacular. What kind of energy is so powerful? Shui Jun said, it makes the water drop of the heart appear in this strange hole. Only Qin Mu could hear what Shui Jun said. It seems that his guess is right. I have this plan. I want to go to the cave and take a look. I don't want you to take this risk just to allow me to evolve successfully. It doesn't matter, such rare evolutionary materials are not easy to obtain. Groups of giant birds flew over here and they were clearly visible through the purple light. These were all flying Pokemon. Qin Mu said, aren't these the big birds we saw in the sky above the museum? Usually you can't see their figures in the jungle at all, but now there are so many of them, each one bigger than the other, and they all flew towards the entrance of the strange cave. The fact that these strange birds can find energy bodies is enough to prove that the energy bodies in this strange cave are not simple. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The giant birds that appeared here are not just one or two but a huge number. Athena said, what going on? Why are they all flying towards that strange cave? Could it be that the wave force erupting from the strange cave attracted them? Kojiro thought this was possible. After all, these birds can indeed sense energy just like the birds hovering in the sky above the museum. Do you want to go in and take a look? Are you crazy? What if you enter that strange hole and can't get out? A force rushed out from inside. It was the power of Dragon Wave. It was a skill of Pokemon. Such a powerful Dragon Wave. Maybe there is a new world inside. The strange hole is just the entrance to this world. The NET day this phenomenon faded again. The big bird disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Feeling that the cave entrance was gradually shrinking, was it going to disappear? Qin Mu felt that they had to move faster. In case the cave entrance disappeared, they would not be able to get in. The ultimate dragon was summoned by Qin Mu. On the back of the ultimate dragon, Qin Mu and his friends were ready to set off. Gym Master Gray said, what are you going to do? Don't you know that mysterious cave cannot be approached? Qin Mu said, we should go in and take a look. Maybe we can find something unexpected. This is too risky. The Pokemon that went in didn't come out all the time. It's okay, I'm sure. Qin Mu and the others flew towards the strange cave, which puzzled everyone. Are these people crazy? Kojiro said, look, aren't those three people Qin Mu? They flew towards that strange hole. What were they going to do? Athena looked at the ultimate dragon flying towards the purple strange hole with a smug smile on her face. It would be better if they couldn't get out so that there would be no competitor. Those big birds can't even get out after flying in. What ability do they have? Now it's time to watch something interesting. Qin Mu, Serena and Dandy are all champion trainers. If they disappear, won't my 1-4 ability be improved again? The ultimate dragon flew into the strange purple hole and disappeared without a trace. Everyone was worried whether they could get out. This is too risky. It would be fine if only one person went in, but there are three of them. They can't get out. Legendary Latios and Latias flew in but couldn't get out. How could they possibly get out? The ultimate dragon was like passing through a purple tunnel. The wave power in the tunnel was extremely strong. Not long after they flew in, a strong suction force sucked them in. The ultimate dragon had no way to control its direction, and it didn't even have the ability to stop. It completely lost control. Qin Mu and the other three fell off the ultimate dragon's back and were sucked into the tunnel. Chapter 199. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Mu, Serena and and Dandy came out of the tunnel. All three of them fell to the ground. The last one to rush out was the ultimate dragon, who also fell heavily to the ground. It had completely lost the ability to control itself. When Qin Mu and the others opened their eyes, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. This place was indeed different from the outside, as if it were another space. It looked so harmonious in here. The big birds that flew in were circling in the sky. In the distance there was a waterfall that fell vertically downward. The water of the waterfall was very clear. Under their feet was an endless grassland where some Pokemon were eating food leisurely. There were also some huge ones that looked like Pokemon from ancient time. The Sucked-in Radius and Latias were also here. Serena said wow. He stared with big eyes, his hands inadvertently placed on his chin, and he looked around with a surprised expression. It's so beautiful here, so harmonious. It seems that there are no traces of humans, only these 17 Pokemon. Qin Mu said when we came in, the cave entrance was gradually shrinking. We need to hurry up, otherwise it will be difficult to get out. Dandy said no, now we have a chance to get out, but we can't. You see, we were brought in by that strong suction. How can we go back through this tunnel? This is simply impossible. Why is there such a powerful energy here? Qin Mu watched the giant dragon Pokemon send out the skill Dragon Wave into the tunnel. It turned out that the dragon wave that rushed out of the tunnel before was caused by him. Maybe this big guy can help us. A light blue light was emitted from the waterfall. A drop of blue water was suspended in the air. It was the energy body heart water drop on the water surface. It can only be found in the water city. The mysterious strange hole appeared in the water city. The heart water drop can only be obtained in the water city. Serena said, look quickly, what is that? An energy body like a water drop was suspended there. Qin Mu said, this can't be the prophet water drop. A stream of blue energy flew out of Qin Mu's pokeball. The light turned into a flowing body which was very large, with flowing hair swaying like water ripples. Running forward very quickly, Suicune rushed out of Qin Mu's pokeball. The three people stared at Suicune, who had now flown to the surface of the water. Suicune has the ability to walk on the water without sinking. It swallowed the water drop in one gulp. Then something changed. Suicune's brown hair looked more flowing and the light blue light on his body became dazzling. The ribbon-like tail also changed. The starlight on his head changed the most, and Suicune evolved after swallowing the heart drop. The last burst of energy burst out from his body and his head was raised. His two front feet were raised high and his ribbon-like tail fluttered in the wind. The blue energy in the body spread everywhere. Suicune, who had completed his evolution, turned into a stream of light and flew back to the Pokeball. Serena hadn't come back to her senses yet. All this was already done. Dandy said, Suicune has evolved successfully. Qin Mu didn't expect that swallowing the heart drop would cause such a big change. The water drop disappeared and the cave entrance was about to close. The Pokemon left here were fine. They would not be in danger. Qin Mu and his team had to get out of this strange cave. The Ultra Dragon returned to the Pokeball and Qin Mu and his team walked towards the giant dragon Pokemon. He seemed to understand what Qin Mu and his team meant and immediately burst out his skill Dragon Wave. Roar. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu and the other three were instantly brought into the tunnel and rushed out. The speed was so fast that they felt dizzy. The Grey Pavilion Master stared at this strange animal. The curious people did not leave. They wanted to know the final result. After all, the hole was about to close and was shrinking. The Grey Pavilion Master was a little worried that Qin Mu and the others would not be able to get out. Time was running out and the strange hole was shrinking faster and faster. When everyone thought that the three of them could not get out, the dragon wave sprayed them out. The three people flew into the air. If they fell, it would be tragic. Qin Mu reacted quickly and released the dragon to catch the three of them. The Dan Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared, I thought we were doomed. We finally got out of that strange hole and it was unbearable to fall to the ground. Qin Mu said everything went very smoothly. We got out, how could we fall again? The ultimate dragon landed steadily on the ground. Qin Mu and the other three jumped off the ultimate dragon's back and Gray came to them. It's great that you came out. I have been waiting here. If you can't get out after the cave entrance is closed, there is no hope. Can you tell me about the scene inside? Qin Mu said, of course, it's not a secret. The strange cave is actually another world where there are only some Pokemon. Some of the huge ancient Pokemon and the Pokemon that were sucked in before are particularly peaceful inside. I saw Latios and Latias before. They are both in there. It's really strange. It turns out that there is another world inside this strange cave. How did you 673 come out? It was a giant dragon Pokemon that brought us out with its dragon wave. I'm glad they can come back safely. The last small opening had completely closed and the strange purple hole disappeared. The sky was blue and the purple light could no longer be seen. Kojiro said, it's such a pity. The entrance of the cave was about to shrink, so how could they come out? Let's hurry up and find the heart drop. How could they know that the heart drop had already been swallowed by Suicune? They searched the entire water city but couldn't find it. Radios and Latias were were in the strange cave and they didn't east let alone the energy body. Qin Mu and his friends were guests at Gray's house and they decided to have a good time in the water city. Athena Kojiro and his friends almost searched the entire water city but couldn't find even the shadow of the water drop. No, I can't walk anymore. We have searched everywhere here and there is no energy problem. The large birds that were released were all circling around them, not flying anywhere, which was enough to prove that there was no energy body here at all. Did I miscalculate the time? There is still a possibility. Let's wait and see. Chapter 200. Gym Master Gray said, "Are Latios and Latias in there too?" "We saw them, they were fine in there. The two Pokemon that served as guardians just disappeared." Gym Master Gray's expression was clearly thoughtful and his worries must be related to the water droplet. Gray did not say it out loud. He prepared delicious food to entertain Qin Mu and the other three. Dandy said, "It's been a long time since I last saw you. I want to compete with you." "Well, there is plenty of time. Let's not rush to taste this delicacy first. I prepared it especially for you." Guzma and his friends found the trace of Emperor Yan. There were traces of fire on the ground of the forest. Akroma said, "He can't escape if we follow this trace. He will fall into our hands sooner or later." Kojiro and Musashi searched for a long time. Under the leadership of the giant bird they almost turned the water city upside down, but they didn't find the whereabouts of the heart water drop. "It's really inexplicable. What happened to Athena? We have been looking for so long. Could it be that it doesn't east at all? Is there a more mysterious place?" Athena felt very strange. They had been looking for the water city for a long time but had not found it. The whereabouts of the heart water drop. Qin Mu and his friends were guests at Gray's place but they never took the net step. Dandy and Gray were ready. "Let me see how much you have improved recently." Dandy said, "Okay, I can't wait." Gray's Pokeball released the giant rock monster. "AAE War Dragon, let's go to battle." Both of them are rock-type Pokemon and they rushed forward quickly. Serena said, "It's been a long time since they have competed together." Dandy was not his opponent before but I think the result will be very different this time. The giant rock monster launched a rock attack forward. The AAE dragon ran forward vigorously. This heavyweight guy caused the ground to shake with every step he took and the AAES in his hands flew forward. AAE dragon attack. The sharp claws of the Pangyan monster grabbed towards this side. Earthquake. The two ES struck forward again and again. Big word Explosion rock. The opponent's rock blockade blocked the entire area. The ability of Grey Gym Master is really not simple. Blastwaz appears. Dante, a Pokemon with fire energy, knows that if he continues to fight like this there will be no result. Come out Flare Ace. The changes of Flare Ace surprise Gray a little. The ability of lightning. Pokemon fusion. Yes, that's what you saw. Flame strike. The flame attack and lightning attack from the Flash Ace attacked at the same time. The opponent was a Pokemon with fire skills. Qin Mu felt that the result might not be certain. Serena's prediction was found. A huge sword and shield blocked the front. The powerful wave force was held. Pang Yangwei immediately moved his position and attacked from the side. How could the AAE War Dragon give him this opportunity? He immediately chopped the AAES in his hand and the slashing skill burst out. The AAE War Dragon was led away and the Flash Ace was not. The special defense ability of the plotting Flame Turtle Beast not only blocked the lightning attack but its flame impact also withstood the performance of the Flash Ace. Dandy did not expect the opponent to be so powerful. During this period of time his ability has been improved a lot but there is still no way to break through. He immediately released the Ice Pokemon Blizzard King. To read the violent novel go to Philo Novel Network. The Coming Blizzard. Gray just smiled faintly and he released his new Pokemon, the Dark Pokemon. This was a bit surprising. Dandy would definitely not be able to withstand such a powerful dark Pokemon. Qin Mu said, "The result is beyond your expectation, right? How did that happen?" "It turns out there is also a Nat King. The ability of the blizzard to descend is very powerful and it also has a certain freezing effect. The Nat King's swallowing and absorption ability is the most important. As a very special Pokemon its swallowing and absorption ability can absorb the skills of Ice Pokemon. The Ice Cave skill released by the Blizzard King has no effect. This is not a solution. All the energy that bursts out is absorbed by him. No matter how careful the attack is it cannot be stopped. Nat King is an Ultra Beast. He is completely different from the Ultra Dragon of the Dragon attribute. There is nothing else in his mind except eating. Although his IQ is not high his skills are very special and can play a very good role in battle. The appetite is very big and the food he eats is the skills released by other Pokemon." Qin Mu said, "How strong is the wave power to withstand such a big appetite? All Pokemon have restraints and their Nat King is no exception." Rushing around, running around, Flash Charge. The Flash Ace rushed forward quickly dodging the crazy guy of the 20 Kings and attacked the opponent. Other Pokemon likes to devour skills. If it is a fighting Pokemon there should be no problem. Qin Mu thought of this immediately but he couldn't remind Dandy. After all it was a competition competition between the two of them and he couldn't intervene. The AE War Dragon waved his arm. He had both the ability to fight and the ability to release skills. Dandu himself also discovered that the evil Food King had no way to deal with the AE War Dragon, but the AE War Dragon's wave power had been almost consumed, which was almost the same as the opponent's Pangyan monster. It's a fighting type Pokemon. Dandy suddenly thought of something and he knew how to deal with the evil king. King Kong Star goes to battle. Sure enough, he was smart. He discovered the weakness of the evil Food King so quickly. Gray will not let Dandy's skills succeed. Dancing and hitting wildly, Wang Xiaohao. Another strong flame erupted. The appearance of the King Kong Star made it impossible for him to continue fighting. This method of swinging and hitting would not last long. He opened his huge mouth and roared loudly as if he wanted to swallow everything. This was a sound attack. King Kong Star continued to fight and attack without giving him any chance to swallow. He can't devour anything with my move. The angry roar made him a little crazy. Hong Lei Jin Gang Seeing soon rushed forward and the evil Food King was knocked to the ground. Strong shock cracks on the ground. How heavy is this guy? The crazy guy rolled up from the ground. Magic flashed on the stage. He actually had magic attack demon competition. Other Pokemon were close. It was something Qin Mu had never imagined, with such a powerful devouring ability and such a magic attack.